Chapter 1 Marry Me. In Apravitarumo Fakard game parlor smoke swirled as men and women engaged in lively conversation while playing cards. Byth window a man dressed in a black suit, with a handsome face and fair skin, stood out among thick road. He leaned back in the sofa with his eyes closed, seeming liar sting or perhaps deep lie asleep. Nunetta read to disturb him, not because they didn't want to, but because they were afraid. Theothers continued playing cards, drinking alcohol, and chatting about gossip. Hey, let me tell you the most interesting news recently, said Linsu, the owner of the parlor, as she played cards. Linsu was known for his love of gossip, and this revelation were always shocking every analyst evidently. Onavma middle school classmates is extremely beautiful, even more so than celestial beauties. However, she's a real foxbird, engage in ambiguous relationships with colleagues, parents of students, and suitors. She's also gold digger or wealth hire was willing to pen 30 million as a breed price to marry her, but guess what, as a teacher, she not only hate ambiguous relationships with parents of students people so molested arundary students, now her reputation is ruined, she's lost her job, and her dream of marrying into a wealthy family is shattered. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted Lin's words. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw the man who had been leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed, now awake. He held a bottleneck in his right hand, while the rest of the bottle lay to red unfittable line front of him. His whole body radiated a menacing aura, as if you were ready to kill Simeon, none direct to ask the reason. This man was always unpredictable and moody, the didn't want it. Linsa quietly signaled the people around him to leave. The man at the forefront opened the door to the private room and was confronted by a stunning face with bright, crystal clear eyes, like a pulse of photon water. Her lips were a natural eared, and her eyebrows were a natural dark and beautiful. She exuded a strong scholarly aura, making jet clear she wasn't from the circle. The man was momentarily stunned but watched as the woman walked past them. Seeing the woman enter the private room, Linsu was stunned. This was the fox spirit that had just been talking Gabu, Huli. Huli glanced at Linsu and fixed her gaze, and the man who seemed ready to kill. This man was handsome and talented, but also irritable, ruthless, and arrogant. He graduated from Ottawa University with a degree in chemical research and was hailed as a genius synthephile. However, since graduation, he had been working as a driver. Shekel Lai said, Huang Yu, can you give me 3 minutes? Huang Yu was also surprised be herself in appearance but didn't show it in his face. He threw away the bottleneck and hished and changed it to a comfortable sitting position, oriolating solidly. Mit eyes were at least 3 hours. Linzu looked at Huang Yu with admiring gaze. Man, you're amazing. Huang Yu gave Linzu a cold glance, and Linzu immediately said, You twere busy, I'll leave. The private room was not only occupied by Huang Yu and Huli. Huang Yu looked at Huli impatiently as if her presence had ruined others' mood. What do you want, huh? Huli sat opposite to him and looked at them mentally. Huang Yu, Marime, I'll give a 1-month lease salario 5000 yuan, with Vedanta accommodation provided. Huang Yu snarled and stared and lay at the incredibly beautiful woman opposite to him. Do you think him so sick and the head that tid Marizomiono ho molested her own student? A week ago Hulu was Fosiliakia said be her second-year high school student, Yang Shen, will claim it that she had taken him home to tutor him and done unspeakable things to him. The truth was. It was a Sunday, and there were in classes. Huli was out shopping in Gan mit Yang Shen, how was soaking weight and in a assistant and outside. After asking the reason, she learned that it was Yang Suan's mother's death anniversary. Yang Suan was alone in his Huli felt sorry for him. Worried that Yang Suan might catch a cold in since her home was nearby, she brought him back to her house, gave him a hairdryer and Ulfindry his clothes. She also cooked a bowl of steaming noodles for him. Yang Suan ate the noodles and stayed at Hulicious for a long time, only returning only as it was getting dark. But the next day Huli was falsely accused by Yang Shen. Huli lived alone, and through a snozier valence camera in her rental house. Yang Suan insisted on his false accusation, and Huli couldn't defend herself. She was subsequently expelled from the shul. Her reputation was ruined, and Thuy Alpha Hire was willing to pen 30 million is a breed price to marry her back out. The 30 million bride price was gone. Her adoptive parents rushed from their hometown and be there severely in her rental house, almost costing her life. It was also a week ago that Huli learned the true purpose of her adoptive parents' adoption to her to marry Oyal Thyman. The person who falsely accused her was not Sami O'Neill's but their cousin who died, how was a month younger than her. However, Huli had no evidence to bring Hudai to justice. So she turned her attention to Wang Yu, whom Hudai had been infatuated with for 10 years. If she couldn't bring Hudai to justice, she would marry the man she loved. Hudai had ruined her reputation, her job, and almost cost their life. This grudge had to be settled, and if that to be settled beautifully. Ik know you didn't believe it, Hulir plead calmly. Huang Yu stared at her with a cold and sharp gaze and asked, We shall believe ya, because if I owe your beautiful fastat could bring calamity a the country. Sorry, I'm Huang Yu, not King Zhou Shang. Huli looked at her dwine bodily and thither and said, I heard of everything you just said, if you belly vedito, ya wouldn't have a thrown tea bottle. Huang Yu hated when others guessed his thoughts, especially when they were voiced aloud. He warned Huli with Afrostide demeanor, don't think that just because you were a deskmate for 6 years, you understand, it just thought they were too loud. Huli, you're no match for him, you can blame, sudden miss with him. For 3 years in middle school and 3 years in high school, Huli and Huang Yu were deskmates, but their relationship was purely the top deskmates. The reason they were deskmates for 6 years was that they both needed the same thing, they were both quiet individuals. Huang Yu always slept in class and didn't like to be disturbed. Huli was the type of person who never minded her own business, and she wouldn't even wake him up when the teacher came. Of course, the Ruas and Netimesha did wake him up the fair stand last time. When Huli woke him up that time, instead of being grateful, happy to nefasa like he wanted to hit Simeon, from then on, Huli never woke him up again. After the college entrance examination, they went to different universities and had less interaction. No, I don't understand the and I don't want to play with you or mess with you. I just want tos for our health help jet married and provathat samiona still wants my contract marriage with a yurderm il give a 1 month salario 5000 yuan with fadand accommodation provided. After her reputation was ruined, people who were said that she would never get married. Huli was extra melisir, but Huan your main done moved and rejected a ruffles lee I want help, you can leave no. What do we need to do to jettier help? Seeing that she was determined and tagather way, Huang Yu glanced at the end pointed to a kiss of an open beer drink them all, and he'll consider it. Without hesitation, Huliria had for rabbit lean started drinking without blinking. Huang Yu watched her drink a whole bottle line zealance, you're drinking too slowly high don't the vetamedawait, will you sleep with, if not, I'm not interested, also I to decide how we'll manage our marriage and federation off it. Morathan and her litter, a hot marriage certificate to us issued. Chapter 2, struck by lightning following Huli, Huang Yu arrived at her rental apartment, only to find it in a state far worse than he had envisioned. Although it was tidy and clean, the dwelling was old and shabby, devoid of any decent furniture. Indeed, it could be described as bare as a church mouse. The small living room merged seamlessly with the bedroom, while the bathroom and kitchen were separated, yet the overall space was exceedingly cramped. In a corner of the balcony, piles of discarded cardboard boxes and empty mineral water bottles lay stacked, evidently collected by Huli for the purpose of selling. Huli, a distinguished teacher with a commendable salary, perplexed Huang Yu as to why she was living in such squalor. Looking as if she were scavenging with a furrowed brow, her face a mask of disdain and dissatisfaction, she lamented, "You expect me to live here, subsisting on meager rations, sleeping later than a dog and rising earlier than a rooster?" The rental apartment was situated in a remote area, far from Huang Yu's workplace. Huli turned to glance at him, taking in his tall, slender figure clad in a bespoke suit, adorned with an expensive watch, his countenance exuding an air of superiority that could easily be mistaken for that of a corporate executive. Alas, the attire and accessories he wore were merely cast-offs from his employer. Despite this, Huang Yu felt a profound sense of injustice about residing in such a place. "I was expelled from school, and I don't have much money. I can only endure this for a while. Once I secure a new job, we shall find a more suitable living arrangement," he explained. Ever since Huli gained awareness, her foster parents had informed her of her status as an adopted child. Growing up in a modest household, she understood the sacrifices her foster parents made to provide for her education, and thus, she had always endeavored to repay them, dedicating the majority of her salary to them. It was only now that she realized how naive she had been. With no savings to her name, Huang Yu derisively remarked, "There are suitors circling you like vultures, most of whom are wealthy scions. Have you never thought to beckon them with a mere gesture?" He cast a sidelong glance at her, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "With a face that could bring nations to their knees, a simple curl of your finger would surely summon mountains of gold and silver." Huli remained unperturbed by his jibes, responding calmly, "I have hands and feet of my own. Why should I rely on others? To be frank, those individuals are far less dependable than you." A faint smile graced Huang Yu's lips, his eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. "Pray tell, how am I unreliable?" Unfocused, indifferent, living frivolously, merely coasting through life, and indulging in excess, Huli stated bluntly, unafraid of inciting his wrath. A genius in the field of chemistry, yet reduced to being a driver, with neither house nor car, living a life of solitary indulgence, frequenting gaming halls and nightclubs, such a lifestyle surely painted him as unreliable. Yet, it was this very man whom Hu Dai loved to the core that Huli was well aware of the reason. When Hu Dai was merely 15, Huang Yu had heroically rescued her and nearly lost his life in the process. Ha! Huang Yu's laughter was bright and momentary, fading as he adopted a stern demeanor. "I will give you 10 minutes to gather your valuables and accompany me. Living in your employer's home is rather inconvenient for me. If you truly wish to escape this place, wait until I find a new job and we can relocate together," he continued. Huang Yu worked as a chauffeur for the city's leading luxury group, Fengxing Corporation, residing in his employer's home. How could Huli possibly follow him there? "Very well, I shall prepare dinner. Please think it over," Huli said as she made her way to the small kitchen. Huang Yu's long gaze fell upon his expensive watch. It was now 4 in the afternoon. If they hurried, they might manage to obtain a divorce certificate before the civil affairs office closed. Divorce certificate? Impossible, I haven't even flaunted our marriage certificate yet. How could I possibly seek a divorce? Aware of Huang Yu's impatience and irritable temperament, Huli dutifully began packing. Upon noticing her gathering some old clothes and items she would no longer need, Huang Yu frowned. "I mentioned important items. You have 3 minutes remaining." Huli hastily packed the valuable and daily necessities, leaving the rest to be collected later. A taxi pulled up to the most opulent residential area in the city, Fengting Villa. As Huli stepped out, her eyes widened at the sight of a resplendently decorated mansion, even the iron gate adorned with diamonds. Her heart raced. Indeed, poverty had stunted her imagination. Such a villa was hardly a place for someone as ordinary as herself, bearing a tarnished reputation. She did not wish to burden Huang Yu with any further complications. She said, "It would be best for me to return. If you lose your job, my burden will only increase. Your monthly salary of 5,000 is certainly insufficient." Huang Yu cast her a fleeting glance, his eyes sharp and distant, remaining silent. He grasped her arm firmly and strode towards the villa's entrance with an air of nonchalance. Huli, dragging her luggage, stumbled along behind him, reminding him, "If you're living in your employer's home, you must conduct yourself as an employee. Should you lose your job, I don't wish to be the one working 8 jobs to make ends meet." Huang Yu ignored her, continuing to pull her along. Upon passing through the villa's iron gate, they were greeted by a meticulously manicured lawn, adorned with vibrant roses exuding an air of opulence. Huli's heart raced. She felt Huang Yu was leading her toward perdition. She attempted to break free from his grip, only to find it tightening. The interior was lavishly decorated, making Huli hesitate to even glance around. With her head bowed, she cautiously followed Huang Yu. Suddenly, she collided with a solid wall of a person, instinctively preparing to rub her pained forehead, but Huang Yu pulled her to his side. Before she could react, she heard him declare, "I am married." Taken aback, Huli found herself face to face with Huang Jichang, the founder of Fengxing Corporation and the wealthiest man in the city. She recognized him from television, though he had not been seen in public recently, having reportedly handed over the reins of the company to his son, who was none other than Huang Yu. Huang Jichang sat in a wheelchair, flanked by a beautiful and elegant woman, presumably between 35 and 40. On the left side of Huang Jichang's sofa sat a man of approximately 40 years of age, alongside a striking woman. To Huang Jichang's right sat another pair, seemingly younger than those on the left. As Huli speculated about their identities, her heart raced uncontrollably. Huang Yu's previous tone had been so nonchalant, failing to even address her, leaving her in a state of tension. With an awkward smile directed at the group, she cautiously introduced herself. "Hello, I am Huli. I just registered my marriage with Huang Yu today. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive me." Huang Jichang offered her a polite smile. "Hello, I am Huang Yu's father." "Father?" Huang Yu's father. A bolt of lightning struck Huli, causing her vision to darken as her body faltered backward, startling those around her. "Goodness!" Huang Yu rolled his eyes, swiftly catching her before she fell. Noticing her bewilderment, he shook her roughly until her eyes fluttered open, her mind a blank slate. "Surely, this must be a dream." Huli bit her tongue fiercely, the pain was excruciating. Gradually, clarity returned. This was no dream, yet, as far as she knew, Huang Yu's father had passed away shortly after Huang Yu's college entrance examination, and she had even seen him at a parent-teacher meeting. Was it possible that Huang Yu was an illegitimate child? Dazed, Huli looked toward Huang Yu, who offered no explanation. At that moment, the woman standing behind Huang Jichang introduced herself. "Hello, I am Huang Yu's aunt." Huli, still in a state of shock, managed to reply, "Hello." Her voice was barely audible, only loud enough for her to hear. Next, those seated beside Huang Jichang introduced themselves as Huang Yu's uncle and aunt on one side, and another uncle and aunt on the other. Chapter 3 of Those Who Dare to Challenge Me. Huang Yu led Huli to the bedroom, and in her dazed state, Huli was about to ask a question when she heard Huang Yu's cold voice say, "I am very busy and have no time to help you acclimate. You will have to figure it out on your own." With that, Huang Yu turned away indifferently. Huli instinctively reached out to grasp him, but all she caught was a wisp of air. This was the residence of a wealthy tycoon, and Huang Yu was the heir of that fortune. What was she to do? What could she do? What fear was all that consumed her? She was invited downstairs for tea, where Huang Jichang, Li Lin, and Huang Yu's two uncles and aunts were gathered, but Huang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Left abandoned and utterly at a loss, her breathing grew shallow. "Huli, please take a seat," Li Lin said with an air of aloof detachment. "Thank you," Huli replied politely, yet anxiously, still standing, for she dared not sit. They made no further invitations for her to do so. The atmosphere was oppressively silent, and the throbbing at Huli's temples intensified. Finally, Huang Jichang broke the stillness with a gentle yet authoritative demeanor. "Why do you wish to marry Huang Yu?" Everyone present was aware that Huli had been Huang Yu's deskmate during their high school years, yet thus far, there was no indication of a romantic involvement between them. Huli's heart tightened at the question. Should she speak the truth or fabricate a story about their mutual affection? Damn it, Huang Yu had brought her home without so much as a hint of guidance. How was she supposed to respond? After a moment of torment, Huli decided to be forthright. "I was wronged, lost my job, and my reputation was ruined. People say I will never find a husband, so I thought Huang Yu was a solitary man and asked him to marry me, to prove that I am still desired. I sincerely apologize, I was unaware of his true family circumstances, and if I have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness." The Huang family of Fengxing Group was the most esteemed family in Xin City, and Huli understood that they would never accept someone of her humble origins as a daughter-in-law, especially given her tarnished reputation. Rather than waiting for them to impose difficulties, she would rather confess and seek leniency. Of course, she could not disclose the primary reason was to take revenge on Hu Dai. At present, she dared not even admit to anyone that she had married Huang Yu. Even though Huang Yu's true identity had not been made public, she feared the day it would be revealed, for then others would accuse her of deceit. She would be left bewildered, not knowing how she had come to such an end. The silence lingered once more before Huang Jichang spoke again. "Since you and Huang Yu have obtained a marriage certificate, you are now a member of the Huang family. Please make yourself comfortable here." Huli felt a weight lift from her chest, realizing that this sensation was one of being unexpectedly favored. "Huli, let me show you around," Li Lin offered. Huli followed cautiously behind Li Lin as she explained. "The first floor is where Huang Yu's father resides, the second floor is my residence, the third floor is where Huang Yu lives. In fact, we have met before, we know you are Huang Yu's high school deskmate." Huli was not surprised by this revelation, however, noticing her look of confusion, Li Lin kindly inquired, "Do you have many questions? For instance, is Huang Yu an illegitimate child, and why do I live with my brother-in-law?" Her mind was filled with questions, but she did not wish to pry into others' privacy, so she merely smiled at Li Lin. If Li Lin chose to share, she would be grateful, but she would not ask directly. Li Lin smiled back and said, "Huang Yu was an only child when he was 13, his mother, my sister, passed away. In his longing for her, he came to my and my sister's hometown, Hushan, and became your deskmate. We were too busy to accompany him there, so an elderly steward accompanied him. It was that same steward who attended parent-teacher meetings on Huang Yu's behalf. I grew up in my brother-in-law's household and have not yet married, so I continue to live here. Huxian is a small county under Shan City, neither too close nor too far from the city center. Huli nodded, absorbing everything Li Lin said without asking any questions that might be considered intrusive, such as how Huang Yu's mother had died or why he seemed somewhat unfriendly towards the elders in his family, often neglecting to greet them upon entering and speaking in such a detached tone. Li Lin also informed Huli that there was another small villa behind the main house where the steward and servants resided. Huang Yu's second uncle had 2 sons living to the left of Huang Yu's residence, while his third uncle also had 2 sons living to the right. As it was not yet mealtime, Li Lin suggested that Huli return to her room to rest. The room was luxuriously appointed beyond Huli's wildest imagination, surpassing even the opulence she had seen on television, complete with a private dressing room, ensuite bathroom, private balcony, an oversized bathtub, a plush luxurious bed, and an array of exquisite lights adorning the ceiling. It was as though a novel had come to life, and she felt like a Cinderella within its pages, yet, this feeling was fleeting. She was not one to indulge in dreams, for she had no dreams to pursue. Given her understanding of Huang Yu, it was possible they could be divorced by tomorrow. Before obtaining their marriage certificate, Huang Yu had stated that he would determine the date of their wedding. When dinner time arrived, Huli encountered the sons of Huang Yu's second and third uncles, as both families were dining at Huang Yu's home that evening. Still, Huang Yu as present saluted her. The grand dining table was laden with delectable dishes, yet she found herself lost in her meal. Noticing her silence, Li Lin politely remarked, "Huli, please help yourself to whatever you like." Huli lifted her gaze, smiling gently as she nodded her thanks. Her smile was captivating, instantly winning the heart of Huang Ting, the youngest son of Huang Yu's third uncle. "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. When I grow up, I want to marry someone as lovely as you." Huang Ting, nearly 5 years old, elicited a stern glance from his mother, Jiang Yan, who reprimanded, "We do not speak while eating." Huang Ting let out a muffled "oh," returning to his meal with a pout. Huang Yu's third uncle, Huang Jichang, managed the hotels and catering businesses under Fengxing Group and was a person of considerable repute. To be candid, Jiang Yan was reluctant for Huang Ting to prioritize looks over character and background when choosing a future spouse. They had refrained from opposing this marriage out of guilt towards Huang Yu. Xu Li was acutely aware of Jiang Yan's thoughts, yet they were of no concern to her, and she continued to eat with nonchalance. In a dim alley, Yang Xian, who had slandered Huli, was being mercilessly beaten by 2 masked figures. Under the faint moonlight, a tall man wearing sunglasses quietly smoked a cigarette, listening to Yang Xian's anguished cries as he pleaded, "Stop. I will tell you everything." The masked figures halted, and one of them said, "Confess, or you will experience a fate worse than death." Yang Xian, bloodied and gasping, confessed, "Someone offered me 100,000 yuan to ruin teacher whose reputation. I was in need of money and agreed. When he approached me, he was wearing a mask and sunglasses. I didn't see his face, only that he was a man." The man smoking leaned down, unceremoniously pressing the cigarette butt into Yang Xian's hand, prompting a scream of agony reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Yet he persisted, "I truly do not know what he looks like. Please, let me go." The man discarded the cigarette butt and swiftly drew a dagger from behind him, thrusting it violently into Yang Xian's right palm. Yang Xian trembled in pain, exclaiming, "I genuinely do not know who he is, but I remember his voice. Please don't kill me. I will help you find him." Chapter 4, Are you content with the one you love marrying your rival? Suddenly, a loud crack pierced the surrounding air, and in the next moment, a bullet shattered through Yang Xian's skull. He perished on the spot. "Damn it," the man cursed, yanking the dagger from Yang Xian's body, blood splattering onto his white shirt. A masked figure addressed the man, "Brother, you, the other side is armed and formidable." The man removed his sunglasses, and as the moonlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating him, it revealed Huang Yu, whose handsome visage was contorted with rage. Anyone daring to provoke him would face retribution. Even if they descended into the realm of Yama, he would ensure they were found. Until today, Huang Yu had been away on business and was oblivious to Huli's predicament, as the news had not circulated online. After 2 months away, he touched down in Xinjiang that morning and immediately headed to the mahjong parlor run by Lin Su, a friend of Huang Yu, who had funded the establishment. Lin Su was unaware of Huang Yu's true identity but knew he was not one to indulge in gossip, so he refrained from informing him until others mentioned it during a game. Huli was right, he refused to believe it. If one were to claim Huli was vain or a gold digger, he would accept that. However, the notion that Huli would behave indecently towards her students was something he could not fathom, not even at the cost of his life. His answer was simple, because he believed. At Fengting Villa, as Huli and the others neared the end of their meal, Huang Yu, looking weary from travel, finally stepped through the door. "Big brother," the 2 sons of his second uncle and the 2 sons of his third uncle chorused in unison. Huang Yu grunted in acknowledgement, shedding his coat before washing his hands and sitting down to eat in silence. No one inquired about his tardiness, it seemed to be an accepted norm. Only Huli noticed something unusual. She observed a red stain on Huang Yu's shirt, resembling blood. Whether others saw it or not, no one asked, and she chose to act as though she hadn't noticed. Once they returned to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Huli pointed at his shirt and asked, "Are you injured?" Huang Yu furrowed his brows and stared at her, assuming his silence indicated agreement. Huli, with concern in her tone, pressed on, "Is it serious? Have you seen a doctor?" Huang Yu's expression turned frigid, his voice icy as he replied, "Huli, I warn you, do not use your concern for me as a pretext to covet my wealth, nor should you harbor any illusions of capturing my heart. If you remain compliant and do not raise the issue of divorce, you will want for nothing." Huli smirked, devoid of any emotional upheaval, meeting his cold, dark gaze unwaveringly. "Huang Yu, I have said before, I am self-sufficient. Why should I rely on others? I do not seek to use my concern for you as a means to acquire your wealth or your affections. I am merely considering my own interests." We have just registered our marriage, and if anything were to happen to you, I would bear the burden of being labeled a husband killer. Seeing Huang Yu's brow furrowed in silence, Hu Li assumed he was questioning her words and added, rest assured, I will uphold my promise. I will provide you with 5,000 a month, covering food and lodging, and I will pay for your accommodation and meals according to my standards. Huang Yu scoffed, according to your standards? That is rich. Indeed, Hu Li asserted with conviction that if she were to adhere to market rates, she would have to work 10 jobs daily just to cover the Huang family's lodging and meal expenses. It was not as if she lacked a place to stay, it was merely his disdain. Hu Li's belongings were in Huang Yu's room, but she was fully aware that he would not share a bed with her, at least not tonight. Where will I sleep? In bed, Huang Yu replied tersely. All right, good night. With that, Hu Li turned to leave, intending to head to the adjacent room. Did you not understand? I said bed. Huang Yu's cool voice came from behind, causing Hu Li to turn in astonishment. Are you not implying that I should sleep in the adjacent bed? Huang Yu crossed his arms, displaying evident impatience. Do you think I would marry you just to sleep in the other bed? What do you think I am after, a few trifles? It had been clearly stated prior to their marriage that it would not be a celibate union. Hu Li refrained from arguing, taking her toiletries and sleepwear into the bathroom. After washing up, she emerged fully covered. Huang Yu glanced at her and mockingly remarked, in the middle of summer, are you wrapping yourself like a zongzi? Hu Li responded calmly, my sleepwear is always like this. Huang Yu fell silent and retreated into the bathroom. As the sound of running water filled the air, Hu Li could not truthfully claim to be unperturbed. She had heard that the first time could be particularly painful. Undoubtedly, Huang Yu was not the type to be tender-hearted. Sitting on the single sofa, Hu Li's heart raced as she awaited Huang Yu's emergence from the bathroom. With a click, the bathroom door swung open, and Huang Yu stepped out in his sleepwear, a towel in hand, drying his hair as he approached the bed. Hu Li's anxiety heightened. He tossed the towel onto the floor, casting a dispassionate glance at her. Dress like that, you fail to pique my interest, perhaps you should try something more vibrant next time. The tension in her heart eased. Seizing the opportunity while he seemed in good spirits, she asked, can I stay in the adjacent room for now? At that moment, he was already reclining on the bed, eyes closed, lazily uttering a single word to leave. Hu Li departed hastily, only to return to the doorway, cautiously inquiring, Huang Yu, can we make our marriage public or not? The room fell silent. He likely had drifted into sleep. Hu Li dared not press further, fearing the repercussions of irritating him. As she reached the door, a vexed voice called out from behind, do as you wish, just leave. Content, Hu Li exited. In an upscale residential complex, a woman wrapped in a towel held a wineglass, her mood buoyant as she gazed at the starry sky. This woman was Hu Dai, the one who had schemed against Hu Li. She took a sip of her wine, mocking Hu Li, what does it matter if she is beautiful and accomplished, she is still a pawn in my hands, a mere girl with a middle school education. A notification pinged on her phone, and upon seeing the message, she hurled her wineglass across the room, sending it flying 5 meters away. The wine splattered everywhere, and the glass shattered into pieces. The message was from Hu Li, featuring their marriage certificate and a note, are you satisfied that the one you love married your rival? She had thought she had sent Hu Li to hell, only to discover that the latter had turned around and seized the man she had secretly adored for a decade. 10 years ago, as a 15-year-old, Hu Dai had encountered a group of notorious delinquents in the heart of Xinjiang, only to be rescued heroically by Huang Yu. She had harbored feelings for him ever since, but having never completed high school, she had never dared to confess. How is this possible? The marriage certificate Hu Li sent must be a forgery, otherwise, why would the photo only capture half of it, without the registration number? You think I would believe that? Whether you believe it or not, I know you must be seething with rage at this moment, and that is sufficient for me. You wait, Hu Li, she typed furiously, but the WeChat prompt indicated that Hu Li was not a contact. Infuriated, Hu Dai stomped her foot and angrily dialed Hu Li's number, only to find it switched off. Contemplating whether to inquire directly with Huang Yu, she decided against it, opting instead to ascertain the facts before proceeding. Hu Li had long since changed her phone number, keeping WeChat solely for the purpose of revenge. Through the screen, she could envision Hu Dai's face contorted with rage, and that was precisely the outcome she desired. As for not sending Hu Dai the registration number from the marriage certificate, it was a precautionary measure. She could not afford to provoke the Huang family. Chapter 5 I will kill you, unfilial daughter. That night, Hu Li slept exceptionally well, undeterred by the new environment, her mind consumed with the ecstasy of revenge. Upon awakening the next day, the sky was already bright, and warm sunlight flooded the floor. After freshening up, Hu Li descended the stairs, elegantly attired. The eldest young mistress was already up. The butler and servants greeted her with a respectful acknowledgement, albeit with a detached demeanor, to which she responded with a polite nod. Huang Jicheng and Li Lin were in the living room, but Huang Yu was absent. A servant informed her that Huang Yu had gone to work. It was peculiar, however, that while he slept in class daily, he was remarkably diligent when it came to his job. Despite dozing off in class, he consistently ranked among the top students, whereas Hu Li had to exert tremendous effort and dedication to achieve the same results. Huang Yu's performance was entirely contingent upon his mood that day. The world does not harbor true geniuses, it is merely the confluence of 99 hard work and 1 talent. Others only witnessed Huang Yu's daytime slumber, oblivious to the relentless toil he endured at night. This was not his choice, rather, each night, as he lay in bed, his thoughts were plagued by the memory of his mother as cold corpse and the farewell letter she had left him. Do not easily trust anyone, especially those you hold dear. His mother had succumbed to suicide, a tragic consequence of betrayal by the one she loved most. In the depths of night, he was tormented, unable to find solace in sleep. He had no choice but to reverse his day-night cycle, recording the teacher's lectures during the day and burning the midnight oil at night. As Huli was tidying up her belongings in the rented room, she heard a knock on the door. With no peephole to discern the identity of the visitor, she opened the door to reveal a group of debt collectors, her adoptive parents, her uncle and aunt, her grandparents, along with her adoptive parents' biological son and cousin, Hudai, stood before her. Just the previous night, they had quarreled, and now, upon seeing Huli, Hudai rushed forward with feigned concern. Sister, you're feeling better, right? I've been so busy with work lately that I haven't had time to see you. What a hypocrite. Just a week ago, when Huli was beaten by her adoptive parents, Hudai had implored them not to resort to violence, suggesting it might be a misunderstanding. Yet, after escorting her adoptive parents downstairs, she returned to pour salt on Huli's wounds, revealing that she was the one who had orchestrated the slander against Huli. Huli had always outshone her, more beautiful, more accomplished, with superior grades, a respectable job, and a wealthy suitor willing to spend 30 million to marry her. In contrast, Hudai, with only a middle school education and mediocre looks, was consumed by jealousy, to the point of madness, seeking to tarnish Huli's reputation and mock her for lacking evidence. Huli genuinely wished to slap her across the face and tear off her deceitful facade. However, without proof, she had to endure, with no attempt to hide her disdain. Huli shot a glare at Hudai and addressed her adoptive parents. If you are here to demand money, I have none. If you have the guts, take my life instead. The mask had been ripped off. Huli felt no need to placate them any longer. What are you saying? Huli's adoptive brother, Hui, lunged at her, ready to strike. In the split second before his hand fell, Huli seized his wrist. My life is none of your concern, you have no right to take it. She would not be intimidated by someone who lazed about all day and habitually bullied her. Her adoptive father, Hudawe, bellowed, you unfilial daughter, I should have let you starve on the streets. Huli retorted angrily, then why didn't you do so back then? She would rather have died than witness the ugliness of this world. Enraged, Hudawe threatened, I will kill you, ungrateful wretch. Huli had no intention of dodging. Recalling Hudawe's parental kindness, she braced herself for a slap, but her grandmother, Baili, intervened. Enough. Hudawe halted his hand, and Baili sweetly implored Huli, Ali, I've traveled for hours without a sip of water. Could you please pour me a glass? Baili had always called Huli a burden, and Huli, with a cold gaze, derided her. Have you found a new benefactor? Surely, there is no longer 30 million at stake. How much are you selling me for this time, 1 million or 500,000? Their purpose today was to coerce Huli into marrying a disabled scion of a wealthy family, a man both disabled and unattractive, who, undeterred by her tarnished reputation, was willing to pay 300,000 to wed her. Baili maintained a calm smile, her wrinkled face betraying her intentions. What do you mean by selling? We have always sought what is best for you. If you marry well, we cannot accompany you to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Besides, at my age, how many more years can I live? I simply wish to see you settled before I pass. Huli scoffed, glancing at Hudai. Then why don't you find her a good match, your own granddaughter? Baili cursed inwardly, you shouldn't have read so many books. Oh, but I do worry daily about your marriage, Baili shot back. Marriage is a mutual agreement. If someone wishes to marry you, I cannot force them to marry Hudai, can I? Indeed, I am superior to her, more exceptional, more beautiful, with a better job and benefits. Any rational person would choose me. Fortunately, others recognize my worth, or I would be unaware of how many green hats I would have to wear. The faces of Hudai and her parents turned ashen, and Hudai's aunt, Jixiaofang, could no longer contain herself. Huli, how can you be so heartless? Hudai has always been accommodating and protective of you. You should be grateful, yet you repay kindness with malice. I truly regret treating you so well. Hudai has never deprived you of anything. Huli smiled faintly. Why don't you mention that it was expired? You wanted to poison me. Ah, so that is why every time she returned from your house, she felt unwell. It turns out you wished to poison her, envious that she is more beautiful and accomplished than your daughter. Huli's adoptive mother, Zhang Ailan, accused Ji Xiaofang, pointing a finger at her. Ji Xiaofang was equally defiant. Zhang Ailan, stop pretending to be the good person. You raised her because the master proclaimed she was the reincarnation of a wealth god, destined for great fortune. Had she been ugly and foolish, you would have poisoned her long ago? Still unsatisfied, Ji Xiaofang pointed at Huli. Huli, let me tell you, they want to sell you for 300,000 to a disabled, ugly, and old rich heir. Zhang Ailan, in a desperate bid, offered 2,000 for Ji Xiaofang's family to persuade Huli to marry. Ji Xiaofang, blinded by greed, was easily swayed. Huli mockingly lamented, have I depreciated in value so quickly? Surely, I'm worth at least 500,000. Ali, Zhang Ailan sweetly implored, fearing they might not even secure 300,000, don't listen to her nonsense. She is merely envious of you. Ali, your parents have realized their mistakes. We shouldn't have beaten you or said hurtful things. Those were just angry words. We promise, no matter what happens in the future, we will always trust you. Zhang Ailan nudged Hudawe with her elbow, prompting him to slap himself. Ali, it's my fault. I should have believed you, but I'm just a hothead. I take things too seriously. I promise to remain calm in the future. Their heartfelt apologies, meant to stir her emotions, left Huli unmoved. If they were truly remorseful, why had they not visited her for an entire week, leaving her to suffer alone in the rented room, relying on cold water and instant noodles to survive? With a throng blocking her path, she needed a strategy to extricate herself. Then you must first write a guarantee. Chapter 6, the game is best enjoyed slowly. If Huli were to forgive Hudawe and his wife, the 3 million would be secure. How could Ji Xiaofang allow such a thing to transpire? Hu Li, do you truly believe they would repent sincerely? They are merely motivated by that 300. A resounding slap struck Ji Xiaofang's face, silencing her. The sting left her face ablaze, yet Ji Xiaofang was not one to be trifled with. She retaliated with a swift slap to Zhang Ailan, followed by a fierce tug at Zhang Ailan's hair. The two women were soon embroiled in a tumultuous scuffle, with onlookers both aiding and restraining. An utterly captivating scene seizing the moment. Hu Li closed the door and descended the stairs. Halt! I refuse to believe that Huan Yu married you. Without regard for her mother's well-being, Hu Dai pursued Hu Li. Indeed, what I sent you yesterday was false. The game is best enjoyed slowly. Vile woman. Hu Li raised her hand, intent on striking. Her reaction was too sluggish, and Hu Li landed two sharp slaps upon her, leaving Hu Dai's head ringing. Once she regained her senses, Hu Dai retaliated but found her wrists firmly trapped by Hu Li, who possessed considerable strength, leaving Hu Dai unable to escape. In a desperate attempt, she aimed a kick, only to be met with a harsh strike from Hu Li. The pain elicited a grimace from Hu Dai, yet she remained ensnared, exclaiming, "Vile woman, how can you possess such strength? You are so slender, yet remarkably powerful." Hu Li chuckled, "Of course, it is your provocation that empowers me." She would not divulge to Hu Dai that during her 4 years at university away from home, she had covertly trained in combat. Her beauty was bound to attract peril. She had to learn how to defend herself. However, when it came to the abuse from her foster parents, she could not strike back. Without them, she might have perished long ago. Her foster parents had found her abandoned as an infant, a fact well known among the neighbors. What they did not know was that her foster parents, initially enchanted by her beauty, sought the counsel of a fortune teller, who proclaimed, "This child is the reincarnation of the god of wealth. If you treat her kindly, she will undoubtedly bring you immense fortune." Thus, her foster parents decided to keep her, instilling in her a sense of gratitude and a mandate to obey their wishes from a young age. Hu Li complied, attending normal school to become a teacher, even planning to heed her parents' wishes regarding marriage, only to discover that her foster parents' intentions were far from altruistic. Furious, Hu Dai lunged at Hu Li, who evaded with agility as Hu Dai fell unceremoniously to the ground. Hu Li crouched beside her, reminiscent of a week prior when she had taunted Hu Dai's wound, and spoke slowly, "Though I lack evidence to substantiate your slander against me, I am aware of your trysts with several men. If I were to inform Huang Yu, do you think there would be any hope left for you? Huang Yu may indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle, frequenting nightclubs, but he remains indifferent to women." Hu Dai had envisioned their future together, planning to accumulate wealth through multiple liaisons, subsequently undergoing a medical procedure to reclaim her purity, thereby guiding Huang Yu onto a righteous path. From then on, they would soar together as one. Having sustained a heavy fall, Hu Dai struggled to rise, pounding the floor in frustration. "Do not push your luck." Hu Li stood, brushed off her hands, and calmly stated, "That depends on your actions. If you continue to provoke me recklessly, I shall have no choice but to tarnish Huang Yu's ears with the truth." With that, Hu Li strode away, her long legs carrying her effortlessly. Meanwhile, outside Hu Li's apartment, chaos ensued as the elderly Bai Li scolded, "You two foolish women, Hu Li has already left, yet you continue to fight. Can you not see that she seeks to incite discord between you, allowing her to slip away?" Zhang Ailan and Ji Xiaofang ceased their brawl, both disheveled and battered. Ji Xiaofang bore the brunt of the conflict. Hui, while ostensibly intervening, had covertly assisted in undermining Ji Xiaofang, while Hu Dawei and Hu Yue merely played the role of mediators, offering no true support. Observing the two ineffective daughters-in-law, Bai Li seethed with frustration, lamenting the misfortune of the Hu family in marrying such worthless women. Bai Li, educated and a long-serving official in a state-owned enterprise, commanded respect from her husband and son alike. Now retired with a substantial pension, she resided in her own home. Having saved her entire pension, she promised her daughters-in-law that whoever treated her well would inherit her wealth and property upon her passing. Zhang Ailan and Ji Xiaofang dared not defy her, enduring her whims in hopes of securing her fortune, eagerly anticipating her demise. "You two imbeciles," Bai Li continued her tirade, "if this ruckus continues, that 3 million will surely vanish. Does Hui still aspire to buy a car, a house, or find a bride? Does Hu Bin hope for a prosperous job after graduation?" Hu Bin, Ji Xiaofang's son, currently attended college, and Ji Xiaofang was determined to see him excel, pouring money into his education, yet Hu Bin's limited intellect rendered his efforts futile. In these times, even top-tier graduates struggled to secure good employment. A subpar degree made it all the more difficult. If Hu Li were to marry the disabled scion of a wealthy family, a mere word from Bai Li could secure Hu Bin a well-paying, easy job. This was Ji Xiaofang's true motive for wanting Hu Li to marry well. The paltry 2,000 offered by Zhang Ailan was hardly sufficient in her eyes. With Bai Li mediating, Zhang Ailan and Ji Xiaofang feigned reconciliation, while secretly plotting each other's downfall. As they descended the stairs, they encountered Hu Dai, sprawled on the ground, unable to move, with evident slap marks on her face. Ji Xiaofang hurried to assist her, inquiring, "What happened to you?" Hu Dai sobbed, "Grandma, it was my sister who did this to me. I merely advised her not to harbor resentment towards uncle and aunt, yet she struck me without a word. You have always taught us to respect our elders. She is my sister, and I am her younger sister." I dared not retaliate. Zhang Ailan and Ji Xiaofang, alarmed, demanded, "Look at what your daughter has done. How will you compensate for this?" "She deserved it," Zhang Ailan retorted. "It was not I who struck her. Find the one who did." As the two prepared to argue once more, Bai Li interjected, "I will cover the costs." Sensing an opportunity, Hu Dai feigned severe pain, exclaiming, "Oh, Grandma, my foot hurts terribly. It must be broken." It was obvious to all that her act was a ruse. Had she truly sustained a fracture, she would have been crying out in agony. To placate her, and Ji Xiaofang Li produced 200 yuan, saying, "Go to the hospital. I am exhausted, I shall return home." Ever the miser, squandering my talents, Hu Dai thought, but if she offers nothing, then not a single cent shall be given. Thank you, Grandma. You too accompany Hu Dai to the hospital. I will return home with your elder brother, Bai Li instructed. As Bai Li and her companions departed, Ji Xiaofang snatched the 200 yuan from Hu Dai's grasp and pushed her, insisting, "Stand on your own. They have gone far enough, stop pretending." A mother knows her daughter best. She had long recognized Hu Dai's charade. "Mom, that 200 was given to me by Grandma," Hu Dai protested, feeling aggrieved. Ji Xiaofang shot her a disdainful glare. "You cannot even defeat that vile woman in a fight, you only serve to bring me shame. Not. Oh, by the way, your brother wishes to enroll in a photography class. Transfer 10,000 yuan to my account shortly." Chapter 7. She is Huang Yu's wife. Hu was left in such a state, yet Ji Xiaofang exhibited not a shred of concern, instead lamenting the disgrace it brought upon them and even demanding money from her. Despite her brother's dismal academic performance and laziness, Ji Xiaofang and Hu Yue coddled him, while they trampled Hu into the dust. She was on the brink of an eruption. "I have already bestowed upon you a considerable sum of money, which ought to repay the debt of gratitude for your bearing and nurturing me. My own academic achievements were commendable, yet merely because I could not surpass Hu Li, you relegated me to a mere middle school education, publicly claiming it was my own disinterest in studying. Hu Bin, with his abysmal grades, was continually allowed to attend school, with you incessantly enrolling him in various tutoring programs. Both of us are your offspring. Did you ever consider my plight? What opportunities does a middle school graduate have in the workforce? I am bullied on assembly lines, belittled while serving food, and even mistreated while cleaning, yet you never inquire about my experiences outside, only demanding money from me." Hudi's voice trembled with anguish as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "I left home at the tender age of 15, and for 10 years, you have drained me dry. Enough is enough, I shall no longer provide you with money, for I am devoid of it." She resolved to chart a course for her future alongside Huang Yu. Hu, with a menacing glare, pointed a finger at Hudi. "If you dare to become the next Hu Li, I shall break your legs. You are my flesh and blood, disciplining you is but a natural obligation." Both Hu Yue and Hu Dawang were quick-tempered, and with a mother who favored sons over daughters, Hudi felt she should have long since adopted the same resolute demeanor as Hu Li. "Then strike me. Go ahead and kill me now." In a fit of rage, Hu Yue reached out to hit her, only to be restrained by Ji Xiaofang, who interjected, "If you were to truly strike her, there would be no more blood to drain in the future. She isn't as foolish as Zhao Ailan." Offering comfort to Hudi, she continued, "Your parents do not demand money from you. If you lack it, we shall find our own means." Returning the 200 yuan she had taken from Hudi, Ji Xiaofang produced an additional 300, totaling 500. "Use this to treat yourself to something nice. We understand your struggles. It is your parents who have failed you. Had we been educated and held good jobs, you would not have been deprived of an education." Hudi, unwilling to endure Ji Xiaofang's feigned sympathy any longer, replied, "Enough. I must return to work now, please take care on your way back." To sever ties with her parents completely, she realized she had to leave Xinjiang, and for now, she would adopt a conciliatory stance. On her way home, Bai Li's anger intensified as she berated Zhang Ailan. "This calamity is all you're doing. I warned you that girl was too beautiful, she would surely become a source of misfortune as she grew. You refused to listen, insisting on raising her and funding her education with the hope of reaping great wealth in return. Look where that has led us, losing both the lady and our resources. If you cannot persuade her to marry, then every penny you've squandered on her over the years must be returned to me. If you fail to repay, do not expect to receive a single cent of my inheritance." Zhang Ailan contemplated kicking this old woman to death while maintaining a facade of goodwill. "Mother, rest easy. Even if I cannot coax her into marriage, I shall extract 3 million from her." When Hu Li returned to the Fengting villa at midday, she found Huang Jicheng and Li Lin in the living room, but Huang Yu was absent. Instead, she noticed a young and attractive woman she did not recognize, likely a relative. With a smile and a light step, she approached Huang Jicheng and the others, greeting them warmly, "Father, Aunt." The young woman furrowed her brows and fixed her gaze on Hu Li, questioning Huang Jicheng, "Uncle, who is this?" "She is Huang Yu's wife," Li Lin replied gently. "What? Huang Yu is married? When did this happen?" The woman was taken aback, her surprise mingling with anger. Li Lin maintained her soft tone. "Yesterday." Hu Li discerned the animosity in the woman's eyes, undoubtedly an admirer of Huang Yu. She extended her hand politely, introducing herself, "Hello, I am Hu Li, also known as Gu Yu, with the character Li for dawn." She felt compelled to clarify, as many would immediately associate her name with Fox. The woman reluctantly feigned sophistication as she shook Hu Li's hand. "Hello, I am Qin Yufei." Qin Yufei was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress, the cherished daughter of the chairman of the Qin Group. Although the Qin Group could not rival the Fengxing Group in renown, they were a significant enterprise in Xinjiang. "I had never heard Huang Yu had a girlfriend. How did he suddenly marry?" Qin Yufei inquired with a sarcastic edge. It was Li Lin who responded. Hu Li is Huang Yu's classmate from both middle and high school, and they were deskmates for 6 years. Her tone was detached, lacking any intent to defend Hu Li, merely stating facts. So they were childhood sweethearts. Qin Yufei simmered with suppressed fury, swiftly changing the subject. "Uncle, how has your recovery been?" Huang Jicheng had seldom appeared in the media following a severe car accident 3 years prior, which had left him with a paralyzed lower body. After an extensive rehabilitation period, he was now capable of walking short distances. Much improved, I can now walk a little, Huang Jicheng replied. That's wonderful news. Qin Yufei exclaimed. My father is always eager to climb Mount Everest with you again. It seems his wish may soon be realized. From this exchange, Huli sensed a deep connection between the Huang and Qin families, perhaps even a desire for a union, thwarted by her unexpected arrival. In a world of affluent families, marriages required compatibility, and the Huang family must have concealed secrets to accept her. Perhaps they had wronged Huang Yu in some way. Regardless of the truth, she had no intention of delving into these matters. She would simply await her divorce. Qin Yufei remained at the Huang residence for lunch, fully assuming the role of hostess while treating Huli as a mere guest. She placed a plate of sweet and sour ribs before Huli. Huli, the chef here is exceptional. This dish is a culinary masterpiece, bursting with flavor. You surely have never tasted anything like it, as even five-star hotels may not serve such a dish. Her insinuation of Huli's poverty was an undeniable truth. In the past, she might have been bothered by such insinuations or idle gossip, labeling her as a seductress or a gold digger, suggesting she engaged in ambiguous relationships with colleagues, parents of students, or admirers. She had believed that the innocent would remain unscathed and had chosen to ignore the slander, only to find herself defenseless when falsely accused. Finally, she perceived the harsh realities of the world, realizing that innocence did not shield one from malice. It was a realm driven solely by profit and rife with corruption. With a smile that barely concealed her disdain, she replied in a voice as tranquil as water, I am indeed fortunate to have such delectable meals every day. I welcome Miss Qin to taste them whenever she pleases. Having just married Huang Yu yesterday, Qin Yufei was already acting as if she were the lady of the house, igniting a fierce ire within Huli. Though the flames of her anger burned within her, she maintained an impassive facade. Legally speaking, Huli was the mistress of the Huang household, while Qin Yufei was merely a guest. With elders present, she could not afford to reveal her true feelings, forcing a smile and saying, I'll be sure to visit often. I hope you won't find me bothersome. Huli smiled in response, of course not. You are always welcome. Qin Yufei's fury simmered beneath the surface, yet she refused to concede. Then it is settled. Their subtle exchanges of hostility were not lost on the others, who reveled in the unfolding drama. On the second day of Huli's arrival, Huang Yu's second and third uncles, along with their families, visited the Huang residence for breakfast. While they typically dined at their own homes, they came bearing an air of goodwill towards Huli, though their true intention was to witness the spectacle of Qin Yufei's presence. In their eyes, Qin Yufei was the ideal choice, having pursued Huang Yu for 3 years, yet he had consistently rebuffed her advances. Huang Yu, why did you marry a country bumpkin instead of me? Qin Yufei stormed into Huang Yu's office. Huang Yu, deeply engrossed in his documents, did not even deign to glance up, instead dialing an internal phone. Qin Yufei was swiftly escorted out by security. As she departed, she muttered, Huang Yu, you will come to regret this. Chapter 8. Since you're here, let's go through the motions. Huang Yu continued to ignore her and redialed the internal phone line, warning that anyone who dared to allow Qin Yufei back in would be shown the door. The two families had a decent relationship, and Huang Yu refrained from being too ruthless. However, if Qin Yufei pressed him, he would not spare a shred of compassion. Frustrated beyond measure, Qin Yufei after suppressing her feelings at the Huang residence and enduring the same at Fengxing Group, she could finally let loose. Her dramatic display was more astonishing than that of a cantankerous matron throwing a tantrum in the street, as she trembled with agitation. The Qin family was seated at the dining table, and Qin Yufei's outburst barely registered with them. They were well aware that she had just returned from the Huang household, and given her history, it was entirely expected that she would be in a fury. Their concern would have only arisen had she been calm. It was evident that her latest declaration of affection had been met with rejection from Huang Yu once again. As she yelled and stomped her feet, her fists raised above her head in a fierce grimace that obscured her features, her mouth agape as if to devour someone, no one in the household was the least bit intimidated. Even the maid, Zhang Ma, approached to inquire, Miss, have you had your lunch yet? After speaking, she quickly covered her ears, knowing that her young mistress's thunderous roar had not yet reached its peak, and she needed to protect her hearing lest she become deaf. To her surprise, Qin Yufei suddenly burst into tears, causing the entire family to tense up. Her elder brother, Qin Fen, immediately set down his utensils and rushed to her side, demanding, Did Huang Yu hit you? Where did he strike you? Presuming that Qin Yufei had been pestering Huang Yu, he feared that she had suffered a blow. Sobbing uncontrollably, Qin Yufei could barely articulate her words. Qin Fen, growing increasingly anxious, declared, I will go seek revenge for you this very moment. I won't return until I've dealt with him. As he stormed towards the door, Qin Yufei clutched his arm, crying inconsolably as she stammered, but Huang Yu, he is getting married. Instantly, the Qin family erupted with joy, especially the head of the household, Qin Xiang. Qin Fen, go to the wine cellar and fetch my treasured wine. It was meant for your sister's wedding banquet, but today is a day for universal celebration. Hurry up. Sure, Dad. Qin Fen responded, elated as he prepared to retrieve the wine. Qin Yufei halted her tears, grasping Qin Fen's arm, her face streaked with sorrow as she pleaded, I just experienced a heartbreak. Don T, you have an ounce of conscience? What heartbreak could she possibly claim? After 3 years of pursuing Huang Yu, he had never even cast a glance her way. Moreover, Huang Yu was notoriously unpredictable, and the entire family disapproved of her infatuation with him, yet they could not deter her. Now, with Huang Yu's marriage, their relation knew no bounds. They would have relished the opportunity to host a grand feast on the streets, inviting all of Xinjiang to celebrate for 3 days and nights. Qin brimming with delight, patted Qin Yufei on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations on the conclusion of your romantic endeavors. I've awaited this day for quite some time." "Qin, are you still my biological brother?" "Yes, both I and our father can attest to that," replied Qin Yufei's mother, Yang Ruoshi. Sobbing, Qin Yufei found herself bereft of tissues, as no one offered her any dye in Qin Xiang's words. That would be a waste, indeed. Qin returned with the wine, and the trio, Qin Xiang, Qin, and Yang Ruoshi, filled their glasses. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, and they savored the moment, causing Qin Yufei's heart to shatter further. "Would you like a glass, dear sister? This is the wine reserved for your wedding banquet." "It is quite exquisite," Qin taunted. She must not be his biological sister, she mused. This was far more painful than heartbreak. No longer in tears, Qin Yufei snatched the glass from Qin's hand. "Why does it taste off?" Qin Yufei questioned. Bewildered, Qin affectionately ruffled her hair. "My dear silly sister, it's just water. Of course, you haven't married yet. How could we bear to drink it? We plan to save more for your wedding celebration." Chasing Qin around the house in a fit of rage, she finally stopped when she grew tired, exclaiming in frustration that she hadn't managed to strike him once. "Well, let us quench your thirst," Qin chuckled, offering her a plate of watermelon. Qin Yufei glared at him but accepted the offer, her thirst overriding her irritation after chasing him for so long. Qin remained by her side, quietly waiting for her to finish eating. Once she had, he said, "You've cried and vented your frustrations, it's time to turn the page on this chapter." After a brief pause, Qin spoke solemnly. "Qin Yufei, listen carefully. Even if you never marry, you must never consider being a mistress." She had never contemplated such a thing, it was merely Huang Yue's sudden marriage that she could not accept. "Do you think I would ever stoop to that level? I could trust you before you returned home, but now that you're back, I can't." When in love, one's intelligence tends to plummet to zero. With your relentless pursuit, it could be negative. Qin Yufei had experienced love at first sight with Huang Yu 3 years ago when she returned to the country after growing up abroad. She was captivated by his handsome exterior when she first laid eyes on him at the Huang residence. For 3 years, she had been preoccupied with how to win his heart. The more he rejected her, the more determined she became, refusing to turn back until she hit a wall, and now that she had hit that wall and felt the pain, she had awakened to reality. Looking earnestly at Qin, she said, "Brother, rest assured, being a mistress is not my style. However, I genuinely wish to start my own business. Can you assist me? I only need 5 million for initial capital." Although the Qin family was affluent, their wealth did not come without effort, and they certainly would not finance Qin Yufei's whims. Of 50,000 is all I can offer. If that is not sufficient, you can take the 100,000 that Dad gave you. How absurd! If I had known it would be so little, I would have asked for 50 million or even 500 million. Qin Yufei lamented. Qin was well aware of her capabilities, that 50,000 would surely only be an expenditure, akin to buying her a few handbags. As promised, Huli would fulfill her commitment. She needed to pay Huang Yue's salary, accommodation, and food expenses. First, she had to secure employment. After submitting her resume, she quickly received an invitation for an interview. Having been wronged and her reputation tarnished, Huli decided not to return to the education sector, fearing the situation might spiral out of control. Instead, she joined a cosmetics company. Having graduated in chemical research. In her spare time, she enjoyed developing her own cosmetic products, and today she arrived for an interview as a technician with her creations in hand. Outside the interview room, Huli adjusted her attire to ensure she looked impeccable. However, upon entering, she was taken aback to find the sole examiner fast asleep. This company was small, and lacking prior experience in the cosmetics industry. She had hoped for a higher chance of being hired by choosing a lesser-known firm. It appeared she had miscalculated. Such a company held little promise for the future. Huli remained silent, preparing to exit without a sound. As she was about to leave, the examiner lifted their head. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. To her surprise, the examiner was none other than Qin Yufei. Strangely, prior to her arrival, Huli had specifically researched whether this company had any connections to the Huang or Qin families, as she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The results clearly indicated there was none. How then could she possibly encounter Qin Yufei? The only logical conclusion was that the Qin family had recently acquired this company. Huli was partially correct. It was not the Qin family that had made the acquisition, but rather Qin Yufei herself, using the 500,000 provided by Qin to facilitate the purchase. Qin Yufei regarded Huli with disdain. "Oh, country bumpkin, is Huang Yu denying you meals or pocket money? Didn't he share a desk for 6 years? Is he so cruel as to make you work for him? Or did you resort to unscrupulous means to marry him, thus forcing you into employment?" In the context of Xinxiang Center, Huxian was indeed viewed as a backwater. Faced with Qin Yufei's mockery, Huli remained unfazed, responding coolly, "I apologize, I must have taken a wrong turn." "Wait," she added, not wanting to engage with her, but considering the deep ties between the Qin and Huang families, she paused and calmly inquired, "Miss Qin, do you require something?" 1 million, leave Huang Yu. Huli chuckled lightly. "Is Huang Yu worth that much? Surely he should be valued in billions. Here is a proposition, offer me 10 billion, and I will leave him immediately." She had expected Qin Yufei to become furious and demand she leave, but instead, Qin Yufei smiled and said, "Since you're here, let's go through the motions. Bring me your resume." Chapter 9. I can't recall having a scheming younger sister. Huli was not particularly surprised. She thought that Qin Yufei merely sought a brief thrill. Moreover, if Qin Yufei genuinely wished to recruit someone, why would she not review Huli's resume in advance? The interview had concluded, and they were simply not a match. Farewell. Qin Yufei made no effort to retain her. Hu Li had guessed correctly to an extent. Qin Yufei indeed desired a fleeting exhilaration, while simultaneously wishing to gauge Hu Li's capabilities that might convince Huang Yu to marry her. In the office, Qin Yufei murmured to herself as she perused Hu Li's resume. Quite impressive, indeed a graduate of a prestigious university. After Hu Li departed, Qin Yufei had someone fetch Hu Li's resume for her inspection. As she had just assumed control of the company and did not personally recruit Hu Li, she was disinclined to conduct the interview herself, particularly since the HR department had informed her that the candidate was exceptionally promising. She was too apathetic to even glance at the resume before entering the interview room. At Finching Group, Huang Yu was diligently immersed in his work when his private phone rang, displaying a very unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar number. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he realized it was her. Hu Dai. The phone rang 3 times before Huang Yu answered, feigning ignorance of the caller's identity, his tone tinged with impatience. Who is it? Huang Yu, it's me, Hu Dai, came the coy voice through the receiver, sending a shiver down Huang Yu's spine. Damn, how could he forget that Hu Dai had this way of speaking? He hastily placed the phone on his desk and switched to speaker mode, coldly asking, what do you want? A bright, cheerful laugh resonated from the other end. We're having a middle school reunion this weekend. Everyone says they haven't seen you in ages and is eager for you to attend. Will you come? Lin Su had invited him yesterday to the same reunion, which he had declined. Just as he was about to refuse again, a message from Lin Su popped up. Brother Yu, Hu Li is coming to the reunion this weekend. Will you attend? Tomorrow was the weekend. After a moment of silence, Huang Yu responded, devoid of emotion, I'll think about it. Hearing this, Hu Dai's heart leapt with joy. She felt as though she could traverse the radio waves and leap into Huang Yu's embrace. Ah, such wishful thinking. After ending the call, Huang Yu pondered for a moment before dialing his chief assistant, Chen Kai. Chen Kai quickly arrived at the president's office. President Huang, what president? I've told you countless times, it's just one title, regardless of the location. Huang Yu interrupted him with irritation. Chen Kai, Huang Yu's college roommate, was an orphan who worked to support himself through school, often surviving on plain rice. His classmates looked down upon him, subjecting him to bullying. Huang Yu, unable to stand by, carved a path for Chen Kai, ensuring no one dared to bully him again. Chen Kai was eternally grateful, following Huang Yu for 3 years, calling him Brother Yu, fetching water and meals, and securing seats in the library. It took a full 3 years for Huang Yu to open his heart and consider him a friend. Chen Kai had a saying, being friends with Brother Yu is harder than pursuing a goddess. In the company, it doesn't bode well, Chen Kai remarked. Who cares about that? Let them roll, Huang Yu retorted, unperturbed and indifferent to others' opinions. Chen Kai smiled gratefully, asking, Brother Yu, are you inquiring about the follow-up on the Yang Xian case? Huang Yu acknowledged with a nod. Chen Kai continued, the case has been closed, the police couldn't find the murderer, declaring it a suicide. Huang Yu would not relent until he uncovered the truth, especially concerned that Hu Li might face further harm, and thus he continued to keep watch. As the evening lights flickered on, Huang Yu returned home from work, his first question directed at Hu Li, I heard you're attending the middle school reunion. His voice was deep and resonant, quite pleasant to hear. His tall figure stood before her, clad in a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers. The warm lighting in the room cast a gentle glow. Perhaps it was the light, but Hu Li perceived him as somewhat tender and patient at that moment. Or perhaps it was simply that she hadn't seen him in 3 days. Her perception could be skewed. The last time she had seen him was on the evening they received their marriage certificate, and for the next 3 days, Huang Yu was out at dawn and returned late, leaving them no opportunity. She had assumed today would be no different. Hu Li candidly replied, yes, I will attend. Undoubtedly, this reunion was orchestrated specifically to humiliate her. Her absence would only diminish their enjoyment. She was resolute in her attendance and intended to surprise them in unexpected ways. Curious, she pressed, are you going as well? Huang Yu's dark brows arched slightly, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he asked Hu Li, do you think my time operates on Venus time? Such a statement would leave most people baffled, yet for Hu Li, it posed no challenge. I understand, she replied. He would not be attending, he had no time for it. On Venus, a single day equates to 243 days on Earth. Huang Yu not attending was a relief for Hu Li. She did not wish for him to go, for his presence would undoubtedly hinder her performance. After all, Huang Yu was someone who had once risked his life for Hu Dai. It remained uncertain whether Huang Yu had been in a good mood or merely had a fleeting crush on Hu Dai the day he saved her. Hu Li suspected the latter was more plausible. Huang Yu was a self-centered, arrogant individual, unlikely to act impulsively. Even if he were to act on a whim, he would call the police at most. Yet by the time the authorities arrived, he would be found in a pool of his own blood. Huang Yu and Hu Dai had not ended up together, likely because she had dropped out of school upon reaching middle school, fearing a generational gap. Of course, these were merely Hu Li's speculations. The true reasons were known only to those involved. Hu Li was not one to gossip or pry into others' affairs, nor did she feel it necessary to inquire, as she bore no feelings for Huang Yu and thus had no interest in his affections for anyone else. The following day, Hu Li arrived as promised. The moment she stepped in, both female and male classmates regarded her with palpable disdain. In truth, Hu Li held no deep-seated animosity towards these classmates. The girls resented her because the boys they fancied gravitated towards her. The boys resented her because they could not possess her. Hu Dai feigned sweetness as she greeted her. Sister, you've come. Following the voice, Hu Li was taken aback to discover Huang Yu seated beside Hu Dai. How could he possibly have time amidst his Venus schedule to be here? Indeed, Huli's assumptions were correct. Huang Yu harbored some feelings for Hu Dai. Given this, she could only extend her apologies to Huang Yu today. Huli regarded Hu Dai with a gentle expression. Were you calling for me? But I don't recall having a sister, especially one as scheming as you, the White Lotus. Huang Yu momentarily appeared taken aback. Scheming, White Lotus had everything he perceived previously been a facade. Back in school, Hu Dai had always addressed Huli with endearments, defending her against gossip. Uncertain of what had transpired between them, Huang Yu listened quietly. Chapter 10. In an unexpected embrace. In an instant, Hu Dai ignited her impeccable acting skills, feigning distress, her eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. In a hoarse voice, she lamented, "Sister, I believe you must have misunderstood me. From the very beginning, I have always trusted you, convinced that you were wronged today. I attend this reunion solely to clarify matters with our classmates." By the end of her speech, Hu Dai was weeping profusely, her tears flowing. Classmate Chen Sini stood up for Hu Dai, exclaiming, "I have long warned you not to acknowledge that Vixen is your sister, yet you refuse to listen. Now you are suffering the consequences, aren't you?" Another classmate, Yang Yanqing, chimed in, "Indeed, 1,000-year-old fox spirit, does she deserve to be called your sister? A person so deeply tarnished, thinking her beauty grants her the right to seduce both the young and the old. What goes around comes around, and she has finally faced retribution. Anyone who marries her will surely be cursed for generations." A chorus of disdainful voices followed. Huang Yu fixed his gaze upon Huli, witnessing her unwavering composure amidst the chaos, which ignited an urge within him to overturn the table. Yet the subject of his ire seemed utterly unperturbed. This deranged masochist, fully aware that this gathering was detrimental to her, still chose to attend. Just as Huang Yu prepared to rise and flip the table, he saw Huli toss a stack of photographs onto the dining table. The crowd leaned in to examine the images, positioned at a distance from Yang Yanqing, who remained oblivious. One classmate picked up a photo and handed it to Yang Yanqing, stating, "Yanqing, is that not your husband in this picture? Why is he embracing Hu Dai?" Hu Dai's composure faltered as she panicked, realizing that Huli had captured a moment from 2 years prior, a time when her relationship with Yang Yanqing's husband had long since ended. Yes, another classmate interjected, "The photo dates back to 2 years ago, right when you had just married." Yang Yanqing's fury erupted. "So, Hu Dai, during my honeymoon, you had the audacity to seduce my husband? I defended you, and now you will pay for this betrayal." Concerned for her safety, classmates intervened to restrain the furious Yang Yanqing. With a trembling spirit, Hu Dai pointed accusingly at Huli. "Is she the one slandering me?" Huli scoffed coldly. "Who is truly slandering whom? You have destroyed my reputation and caused me to lose my job, all thanks to you. For over 20 years, you pretended to be my sister, calling me sister and protecting me, while I naively believed you were a good sibling." Huli's piercing gaze bore into Hu Dai. "You, who sent me to hell, masquerading as a sister." Before her words could settle, an abrupt crash resounded as the table was violently overturned, dishes, food, and drinks scattering across the floor. Many were caught off guard, suffering burns from scalding soup or injuries from the debris. The audience, still reeling from the shock of Huang Yu's outburst, watched as he approached Huli, his anger palpable. Hu Dai's heart soared, believing her knight had come to her rescue. This reunion was orchestrated by Hu Dai, meant to humiliate Huli and reveal her true nature to Huang Yu. If Huli ever dared to claim Hu Dai had slept with anyone in Huang Yu's presence, he would never believe her. It was perfect. However, the unfolding events took a turn that Hu Dai could scarcely fathom. Huang Yu, with an air of authority yet unmistakable tenderness, enveloped Huli in his embrace, stating blankly to the crowd, "I am the one who has suffered misfortune for 8 lifetimes." In his other hand, he held him. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, fear rendering them mute. "I have a temper, as you all know, so I advise you to brush your teeth before stepping out," Huang Yu remarked, ignoring the astonished and fearful expressions surrounding him, tightening his hold on Huli. "Let us go." The crowd stood frozen, watching as the couple departed. The marriage certificate was indeed authentic. Huang Yu had wed Huli. Hu Dai's face contorted with rage, her expression a mix of disbelief and fury. She had assumed Huang Yu would confront Huli, not stab her in the back. Her resentment grew. Lin Su, one of Huang Yu's closest classmates, was taken aback to discover that Huang Yu had married Huli without his knowledge. Yang Yanqing, regaining her composure, stormed towards Hu Dai, delivering 2 resounding slaps across her face. Hu Dai attempted to retaliate but stood no chance against Yang Yanqing's towering stature. Hu Dai was left battered and bruised, with no one daring to intervene, for opposing Yang Yanqing meant crossing Huang Yu, who was yet to be appeased. As Hu Dai repeatedly cursed Huli, she could not fathom why, after 2 years, Huli possessed such incriminating photographs. Little did she know, Huli's prowess was formidable. Although she had studied chemistry, she had also self-taught computer skills during her university years, enabling her to infiltrate Hu Dai's phone and computer with ease. Hu Dai had retained those photographs, contemplating their potential for future leverage. Yang Yanqing's husband was a newly wealthy developer, and Hu Dai had profited handsomely from him. Unfortunately for Hu Dai, Huli found no evidence within her devices to substantiate her claims of being wronged. Huli firmly believed that one day, the truth would be unveiled. As Huli was embraced by Huang Yu, they exited the restaurant. After walking a short distance, Huang Yu finally released her. Suddenly, Huli leapt forward, wrapping her arms around him. The unexpected embrace sent Huang Yu's heart racing, and the fresh, sweet scent enveloped him, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. How had he not noticed this fragrance earlier? Was there truly a difference between being proactive and passive? Cursing under his breath, he closed his eyes for a moment. When she still did not release him after several seconds, he reluctantly pushed her away. With a fierce glare, Huli remained unafraid, smiling as she quipped, "It was just a hug. It's not as if I took a chunk of flesh. Is it really necessary to be so angry?" Huang Yu ignored her, turning with a scowl and striding forward, leaving her in the street. Moments later, Hu Li's voice rang out behind him. Huang Yu, thank you, I am so happy. To be honest, when Hu Li first saw Huang Yu approaching her in the restaurant, her heart had leaped to her throat, fearing he would tear her apart. Since leaving the restaurant, she felt as though she were dreaming, and it was only when she embraced Huang Yu that she realized this was all very real. She retracted her earlier thoughts, understanding that Huang Yu's defense of Hu Dai was merely a moment of folly. From behind, a voice called out, for 100,000, you wouldn't take it, with him treating you like that, are you a masochist? Hu Li turned to see Qin Yufei's gaze fixed upon her, and she smiled, indeed, I am a masochist. She had witnessed Huang Yu push Hu Li away and discard her in the street. She had thought herself to be hopelessly infatuated, only to discover someone even more so. Qin Yufei scrutinized Hu Li's visage with a hint of disdain. Her facial features were impeccably sculpted, resembling a delicate piece of jade, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. As her gaze traveled downward, she noted how a simple, fitted dress accentuated Hu Li's curves, transforming an ordinary outfit into something akin to haute couture. Tall and striking, Hu Li possessed beauty, a commendable figure, and a prestigious university education, qualities that could attract suitors far superior to Huang Yu. Why cling to him? Qin Yufei felt a pang of pity for Hu Li. What sort of childhood friendship was this? If one does not harbor affection, there is no need to marry, and if one marries, they ought to treat their partner with respect. In that moment, Qin Yufei's fondness for Huang Yu evaporated entirely. Hu Li walked away in high spirits, recalling Hu Dai's livid expression, which filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Furthermore, the feeling of being protected by Huang Yu warmed her heart. Chapter 11 of the marriage certificate has not yet reached its first month. As the classmates in the restaurant began to disperse, Yang Yanqing was still engaged in a playful scuffle with Hu Dai. While being playfully hit, Hu Dai babbled on, Yang Yanqing, you've been played, do you not realize? Hu Li's reputation is in tatters now, no one wants him, and seeing that Huang Yu is a solitary figure, he has latched onto him. He nearly lost his life once trying to save me. What do you make of that? Yang Yanqing looked at her, waiting for her to continue. At this point, I no longer wish to conceal the truth. Huang Yu has always had feelings for me and has confessed numerous times, but I turned him down each time. Hu Li knows this. If he hadn't slandered me, how could he possibly marry Huang Yu? With modern technology being so advanced, creating a fake photo is a trivial matter. With a simple mind, Yang Yanqing found Hu Dai's words somewhat reasonable, yet she hesitated to fully believe them. Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Fool, Hu Dai scoffed inwardly, though her exterior remained pitiable as she replied, I've been wronged so severely. What motive would I have to deceive you, whether you choose to believe it or not? Let me caution you, Huang Yu has no car, no house, and lacks ambition. Be ye wary of Hu Li. She may very well have set her sights on your husband. That wretched woman, how dare she? Yang Yanqing was ensnared by Hu Dai's words, her conviction solidified. What audacity she has. I've been nothing but kind to her, always defending her, and yet, she chooses to malign me, she lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Yang Yanqing was wholly convinced now, comforting Hu Dai, alright, stop crying. From now on, we shall deal with that vixen together. My husband knows many influential figures, one day, we will surely drive her out of Shin City. Hu Dai silently cursed her for being so naive, but nodded with a pitiful demeanor. In the bustling streets, Hu Li hurriedly caught up with Huang Yu. You just helped me, let me treat you to a meal. Huang Yu halted, turning to the woman beside him with a serious expression. Why did Hu Dai slander you? Jealousy. Her family is arranging for her to marry a wealthy heir, and that has made her envious. Su died long ago, how could Hu Li know? What evidence do you have? I have no evidence. It was she who told me herself, Hu Li replied candidly, even mocking the absence of proof. To hire a hitman is quite a feat, it seems Hu Dai is not as simple as she appears. Huang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Hu Li, who was dressed in clothes worth no more than 300 yuan, and scoffed, street vendor fare, not interested. The conversation abruptly shifted, catching Hu Li off guard. Strapped for cash, Hu Li did not pretend to be affluent. I'll owe you for now, and when I have money later, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal, no, 2 meals, plus interest. The thought of Hu Dai living in hatred and suffering invigorated every cell in Hu Li's body. She would go to great lengths to satisfy her, the thrill of vengeance was intoxicating, why bother being the good person? Huang Yu fixed her with an unwavering gaze, his expression inscrutable. Do not embrace me indiscriminately. It is costly, and you cannot afford it. Hu Li suddenly smiled, relishing the opportunity to prod at his sore spots. Then I shall embrace you even more. Huang Yu's cold, sharp eyes bore into her, silent. After a few moments, he turned and stepped away, not hearing Hu Li's footsteps following behind him, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Knowing when to retreat, Hu Li did not pursue him closely. She shrugged and turned to leave, and not far away, Huang Yu glanced back, watching Hu Li's silhouette fade amidst the bustling traffic. It was only after her figure had vanished that he withdrew his gaze and made a phone call. Come out, same place. His tone was gentle, laced with a hint of joviality. On the other end, Chen Kai was taken aback, hastily moving his phone away from his ear, his eyes fixated on the screen. The caller was undoubtedly his brother Yu. With a sigh of relief, Chen Kai prepared to inquire about the good news, but the call abruptly ended. Driven by curiosity, Chen Kai hurried to a uniquely charming tea house that Huang Yu frequented. Located in a bustling area, the tea house offered an oasis of tranquility once one stepped inside, far removed from the noise of the outside world. With its antique architecture and bamboo accents, the establishment exuded an air of serenity, complemented by the melodious strains of guzheng and pipa played by the staff in traditional attire. The tea house bore an imaginative name, Zen Heart. Even the most restless souls found their inner peace upon entering, yet Huang Yu was an exception. His fondness for this place stemmed solely from his desire for tea. The proprietor was quite skilled, boasting his own tea garden and unique brewing techniques, and he was known to be a discerning individual. The tea and leaves served within the tea house were not for sale, even if someone offered millions. Huang Yu had never encountered the true owner of the tea house, others had not either. The establishment operated on a reservation system for ordinary members and allowed top-tier members to come and go freely, with the owner providing them with designated rooms for their convenience. Huang Yu, lacking patience, clearly belonged to the latter category, undoubtedly relying on his financial prowess. As Chen Kai approached the room, he suddenly froze. What he witnessed left him astounded at his brother Yu, smiling softly, watching the tea master brew tea with remarkable patience. When had he ever seen such a sight? In all his visits to the tea house, Huang Yu had always expressed disdain for the tea master's slow pace, preferring to take matters into his own hands. Without a doubt, Huang Yu was preparing for a wedding. Once the tea master finished brewing and exited the room, Chen Kai approached Huang Yu, ready to take a seat, only to be startled by the photograph Huang Yu handed him along with his words. Investigate whom she has been associating with recently. His tone was particularly amiable, and the smile on his lips deepened. The person in the photograph was Hu Dai, whom Chen Kai did not recognize, mistakenly assuming Huang Yu had found a new love. Brother Yu, has it not been a month yet? Speaking nonsense in broad daylight, Huang Yu placed the photograph on the table, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized him. Chen Kai continued, I mean, you've just gotten your marriage certificate, and now you have a new sweetheart. That seems quite unfair to your wife. Huang Yu found the way Chen Kai referred to his wife rather amusing, and it eased the tension in his brow. But this only made Chen Kai more anxious. He placed his hands on his hips, adopting a tone reminiscent of reprimanding a subordinate. Though you are my brother Yu, I must express my disdain for you. This behavior is unethical, the hallmark of a scoundrel. Confounded, Huang Yu regarded Chen Kai as if he were a fool, rolling his eyes before looking back at the photograph. She has slandered your sister-in-law. Chen Kai exhaled in relief, finally grasping that Huang Yu's earlier smile hinted at a dire fate awaiting the person in the photograph. Just as he began to relax, the pressure returned when Huang Yu, with a sardonic smile, stared at him and said, unethical, a scoundrel? A chill ran down Chen Kai's spine. He recognized that Huang Yu's expression could lead to two outcomes. He would either turn ferocious as a wolf, ready to devour his prey, or shrink back like a timid mouse, meekly agreeing. In the business world, Huang Yu often wore such an expression, earning him the nickname Weasel, embodying both cunning and ferocity, leaving others perplexed. Chapter 12. When women go mad, men have no business here. Yu. It was purely a slip of the tongue. Chen Kai hastily apologized. It was unlikely that Yu would devour him, but sending him to the deep mountains to raise weasels was a distinct possibility. You are the most devoted man in the world. Your sister-in-law is truly fortunate to be married to you. Your sister-in-law is as beautiful as a celestial being, and you are equally blessed to have her as your wife. You two are a perfect match, a couple made in heaven. I wish you both a long and happy life together, with many children and grandchildren. Huang Yu listened expressionlessly as he spoke, his long, dark eyes narrowing slightly. Enough with the flattery. Yet he knew that Yu had a multitude of thoughts, far more than Chen Kai could comprehend. If the praise continued, he might just end up in the mountains raising weasels. Taking the photo that Huang Yu had placed on the coffee table, he said, Yu, we must focus on the matter at hand. Chen Kai made a hasty retreat. The melodious notes of the guzheng resonated throughout the tea house. In the past, Huang Yu found it noisy, but today, he found it quite delightful. Just as he was about to close his eyes and savor the music, his phone rang abruptly. It was Hu Dai. He chose not to answer, preparing to block her when he noticed a message from her, causing his expression to darken suddenly. He quickly left the tea house. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Huang Yu entered a Western restaurant. Upon opening the door to a private room, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Yang Yanqing had not rendered Hu Dai incapacitated. Aside from the obvious handprint on her face, she appeared to be relatively unscathed. Huang Yu, Hu Dai called softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have been wronged. Despite her weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, it did not affect Huang Yu in the slightest. He stood at the door, hands in his pockets, with an impassive expression, asking, I did not come here to listen to this, tell me everything you know. The message Huang Yu received read, if you wish to understand the true reason Hu Li married you, meet me at XX Western Restaurant. Please sit down. There is much to discuss, and it is rather complicated, Hu Dai said, her voice tinged with sobs as she wiped her nose. Huang Yu casually extended his long legs and sat opposite her, observing her tearful state without. I did not frame Hu Li, nor did I have any inappropriate relations with Yang Yanqing's husband. She wept pitifully, but Huang Yu remained cold-hearted, his voice as frigid as ice. There is no need for further explanation. Of course there is, she insisted, because I love you, Huang Yu. I have loved you for 10 years, ever since the day you saved me. Caught off guard by her confession, Huang Yu felt no stirrings in his heart. Nonchalantly, he replied, that is your concern, not mine. With that, he prepared to leave, his patience waning. It is indeed related, for it is precisely because I love you that Hu Li married you. At this, Huang Yu remained seated, continuing to listen as Hu Dai elaborated, Hu Li's reputation is tarnished. The wealthy second-generation man who once desired to marry her later turned to me. She was unwilling to accept this, consumed by jealousy, hence she married you and smeared my name. Huang Yu did not believe that Hu Dai was wronged, but he did believe that Hu Li married him for revenge. When had he become someone else's pawn? He was the one who manipulated others. His face turned ashen, more ghastly than that of a corpse. Hu Dai silently celebrated. Huang Yu had been swayed. With deep emotion, she added, of course, I would never marry that wealthy man. My heart has always belonged to you. Pushing a pre-prepared bank card toward Huang Yu, her tear-filled eyes brimmed with sincerity. There are 300,000 yuan in this card, saved over the years for you. I envisioned a future where we would live together in a serene city, buy a modest home, and run a small business together, enjoying life's simple pleasures. I had intended to save 500,000 before confessing my feelings, but then this unfortunate situation arose. I don't mind being beaten or falsely accused, but I cannot bear to see you being used. The primary reason for her actions was to undergo a procedure to restore her virginity, but Hu Li had disrupted her plans. She loved Huang Yu deeply, but the pressures of life and the harshness of reality had stripped her of her innocence. The first time was forced upon her by her superior, who later gave her a substantial sum of money at a time when she was in dire need, leading her to choose silence. Subsequently, with her purity lost, she adopted a reckless attitude. As long as she could earn money, that was sufficient. Hu Dai began to sob again, her sadness palpable. Huang Yu, let us leave Shin City, shall we? I promise to devote myself to you for life and will never interfere with your freedom. She hoped to first depart Shin City with Huang Yu, and then find an opportunity for the procedure. She gazed at Huang Yu with longing, anticipating his agreement. After a brief silence, Huang Yu replied solemnly, then I will let you die, would you be willing? Before he finished speaking, Hu Dai seized the steak knife from the table and plunged it into her abdomen without hesitation. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the entrance as a waiter dropped the steak he was holding, his face pale with shock. When women become unhinged, men truly have no part to play. Huang Yu had merely said it in jest, yet she was earnest in her desire to perish. Excellent, it saved him the trouble of taking action himself. Hu Dai, in disbelief, watched as Huang Yu rose with indifference to leave, her white dress already stained with crimson. She did not care about the blood but sought to retain him. Huang Yu, I genuinely love you, you saved my life, I would do anything for you, even if you asked me to die, I would not hesitate. Seeing Huang Yu pause in his steps, Hu Dai endured the pain and smiled with relief, but she never anticipated his chilling response, then die thoroughly. Hu Dai watched helplessly as Huang Yu turned away, spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. When she awoke again, Hu Dai found herself in a hospital gown, lying in an empty ward. Tears stained her cheeks, her mind consumed by Huang Yu's coldness. He had once risked everything to save her, yet now he urged her to die. Injured, he did not even furrow his brow, instead bidding her to die thoroughly. She finally understood why Huang Yu had saved her. It was for Hu Li. In other words, Huang Yu loved Hu Li, and that was why he saved her. Why did all the benefits accrue to that wretched woman? Her fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, her lips nearly bitten through. Watching the four fluids slowly drip into her, she realized it was not salvation, but rather her destruction. As she prepared to remove the needle, a man burst in, stopping her. Your life was painstakingly saved, do not act foolishly. Chapter 13. The arrival of the mother-in-law. Hu Dai lifted her gaze to the man before her. He was a waiter from the restaurant, the very same who had seen her inflict harm upon herself at the entrance. Did you bring me to the hospital? She inquired. The man nodded affirmatively. Yes, when I brought you to the hospital, the doctor informed me that you had lost a significant amount of blood and were nearly beyond saving. Please, do not act foolishly again. There are countless men in this world. Do not harm yourself for someone who does not love you, even if he has saved your life. A lack of love is a lack of love. The man had stood at the door for quite some time, listening intently to Hu Dai's confession and the subsequent words. It was only when he heard Huang Yu tell Hu Dai to die that he pushed the door open, witnessing her self-inflicted pain. Hu Dai's heart brimmed with rage. While Huang Yu may choose not to love her, why must he extend his affection to Hu Li? Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she asked the man, have you seen my phone? He swiftly retrieved her phone from the bedside table. Taking the device, Hu Dai noted it still had battery life. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. Please give me your payment code, I wish to offer you a reward. There's no need for that, it is merely fate that brought us together. My name is Li Haochen, remember it well. Li Haochen felt a deep sympathy for Hu Dai. He had encountered many cold-hearted individuals, but none as heartless as Huang Yu, who urged a person who cared for him to die, and even suggested they do so thoroughly. Someone was bleeding profusely, yet he departed with an air of indifference. In all the world, there seemed to be no one as devoid of compassion as he. Huang Yu did not return to the Fengting villa but instead went to his own residence, Zijinjuan. Night had long fallen, and in the pitch blackness of his house, Huang Yu leaned against the sofa, extracting a lighter and a cigarette, irritably lighting one. He took a few puffs, unable to fathom that he had become someone who could be manipulated. His mother had been right, never trust anyone too easily. After a moment of self-deprecation, he extinguished the cigarette, and the room was instantly illuminated as if it were midday. Under the bright lights, all his vexation dissipated. Having been used, he accepted it just this once. He pulled out his phone, preparing to call Qin Kai to arrange for him to pick up Huang Yu for work the next day. As for Hu Li, he would leave her in the Fengting villa. Whenever he felt inclined to live, he would handle the divorce. Then, before he could place the call, an incoming call interrupted him. It was Lin Su. You go, your mother-in-law has arrived at my game room, they cannot reach Hu Li and say they will not leave without seeing you. Not hearing Huang Yu's response, Lin Su continued, "You go, are you listening? They must have just learned about your marriage to Hu Li, a multitude of people have come, and it could pose a threat to you. Should I tell them you are on a business trip and not in the city?" "Understood," Huang Yu replied curtly before hanging up. Meanwhile, Hu Li, already resting in bed, was awakened by the phone ringing. Groggily, she answered, "Hello, who is this?" Hearing no response, she rubbed her eyes and glanced at the screen. The call was still connected from an unfamiliar number, which had never appeared in her contacts. Yet, she inexplicably felt that it was Huang Yu. "Hu Yu, please speak," she urged sweetly when silence persisted. Her voice grew anxious. "Huang Yu, what is wrong? Is something the matter? Where are you?" Huang Yu stood rigidly under the glaring lights, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. What did he have to call home? It was merely a house, and the people within shared his blood yet were separated by an unfathomable chasm. The Zijinji when he resided in could hardly be called home. It was, in fact, a tomb, an untroubled tomb. Reflecting on the reason for his call to Hu Li, the mockery in his smile deepened. He had intended for her to handle things herself, yet her insincere concern had ensnared him. Outside Lin Su's game room, the Hu family anxiously awaited. After their fallout with Hu Li, she had switched to a new phone number, making it impossible for them to contact her. They had searched her rental apartment to no avail and had no means to reach Huang Yu, leaving them with no choice but to seek Lin Su's assistance. This time, with the exception of Hu Dai, to confront Huang Yu. Hu Li's parents had even invited numerous relatives, totaling around 17 or 18 individuals. In Huxian, Huang Yu had been a tyrant, cunning and ruthless, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, leaving his opponents battered. Zhang Ailan had repeatedly requested teachers to change seats, but only after assuring her that Huang Yu would not harm Hu Li had she found peace of mind. Thankfully, throughout 6 years of sitting together, he had never laid a finger on her. At that moment, Hu Dai was in the hospital, anxiously awaiting news from her family. She had not intended for them to confront Huang Yu so soon, but his callousness, telling her to die and do so thoroughly, was unbearable. She could not swallow that affront to the most impatient among them. Hui puffed on a cigarette while inquiring, "Will that scoundrel even show up?" Ji Xiaofang interjected, "He has a name, Huang Yu, and he is quite an impressive individual, an esteemed university graduate currently driving for the Fengxing Group. His future is bright. The Fengxing Group is a company many would strive to enter." Upon learning of Hu Li's marriage to Huang Yu, Ji Xiaofang could hardly contain her delight, nearly ready to celebrate. Zhang Ailan rolled her eyes. "If he is so wonderful, why don't you marry your daughter off to him?" "I would love to, but he does not fancy her, and there is nothing I can do about it," Ji Xiaofang replied with a smirk. When Huang Yu had saved Hu Dai, Ji Xiaofang had shown little gratitude, even urging Hu Dai to keep her distance from him for fear he might become attached. Good grades and a degree from a prestigious university meant little when one lacked a car, a home, or savings, had a volatile temperament, and resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement. Now that Huang Yu had married Hu Li, Ji Xiaofang felt a sense of relief. "Go ahead and laugh. I look forward to seeing which fool will marry your daughter Hu Dai," Whiteley shouted in anger, not feeling the embarrassment was enough. Zhang Ailan retorted, "I did not invite her. She came of her own accord and is now meddling." Ji Xiaofang was merely there to witness the spectacle. As Huang Yu had yet to arrive, Zhang Ailan seethed with frustration, wishing Hu Li had not married such a man. With the commotion, Whiteley worried that their prior agreements might unravel, reminding everyone, "Listen carefully, everything must proceed as planned. Anyone who acts without permission will face my wrath." They all nodded in agreement. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, they finally spotted Huang Yu's tall and elegant figure emerging from the darkness. Chapter 14 is strike back. Upon encountering Huang Yu, Hui immediately discarded the cigarette from his hand and sprinted towards him with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Standing half a head shorter than Huang Yu, he rose onto his toes, fiercely seizing Huang Yu by the collar, and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, how dare you provoke my sister? I will beat you to death today." Before his words had even settled, a fist collided with the corner of Huang Yu's mouth. As Hui prepared to strike again, Zhang Ailan intervened, commanding, "Stop it." Hui glared at Huang Yu and retorted to Zhang Ailan, "Mom, he tricked my sister into getting a marriage certificate. You want me to stop? No way, I must make him pay today." "When I say stop, you stop," Zhang Ailan shouted back, fuming with rage. Hui reluctantly lowered his hand, his heart finally settling as his feet touched the ground. Huang Yu was notorious for being a bully, and even 10 Huis would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, Hui was convinced that Huang Yu would retaliate. "Huang Yu," Zhang Ailan spoke gently, "is Hu Li doing well in terms of food and shelter?" "Very well, feasting on delicacies and residing in a luxurious villa," Huang Yu replied, the sting of his injured lip flaring up. He pressed his lips together, preparing to speak, but the taste of blood flooded his mouth, causing him pain and an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Zhang Ailan, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "This child, fearing that we might blame her, has even changed her phone number and isn't staying in the rental anymore." "It has been distressing for us. Is she alright?" "She is fine," Huang Yu answered tersely, his voice low. Hu Dawei glared at Huang Yu, his face dark with displeasure. "Huang Yu, you have no car, no house, and no ambition. You live from hand to mouth. A person like you is unworthy of my daughter. If you wish for us to acknowledge you as part of the Hu family, you must present a bride price of 50 million. Otherwise, we will accuse you of marriage fraud. 50 million, such audacity, one might think they were selling their daughter. Perhaps this was an attempt to dissuade him from marrying Hu Li. Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Bai Li pinched Zhang Ailin's waist, prompting her to recite the line she had memorized. We do not expect you to provide such a substantial bride price all at once. We merely wish to see your ambition. Hu Li has never endured hardship. We have always cherished her. Now she has married you in silence, contemplating a future of suffering with you, and it weighs heavily on our. Zhang Ailin clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face, poignantly expressing a mother's love for her daughter. This was all thanks to Bai Li. Had Zhang Ailin's simple mind been left to her own devices, her first instinct would have been to demand a divorce between Huang Yu and Hu Li. A divorced woman, even if stunningly beautiful, carries the stain of a second marriage, and even a bride price of 300,000 seems unattainable. They could only drain Huang Yu of as much as they could. At this point, anger was futile. Tomorrow, Hu Li would return home watching Zhang Ailin weep sorrowfully. Hu Li once again seized Huang Yu by the collar, raising his fist in a threatening gesture. If I see a single hair missing from my sister tomorrow, I will definitely chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Huang Yu remained passive, his expression surprisingly calm. Hu Li genuinely considered striking him again, realizing that even a tiger that does not roar is still a tiger. Regretfully, Hu Li released his grip, feigning filial piety as he supported his grieving mother. Mom, let us go. Zhang Ailin turned away, tears flowing as the group departed in a grand procession. Huang Yu watched them leave, contemplating suggesting they stay in a hotel, but refrained. After all, Hu Li would undoubtedly exploit him, not to mention the others. Lin Su stood beside Huang Yu, also watching the Hu family depart, and turned to him with concern. Brother Yu, are you alright? He had genuinely feared a violent confrontation that would result in the destruction of his store, but thankfully, that did not happen. Huang Yu shrugged, hands in his pockets, and smiled. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Lin Su was uncertain. After all, who could remain unscathed with a 50 million bride price looming over them? Changing the subject, he asked, Brother Yu, what prompted you to suddenly marry Hu Li? Having called her a vixen so often, he nearly misspoke. Dye in his eyes, Huang Yu was never someone who would marry. Even if he did, he would never choose someone as beautiful as Hu Li. Such stunning women were meant to be admired from afar, not brought home. Huang Yu's smile faded as he replied coldly, You're being ridiculous. Lin Su watched Huang Yu's retreating figure vanish into the shadows, feeling slightly dazed. Huang Yu had always acted irrationally, but this time it seemed he had gone too far. Upon arriving at the Fengting villa, Huang Yu had barely stepped onto the third floor when he locked eyes with Hu Li. Was she waiting for him at such an hour? Indeed, Hu Li had been waiting. She had sensed something amiss in Huang Yu's voice over the phone and guessed that something had transpired. Her intuition proved correct. His face bore bruises. Are you hurt? Hu Li began to approach him, but he commanded, Stay there, don't move. She complied, feeling a sense of unease as Huang Yu's deep, inscrutable gaze bore into her. The late hour and her desire for confrontation made her question her choices. One should not be too kind-hearted, otherwise, they might find themselves in peril. I just got up for a glass of water and casually asked you to say goodnight. She turned on her heel, entering her bedroom, but suddenly felt the door resist her. At that moment, regret washed over her. Had he been stealthy in his approach, she would have certainly fled. Taking a deep breath, she calmly turned to Huang Yu and asked, Is there something else? Huang Yu shot her a glance without speaking, striding into her room with commanding presence, seating himself arrogantly on the sofa, crossing his legs. This imposing figure seemingly had no intention of leaving. Hu Li shut the door, reassuring herself that whatever was meant to happen would happen. When one lies down, closes their eyes, clenches their fists, and grits their teeth, it will all pass. Tomorrow, she would awaken anew. You should go take a shower. He looked at her, his expression still unreadable, and ordered, Stand in front of me. Stand? What peculiar preference was this? She was the prey, he the predator. It wouldn't be fatal. Nevertheless, Hu Li cautiously approached him. When she was just over a meter away, she heard him say, That's enough, just stand there. Was he asking her to perform a striptease? She would rather die than comply with such a request. She could endure anything but that. If he dared utter those words, she would defy him. Standing under the light, she was a vision of grace, while Huang Yu's cold and piercing gaze scrutinized her unadorned beauty. He was nothing if not just, focusing solely on her face, for there was little else to admire. Her nightgown was long-sleeved, and her pants were full-length. Unless one possessed X-ray vision, the only discernible detail would be the horrid pattern of her nightgown. After a moment, she heard him command, Turn around, and not a request for disrobing. She held her ground and complied, spinning around. After her turn, he squinted. No matter how I look at it, you're not worth 50 million. Hu Li's expression darkened instantly. The Hu family must have come to demand a bride price from Huang Yu, and they were seeking 50 million. Huang Yu's injuries must have been inflicted by them. They are not my biological parents. If they trouble you again, just strike back. Chapter 15. We are married. I think for us. Huang Yu had never heard that Hu Li was an adopted daughter, and her brows furrowed sharply as she cast a glance at the sofa beside her before sitting down. Hu Li obediently took a seat beside him, feeling a pang of guilt. She should have informed Huang Yu right after leaving the restaurant, yet she had not anticipated Hu Dai's swift action. Did Hu Dai not love him to the core? How could she so quickly involve her family in troubling Huang Yu? This was not in line with Hu Dai's character, unless the two had utterly lost all hope. Had you met Hu Dai this afternoon? Not only did I meet her, but I also avenged her, though I did not intend to take credit for it, he replied coldly. Hu Li was eager to know what they had discussed. Curiosity killed the cat, a lesson Hu Li had firmly ingrained in her mind. She shifted the topic, saying it was getting late and advised him to sleep early. Why aren't you asking anymore? Huang Yu's tone grew increasingly frigid. Afraid of exposing yourself, Hu Li felt a surge of anxiety, her heart racing. Should she remain tight-lipped or confess? Beneath his unfathomable gaze lay a bottomless chasm. Regardless of her response, it seemed she was destined for ruin. Death approached sooner than she had anticipated. Suddenly, Huang Yu's hand swiftly reached for the fruit knife on the coffee table. In the next moment, he pressed the blade against her cheek, staring at her as if prepared to embrace death, thinking he had never imagined he would be manipulated by her. Such a face was a pity to waste. Hu Li's heart stopped momentarily. Death is inevitable, but I must die with clarity. What did you and Hu Dai speak of? Huang Yu casually tapped her smooth, delicate cheek with the knife, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Then could you, in light of my impending doom, fulfill a small wish of mine? Her eyes betrayed no fear, only a profound curiosity. Did she approach death with composure, or did she presume he would spare her? He found the intricacies of a woman's thoughts elusive and had no desire to decipher them. With a thud, the fruit knife was plunged into the wooden coffee table, that was fine wood, and Hu Li felt a pang of regret. Could he not be less wasteful? Quickly, she grabbed her phone, snapping a photo of Huang Yu on the table, asserting, "You broke this, don't come to me for compensation later." Huang Yu chuckled, though his smile bore a hint of sarcasm. How could she be so certain he would not kill her? He yanked the knife away, pointing it at her throat. Do you think you have a future? Hu Li's heart raced like a stampede, yet she maintained a calm facade. What if there is? With a thud, the fruit knife found its place on the table once more. I now present you with two choices. 1, you listen to gossip, and I kill you. 2, you refuse to listen, and I let you go. I choose one, Hu Li replied without a moment's hesitation. Huang Yu smirked. Very well, I shall indulge you. After a pause, he continued, she said she liked me, and then, Hu Li could hardly contain her excitement. Huang Yu cast her a cold glance, then I told her to die. Hu Li became even more animated, and then what? She was exhilarated, not afraid. Huang Yu genuinely could not fathom the strength of her spirit. I suddenly find myself reluctant for your demise. As Huang Yu began to rise, she swiftly grasped his left hand. No, please let me die instead. Of the warmth of her palm, the unprecedented sensation, soft, delicate, smooth, and slightly ticklish, caused his heart to falter momentarily, while she appeared utterly unfazed, gazing at him with longing. Then, she swiftly seized Huang Yu's right hand, plunging the knife into an apple, juice gushing forth as the blade remained embedded. He turned to look at her. She still did not release his grip, instead tightening her hold. Do you not trust me? No, I do. Hu Li hurriedly shook her head. I'm just worried she might accuse you of being the perpetrator. Whether her concern was genuine or feigned stirred a sweetness within Huang Yu's heart. Aren't you curious if she is dead? I have no mood to worry about her, she replied urgently. Quickly tell me, was anyone there or were there any cameras? Huang Yu remained silent, causing Hu Li to become increasingly anxious. Speak. He casually remarked, is this for your own good? After a long wait, he finally uttered such an inconsequential statement, and Hu Li felt as if she might perish from frustration. We are married. I think for us.At her words, Huang Yu's heartstrings trembled violently. There are cameras, and there are witnesses. The private room in the restaurant is equipped with surveillance, and the waiter at the door is a witness. Before he could finish, a familiar fragrance wafted unexpectedly into the air once more. You scared me. I thought you might be accused by her. Hu Li collapsed into his embrace, still shaken and forgetting his prior warning. He was expensive, she could not afford to embrace him. The scent of gardenias lingered, mingling with a hint of sweetness, and for a moment, Huang Yu found himself reluctant to push her away. Yet, he feared another possibility, infatuation. His mother had perished due to the betrayal of her beloved. He did not believe in love, nor could he ever hope for it, and he wished for Hu Li to harbor no such sentiments towards him. Huang Yu once again pushed her away, his gaze icy, his voice frigid. I told you, you cannot afford to embrace him. Hu Li released him, nodding obediently like a docile little rabbit. Alright, I won't embrace you. Do you need to apply some medicine to your face? No need, Huang Yu coldly declined. Did you fall from the sky? Hu Li chuckled, her handsome face beaming as her dark eyes curved gently, sparkling with clarity like a pristine spring, captivating and enchanting. Huang Yu averted his gaze from her. Hu Li stifled her laughter. I was abandoned on the roadside as an infant and taken in by my adoptive parents. Life in the Hu household had been relatively happy for her, even though her adoptive parents often reminded her that she was an adopted daughter, urging her to be obedient and filial. At least, when her grandmother called her a money-losing goods, her adoptive parents would comfort her not to heed such nonsense. Hui would not bully her in front of them. In public, her adoptive parents treated her with utmost kindness, as if she were their biological daughter, proudly declaring to others, my daughter has always been easy to raise, I hardly have to worry. She is healthy, performs well academically, and is diligent. Having her is truly a blessing from my past life. Even if they sometimes hit her or lost their temper, or made her do all the household chores alone, they would still buy her beautiful new dresses, turning her into a princess that others envied. They supported her education, advising her to pursue teaching for a respectable job with good benefits. All of this was supposedly for her benefit, but only now did she realize that their motivations were merely to ensure she could be sold for a good price. Chapter 16. What do you think you are, calling me a bumpkin? Hu Li let out a soft sigh before continuing. Only after my reputation was tarnished did I realize the true intent of my adoptive parents in raising me. It was merely to fish for a wealthy son-in-law. Before our divorce, you must ensure that they remain oblivious to your identity. Should they strike again, cast aside any hesitations and retaliate without mercy. Huang Yu recalled how Hu Li's mother would always attend parent-teacher meetings at school, beaming as she praised Hu Li to the teachers and other parents. It seemed as if her adoptive parents treated her well, yet he couldn't help but scoff. Even if they are your adoptive parents, and even if they wish for you to secure a prosperous match, you ought not to be so ungrateful. Hu Li turned away from Huang Yu, gritting her teeth as she closed her eyes, methodically unbuttoning her nightgown. After my reputation was destroyed by Hu Dai, they subjected me to domestic violence without discerning right from wrong. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was struck by the horrifying sight of her back, marred by bruises of deep purple and blue, which tugged at his heartstrings. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the incident, and he couldn't fathom the circumstances that allowed her to survive. It truly felt miraculous. How did you manage to stay alive? Huli donned her clothes and turned to him with a smile. I merely lay in a rented room for a week, and then I was back. She spoke with an air of nonchalance, while he felt a tempest brewing within. What foolishness! You didn't call the police or an ambulance? Huli offered a knowing smile. They raised me, and now I have severed all ties with them, not reporting them as my way of repaying their kindness. As for not calling an ambulance, it was simply due to a lack of funds. Most of my salary goes to my family. At that time, she had been unable to even stand and call for help. Once at the hospital, she would have needed to hire a caregiver. The hospital felt like a den of thieves, and caregivers were not inexpensive. With only a meager amount of money left, she had no choice but to endure. Huang Yu remained silent, a sense of discomfort gnawing at him. The air hung heavy for a moment before Huli spoke earnestly. Huang Yu, I apologize for not revealing the true reason I married you. I was concerned that you might still have feelings for Hu Dai. Considering you once saved her, it was wrong of me to use you as a means of revenge against her. Now that this is out in the open, if you wish to divorce, I will comply without hesitation. If you seek compensation, I will do my utmost to accommodate. Without uttering a word, Huang Yu turned and left, returning to his own room. He guessed that his anger stemmed from feeling used, and Huli wisely chose not to provoke him further. Half an hour later, Huang Yu appeared in her bedroom, which had not been locked. He entered without hesitation and addressed Huli, who was still awake in bed. Gather your identification and come with me. Glancing out the window, Huli noticed the dawn breaking. She quickly rose from bed. By the time she reached downstairs, Huang Yu had already descended. Huli hurriedly gathered her belongings and rushed down. Outside the door, a Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited them. With a stoic expression, Huang Yu commanded, "Get in." Huli glanced at a small electric scooter parked beside the Phantom. Thank you, but I prefer to ride this. It was her own vehicle, which she had ridden over from her rented accommodation. The Wind Pavilion Villa was situated in an affluent area where transportation consisted of either taxis or luxury cars. Public buses were non-existent. For convenience, she had chosen to ride her scooter back. Fortunately, the Huang family did not impose restrictions on her comings and goings. Those who knew her referred to her as the young mistress of the Huang household, while those who were unaware assumed she was merely a maid. Whatever others chose to say was of no concern to her, as long as the Huang family allowed her freedom of movement. Huang Yu cast a sidelong glance at her. Huanan Hospital. With that, he stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating like a rocket, leaving Huli momentarily dumbfounded. The hospital, bewildered, Huli rode her electric scooter to Huanan Hospital, where the sun had fully risen. In the parking lot, Huang Yu leaned against the Phantom, a lit cigarette in hand, though he did not smoke. His gaze was fierce, reminiscent of a wild beast poised to lash out, deterring anyone from approaching. Yet, Huli approached him with confidence, calmly inquiring, "Weren't we supposed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce? Why are we here at the hospital?" Huang Yu took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke as he replied coolly, "We need to obtain a medical certificate first." Huli's eyes fell upon the visible bruises on his cheek. It was clear he had sustained significant injuries, and she accepted this reality. Following Huang Yu's indifferent stride, she inhaled the antiseptic-laden air as they entered the outpatient department, only to be surprised when the doctor indicated he would examine her. Huli looked at Huang Yu in confusion, to which he casually remarked, "It's to prove I wasn't the one who harmed you, to prevent you from framing me." Huli couldn't help but chuckle, feeling both amused and helpless as she nodded in agreement. Soon after, Huang Yu received her medical examination results. Regrettably, they were not as dire as he had anticipated. He had even envisioned how Hu Dai would meet her demise. She deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Although her adoptive parents would not perish, they would undoubtedly face hardship. The doctor prescribed Huli medication to promote blood circulation and alleviate bruising, which Huang Yu paid for. He patiently inquired about the proper usage of the medication and how to care for her injuries, yet he did not ask the doctor a single question regarding his own wounds. Huli felt a surge of gratitude. There was still someone in this world who treated her with such kindness. "Thank you, Huang Yu." Seeing the emotion in her voice, Huang Yu assumed she was about to embrace him, and he quickly intervened, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just having a moment of weakness. Don't go hugging me at every turn, and certainly don't fall in love with me, otherwise, you might find yourself in a worse predicament than Hu Dai. She's not dead yet, someone took her to the hospital, and that someone is not me." His subsequent explanations left Huli feeling inexplicably touched, causing her to forget his earlier words. She longed to embrace him, but before she could reach out, Huang Yu had already turned to leave. A few steps later, he paused, not looking back as he stated, "As for how I should reckon with your manipulation of me, I haven't figured that out yet. When I do, I will naturally come to you for the divorce." Knowing he felt used, he was indeed angry. However, upon seeing the bruises on her back, all his fury dissipated. For now, it was safer for her to remain with the Huang family. Since Hu Dai was still alive, retribution was inevitable, and her adoptive parents would continue to trouble her. Huang Yu's silhouette resembled an ice island, creating a distance that others would shy away from, yet it bestowed upon Huli an unprecedented sense of security. She understood that he would not make things difficult for her. Otherwise, he would not have brought her to the hospital without resting. Huli's use of Huang Yu was a wrongdoing on her part, and she planned to purchase a gift to formally apologize. In a high-end menswear store, she spotted a tie, just as she was about to make her purchase when an unexpected figure burst onto the scene. "I want that tie." A woman of similar age to Huli stormed in. Hu Li assessed the newcomer, adorned in opulent attire, clearly a wealthy heiress, unfazed by the woman's status. Hu Li retorted, "Miss, I spotted it first." Lu Xini regarded Hu Li with disdain, noting her striking beauty but dismissing her based on her shabby appearance, which could not have cost more than 300. "You bumpkin, you should take a good look in the mirror before entering such a high-end establishment." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, striking Lu Xini's face. The blow had come swiftly from behind Hu Li. As she turned to see who had delivered it, she heard Qin Yufei seethe, "What do you think you are, calling someone a bumpkin?" Chapter 17. Are you not afraid I'll ruin you? Lu Xini was well acquainted with Qin Yufei, a notorious figure in the upper echelons of Xinjiang society, known for her arrogance and domineering presence. With Qin Yufei as her backing, Chen Xini dared not stir up trouble. The Lu family was no match for the Qin family, especially considering the formidable Huang family that supported them from behind. Just as she turned to leave, Qin Yufei abruptly seized her, offering an insincere apology. Lu Xini felt a pang of resentment but had no choice but to acquiesce, for her ill fortune had led her to encounter Qin Yufei today. With a sense of reluctance, she apologized to Hu Li, her voice a blend of compliance and defiance. "I'm sorry." Qin Yufei responded with a single word: scram. Once Lu Xini had distanced herself, Qin Yufei sneered at Hu Li, suggesting she buy something for Huang Yu. Hu Li silently consented. Qin Yufei felt inexplicably infuriated. Here was a country bumpkin, clad in coarse fabric, yet harboring aspirations to purchase luxuries for Huang Yu. Was she out of her mind? A tie priced over 5,000 was merely a trifle for the affluent, but for Hu Li, it represented an extravagant indulgence. Her winter coat had cost less than 500. Expecting Hu Li to be upset, Qin Yufei was taken aback when she instead saw her smile, a smile that only enhanced her already striking beauty. How could one describe Hu Li in that moment? A phrase came to Qin Yufei's mind, a smile that can captivate a city. With her large, dark, and clear eyes, soft, full lips, elegantly sculpted cheeks, and skin as delicate as porcelain, Hu Li was breathtaking from every angle. Qin Yufei couldn't help but steal a few more glances before inquiring, "What are you smiling about?" "That you allow officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting a lamp," came Hu Li's sweet, soft reply, her smile deepening. Qin Yufei found herself at a loss for words to describe her beauty, a twinge of jealousy creeping into her heart. Although Qin Yufei was not as beautiful as Hu Li, she was still a top beauty in her circle, hailing from a well-off. Reassured by this thought, Qin Yufei reflected, "Of course, I am Qin Yufei, a force to be reckoned with in Xinjiang." Looking at Hu Li's shabby attire, Qin Yufei's jealousy dissipated, replaced by a tinge of sympathy. "Country bumpkin, you don't seem like a fool. He pushed you away yesterday and left you on the street, yet here you are buying him luxuries. What do you seek from him? Don't tell me it's love." Hu Li wiped the smile from her face and earnestly replied, "Indeed." Hu Li had been married to Huang Yu for several days now, yet he hadn't gifted her even a few decent outfits, and neither had his family. It seemed Hu Li was not faring well in the Huang household. Qin Yufei continued to observe Hu Li, who was oblivious to her gaze. After a moment, Qin Yufei declared, "I reviewed your resume and am quite eager to put you to work. Be at my company for an interview at 9 tomorrow morning, don't be late." After taking a few steps, Qin Yufei turned back to purchase the tie Hu Li had just admired. "This will save you some money, no need to thank me." Before departing, it wasn't that she couldn't tea or wouldn't tea, rather, she appreciated Qin Yufei's straightforward nature, her lack of pretense. Having lost her desired gift, Hu Li spent a considerable amount of time searching for a suitable alternative. Ultimately, she found a pair of exquisite cufflinks, exhausting all her savings. These cufflinks were more costly than gold, a stark reminder of how far removed the upper-class lifestyle was from her reality. For the sake of this apology, she had even memorized her lines, yet she waited the entire night without Huang Yu returning home. As the sun shone brightly, the people of Xinjiang began a new day of bustling activity. Hu Li rode her little electric scooter through the throngs of vehicles, arriving punctually at Qin Yufei's company at exactly 9 o'clock. In an unexpected twist, Qin Yufei scoffed, "You really dared to come? Are you not afraid I'll ruin you? An open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against," was Hu Li's rationale for her presence. Though Qin Yufei was domineering, she was also forthright and had seen the vicissitudes of life. She no longer wished to play a duplicitous game. Hu Li replied gently, "As long as the payment is satisfactory." Straightforward, Qin Yufei appreciated, rising to pull a, "If it pleases me, your salary is negotiable. After all, if I ruin you, I won't be at a loss." Given that the process of creating cosmetics tends to be lengthy, Qin Yufei assigned Hu Li the task of crafting perfume, confident that if she succeeded in that, creating cosmetics would be a breeze as well. Hu Li's lips curved into a slight smile as she began her work. Qin Yufei settled into her office chair, crossing her legs and fixating her gaze on Hu Li, who soon found herself battling drowsiness. Pressing her temples to stay alert, she pondered how challenging it was to run a company, limited funds, limited staff, and the difficulties of operation. Last night, she had sought to curry favor with Qin Fan, appealing for additional funding or perhaps a few elite personnel from the Qin group, employing both soft and hard tactics. Yet, Qin Fan had flatly refused, even mocking her, "I can't wait for you to go bankrupt." Every family member she approached offered the same response, wait for her to go bankrupt, then marry someone, a path they deemed fitting for her. Feeling exhausted, and with the surveillance cameras in place, Qin Yufei decided to take a brief nap. Just as she closed her eyes, she heard Hu Li's voice, "It's ready." Qin Yufei abruptly opened her eyes, surprised, and glanced at the clock only to hear Hu Li add, 10 minutes. Checking her watch, Qin Yufei confirmed the time. Indeed, it had only been 10 minutes. She accepted the perfume Hu Li had concocted and took a gentle whiff, finding it fresh and elegant with a hint of sweetness. After being inundated with overpowering fragrances, this particular scent was a refreshing change, dispelling her fatigue. Hu Li certainly had talent. Now, what are your salary expectations? Qin Yufei asked formally. Hu Li's lips turned up slightly. Whatever I say, you'll offer. Of course not, this is merely a formality. Let us skip the formalities, we're all busy here. Qin Yufei's straightforwardness resonated with her. Hu Li, a graduate of a prestigious university, had previously been a top teacher at the best high school in Xincheng, earning at least 15,000 monthly with various bonuses and allowances. Qin Yufei was taken aback. Aren't you going to negotiate? I trust you'll automatically offer me a raise. Although Hu Li had yet to enter the cosmetics industry, research and development were her true passions. Had it not been for her adoptive parents urging her to become a teacher, she would have been thriving in a lab. Qin Yufei chuckled, her laughter tinged with sarcasm. Confidence is admirable, but overconfidence can be detrimental. Hu Li remained silent, and Qin Yufei made her decision, hiring Hu Li on the spot. Once the contract was signed, Hu Li formally stated, I look forward to our collaboration. Qin Yufei smiled at her. Whether you enjoy it or not, I cannot say, but I am quite pleased. Just think, I can torment you every day, and no one will be there to back you up. Truly delightful. Hu Li merely smiled in response, her smile genuine. In truth, this arrangement was far less taxing than her previous job, where colleagues publicly referred to her as teacher Hu while privately disparaging her as a seductress. Her high salary was a product of her hard work, yet they accused her of leveraging her charm to ascend the ranks. Chapter 18 Speak Your Heart. In the conference room, Hu Li encountered the entire staff, totaling 4 individuals, including herself. Qin Yufei, an HR representative, and another young lady at the front desk. Both the HR and front desk staff appeared to be fresh-faced interns, seemingly still in their academic pursuits. Last week, quite a number of candidates had come for interviews, yet in just a few days, only 3 remained, truly a sight to behold. Surprised? She was a pampered heiress, brazen and overbearing. It was hardly unexpected that few would dare to work under her. Well, it's settled. Even if you are surprised, the contract has been signed. Should you breach it, you will owe a penalty far exceeding what is stipulated. I can demand as much as I desire, she declared. The 2 nervous interns turned pale at her words, and the HR representative. Limited funds, scarce personnel. Essentially, the company was on the brink of collapse. Country bumpkin, if you were in my position, what would be your next step? She challenged. Qin Yufei had taken over a nearly defunct company, and naturally, all the seasoned employees had departed. Hu Li replied, my dear heiress, spare yourself the trouble and retire to bed. Should she choose to rest, Hu Li, devoid of resources, would find it daunting to secure a suitable job. She had interviewed at numerous cosmetics companies, yet her lack of experience relegated her to assistant roles. The products she had developed were dismissed without a second glance. Assistants were seldom afforded the opportunity. My dear heiress, if I were capable of sitting in your seat, would I need to work for someone else? Qin Yufei fell silent for a moment before stating earnestly, Hu Li, if you can revive this company. If she were offered the worst position, Hu Li would accept without hesitation, yet she was not adept at salvaging a failing enterprise. Believing the division was inequitable, Qin Yufei proposed a compromise. 60-40. At present, she was clinging to the last vestiges of hope, as her family harbored aspirations for her to fail, so she could return home to partake in arranged matchmaking, settle down, and live a mundane existence. The thought of such a life was suffocating. She had to accomplish something to prove to her family that she was not a failure. Hu Li remained silent, prompting Qin Yufei to assert, my word is my bond. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wu can attest to it. Hu Li glanced at Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wu, who appeared terrified, neither nodding nor shaking their heads. Neither dared to offend Qin Yufei or Hu Li. 50. Another night passed without a glimpse of Huang Yu. Hu Li suspected he was still miffed at her. She resolved to update Huang Yu on her new employment and share a peculiar sensation she had experienced over the past few days. When she called, his phone was off. Hu Li sent him a message, I am now working at Qin Yufei's company. Additionally, I have a nagging feeling that someone has been following me these past couple of days, possibly Hu Dai or my adoptive parent. Please be cautious. Hu Li sensed she was being tracked. Whenever she paused to investigate, her pursuer vanished from sight. The message she sent seemed to have vanished into a void. As the sun rose, heralding a new day, some were already at work while others remained in slumber. A ringing phone jolted Qin Yufei from her dreams, and she answered impatiently, who on earth is this so early in the morning? If she could, she would have reached through the radio waves to deliver a sound thrashing. I am at the office, you have half an hour. If you are not here in that time, I shall leave. Hu Li hung up before Qin Yufei could respond. Glancing at the clock, Qin Yufei noted it was 7:20 a.m. Was Hu Li out of her mind? She was not mad, she was merely wagering for monetary gain, hoping to offer Huang Yu a bit more compensation to expedite their divorce. If she lost, it mattered not, for she was already alone. Despite her upbringing, Qin Yufei had never faced such a threat. Even in the 3 years spent pursuing Huang Yu, he had never threatened her. Who did Hu Li think she was? Qin Yufei powered off her phone and attempted to return to sleep, but the words of her mother from the previous evening echoed in her mind. Yufei, I found a potential match for you. He is a university professor teaching political science. The thought of being brainwashed daily was unbearable, prompting Qin Yufei to throw off her covers in resignation. In a hurried rush, she arrived at the company just in time to see Hu Li still present. She intended to reprimand Hu Li for her audacity, but before she could speak, Hu Li interjected, you are 2 minutes late. The early bird catches the worm, so you must fly faster. Do you understand? Her glare was fierce, and her tone icy, as if she were reprimanding a subordinate. Qin Yufei, the boss, felt a surge of indignation. Just as she was about to retort, Hu Li handed her a hefty stack of documents. Go make copies. You have 10 minutes. The severity in Hu Li's gaze and voice intensified, leaving Qin Yufei unexpectedly sheepish, her retorts escaping her grasp. At the T-Country airport, Chen Kai trailed behind Huang Yu, burdened with 2 suitcases as they had just arrived from a business trip. Huang Yu suddenly halted, causing Chen Kai to collide with him. Book me a flight back home now. As Chen Kai faced Huang Yu's stern countenance, he realized this was no hallucination. If you cannot handle the work here, find a hotel and rest until I return. The latter statement was literal, placing no burden on Chen Kai. Grateful, he promptly arranged the flight for Huang Yu to return to his wife. Huang Yu cast a cold glance at Chen Kai. Did I say I wanted to see her? He had seen Hu Li's message and was concerned that Qin Yufei might create difficulties for Hu Li, though he remained stubbornly silent. I have witnessed your concern for her, from seeking her biological parents to dispatching bodyguards for her protection during this business trip. If that is not affection, what is? The individual trailing Hu Li was a bodyguard sent by Huang Yu, who had not anticipated her exceptional counter-surveillance skills. After parting ways with Hu Li at the hospital, Huang Yu had begun investigating her biological parents, wanting to ascertain whether she had been abandoned by her birth parents or by someone else. If it were the latter, he would ensure she returned to her family. If the former, then that was unnecessary. Huang Yu, entrenched in a mire of complications, was destined never to experience love. Chen Kai, I warn you. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I will make sure you regret it. Seeing the fiery intensity in Huang Yu's eyes, Chen Kai refrained from further provocation, sealing his lips. Brother Yu, I promise not to speak of it again. I'll book the ticket for you right away. Chapter 19. I can no longer protect you. After being led around by Hu Li for an entire morning, Qin Yufei finally found an opportunity to retaliate at noon. Upon seeing Hu Li enjoying the vegetarian lunch she had brought, she felt a fleeting sympathy for her and immediately teased, seeing how the Huang family treats you, I can't help but feel a sense of joy. A smile she could not suppress danced across Qin Yufei's face. Hu Li responded with a faint smile, gently saying, as long as you are happy. The Huang family had not deprived her of meat. Ever since entering their household, she had been feasting on delicacies, especially that morning when a servant had presented her with a bowl of exquisite bird's nest soup as soon as she awoke. Fearing a surge in weight from indulging, she had prepared a vegetarian meal to bring to the office, having exhausted all her savings to buy an apology gift for Huang Yu, and with no cafeteria in the company and no funds for takeout, she had no choice but to bring her own lunch. Yet, she did not consider this to be a source of shame. It was clean and hygienic, no less satisfactory than takeout. Qin Yufei could not fathom why Hu Li, having married Huang Yu out of love, did not seek to solidify her position and relationship but instead focused on working to earn money. What, pray tell, is your true motive? She replied candidly, it's not Huang Yu, it's my cousin. Hu Li revealed everything without a hint of reservation. Damn, Qin Yufei exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table in anger. A person must maintain their dignity. Once they sink to a certain level, they become invincible. That must be her. Who die? I foresee a life of mediocrity ahead for her. The notion of breaking free and becoming a butterfly is but a dream. Gratefully, Hu Li poured Qin Yufei a glass of water to soothe her. The delicate young woman had nearly been beaten to death by her foster parents, and Qin Yufei felt a wave of sympathy wash over her, dissolving all her previous grievances. Stick with me, and I will protect you. If they dare to cause a scene at the office, I'll send them to the police station. At 26, Qin Yufei was a year older than Hu Li. Provided you do not disturb my dreams at the crack of dawn. They don't start work until 9, if you want me there by 7:30, I might as well gift you the company. Alright, Hu Li replied earnestly, without a trace of jest. You ungrateful wretch, Qin Yufei glared at Hu Li. With a gentle smile, Hu Li remarked, why not embrace your role as a proper young lady instead of meddling in business affairs? Qin Yufei continued to glare at Hu Li. It's merely because you, a country bumpkin, have taken Huang Yu from me that I seek to distract myself from heartache while my mother eagerly anticipates my bankruptcy and constantly seeks a suitable marriage partner for me, disregarding background and if only mine were still alive, would she have treated me with such kindness? Hu Li had once secretly sought out her biological parents but, after a time without any news, with a bitter smile, she resolved to focus on reality instead. As it stands, my marriage to Huang Yu is merely for show, you should make an effort. Qin Yufei slammed her palm on the table again. You country bumpkin, how can you be so cruel? You want me to be the third wheel? Honestly, aside from his good looks, Huang Yu is riddled with flaws. I advise you to divorce him sooner rather than later. Do not be blinded by love. He is incapable of truly liking anyone. Hu Li believed this wholeheartedly when Hu Dai confessed her feelings to Huang Yu. He had coldly dismissed her, making it clear that he had no interest in affection. Naturally, Hu Li harbored no romantic notions about Huang Yu. She merely awaited a time when he would calm down and the divorce could proceed. For Qin Yufei, her feelings towards Huang Yu were more about conquest than affection. Throughout her life, she had been able to command the winds and rain, surrounded by many admirable suitors, yet she had stumbled only with Huang Yu. She vividly remembered the scene of her first confession to Huang Yu at a grand banquet, where, holding a bouquet of flowers, she boldly declared her feelings in front of everyone. Huang Yu, I like you. I fell for you at first sight, would you be my boyfriend? Huang Yu had glanced at her with an expressionless face before lowering his gaze to drink, as if she were invisible. Qin Yufei had felt so embarrassed she wished to sink into the floor to die in the following encounters. Huang Yu had never acknowledged her confessions, treating her as though she were air. She had once contemplated the idea of winning him over only to cast him aside, teaching him that those who are arrogant seldom meet a good end, but her wish had come to naught. As evening fell, the lake's surface sparkled, reflecting the glimmering hues of the setting sun, resembling a beautiful painting. Hu Li and Qin Yufei were engrossed in discussing company matters as they walked out of the office together. Just as they were deeply engaged in conversation, a phantom car suddenly came to a halt beside them. The vehicle had approached too swiftly, causing both Hu Li and Qin Yufei to step back several paces. Qin Yufei's temper flared instantly, looking for death. However, she swallowed her words as the car window lowered, revealing Huang Yu inside. His face was ashen, his long eyes bloodshot, emanating an aura of rage, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Never before had Qin Yufei seen Huang Yu in such a state, causing her heart to skip a beat, yet Hu Li displayed no fear, smiling as she greeted him. "Off work, are you?" Huang Yu remained silent, casting a cold glance at Hu Li before pressing the accelerator and speeding away in the phantom. Qin Yufei's heart raced, still pounding violently. Although Huang Yu did not harbor feelings for Hu Li, it did not diminish his possessiveness and twisted protective instincts. If he were to go mad, the entire Qin family would struggle to pay the price. Having played with fire, Qin Yufei regretted her actions too late. Hu Li looked at Qin Yufei, whose anxiety was evident on her face. Such an arrogant and domineering person also feared Huang Yu. Hu Li patted Qin Yufei's shoulder and said, "He is not targeting you, he is targeting me." I initially concealed the true purpose of my marriage to him. Hu Li then recounted everything to Qin Yufei. Upon hearing it all, Qin Yufei let out a long breath, looking at Hu Li with sympathy. "I can no longer protect you, you must fend for yourself. A farewell." Chapter 20. What you cannot obtain beneath the resplendent hues of the setting sun. Hu Li hummed a cheerful tune as she rode her little electric scooter home. In truth, Huang Yu was not as dreadful as he appeared. As long as she remained forthright in her dealings, life could still be savored with zest. The image of that morning in the kitchen flashed through her mind, where Aunt Jean, the maid, had presented her with a bowl of bird's nest soup, saying, "Young mistress, I have prepared a bowl of birds, please enjoy it while it's warm." Hu Li was taken aback, glancing at the now empty pot, realizing that both Huang Jicheng and Li Lin had yet to rise. It seemed that this delicacy had been prepared solely for her, undoubtedly at Huang. The thought of the morning's treat elevated her spirits further, causing her to accelerate. Just as she was about to enter the Fengting Villa area, a BMW suddenly obstructed her path. Unable to discern the occupants within, she instinctively braced for trouble. Just as she was contemplating her response, the driver's door swung open, revealing Huang Yu, beaming with a broad smile as he stepped out. "You can drive, right?" From a visage of despair to one radiating joy, Hu Li was momentarily flummoxed, failing to respond. Huang Yu's smile faded as he furrowed his brow, mockingly inquiring, "You can't drive?" "I can," Hu Li replied, her voice resolute. Huang Yu's smile returned. After all, money was hard-earned, and they needed to have a serious discussion. Hu Li casually parked her electric scooter at the roadside, for in this affluent neighborhood, no one would covet her battered vehicle, and she assumed the role of Huang Yu's chauffeur. As a most competent driver, she took her place behind the wheel, smiling courteously as she asked, "Mr. Huang, where shall we go?" Huang Yu cast a cool glance her way and the vehicle departed the villa area, the road winding and congested, causing her palms to sweat slightly. It had been 3 years since she obtained her driver's license, yet she had not driven since, despite her instructor deeming her the most exceptional student among many. Others took 3 months to earn their licenses, while she could have become a seasoned driver within that time. Nevertheless, anxiety gripped her, particularly with the heir of the Fengting group seated beside her. Should anything happen to him, the Huang family would surely seek her demise. To ensure utmost caution, she veered towards less trafficked routes, but Huang Yu seemed to sense her intentions, declaring before Hu Li steeled herself and acquiesced. With her utmost focus, she drove for several hours, relieved to finally return safely to Fengting Villa. Upon parking in the courtyard, she turned to Huang Yu, eager to inquire if he was satisfied with their time together. However, she found him asleep against the seat back, her expression one of astonishment as she stared, for while he had slumbered beside her for 6 years in class, this was her first glimpse of his serene face in repose. His sleeping visage was entirely different from what Hu Li had imagined. She had envisioned him breathing heavily, with a taut expression. Instead, she beheld a visage of tranquility, with even breaths and a relaxed demeanor. In that moment, Huang Yu appeared as a peaceful child. This was far too uncharacteristic of Huang Yu. Throughout the journey, Hu Li had been diligently focused on driving, unaware of when he had drifted off. After a prolonged gaze at him, he remained undisturbed, stifling a yawn. Hu Li leaned back in her seat and, before she knew it, succumbed to slumber herself. The night passed in hushed tranquility. When Huang Yu eventually opened his eyes, daylight streamed in through the car windows. Realizing he was still in the vehicle, he quickly glanced at the driver's seat, where Hu Li lay undisturbed in sleep. Thank goodness, they were still on solid ground. For a moment, he feared he had dozed off and let Hu Li's foot on the accelerator lead him to the afterlife. The car's interior was cool, and noticing Hu Li's thin attire, he adjusted the air conditioning slightly, gazing out at the rising sun. A look of disbelief and radiant joy illuminated his face, his eyes sparkling like stars. He had never anticipated that after his mother's passing, he would be blessed with a full night's sleep. He distinctly remembered falling asleep at 9:20 p.m., and now it was already 6. 30 a.m., having slept for 9 hours in the car, perhaps the most commendable achievement of his life, his gentle gaze lingered on the one responsible for his unexpected repose. It was truly remarkable. Huli was like a tranquilizer. Why was it that he could rest so peacefully in her presence? In school, he had never been able to sleep with anyone else as his desk partner, which was why he had remained beside Huli for 6 years. Just then, Huli stirred, prompting Huang Yu to swiftly avert his gaze. Pretending to just awaken, he feigned displeasure, saying, "You didn't wake me, you let me sleep in the car all night, hoping to take advantage of me?" Huli straightened in her seat, noticing the time on the dashboard read 6. For 5. In a panic, she pulled out her phone, only to find it dead. No wonder her alarm hadn't sounded. "I was concerned you might strike me," she replied succinctly, hastily exiting the vehicle. 30. I'll explain everything later. Huli vividly remembered the first time she had woken him. He had glared at her fiercely, as if he intended to strike her. Huang Yu followed her out, insisting, "You need to arrive at the office by 7:30, and you will. There are no jobs for you in Xinjiang otherwise." "I'll explain later," Huli called back without turning. Rushing inside, she still had a distance to cover to reach the spot where she had left the electric scooter the previous day. After changing her clothes, she returned to the courtyard to find Huang Yu still standing there. Fortunately, he had not departed. Huli thrust a velvet box into his hands, saying, "This is for you. I am off now, goodbye." Concerned that Huang Yu might vanish again upon her return in the evening, Huli felt she had no words of apology left. She had intended to discuss matters with him yesterday but had been unable to do so. Work took precedence. As she prepared to leave, Huang Yu detained her, insisting, "Drive me, I cannot lose face." His reputation was important, but so was her income. Huli chose not to argue with him. As they drove, Huli felt less pressed for time and offered a concise apology. "Huang Yu, I'm sorry, this is a token of my apology. I hope you like it." A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Yu's eyes as he opened the box, his gaze freezing upon the sight. Inside lay an exquisite pair of blue cufflinks, made from premium materials, worth at least 7 or 8,000. How could she afford such lavish cufflinks while lacking funds for a hospital visit? Had she taken out a high-interest loan from Qin Yufei? "Where did you get this money?" he inquired sternly, more serious than a police officer interrogating a murderer. Huli met his piercing gaze with unwavering honesty, declaring, "It is all my saving. I have not taken a single cent from my family." Abruptly, Huang Yu slammed the velvet box shut, coldly placing it back into her hands. "I have told you not to harbor any delusions of winning my heart. What you cannot obtain, you shall not." Chapter 21. Come on, make it quick. Huang Youqing's countenance was utterly impassive, her ebony eyes chillingly devoid of warmth. Huli, however, did not exhibit any signs of impatience. Instead, she spoke with gentle grace. "I understand. I reiterate, there has been nothing in the past, nor in the present, and there certainly shall be nothing in the future. I merely wish to extend my apologies and express my gratitude for your assistance. Your help has been invaluable to me, and I am genuinely appreciative. Although our relationship lacks any romantic undertones, having shared the same roof, I consider you family. Even after our divorce, I shall continue to regard you as such, so you need not worry about me attempting to win your heart." Huli spoke with sincerity, and Huang Yu's gaze softened from its frigid state. She took back the gift she had previously returned and produced a bank card from her wallet, presenting it to Huli. "Since we are family, my dignity is of great importance. Please take care of it." The card contains 100,000, and the password is XXXX. Huli's eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of sweetness swelling in her heart as she graciously accepted the card. "Thank you. I will ensure to calculate the interest for you in the future." Qin Yufei had not made things difficult for me. Her straightforward nature allowed her to speak her mind. "And I must take my leave. Please be cautious during your commute." "I shall do the same." Huang Yu remained silent, her expression warm as she watched Huli drive away, the car speeding off as it exited the villa. Huang Yu frowned. After last night's ordeal, she had demonstrated commendable driving skills, yet he could not guarantee that such speed would not lead to an accident. Fortunately, a bodyguard was discreetly following her, and he pulled out his phone to remind the bodyguard not to tail her too closely, as Huli possessed remarkable counter-surveillance abilities. Even though Huli considered Huang Yu family, Huang Yu preferred that she remain oblivious to too much information, lest she develop any misguided fantasies about him. Huang Yu reflected on Huli's words in the car, realizing that her reluctance to wake him stemmed from a fear of being harmed. He was not as ruthless as she might think, at least towards her. His last display of intimidation with a knife had merely been an act of anger, yet he could not erase the reality of his actions. Since his mother's passing, he had barely slept more than 2 hours at a time, but one day, during a lunch break at school, he surprisingly dozed for 2.5 hours, missing both the end of class and lunch. During that nap, he dreamt of his mother. He had not yet had the chance to speak a single word to her before Huli awakened him. This was the first time he had dreamt of her since her death. In the dream, his mother's face was etched with sorrow, as if she had many grievances to share with him. Yet, Huli had interrupted that precious moment, and he glared at her fiercely. He was now 25, 12 years had passed since he was 13, and she still remembered. Under the golden sunlight, the towering office buildings remained in slumber. At 7:25 a.m., 2 BMWs, one black and one white, sped into the office complex, parked side by side. Hu Li emerged from the black BMW while Qin Yufei stepped out of the white one. Their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. Qin Yufei had assumed Hu Li would not come to work, while Hu Li thought Qin Yufei was still asleep. Good morning, miss. Seeing Hu Li arrive at work brought Qin Yufei immense relief, for Hu Li's presence was vital to the company's survival, yet she could not resist teasing. Have you flown up to become a phoenix now? Her gaze was fixed pointedly on the black BMW behind Hu Li, laden with sarcasm. Uncertain of how much Huang Yu owed her, Hu Li responded earnestly, indeed. If I could truly fly up and become a phoenix, I would not need to rise so early to work. It is merely Huang Yu's quest for personal dignity. With this thought, Qin Yufei smiled at her, and they transitioned to discussing work matters. Engrossed in their tasks, the day passed swiftly, and inevitably. Luckily, she had already conveyed everything that needed to be said in the morning. Huang Yu had not disclosed his whereabouts, and Hu Li chose not to pry. Days passed in a routine manner. After 7 consecutive days without seeing Huang Yu or hearing any noise from next door, her curiosity piqued. She inquired of a slightly more familiar servant, Aunt Zhang, has the young master not returned home recently? Aunt Zhang, who was of an older generation and for whom Hu Li occasionally performed arduous tasks, held a fondness for her and replied honestly, the young master has not been home these past few days. He may be on a business trip or perhaps staying at Zijingting, where he owns an apartment. Hu Li had heard of Zijingting. It was a residential area second only to Fengting Villa. In reality, Huang Yu had not gone on a business trip but was residing at Zijingting, as Chen Kai had single-handedly resolved matters related to tea country. Hu Li assumed it would be many days before she would see Huang Yu again, yet to her surprise, upon returning home that same day, she encountered him. As evening descended, just as Hu Li stepped into Fengting Villa, she heard the sound of whips cracking within the house, resembling the sound of lashes rushing forward. She discovered her second uncle mercilessly whipping Huang Junjie, his second cousin, who knelt on the floor. Huang Junjie, the second son of her second uncle, was 16 years old simultaneously. Her third uncle was also wielding a whip against Huang Sen, the third son of her third uncle, who was merely 14. The two victims remained silent, while their mother stood with a pale face, unmoved by the scene. Huang Jicheng and Li Lin were also present, their expressions equally grim, unaware of the circumstances. Hu Li's instinctive, "It is not your concern. Let go, it does not involve you, stand back." A cold voice resonated from the entrance. Hu Li turned to see Huang Yu entering with a pallid expression. She relinquished her grip on the whip. The second uncle ceased his punishment, as did the third uncle, seemingly awaiting Huang Yu's words. Huang Yu glanced at his kneeling cousins, noticing their backs streaming with blood. He remained silent. The onlookers observed as Huang Yu walked towards the kitchen, returning with 3 kitchen knives in hand. He handed each knife safely to Huang Jicheng's 3 sons, then knelt alongside his 2 cousins, defiantly facing Huang Jicheng and the others. We are already ruined. Go ahead, put us out of our misery. Upon learning that his 2 cousins had hospitalized someone at school, Huang Yu rushed to the hospital, where the opposing party demanded an exorbitant sum of 1 billion, threatening to bankrupt the Fengting Group if their demands were not met. The situation unfolded thus. The second and third cousins attended the same school, where the younger Huang Sen, in the second year of junior high, was bullied by a senior in the third year. In a bid to assist, Huang Junjie intervened and ended up hospitalized. Upon grasping the situation, Huang Yu wasted no time and delivered a punch to the senior, nearly incapacitating him, boldly declaring, "Feel free to sue." Chapter 22. The transaction. The 3 brothers united in their aggression, and should this matter escalate, the Fengting Group would inevitably face ruin. 12 years ago, the very year Huang Yu's mother passed away, the Fengting Group suffered a devastating blow, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The family pledged all their properties, vehicles, and various luxuries to the bank, working tirelessly for 2 years before the Fengting Group could rise again. These 2 years were unknown to the outside world. It is only now that the current prosperity has emerged. Should another blow befall them, they certainly lack the fortitude to endure it. The second and third uncles, in a fit of rage, resorted to violence, and no one intervened. The second and third uncles looked anxiously at their elder brother, Huang Jicheng. He said nothing, merely casting a steady gaze at the 3 kneeling before him, before turning to leave. The second and third uncles also dispersed, while Hu Li hurried to assist Huang Junjie and Huang Sen, swiftly locating a first aid kit to tend to their wounds, though the 2 cousins declined her help. Huang Yu, now standing, pulled Hu Li behind him, using a glance to subdue the restless cousins. The 2 cousins obediently allowed him to apply the ointment. He tended to each of them, his rough movements causing Hu Li's heart to flinch. This was not merely application of medicine, it felt like he was carving flesh. Unable to bear it, Hu Li offered, "Let me do it." Huang Yu turned his head, coldly fixing his gaze on Hu Li's hands, and replied in a deep voice, "Mind your own business. Do not seek compensation for injuries from me." Was she injured? Hu Li, palms upturned, noticed blood seeping from a wound on her hand, sustained when she caught the whip earlier. Huang Yu's actions grew increasingly brutal, sending chills down Hu Li's spine. She cautioned him, "Be gentler, it pains me just to watch." Instead, Huang Yu intensified his grip, lifting his lips in a smirk. They were the architects of their own misfortune. No matter how much it hurt, they would not cry out. "Did you hear that? They said it doesn't hurt," Huang Yu declared without lifting his head, addressing Hu Li. She fell silent, merely observing, and no one else spoke or approached the living room. The air in the living room was suffocatingly still for a while, until Huang Yu finished applying medicine to the 2 cousins with a roughness that echoed in his voice. "If there is a next time, I will surely skin the 2 of you alive." His voice was as cold as ice, chilling to the bone, as though it emanated from the depths. The two cousins stood, bowing respectfully to Huang Yu, acknowledging, "Understood, thank you, elder brother, we shall take our leave now." They headed to their own home next door. Hu Li, concerned they might. Even though Hu Li had helped them today, they felt no gratitude, believing it was merely an attempt to curry favor with the family. Hu Li began to tend to her own injured hand. A cool voice came from above. "What business is it of yours? Are you tired of living?" If she had not caught the whip, the lash would have struck her head or face, and she would have suffered. Without raising her head, she replied while applying the ointment, "We live under the same roof, I cannot turn a blind eye. Moreover, you have helped me significantly, out of both sentiment and reason, I must intervene. Do not take this as your own home, lest you grow too attached." His tone lost its previous frostiness, instead tinged with a thread of melancholy. Hu Li found it oddly unsettling. When she looked up, all she saw was his towering, indifferent silhouette. Inwardly mocking herself, Hu Li thought, "Oh Hu Li, your hand is injured, why does your hearing seem to be failing?" As during dinner, it was just the four of them. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, yet Huang Jiqing chose this moment to speak. He looked at Huang Yu with a gentle demeanor, saying, "You made a grave mistake today. Even if the fault lies with the other party, as the president of the Fingxing group, you should not resort to fists to resolve issues." Huang Yu scoffed, disdain dripping from his voice. "So you are aware that fists should not be used to resolve problems? Then why did you not intervene when the second and third were being beaten?" Huang Jiqing's expression remained unperturbed, his tone unchanged. "The second is about to enter his senior year, consumed by music, aspiring to be a singer. His grades have plummeted. The third will soon be in his junior year, his focus absent from studies. If you remain restless and neglect proper guidance, who will become your right and left arms in the future?" With a thud, Huang Yu slammed his dishes onto the table. Hu Li watched as he rose with a frostbitten expression, glaring at Huang Jiqing and stating firmly, "You may return to the company now, I will clear your position immediately." Huang Yu had no intention of taking over the company. He had only stepped in 3 years ago when Huang Jiqing's life was in jeopardy. As Li Lin prepared to rise and pursue Huang Yu, Huang Jiqing interjected, "Finish your meal." His tone remained consistently gentle, as he continued to eat, seemingly unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. Hu Li admired him. This was the composure expected of a person destined for greatness, and it was no wonder the Fingxing group had become a leader among enterprises in Shin City. The meal concluded in silence. After dinner, Huang Jiqing summoned Hu Li to the study, where he was calmly practicing calligraphy. She felt a twinge of anxiety as she spoke, "Dad." Aside from the initial interrogation upon her arrival, Huang Jiqing had not inquired further about her family, her daily outings, whether she was working or engaged in something else. Huang Jiqing set down his brush and kindly invited, "Please, sit." Hu Li sat across from him, feeling a sense of unease as her breathing slowed. Huang Jiqing's presence was overpowering. "When the floodwaters rise, I shall bury them." The air fell into a momentary silence before Huang Jiqing spoke. "I wish to discuss a transaction with you." Did he intend to? Hu Li composed herself, maintaining a calm facade as she replied, "Please, go ahead. I want to invite you to stabilize Huang Yu's emotions. You may propose any condition." He was aware of her current excursions and late returns to in the face of injustice. She had neither succumbed to despair nor recounted her experiences to anyone. Instead, she swallowed her grievances and lived as if nothing were amiss. Huang Jiqing held her in high esteem. If Huang Yu could learn even half of what she had endured, he would have no regrets. "Dad," Hu Li called out brightly, "I am grateful for your kindness in allowing me to. We might even divorce tomorrow. Therefore, I regret to say that I cannot acquiesce to your request." After a moment of silence, Huang Jiqing asked, "Have you not considered staying?" Many have exerted great effort only to find themselves unable to enter the illustrious circles, yet she had managed to do so and was now contemplating an exit. Huang Jiqing was somewhat taken aback, offering a gentle smile. "It is perfectly fine to speak candidly. We are merely discussing a transaction." The implication was clear to Hu Li, who responded sincerely, "From the moment I entered the Huang family, I never sought to covet their wealth, for I have always believed that spending money, even if it means enduring hardships, as long as the money is acquired honestly, I will find joy in it." In the kitchen, Hu Li noticed Aunt Zhang still busily working. Aunt Zhang appeared rather unwell, prompting Hu Li to inquire, "Aunt Zhang, are you feeling unwell?" Aunt Zhang shook her head and sighed, "No, I simply feel great sorrow for the young master. He has suffered too much over the years." Before turning 13, the young master was a child praised by all, outstanding in academics, polite, emotionally stable, and possessing a sunny disposition. However, after the untimely passing of his mother, he transformed into the person he is today. The loss of his mother struck Huang Yu with profound devastation. Curiously, Hu Li asked, "How did the young master's mother pass away?" Aunt Zhang paused thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is best to wait for the young master to tell you himself. It is likely that Hu Li may never witness that day," yet she refrained from pressing further. Observing Aunt Zhang preparing noodles, Hu Li inquired, "Are you making these for the young master?" Aunt Zhang nodded. "Aunt Zhang, allow me to prepare them," Hu Li offered. Aunt Zhang glanced at Hu Li's band. "It is of no concern." Aunt Zhang regarded Hu Li with a knowing look. Very well. Whether Hu Li could bring about a change in the young master remained uncertain. For now, it seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Huang Yu soaked in the bathtub, the cold water amplifying the chilling image of his mother's lifeless body in his mind. He could never forget the moment he returned home on the very first day of middle school. At 13, he hurried home, filled with joy and excitement, eager to share his first day experiences with his mother, yet, to his horror, he found her pale and lifeless on the bed, her body already cold. Alongside her was a suffocating letter she had left behind. Son, do not trust anyone easily, especially those you hold dear. Huang Jiqing informed Huang Yu that his mother had died from an overdose of sleeping pills. Clutching the letter, Huang Yu, in despair and fury, confronted Huang Jiqing. Did you cheat on her? Huang Jiqing remained silent. Prior to this, Huang Yu had witnessed ambiguous interactions between Huang Jiqing and Li Lin, and when Huang Yu had believed him wholeheartedly, seeing Huang Jiqing's silence, Huang Yu seethed, pointing at Li Lin. Was it her? Only then did Huang Jiqing speak. It was not her, it was someone else. Li Lin, however, remained mute. Huang Yu's grandparents had passed away early, and Li Lin had been raised by Huang Yu's mother. The collapse of his world, his husband cheating with the sister his mother had painstakingly raised, was a betrayal of both love and family. It was no wonder his mother took her own life. Following the funeral, Huang Yu moved out of the Huang residence, accompanied by the old butler Huang Zhong to his mother's hometown in Huxian, where he became classmates with Hu Li. The suicide of his mother, coupled with the betrayal of his father and aunt, left him restless every night, unable to sleep. Yet, one must eventually find rest, and so he resorted to catching up on sleep during the day in the classroom. After a monthly exam, due to his grades, Huang Yu was no longer seated next to Hu Li. Hu Li had secured the top spot in the class, while Huang Yu had fallen to the very bottom, submitting a blank paper. The seating arrangement was determined by performance, and being the last to choose, he found that Hu Li had chosen a different spot. With a new desk partner, Huang Yu's former seat had been taken by another student, and he felt indifferent about who he sat with. However, when Huang Yu laid his head on the desk to sleep, he found himself utterly unable to do so. His new desk partner did not disturb him, yet sleep eluded him, both during class and in the intervals. Convinced that the change of seat was the issue, he spent 200 yuan to reclaim his original position, but the outcome remained unchanged. He still could not sleep. Was it truly the desk partner's fault? Huang Yu then prepared to spend another 200 yuan to sit next to Hu Li, only to find that Hu Li's partner was unwilling and deliberately made things difficult for him, demanding that Huang Yu kneel and call him father. Without hesitation, Huang Yu retaliated, overpowering the other until he complied, thus earning a reputation for his volatile temperament. No one dared to provoke him thereafter. From then on, he could sit wherever he pleased, and everyone would unconditionally yield their place to him. In this new arrangement, Huang Yu miraculously managed to fall asleep. This slumber lasted for 6 years. During these 6 years, aside from the inversion of his day and night, sleeping during the day and studying at night, along with occasional fights, Huang Yu's life was relatively stable. He had come to terms with his mother's affairs to a considerable extent. As he prepared to follow Hu Li to the same university, anticipating a natural progression in their relationship, an unexpected event unfolded on the eve of the college entrance exam. The old butler Huang Zhong suffered a heart attack and, on his deathbed, revealed the true cause of Huang Yu's mother's demise. It was not the affair with his aunt, but rather an infidelity involving his father's most trusted assistant, Zhang Lei. His mother had eloped with Zhang Lei, only for him to abandon her, taking the money and fleeing. Unable to endure the betrayal, and too ashamed to face Huang Jiqing and Huang Yu, she chose to take her own life. Furthermore, it was not an overdose of sleeping pills that claimed her life, but rather an overdose of narcotics. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had been secretly abusing drugs for a year. In other words, she had been involved in an affair for a year, conspiring with Zhang Lei to abscond with the money. Impossible. Huang Yu refused to believe it. His mother was the epitome of a perfect mother, wife, sister, and sister-in-law. How could she betray her family? Surely, the butler must be lying. He was certain of it. It was not until he came across the police records detailing the cause of her death by an overdose of narcotics, that he was forced to accept the truth. Yet, how could such a perfect mother resort to infidelity? Whenever she stepped outside, she was lauded for her grace and wisdom, her diligence and ability to manage the household. These were the hallmarks of her character. Despite not having graduated from middle school, she raised 4 students who attended prestigious universities and successfully educated Huang Yu. Her most significant achievement lay in her unwavering support for his father's entrepreneurial endeavors. The story traces back over 30 years, to a tragic gas explosion that claimed the lives of her parents and her 9-year-old brother. At the age of 14, her mother, Li Wan, had taken her 5-year-old sister, Li Lin, outside to play, narrowly escaping disaster. With her parents gone and no home left, the 2 sisters were left to fend for themselves. Li Wan and Huang Jiqing had long been betrothed, and the Huang family subsequently brought the sisters from Wuxian to Xinjiang. Chapter 24. Huang Yu never loses his resolve in love. When Li Wen and her sisters arrived at the Huang residence, Huang Jichang was 17 years old, his second uncle Huang Jiyong was 11, and his third uncle Huang Jichang was merely 7. At that time, the only adult present in the Huang household was Huang Jicheng's mother, as his father had tragically perished at sea before the birth of their third child. The Huang family was not affluent, however, fortune smiled upon them as Huang Jicheng's mother operated a small convenience store, ensuring they could survive adequately, with everyone able to eat, dress warmly, and attend school. Alas, this pleasant situation was short-lived. 6 months later, Huang Jicheng's mother suffered a sudden stroke and passed away, leaving behind 5 minors, making even meals a challenge, let alone schooling. At barely 18, Huang Jicheng dropped out of school to assume the role of head of the household. He was in his senior year and had excellent grades. Li Wan vehemently opposed his decision to leave school. She threatened Huang Jicheng, stating that if he could not attend university, she would call off their engagement. Li Wan's mother was a traditional woman who held her husband in the highest regard, and she had deeply influenced Li Wan, who believed that a man's success brings prosperity to the family. Under Li Wen's persistent insistence, Huang Jichang remained in school while she, having barely turned 15, took over the small store to sustain the family. Huang Jichang excelled in his college entrance examination, achieving the tops. However, the distance between the capital and Shin City was vast, and Huang Jichang chose to forego this opportunity. Wanting to remain close to his family, infuriated, Li Wen hastily packed her belongings and left with her sister. With no other choice, Huang Jichang traveled to the capital, but his heart was heavy with concern for his family. He returned home every 2 to 3 months, only to be reprimanded by Li Wen for wasting money on travel expenses, which were particularly burdensome in an era when earning was difficult. Thus, she insisted that he return home once a year, or else they would part ways. As the future matriarch, Li Wen held the utmost authority, and Huang Jichang complied with her wishes. Each time he returned home, Li Wen would insist he take all their savings, deceitfully claiming that there was still money left at home. Despite working jobs to support himself, Huang Jichang refused to accept her money, yet Li Wen would secretly slip it into his backpack. Even amid hardships, Li Wen managed to keep the household running smoothly, educating her future younger brothers and sister exceptionally well. They were all obedient and accomplished, frequently achieving top marks. Observing her family's promising futures, Li Wen felt immense satisfaction and bore no regrets about her early departure from school. Despite her own commendable academic performance, upon completing his studies, Huang Jichang prepared to take the civil service examination for a stable job to ensure his family's security. With Li Wen's unwavering support, Huang Jichang embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, utilizing the 5,000 yuan she had diligently saved alongside another 5,000 yuan he had earned. In that era, 10,000 yuan was no small sum. Huang Jichang rented a studio with this amount, salvaging discarded computers to extract usable parts and assembling them into new machines, which proved to be more efficient than brand-name models, garnering considerable attention. Having earned his first fortune, Huang Jichang and Li Wen naturally tied the knot. Their wedding was a modest affair, inviting friends and neighbors for a simple meal. Li Wen remained unchanged before and after marriage. She wore no gold necklaces nor rings, with the only testament to their union being their marriage certificate. Huang Jichang insisted on purchasing a ring, which infuriated Li Wen. She had sacrificed so much for the family that he could. When she said east, he would not venture west. As their lives flourished, Huang Jichang's computers received widespread acclaim, with people praising the speed of internet connectivity. Li Wen joyfully rebranded their venture. As Huang Jichang's career gradually stabilized, Li Wen ceased operating the convenience store and devoted herself entirely to supporting his entrepreneurial endeavors, managing the needs of the three still in school with unparalleled dedication. She fulfilled the role of a mother more than any biological mother could, ensuring that if she could handle a task herself, she would not burden her younger brothers or sister. The arrival of Huang Yu allowed her to fully embrace her role within the family. With the new member, Huang Jichang found himself busier than ever. Others could afford to be weekend fathers, but he could only be a part-time father. Li Wen took it upon herself to manage Huang Yu's upbringing and education, and under her guidance, Huang Yu blossomed into an exemplary child, well-mannered, academically gifted, and possessing a sunny disposition. Wherever he went, Huang Yu became the envy of many, feeling like the happiest child in the world, blessed with the most extraordinary and perfect mother. Yet, why would such a mother choose to betray? The answer was deceptively simple. Huang Jichang could not bear to see Li Wen even slightly unhappy, always acquiescing to her wishes, which resulted in a life devoid of conflict and passion. In stark contrast, Zhang Lei would offer her the very thing she claimed she did not need. Over time, Li Wen discovered an alternate version of herself, the one she was meant to be. Throughout the years, she had never truly lived for herself, and now she yearned to experience that life, leading her to secretly engage with Zhang Lei, eventually succumbing to substance abuse. Yet, she increasingly relished this newfound freedom, living for herself, and under Zhang Lei's encouragement, they plotted to embezzle vast sums from Fengxing Group. However, Li Wen never anticipated that Zhang Lei would abandon her. Zhang Lei fled with the money, and Huang Jichang chose not to report the incident. He feared that doing so would ruin Li Wen's reputation. Thus, the family quietly sold possessions to salvage the company. Huang Jichang, fearing that Huang Yu could not bear the truth, concealed the reality of the situation, believing that it was better for Huang Yu to harbor hatred towards him than to face despair. Li Lin maintained a pure relationship with Huang Jichang. Without Li Wen, she might have perished from hunger. When Huang Yu misjudged her, she chose silence over explanation. The second and third uncles, whom Li Wen had raised, also chose deception. The second and third aunts, whom Li Wen had brought into the Huang family, were regarded as sisters by her, yet they too opted for lies. As the truth and deceit converged, it shattered Huang Yu completely. After harboring resentment towards his family for 6 years, he was finally informed that he had misdirected his hatred. Unable to accept this revelation, he felt no gratitude for their purported benevolence. For 6 years, he had struggled alone in the mire, with no one to extend a helping hand. Had the old steward not revealed the truth before his death, he might have remained oblivious until the end of his days. Thus, his hatred for the Huang family intensified, and he resolved to sever ties with them, retreating to the northernmost city to bury himself in isolation. 3 years later, upon learning that Huang Jichang was on the brink of death due to a car accident, he returned to Shin City. Gazing at the frail figure of Huang Jichang lying on the hospital bed, his heart softened at last. He rejoined the Huang family, taking the reins of Fengxing Group. His heart softened due to their blood connection. As for love, he dared no longer to hope for it, nor would he ever allow himself to be swayed by it again. Chapter 25. A man's mood brightens only with meat. Human nature is exceedingly difficult to fathom. He, already battered and bruised, can no longer endure any trials of humanity. The only way to avoid harm is to abstain entirely. His father provided his mother with a life of luxury, obeying her every whim. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he was also dutiful and filial, with the entire family revolving around his mother, treating her as if she were a divine empress, loved, revered, and protected. But what was the outcome? A resounding knock at the door jolted Huang Yu from his reverie. He arched an eyebrow, suspecting it was Hu Li, and chose to remain silent. After a span of 10 minutes without further knocks, he donned his clothes and opened the door, only to be taken aback by Hu Li's presence. It turned out she had not left. Cradled in her hands was a bowl of noodles, and she smiled as she said, "I heard that vegetarian food can uplift one's spirits, so I made you a bowl of vegetarian noodles for you to try." If meat could not elevate his mood, how could vegetable? Huang Yu cast her a frosty glance, indifferent, his dark, elongated eyes fixated on her as he leered, "For a man, only meat can truly enhance one's spirits." His implication was glaringly evident. Even an innocent maiden like Hu Li grasped it immediately, her face flushing crimson as she feigned ignorance, replying, "I'll go get you a different bowl." With that, she hastily turned away, fearful of being metaphorically devoured by him. During their marriage, avoiding intimacy was the best outcome for both parties. To reserve one's first time for the one truly loved, someone who would accompany one through life, was a form of happiness, a belief in itself. I am in splendid spirits. If you truly have nothing to do, find a way to earn 50 million to buy your freedom, came his detached yet earnest voice from behind. 50 million was nothing short of a pipe dream. Hu Li had no voice in this matter. Whatever he said was law. Even if he demanded 500 million, she could not refute him, merely responding, "All right." She did not turn back, leaving Huang Yu uncertain whether her expression reflected joy or sorrow. Even if it were sorrow, Huang Yu felt no compassion. If she could earn 50 million, he would no longer need to worry about her die in this cold, unfeeling world. Only money would not betray or deceive. Only money offered a person freedom and confidence. He could protect her momentarily, but not for a lifetime. He could not bind her to himself eternally. She deserved a so-called complete and perfect life, marriage, children, the mundane joys of daily life, the exploration of all that is unknown, the tasting of life's myriad flavors, the quarrels and reconciliations with one's beloved. These were all things he could not provide. A heart untouched remains unscathed. After approximately 20 minutes, Huang Yu opened the door once more, discovering a small stool placed outside, atop which rested a bowl of beef noodles, accompanied by a sticky note, "I am not idle. I am merely fulfilling a promise, all meals and lodging included." A gentle tug at Huang Yu's heartstrings ensued. He remained silent for a few seconds before rejecting the offering, retreating back to his solitary grave, Zijingting. Hu Li resolved to fulfill her commitments to the best of her ability, while avoiding what was unnecessary. Striving to earn money was the true path. Although 50 million seemed unattainable, every little bit earned brought her closer to her goal. Even without Huang Yu's directive, she would tirelessly pursue financial gain. All else in this world was but fleeting clouds. Only money was the true path. She toiled from dawn till dusk, nearly living at the office. Qin Yufei teased her, "You're making me lose face. Others think you're the boss." But that was far from the truth. Whether in the office or out conducting business, Qin Yufei's role was merely one of companionship. When Hu Li engaged in discussions, she had no voice of her own. Studying accounting, she was clueless about developing cosmetics, only able to assess whether Hu Li's products were good or bad. As for the principles and materials used in development, those were all printed on paper by Hu Li. The sight of the densely packed text left Qin Yufei with a headache. After enduring the rigors of graduation, returning to memorize texts was simply out of the question, absolutely impossible. Hu Li was responsible for earning money. While she counted it, there was no need for further discussion, pure bliss. Setting aside her bottles and jars, Hu Li looked earnestly at Qin Yufei. "You are always the boss." Of course, Qin Yufei beamed with delight. With a routine of early nights and early mornings, 2 weeks passed, and Qin Yufei felt rejuvenated. Previously, she would sleep until late morning, waking only to either do beauty treatments or visit the Huang family, where she would confess her feelings to Huang Yu. After unsuccessful declarations, she would return home to scream out her frustrations, collapsing onto her bed in exhaustion. Life had been monotonous, waiting for death in a state of languor. Yet during these past 2 weeks, she seemed to have discovered the essence of living: fresh morning air, smooth journeys avoiding rush hour, and no longer fretting over what to wear in order to catch Huang Yu's attention. She felt a glimmer of understanding regarding life, poetry, distant dreams, and the warmth of everyday existence. In a spacious private room, Qin Yufei accompanied Hu Li to a social gathering, facing 3 corpulent middle-aged men with shifty eyes and ulterior motives. They were not yet part of the upper echelons of society and did not recognize Qin Yufei, intent on getting the 2 women drunk and whisking them off to a hotel for some illicit fun. One man, named Wang, with yellowed teeth, raised his glass. "Little Hu, little Qin, in business, it's all about drinking. My success today is all thanks to my drinking prowess." Qin Yufei regarded him with disdain. It was evident that such a large belly could not have come from anything other than excessive indulgence. Meanwhile, Hu Li offered a faint smile. "Mr. Wang, you are quite right." Hu Li glanced at the wineglass, yet picked up the bottle, lightly tapping the neck of her bottle against the rim of Wang's glass, signifying that she was slightly shorter than him, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, I toast to you." As Hu Li swallowed the wine, her throat moved rhythmically, causing the 3 lecherous men to become parched and restless, wishing they could take such a beautiful face, such an alluring figure, and so obedient. Who could resist? In one swift motion, Hu Li drained an entire bottle, calmly turning it upside down without a single drop spilling. After downing the bottle, she showed no signs of inebriation, causing Wang and his companions to feel displeased. They realized they would have to employ some tactics another day. They grudgingly admired the young woman's remarkable drinking capacity. Meanwhile, in another private room of the same restaurant, Hu Dai had just seated herself with Li Haochen, preparing to order. "Mr.Li, thank you for taking me to the hospital. Since you declined my offer of payment, allow me to treat you to this meal." "Please, order whatever you desire without hesitation," Hu Dai said. Having just been discharged from the hospital after 2 weeks of recovery, it was time for her to act. She intended to claim what was hers and not let anything slip away. Li Haochen replied, "Then I shall not be polite. Do not hold back, please, do not hesitate to I will step away for a moment, Hu Dai said, excusing herself. Li Haochen nodded as he watched her leave. Chapter 26, Huang Yu, how could you be so base? As Hu Dai stepped into the restroom, she was immediately greeted by a cacophony of retching sounds and the thuds of comforting pats emanating from the adjacent stall, suggesting the presence of two individuals. She inadvertently overheard a stranger's voice, for a mere 100,000 order, you've reduced yourself to this state, he won't spare a thought for you, truly, he is a despicable creature, demanding 50 million for your freedom. The world is indeed rife with callous souls, and this was precisely the reality Hu Dai perceived. The notions of tranquil times and benevolent hearts were nothing but nonsensical drivel. As Hu Dai prepared to depart, she suddenly heard Hu Li's voice, I'm fine, just calm down. Undoubtedly, the he she referred to was Huang Yu, and this realization filled Hu Dai with a sense of elation. It seemed she need not rush into action. While it was true that Huang Yu cherished Hu Li, it did not preclude his ruthlessness. He would not tolerate any betrayal. Hu Li's audacity to exploit him would lead to her own demise. If Hu Li relied solely on her beauty to amass 50 million, she was destined to remain in the realm of dreams. Hu Dai resolved to wait for Hu Li to stray, for Huang Yu to cast her into the depths of the sea to feed the fish. The mere thought of it brought her immense satisfaction. Upon returning to the private room, Hu Li consumed 2 more drinks and finally secured the 100,000 order. Wang Zong and the others, witnessing her apparent sobriety, could only depart in disappointment. No sooner had they left than a loud thud echoed through the room, and turning back, Qin Yufei saw Hu Li sprawled across the table. Her heart ached for her. Had it been in the past, she could have charmed her parents and brother, sold some of her luxury items, and with the monthly allowance from home, easily gathered 50 million. But that was no longer an option, since starting her own company, her family had ceased providing her with financial support, and to keep the business afloat, she had sold off her luxuries, leaving her with nothing of value. As she attempted to carry Hu Li out of the restaurant, her own strength proved insufficient, and she resorted to shaking her. Before she could even dial a number, the door to the private room burst open. Standing at the threshold was Huang Yu. Qin Yufei watched as Huang Yu approached Hu Li, his demeanor dark and menacing. Summoning unexpected courage, she positioned herself protectively in front of Hu Li and admonished, Huang Yu, how could you be so base? I truly misjudged you. You expect Hu Li to earn 50 million for her freedom. How can someone struggling at the bottom achieve such a feat? Why not ask for 500 million or even 5 billion? Turning her body to gaze at the unconscious Hu Li sprawled across the table, she continued, do you realize that tonight, she has reduced herself to this state for a paltry 100,000 order? If she encounters someone relentless, have you considered the consequences? It was indeed the order that prompted Huang Yu's urgent arrival after receiving a call from his bodyguard, who reported seeing Hu Dai. Until now, he had been unable to find evidence of Hu Dai's slander against Hu Li, which prevented him from imprisoning her. Such is the cruelty of society. For Hu Li to grow stronger, it was a path she must tread. For Huang Yu, 50 million was a mere blink away, but what would follow? Would she merely await death with that sum? What if she encountered another like Hu Dai? Would she be forced to die again? In a society governed by the law of the jungle, one must rely on their own strength, advancing step by step to instill fear in others. Naturally, Huang Yu would never permit the consequences that Qin Yufei spoke of to befall Hu Li. The bodyguards he assigned were no amateurs. As he prepared to escort Hu Li home, Qin Yufei intervened, mustering all her strength to help Hu Li stand. I will take her home. After all, you seem indifferent to her well-being. Upon arriving at Huang's residence, should Hu Li suffer from a high fever, it was likely no one would notice. Given Huang Yu's current attitude towards Hu Li, how caring could the Huang family truly be? Qin Yufei, brimming with indignation, found that Huang Yu did not engage her in a confrontation. As he brushed past her, her worldview shattered once more. His indifference was indeed genuine. She regretted how easily she had been enchanted by Huang Yu, realizing that one must not judge solely by appearances. The more incensed she became, the more strength she found, successfully lifting Hu Li into the car. Qin Yufei's white BMW glided through the bustling streets, while a plain Volkswagen discreetly followed behind. The driver was Huang Yu. This was the vehicle in which his bodyguards covertly ensured Hu Li's safety, now shadowing the Volkswagen. Once Hu Li was safely inside the Qin residence, Huang Yu drove away into the night sky, thankful to Qin Yufei. Hu Li being supported by her was preferable to relying on him, for the best and worst outcomes could lead to a bond of sisterhood. He wished to maintain distance to avoid entangling both parties in a predicament. He could neither be Hu Li's confidant nor her true partner, nor could he engage with her elusive family, thus he chose to keep his distance. Under the starry night, Hu Li lay in the large bed of the Qin home, and as Qin Yufei had anticipated, she developed a fever. Throughout the night, Qin Yufei and the housekeeper, Zhang Ma, busied themselves with fever reducers and hangover soup. As the brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in golden hues, Hu Li blinked awake, her bleary eyes meeting the serene and familiar face of a stranger who bore a resemblance to Qin Yufei. Casting a glance around the room, she realized she was surrounded by unfamiliarity. This was undoubtedly Qin Yufei's home, and the woman before her was most likely her mother. Just as she was about to greet her, footsteps approached the door. You're finally awake! Qin Yufei exclaimed, quickening her pace. I was so worried. You had a high fever last night, but don't fret, it has subsided. This is my mother. With a smile in her eyes, Qin Yufei introduced Yang Ruoshi, and from her gaze, Hu Li sensed a sense of pride emanating from her, pride in having a gentle and kind mother. Hu Li sat up and politely greeted, hello, auntie, I apologize for the trouble. Yang Ruoshi was already aware of Hu Li's situation. Last night, when Qin Yufei returned home with the unconscious Hu Li, she had worried that her daughter might have gotten into trouble. After pressing her daughter for details, Qin Yufei had recounted everything. Yang Ruoshi held no grievances against Hu Li, rather, she felt sympathy for her plight, caught between two predatory environments. With a warm smile, she said, "Not a bother at all, in fact, we are the ones who owe you for bringing us trouble." Hu Li was taken aback. In the past half-month, Yufei has been punctual to work, and the house has never been so serene. I feel rejuvenated. Yang Ruoshi expressed her genuine happiness. Qin Yufei pouted, "Mom." Alright, I'll give you some face," she replied, then turned to Hu Li with a gentle demeanor. "Hu Li, today is Saturday. You should rest a little longer. I'll check on breakfast in the kitchen and come to call you when it's ready." Tears brimmed in Hu Li's eyes. In her own home, sleeping in on a Saturday would have resulted in the swift approach of a feather duster, and illness was no excuse. She would have to rise early to prepare breakfast for the family. Chapter 27. Finally defeating Huang Yu. Once reflecting on her own misfortunes, Hu Li felt an increasing envy towards Qin Yufei, her mind inevitably drifting to the thought if her Qin Yufei interrupted Hu Li's reverie, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, that weasel from last night was utterly despicable. In my 26 years of life, it was the first time I encountered such a loathsome creature." A weasel? Hu Li found herself bewildered, as none of the three individuals from last night bore the surname Huang. Could it be that they had encountered Huang Yu? With a puzzled expression, she looked at Qin Yufei, who clarified, "I mean Huang Yu. His temperament is as fickle as the wind, his mood swings as unpredictable as a storm. In elite circles, people secretly refer to him as the weasel." How apt. Hu Li's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she gave Qin Yufei a thumbs up. Qin Yufei recounted the events of the previous night involving Hu Li's drunken escapades, promptly advising her to devise a plan to get a divorce. When she married Huang Yu, she had resolved to venture into any perilous situation if it meant avenging Hu Dai. The outcome was residing in a lavish villa, and surprisingly, Huang Yu had not treated her harshly. One might even say there was a hint of a peculiar kindness in his demeanor. Why peculiar? Though he was performing good deeds, he presented himself as though harboring a deep-seated grudge against her. Hu Li understood that Huang Yu wished to prevent her from developing feelings for him. With a smile, she shook her head, replying, "Now that you mention it, I'm not inclined to divorce anymore." Qin Yufei tapped Hu Li's forehead, exasperated. "Had I known, I would have left you by the roadside last night. Others call me a vixen. A weasel and a fox make a perfect match." Suddenly, Qin Yufei recalled a saying, "The weasel and the fox are a match made in foulness." She chuckled helplessly, and Hu Li joined in laughter. The two exquisite young women laughed heartily, their smiles radiant. Their bright, melodious laughter reached Yang Ruoshi's ears downstairs, prompting her to smile as well. It seemed Qin Yufei had indeed encountered a benefactor. During her 3 years back in the country, Qin Yufei had been nothing but loud and boisterous, and it appeared she had finally relinquished any hope regarding Huang Yu. Yang Ruoshi felt a sense of relief. Upon learning that Hu Li was Huang Yu's new bride, she had assumed Qin Yufei was still holding on to her feelings. Eager to share this moment with her husband, she pulled out her phone, dialing his number. After hanging up, she proceeded to call their son, who was also on a business trip due to a late-night engagement. Qinfen was still sound asleep when the phone rang, jolting him awake. His mother's cheerful voice penetrated his grogginess, and he shook off some of his fatigue. "Mom, has Yufei agreed to marry?" he wondered, as nothing else seemed to warrant such happiness from her. His mother chuckled lightly before responding, "Yufei isn't in a rush, but I think it's time for you to be concerned. You're 29, and once this year passes, you'll be 30. Therefore, I've decided to take the initiative regarding your lifelong affair. What type do you prefer? I'll arrange it for you." "Mom, the signal here isn't great, so I'll hang up." Staring at the screen after the call ended, Yang Ruoshi sighed and shook her head, regretting having been too indulgent with her children. They belonged to a prominent family, yet they did not wish for their offspring to enter into arranged marriages. As long as their children were happy, that was all that mattered. Corporate interests and stock holdings were merely transient possessions. Suddenly, Qinfen's phone rang again. Assuming it was his mother, he hesitated to answer. After several rings, he reluctantly prepared to pick up. To his surprise, it was not his mother. He answered immediately. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. "President Qin, after extensive deliberation at Ihue, we have decided to entrust the project to your company. We look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Qinfen was so elated that he pounded the bed in triumph. He had finally bested Huang Yu, and in doing so, had avenged his sister. In truth, the businesses of the two families did not conflict. It was Huang Yu's consistent disregard for Qin Yufei that had created the rift. His indifference towards her 3 years of pursuit felt like a dangling carrot, leaving Qinfen infuriated as he competed for the project. Finally achieving victory, especially with the call coming on a weekend, underscored how much he was valued and trusted. Dihue was not located in Xinjiang but rather across a vast distance in the capital. Once the project commenced, he could establish himself there and escape his mother's relentless marriage pressure. The thought was exhilarating. At the Zen Heart Tea House, Chen Kai gazed at Huang Yu with a puzzled expression. "Brother Yu, you're just going to relinquish it so easily? That project took you a year to secure." Huang Yu, focused on brewing tea, maintained a calm demeanor. He poured a cup for Chen Kai and himself, taking a leisurely sip before commenting, "It's quite good. You should give it a try." Unperturbed by the irrelevant response, Chen Kai grew irritated, feeling that Huang Yu was disregarding him. The capital was a coveted destination, and after such a hard-fought negotiation, to hand it over to Qinfen was infuriating. If Fengxing Group entered the capital, they would be one step closer to joining the ranks of the world's elite. Realizing the underlying reason for Huang Yu's decision, Chen Kai begrudgingly accepted it. It was due to Hu Li working at Qin Yufei's company. Love can drive one to madness. What further irked Chen Kai was that Huang Yu chose to be a coward in matters of the heart. He could easily place Hu Li within his own company, advancing both his career and romantic pursuits. Regaining his composure, Chen Kai inquired, "Brother Yu, don't you feel any regret?" If Huang Yu claimed to feel no regret, it would be a lie. Yet, he willingly accepted it for Hu Li. He desired for the Qin family to support Hu Li, even if indirectly, and he relished the thought. Huang Yu drained his cup, the tea tasting akin to fine liquor. The visible veins in his hand gripped the teacup tightly, his brow furrowing as his earlier tranquility vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Not a word of his thoughts should escape. Though he did not articulate the consequences, Chen Kai felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling slightly, he picked up the tea Huang Yu had poured for him and took a sip, only to spit it out in disgust. Was that tea? It was nothing short of bitter medicine. Yet Huang Yu laughed, a mischievous glint in his eye, pouring himself another cup, savoring it as if it were ambrosia, and remarked, "You truly lack an appreciation for tea. Life is like tea, only the drinker knows its sweetness and bitterness." Chen Kai understood all too well, yet he dared not delve deeper. He knew nothing of Huang Yu's family matters, only that his relationship with his relatives was tenuous, a common trait among many affluent families. It wasn't until Huang Yu and Hu Li obtained their marriage certificate that the peculiarities began to surface, leading him to suspect that Huang Yu bore hidden scars that he was not one to pry. A true friend supports silently. Chapter 28. Darling. At the dining table of the Qin family's villa, the atmosphere was lively, with Yang Ruoshi animatedly recounting the amusing incidents involving Qin Yufei, who did not object, as her mouth was too occupied to protest. After a fortnight of excessive workload, she had lost several pounds. Much to her dismay, she detested resembling a mere wisp of lightning, having strayed from her ideal weight, and thus resolved to indulge in food once more. She ate until she was on the verge of a hiccup and then reminded her mother, "Mom, could you please let Hu Li eat first?" Yang Ruoshi smiled sheepishly, noticing Hu Li's bowl was empty, and called for Aunt Zhang to serve Hu Li some rice. Hu Li expressed her gratitude repeatedly, claiming she was already full. Qin Yufei, with a carefree spirit, devoured 3 large bowls of rice, while Hu Li contented herself with a modest serving. A pang of unease washed over Yang Ruoshi. She sighed, reflecting, "If your mother-in-law were still alive, Huang Yu would surely not have turned out this way. She would have adored you." Upon mentioning Huang Yu's mother, Hu Li's spirits lifted. "Auntie, you must have had a wonderful relationship with my mother-in-law, right?" She was eager to learn about the circumstances of Huang Yu's mother's passing and the trials he had endured. Yang Ruoshi shook her head in regret. "I never had the pleasure of meeting her. 12 years ago, when I returned to the country, she had just passed away. To be honest, I genuinely wished to be acquainted with your mother-in-law. Alas, fate can be quite cruel. Such a remarkable and extraordinary person, taken from us without warning." Before this, the Qin and Huang families were still strangers. When Li Wen's demise occurred, it was met with widespread lamentation. Whenever Yang Ruoshi ventured out for tea with esteemed ladies, whispers of Li Wen's legacy would invariably reach her ears. Hu Li became increasingly animated, and Qin Yufei listened intently, having never heard her mother speak of Huang Yu's mother before. Yang Ruoshi elaborated that Huang Yu's mother succumbed to a sudden heart attack, recounting the various accomplishments of Li Wen during her lifetime. To protect Li Wen's reputation, Li Ziqing concealed the true cause of her death from the public. Huang Yu had contemplated revealing the unsavory truths about Li Ziqing and Li Lin, but his mother's final letter urged him, "Son, live for yourself in the years to come. Do not concern yourself with other matters. This is your mother's sole wish. You must promise me." In order to grant his mother peace in the afterlife, Huang Yu chose silence, yet, fortuitously, his silence spared him from an even more convoluted aftermath. Listening to this, Hu Li felt a tumult of emotions. It was indeed a profound tragedy that a good person reaped no rewards for their virtue, which perhaps explained Huang Yu's volatile disposition. The Fengxing group was founded on the legacy of Huang Yu's mother. No wonder Huang Yu welcomed Hu Li into his home. The Huang family, though disapproving, offered no resistance. Yet, one question lingered in Hu Li's mind. The death of Huang Yu's mother was not anyone's fault, so why did it sever the ties between him and his family? That was a mystery known only to those directly involved. Just then, Yang Ruoshi's phone chimed, a message from her close friend inviting her to go shopping. Qin Yufei and Hu Li remained at home, and Qin Yufei confided heartfelt words to Hu Li. "You mustn't let Huang Yu's plight evoke your sympathy to the point of falling for him. Although his circumstances are indeed pitiable, he cannot impose hardships on others. I shall refrain from recounting past grievances, but now he demands you earn 50 million to gain your freedom. Once you achieve that, he is bound to conjure some new trickery." Initially, Qin Yufei had not foreseen this aspect. Hearing Huang Yu's story only solidified her belief that he was untrustworthy. "Huang Yu has been quite good to me," Hu Li interjected almost immediately. "He is cold on the outside yet warm within. His exterior chill stems from a fear that I might develop feelings for him and cling to him for life." Qin Yufei had once shared that sentiment. His failure to outright reject her or belittle her made her perceive him as a rather decent person, albeit a bit arrogant. Yet yesterday, he stood by, a silent witness as his legally recognized wife was taken home by another, not uttering a single word. Was such behavior even humanly possible? Wasting 3 years on such a person left Qin Yufei seething with frustration. Hu Li, however, smiled genuinely, clearly amused. "He must be terrified of my retaliation." Qin Yufei stared blankly, shaking her head in resignation. "There is no saving you now." Hu Li decisively shifted the topic. "With 100,000 in hand, I believe we could rent a small shop, allowing us to sell our own products directly. This would eliminate the middleman and enable customers to experience our offerings firsthand. When they do, we could provide complimentary makeovers, ensuring a steady stream of clientele. What do you think?" Qin Yufei nodded in agreement. While it sounds promising, we would need to hire a renowned makeup artist to oversee operations. Otherwise, no one would allow us to touch their faces. Esteemed makeup artists are not within our budget. Even if we could afford one, it would only be for a brief period, which would be of little use. Her family offered no support, leaving Qin Yufei with a throbbing headache. Last night, she had casually mentioned this to her mother, who stated that while marriage could be postponed for now, financial assistance was out of the question. Hu Li's dark, luminous eyes fixed intently on Qin Yufei. This did not bode well. It seemed she was intent on using Qin Yufei as a practice canvas. Qin Yufei adopted an authoritative tone. If you dare to wield a brush on my face, I shall not hesitate to wield a knife on yours. A deal was struck. Qin Yufei had never witnessed Hu Li's makeup skills. She had merely seen her apply lipstick. Hu Li's visage required no enhancement. She was already stunningly beautiful, and with makeup, she would surely be breathtaking. Qin Yufei regarded Hu Li earnestly. Hu Li, I promise I am a woman of my word. You must think it through carefully. Hu Li nodded, having considered it thoroughly. Very well. Qin Yufei awaited her opportunity to work her magic on Hu Li's face. Even if she did not use a knife, she would certainly transform Hu Li. Splendidly anxious about potentially confronting a visage of utter disarray, Qin Yufei dared not open her eyes to the mirror during the makeup process. However, when she finally dared to open her eyes, she was left utterly astonished. Was the reflection truly her? It was as if she were no longer the same person. At that moment, even Yang Ruoshi would surely question, is this my daughter Yufei? Qin Yufei gazed at her reflection, then at Hu Li. The two faces before her were of entirely equal caliber. Post-makeup, she could rival Hu Li, perhaps even surpass her. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Darling, how on earth did you achieve this? Hu Li lifted her delicate hand gracefully. This is how it's done. Due to her exceptional beauty, Hu Li had few friends growing up, surrounded instead by suitors. She paid them no mind, dedicating her free time in university to mastering her passions, acquiring numerous skills along the way. Qin Yufei assumed a presidential demeanor as she prepared to announce, adjusting her posture, smoothing her attire, clearing her throat, and gravely proclaiming, Hu Li, I hereby declare you have transformed from a rustic girl into my beloved darling. Chapter 29. Hu Li's disappearance. Darling, what level is your makeup certification? Qin Yufei inquired excitedly. Hu Li merely regarded it as a hobby and had not taken the exam, shyly smiling, level 0. Without a certificate, she found herself unrecognized by others. Having just witnessed a windfall of cash vanish in an instant, Qin Yufei's expression fell into despair. Hu Li placed a comforting hand on her shoulder while presenting her phone. Don't be so. Look at this. What Qin Yufei saw was Hu Li's registration for a makeup artist competition, which would be broadcast live. The event was located in Xinjiang and scheduled for next month, granting them half a month for preparations, with hopes that Hu Li would secure first place. Seizing the moment to launch a dedicated counter, how could customers resist flocking to it? Darling, I truly adore you. As Qin Yufei leaned in to kiss her, Hu Li quickly evaded, accepting the sentiment verbally but not physically. It's still early. Let us explore the shops. Work, work, all I see is work, Qin Yufei retorted sternly, refusing to budge. Sister desires to hit the streets and indulge in shopping. It's a beautiful day, and neglecting a shopping spree would be an affront to my bold nature. You must accompany me, or I shall deduct your salary. Miss, do you possess any personal funds? Hu Li quipped, struck by the realization. Presently, Qin Yufei's pockets were emptier than Hu Li's. She had even covered the fuel costs for the car yesterday. Though not particularly disciplined, she was meticulous in distinguishing between public and private funds, never misappropriating them. With a heavy sigh, Qin Yufei self-deprecatingly remarked, I might be the most unsuccessful boss in the world. Hu Li nodded seriously, recognizing her own limitations, which offered a glimmer of hope. Qin Yufei shot her a playful glare before breaking into a joyful smile. Lacking funds for shopping, they wholeheartedly immersed themselves in their work, swiftly locating a suitable shop and negotiating a favorable price. Their beauty was their greatest asset. The proprietor, upon seeing two stunning women, treated them as living advertisements for his storefront. Ding ding ding, just as Hu Li awoke, Qin Yufei's call came through. Darling, I'm on my way. I'll wait for you at the competition venue. Today was the day of the contest, and Qin Yufei was even more enthusiastic than Hu Li. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Hu Li teased. Hee, Qin Yufei laughed heartily, unabashed, I was too excited to sleep. You better not let me down. Rest assured, I won't. The day of their ascent to prominence was finally near. Qin Yufei envisioned herself boldly proclaiming to her family and all who had underestimated her that she was no failure. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement down her spine. As she drove along, humming a tune, the car suddenly stalled. Upon exiting to investigate, her phone, which she had carelessly tucked into her pocket, fell into a water drainage grate, swept away by the considerable rainwater from the previous night. Indeed, one must not become too complacent, lest the heavens intervene. Qin Yufei looked up at the sky. Heaven, I was wrong. Early in the morning, the streets were devoid of any souls, and with no other option, Qin Yufei resorted to walking to the competition venue. Fortunately, it was not far, and she arrived swiftly. Finding staff already in position, borrowing a phone to contact Hu Li, she was met with a deadline. Calling Huang Yu met the same fate. She couldn't recall the numbers for the other Huang family members. She urged her father to reach out to Huang Xiqing, but to no avail. Contemplating a visit to the Huang residence to locate Hu Li, she worried that Hu Li might arrive soon and be unreachable. Thus, she patiently waited, frequently borrowing others' phones to call Hu Li. Time dragged on, and as the competition concluded, Hu Li still had not appeared. Qin Yufei stormed over to the Huang household, ringing the doorbell repeatedly, yet no one answered. She pressed the doorbells of Huang Yu's uncles, but still, no one opened the door. Panic-stricken, Qin Yufei returned home, dialing Hu Li's number incessantly, but it remained switched off. Huang Jiqing was also unreachable. The Huang family had seemingly vanished into thin air. Qin Yufei returned to the Huang residence, where she finally spotted Aunt Zhang and the butler returning from outside. "Aunt Zhang, why is everyone absent?" Aunt Zhang, who had seen Hu Li leave that morning, replied, "The young mistress mentioned she was heading to a competition. Weren't you together?" In the Huang family, Aunt Zhang was one of the few with whom Hu Li would occasionally share her relationship with Qin. Trembling, he emptied his pockets. "Brothers, this is all the money I have." The towering leader of the masked group swatted the money from Huang Junjia's hands. "Who needs your measly cash? Someone is offering $1 million to silence your voice. Cooperate and spare yourself some suffering." Huang Junjie had come to the capital to participate in a singing competition, where he had already garnered acclaim during rehearsals before the official recording. A mere 16-year-old, fresh-faced and inexperienced, he had outshone those who toiled as trainees, inciting envy and a desire to ruin his voice, preventing him from ever taking the stage. Summoning all his strength, Huang Junjie pushed the imposing leader to the ground and fled. "You dare defy me? After him, kill him," the leader bellowed, rising in fury. A steel rod flew from behind Huang Junjie, striking his calf. He was cornered, and as a rod descended from above, he realized his imminent doom. In a moment of panic, he imagined Hu Li rushing from the shadows, delivering a swift kick to the assailant. She helped him to his feet, asking, "Can you still stand?" Huang Junjie stood dazed, speechless, oblivious to the pain in his leg. The leader, having been kicked aside, stood up in anger, recognizing Hu Li's face and leering, "Oh, what a beauty! I wonder how much more thrilling it could be when we reach the bedroom." Hu Li retaliated with another kick, but the leader was prepared, dodging her attack. Alone against 6, Hu Li seized a steel rod from one of them. With deft strikes, left and right, it took mere minutes for the masked assailants to flee in disarray. Hu Li did not pursue them, discarding the rod and helping Huang Junjie flag down a taxi. At that moment, Huang Junjie was still dazed, his head buzzing. Upon arriving at the hospital, he finally regained his senses. "Sister-in-law, how did you find me here?" Chapter 30. The genuine fear of never. It was the first time Hu Li heard Huang Junjie refer to her as sister-in-law. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "I will first report to my family that I am safe." In the early morning, as Hu Li stepped outside, she encountered her hurried uncle and aunt in the courtyard. She called out to them, but they both ignored her. This neglect was not a novel experience for Hu Li. She shrugged and prepared to drive to the competition venue. Was something amiss at their home? Upon reflection, Hu Li re-entered the house. At the entrance, she overheard her aunt's panicked voice, "Elder brother, something terrible has happened. Junjie is missing. He hasn't been to school this week." Following the recent altercation at school, her uncle had sent Huang Junjie to a strict boarding school that operated from Monday to Friday, its discipline akin to that of the military. Her uncle added, "Just now, Junjie's homeroom teacher called me to inquire about his health. Only then did I learn that this ungrateful child had impersonated Li Hui, your aunt, to call in sick on Monday morning. Today is already Thursday, and he has yet to make contact." As he spoke, her uncle's voice trembled with concern for Huang Junjie's well-being. Upon hearing this, Hu Li recalled a remark made by Huang Jiqing, stating that Huang Junjie was perpetually engrossed in music. Hu Li pondered if he had ventured to pursue his dreams. Thus, she sent a message to Qin Yufei before driving to the airport. There were several venues for the national singer auditions, and on this day, Hu Li flew to 3 cities. Her phone had long since run out of battery, so she borrowed a power bank from the nurse's station, powered it on, and called Huang Jiqing to reassure him that Huang Junjie was safe and to not worry. Huang Junjie had informed his parents that he had changed schools and was feeling unhappy, which was why he came to the capital to clear his mind. If his parents discovered he was participating in a singing competition, he would likely never set foot on a stage again. Hu Li reported the incident to the police, who promptly arrived at the hospital to take her statement. Huang Junjie and Hu Li recounted the events to the officers in detail. Just as the police were about to leave, they were startled by the presence of Huang Yu, whose demeanor was foreboding and pale. Huang Junjie turned ashen with fear. Hu Li was not faring much better. She realized she had not seen Huang Yu in nearly 20 days. She refrained from mentioning the attack on Huang Junjie or informing Huang Jiqing of their presence at the hospital. How did Huang Yu find out? Huang Yu's expression softened slightly as he replied politely, "I am Huang Junjie's elder brother." After a brief exchange with the police, they departed. Once the officers left, Huang Yu's expression reverted to its previous coldness as he shot a glance at Huang Junjie and then turned toward Hu Li. "Come with me." Huang Junjie, anxious, exclaimed, "Elder brother, sister-in-law saved me. If she hadn't arrived in time, I would have surely perished. Please do not make things difficult for her. You may do as you wish with me. Even if you were to beat me to death, I would not utter a word of complaint." Huang Yu shot him a frosty glance before pulling Hu Li out of the ward. Huang Junjie attempted to follow, but his injured leg prevented him from doing so, leaving him to fret helplessly. Huang Yu's grip was strong, causing Hu Li's wrist to ache. She knew he would be furious if he discovered she had concealed Huang. Feeling desperate, Hu Li devised a cunning tactic, pressing her body against Huang Yu's back and wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. "I was terrified earlier, fearing I could not hold my own against those men. Had I truly been overpowered, both Junjie and I would have met our end in the capital." She was not the only one feeling frightened today. He too had flown to 3 cities, initially heading to Jiangcheng on business, only to receive news of his. Upon arriving, he then received a call from his bodyguard, informing him that Hu Li had gone missing. The bodyguard had followed Hu Li to the airport but was unaware of her destination. At that moment, Huang Yu suspected Hu Li would seek out Huang Junjie. His concern was that if one was still missing, the other might encounter trouble as well. On the phone, Hu Li had informed Huang Jiqing that she needed to remain in the capital for 2 days due to other matters and would bring Huang Junjie home after the weekend. This raised Huang Yu's suspicions, prompting him to check Hu Li's ID, leading him to discover they were at the hospital. He hurriedly arrived, only to hear the unfolding events at the entrance, his heart racing with anxiety. If Hu Li were not skilled in combat, he dared not imagine the outcome. Fortunately, they were all safe, and Huang Yu released Hu Li's wrist. She immediately wrapped her arms around him, her voice trembling. "I am truly afraid, fearful of never seeing you again." Huang Yu remained still, allowing her to embrace him. It must be said that the cold indifference of Huang Yu's back provided an overwhelming sense of security, and his icy aura was rather pleasant. The warmth of her body against him caused his blood to quicken, fearing that, in a moment of impulse, he might reciprocate the embrace. Hu Li, sensing the moment was right, stepped in front of him. Thankfully, Junjie's leg was not fractured, it was merely a muscle injury, and the doctor assured that he would recover in 2 weeks. Came the muffled response from Huang Yu. He was indeed worried about his younger brother, but at that moment, his concern focused primarily on Hu Li. Huang Yu's expression remained grim as Hu Li softly suggested, "Junjie is here for the singer auditions. Could we allow him to finish the competition before returning home?" Huang Yu cast her a frigid glance, his voice resonating with indifference. "Is there a need for such excessive compassion?" "Of course." Hu Li's tone rose several decibels. "The dreams of youth are precious, and how cool it is for a brave soul to pursue their aspirations. Junjie has already taken steps towards his dream. If it were to be abruptly halted, he would surely regret it for a lifetime." In her youth, Hu Li too harbored dreams, yet being part of the Hu family had stifled her ambitions. She envied those who dared to chase after their dreams and wished to assist Huang Junjie. "What does his regret have to do with you? Who are you to him?" Hu Li tilted her head back, standing tall at 1.68 meters, striving to match the height of the 1.88-meter Huang Yu. "I am his sister-in-law, legally recognized." A gentle plucking of a heartstring resonated within Huang Yu, bringing forth a delightful sensation. The corners of his mouth twitched as he turned his face away, regaining his composure to regard her once more. "I will take charge of Junjie's situation," he declared. Hu Li playfully beckoned with her fingers. "Today, I have bested a dozen strong men. You might not necessarily be able to defeat me." Her adorable gesture caused Huang Yu to crack a smile, unable to maintain his stern facade. Hu Li, feeling emboldened by the moment, reached out to pinch his cheek. "Exactly, this is how you should behave." Faced with Huang Yu's deathly glare, Hu Li found herself at a loss. What should she do now? Release him? What about the lines? They were nowhere to be found. Hu Li felt her heart racing, wishing for divine intervention at that moment, despite her skepticism toward the supernatural. Chapter 31. Have you fallen in love with Huang Yu? The divine presence that Hu Li had anticipated ultimately did not arrive. However, she devised a self-rescue plan, maintaining an air of composure as she released her grip, a slight frown creasing her brow. Her skin was somewhat coarse. Perhaps one day she would develop a skincare product for you that, once applied, would guarantee a refinement and smoothness surpassing even that of the most celebrated stars. In reality, his skin was exceptionally good, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that it was slightly better than hers. Though Hu Li eschewed makeup, she consistently utilized skincare products. After all, she was not one to rely solely on her appearance. A mere fade was insufficient for Huang Yu to pedestal it. Disregarding Hu Li's words, he retrieved his phone and, with a few taps, accessed a banking application. Moments later, he spoke gently. Regarding today's events, I have transferred a sum of money to the card I provided you. However, his expression abruptly turned cold. From now on, you need not involve yourself in our family matters. Return to Shin City immediately. At this hour, it was already past midnight. Flights and high-speed trains were no longer an option. Hu Li, lacking wings, pondered how she might return. I understand, I will head back first thing tomorrow morning. You need not wait until morning. Someone will come to fetch you. Ah, right, they have a private jet at home. Very well. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated from the hospital room, and Hu Li feared that Huang Junjie had fallen to the ground. Instinctively, she wanted to rush in to ascertain the situation but was halted by Huang Yu, who grasped her arm. At that moment, Chen Kai appeared within Huang Yu's line of sight. Huang Yu regarded Chen Kai and instructed, "Take her back to Shin City." Chen Kai responded respectfully, then introduced himself to Hu Li. "Sister-in-law, I am Chen Kai." As Huang Yu entered the hospital room, it was as Hu Li had surmised. Huang Junjie lay sprawled on the floor. "Have you no desire for your legs?" Huang Yu glared at him before attempting to assist him. Huang Junjie angrily shrugged off Huang Yu's hand. "Why do you have to make things difficult for my sister-in-law?" Having overheard portions of the conversation between Huang Yu and Hu Li outside the room, Huang Junjie felt particularly moved when he heard Hu Li express support for his dreams. The moment he realized Huang Yu was making things hard for Hu Li, he gritted his teeth against the pain in his foot and attempted to rise, only to lose his balance and fall again. Huang Yu smirked. "How exactly am I making things difficult for her? Am I to have her rescue you time and again, allowing you to perish 10 times over, while she follows suit? Moreover, she has concealed the reasons for your arrival in the capital from the family. Would you have everyone seek her out for retribution later?" Huang Junjie's eyes sparkled with understanding. "So, does this mean you are permitting my sister-in-law to let me participate in the competition?" Huang Yu acquiesced with a nod. "Big brother, my sister-in-law is truly remarkable. She suddenly rushed in to save me. It was absolutely incredible. Huang Junjie's face radiated admiration. He had heard from his parents about the reasons behind Huang Yu and Huli's marriage. Big brother, I really like my sister-in-law. Could you possibly move back home to foster your relationship with her? It was precisely the concern of developing deeper feelings that prevented Huang Yu from residing at home. He wished to avoid entanglements in the future. You no longer wish to compete. Huang Junjie fell silent. The following day, when Qin Yufei arrived at the office, Huli was already there. Qin Yufei cast an annoyed glance in her direction, sarcastically remarking, "You're still coming to work. I thought someone would be too busy basking in the glory of their contributions to the Huang family to show their face." In recent days, Qin Yufei had witnessed Huli's early mornings and late nights, and she sincerely apologized. "Yufei, I am truly sorry." With Huang Junjie missing, Qin Yufei felt anxious. However, the Huang family's attitude towards Huli was not reason enough for her to forfeit her competition. "Huli, what on earth are you thinking? You got drunk, and they ignored you. They had their own issues, yet you recklessly charged in. You've missed the competition, you've missed the opening of the counter, and after all the hard work you've put in, you'll have to start over." Qin Yufei was at a loss. She could not bring herself to utter anything too harsh. "I apologize." Aside from her apologies, Huli felt at a loss for how to make amends with Qin Yufei. Yesterday, during a layover, she had attempted to contact Qin Yufei, but her phone was off. Had she been in Qin Yufei's position, she too would have been furious. Qin Yufei was not angry with Huli, she merely felt it was unjust. "The Huang family has shown little regard for you?" "I did not check the exact amount, and I have yet to see Huang Yu's family since my return. When I arrived last night, they were already asleep, and they had not risen when I left this morning." Huli recounted honestly. "And if they offer you a generous reward, would you accept it?" Qin Yufei inquired directly. Huli shook her head resolutely. "No, I will not accept." She was not motivated by money when seeking out assistance. She regarded Huang Yu's family, and thus, his family was naturally hers as well. She remained unaware of the amount Huang Yu had transferred to her and had no desire to find out. She had not spent a single penny from Huang Yu's card, and now that her salary was being duly dispersed, Qin Yufei was true to her word, splitting it evenly with Huli. Although the company had yet to stabilize, Huli's presence breathed new life into it. She intended to calculate Huang Yu's salary, yet he had not returned home. 50 million was still 50 million. She was obliged to compensate his monthly salary, as integrity was paramount. Qin Yufei scoffed lightly before immersing herself in work. After a brief period, she informed Huli, "My phone fell into water yesterday and was swept away." No wonder her phone was off when Huli attempted to call. Huli then recounted all that had transpired in the capital to Qin Yufei. Upon hearing the tale, Qin Yufei abruptly grasped Huli's arm, preparing to leave the office. Huli, bewildered, exclaimed, "Where are you going?" "We're going to demand money from the Huang family. You saved Huang Junjie's life. Asking the Huang family for a few billion is hardly unreasonable. Let us go." Huli halted Qin Yufei, insisting, "I have no intention of informing the Huang family about this matter, nor do I plan to ask them for a single cent." "Are you foolish? Qin Yufei, do you not understand? I am already quite free, my husband is indifferent, and his family pays me no mind. I can do as I please. How liberating." Upon reflection, Huang Yu was indeed the epitome of an ideal husband, hardly ever returning home. Yet he provided her with lavish meals and a luxurious villa. Last month, he had even given her 100,000 yuan and a BMW. Although it was on loan, she still regarded Huang Yu as the most ideal partner. His family was also the epitome of perfection, placing no restrictions on Huli's freedom, merely treating her with a touch of aloofness. She found this arrangement delightful, requiring no effort to accommodate or navigate complex interpersonal dynamics. This kind of marriage was simply sublime, and her husband was undeniably ideal. Were it not for Huang Yu mentioning divorce, she might have never broached the subject herself. To seize the opportunity to obtain money from the Huang family in exchange for her freedom was a rare chance. Huli, however, seemed to take it for granted. Qin Yufei bit her lip. "Have you fallen in love with Huang Yu?" Chapter 32, I want to give it a try with you, Huli remarked without hesitation. "Of course not. Living under the same roof, I've come to regard them as family. Aside from their slight indifference towards me, they truly have no faults." Fortunately, Huli did not waver, otherwise, Qin Yufei might have severed ties with her. At this moment, Qin Yufei was not consumed by romantic notions and had no desire to befriend someone who was. "Miss this opportunity, and there may not be another," she mused, "so think it over." After work, upon returning home, the Huang family had long since retired for the night. Huli sent a text to Huang Yu, "It's time to send you your salary, how would you like it?" "WeChat, you can add me with my phone number," came the reply. Huli was somewhat taken aback, having expected no response from Huang Yu, yet he replied instantly. She added Huang Yu on WeChat and calculated the expenses. "My previous monthly living expenses were 1,000. I'll also allocate you a monthly living expense of 1,000. The previous rent was 400, and with your monthly salary of 5,000, the total 7,400. Huli was unwavering in her commitment to provide Huang Yu with meals and accommodation, ensuring not to shortchange him by even a single cent. Huang Yu replied succinctly with a single word, "M." Without further ado, Huli directly transferred the sum of 7,400. The transaction was completed swiftly, and there was no superfluous chatter or even an emoji in response. Huli couldn't help but chuckle. She found herself reflecting on Qin Yufei's earlier question. Had she developed feelings for Huang Yu? If Qin Yufei were to ask her now, Huli would undoubtedly hesitate. She did not perceive any wrongdoing in Huang Yu receiving her money, rather, she admired him for it, believing it was rightfully hers without a moment's doubt. Huli contemplated inquiring about Huang Junji's well-being but, recalling Huang Yu's warning, refrained from doing so. In the heart of the capital, Huang Yu stared blankly at his phone. After a considerable pause, he sent a message to Huli. Regrettably, I must inform you that inheriting my billions is out of the question. Had he sent it by mistake? Huli was left bewildered. She meticulously reviewed the message she had sent to Huang Yu, her gaze lingering on the number 74. Suddenly, she laughed, thinking to herself, 74, go die. It was purely coincidental, though, of course, one could interpret it. After sending the message, Huli set her phone aside and fell asleep, only to find herself unexpectedly restless throughout the night. This was her first night of insomnia at the Huang residence. The object of her sleeplessness was none other than Huang Yu. Her imagination wandered, contemplating the delightful possibilities if she and Huang Yu could truly function as a couple, envisioning a future filled with unforeseen joys. To atone for her previous shortcomings, Huli devoted her weekends to working overtime at the company, rising early and returning late. After 3 days, she had yet to encounter the Huang family. Upon returning to the Fengting villa at 9 p.m. on Sunday, Huli found the living room filled with people. On the television screen, Huang Junjie stood confidently on a dazzling stage, singing his heart out. As the camera panned to the audience, Huli spotted Huang Yu. The Huang family, too, had noticed him. Huli never anticipated that the typically stoic Huang Yu would heed her advice. With Huang Yu's consent, the Huang family, despite their reservations about Huang Junjie participating in the talent show, remained silent. They recognized once more Huang Yu's sense of responsibility and his affection for his younger brother, simultaneously feeling a deep sense of indebtedness towards him. Once Huang Junjie's segment concluded, the television screen faded to black, and only then did Huli approach them, greeting them politely. Huli, her second aunt, called warmly, gesturing for her to come over. Please, sit for a moment. Huli expressed her gratitude and sat down respectfully. Have you been very busy lately? Her second aunt inquired. I've been waiting at home for you for several nights without seeing you. Yes, a bit busy, Huli replied. Her second aunt wasted no time and got straight to the point. Huli, I am very grateful to you for finding Junjie. This is a small token of my appreciation, please do accept it. Huli was presented with the legendary black card, which indeed exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. You are too kind, auntie. It was my duty, Huli replied, refraining from claiming that she viewed Junjie as a younger brother. Huang Junjie, after all, was the second son of the wealthiest family in the city. How could she dare to consider herself his sibling? Regardless of her second aunt's enthusiastic insistence, Huli declined the offer. Even when Huang Jiqing encouraged her to accept it, she remained firm in her refusal, prompting sighs of admiration from those present. What a wonderful girl! What a pity, they lamented. Alas, they knew Huang Yu was not one to indulge in romantic endeavors. Jin Yufei had pursued him for 3 years with no success. He remained utterly unmoved, and there had never been any woman by his side. He had a wife brought home yet ignored her entirely. As soon as Huang Junjie returned to the city from the capital, he sought out Huli to express his gratitude, presenting her with an enormous plush toy. Sister-in-law, thank you for saving me. Once I win the championship, I will definitely give you the trophy. The plush toy was a bear with a bemused expression, somewhat resembling Huang Yu upon closer inspection. Huli accepted it with delight. Thank you. It's very cute, send me another one when you win the championship. While conversing with Huang Junjie, Huli's peripheral vision remained fixed on Huang Yu, watching him. Sister-in-law, I'll head over now and come back later. Go ahead, she replied. With the support of his dreams, Huang Junjie seemed to float as he walked, despite his legs still healing. Huli was instantly inspired and ascended the stairs while hugging the plush bear, increasingly convinced of its resemblance to Huang Yu. It would be a shame not to capture a photo of the two together. She resolved to merge their pictures later. Just as Huang Yu prepared to take a shower, Huli entered his bedroom. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy. To ensure Huang Junjie's safety while also identifying those who had harmed him, he had neglected the company for many days. Huli did not beat around the bush. Here. Huang Yu looked at the bank card Huli was handing him, which contained the 50 million he had transferred in the capital, her means to attain freedom. Remaining in the Huang household did not guarantee her safety, so she deemed it best to conclude matters this way. Tomorrow at 9, we'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Remember to bring your identification. I won't have time to accompany you a second time. Was she indicating a divorce? That was not her intention. Huang Yu, I'm returning your bank card, not to prepare for a divorce. I simply want to give it a try with you. I have no desire for your wealth, I just feel unburdened in your company, which is why I want to give it a shot. Over the past few nights, Huli had pondered this matter. Huang Yu was straightforward and forthright, quick to express his emotions, which was far preferable to someone duplicitous. Huli genuinely wished to explore the possibility of being true partners with Huang Yu. Huang Yu was taken aback, staring in surprise for a few seconds before plopping down on the sofa, slapping his thigh and grinning mischievously. Come, sit here, and repeat what you just said. Chapter 33. The first kiss. Huli gazed intently at Huang Yu, her eyes traversing from his neatly cropped raven hair to his deep, piercing gaze, the high bridge of his nose, and his firm, thin lips, all while noting the pronounced Adam's apple. His long, fair hand rested on his muscular thigh, the very spot he had invited her to occupy. No matter the angle from which one viewed him, the man before her was undeniably handsome, yet he bore an unmistakable air of ferocity. Hu Li's heart drummed wildly, rooted to the spot. Huang Yu's lips curled into a disdainful smile, a silent challenge. If you lack courage, do not utter grandiose claims. He beckoned her to sit yet hesitated, boldly proclaiming that their interactions bore no burden. Rising from the sofa, he strode towards the bathroom. In a flash, Hu Li darted in front of him, blocking his path. Huang Yu stood rigid, resembling an ice sculpture, commanding her to step aside, for he had no time for frivolous games. He had no desire to plunge into a bottomless abyss. His entire family revered his mother, yet she, too, had strayed. Hu Li found it even harder to believe in her fidelity, surrounded as she was by suitors. The temperature around them plummeted below freezing, yet Hu Li did not yield. Instead, she rose on her tiptoes, delicately looping her slender, fair fingers around his neck, her fiery, soft lips brushing against his icy ones. In that fleeting moment of contact, Hu Li shut her eyes. The world faded to darkness. She heard nothing, felt nothing. Her heart lay in ashes, awaiting the grim reaper. Suddenly, she was pushed away, believing she was on the brink of death, only to find Huang Yu blushing, his ears aflame. Hu Li entirely forgot the peril she was in, teasingly remarking, "You're blushing, it's our first kiss." His face reddened further, tinged with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Undeterred, Hu Li chuckled softly, "It's all right. Practice makes perfect." Her words were abruptly cut off as he fervently captured her soft lips, his powerful arms encircling her slender waist, rendering her immobile. He was rough, domineering, disregarding all decorum, forcefully prying her lips apart and invading her realm with ruthless abandon, leaving her utterly ravaged. Only when she was left gasping for breath did he relinquish her lips. His dark gaze bore into hers, their noses almost touching, as he exhaled a cool, fragrant breath against her face. At that moment, she could no longer perceive the flush that had adorned his features. Instead, she felt ensconced in a furnace, the air around her stifling, her face ablaze as if it could cook an egg. Seeing her flustered state, Huang Yu smirked with satisfaction, a triumphant glint in his eyes, his voice melodious as he declared, "Now that is a kiss, what you did earlier barely qualifies." With that, he released her, nonchalantly sauntering into the bathroom. The sound of water flowing from the bathroom gradually helped her regain her senses. Indeed, her earlier contact had merely been a gentle brush, devoid of movement. As she recollected, his lips had been surprisingly soft, slightly cool yet imbued with a hint of sweetness. A smile of delight crept onto Hu Li's lips. She was immensely pleased with this first kiss, shared between them. No wonder couples on television kissed so readily. Kissing brought such joy. However, another voice in her mind chimed in. "You are officially certified, your bond surpasses mere couple down by leaps and bounds." Hu Li felt entirely conquered, their official status could not be undone. With her dark eyes scanning Huang Yu's bedroom, she stealthily rummaged through his belongings. Suddenly, the sound of running water ceased, causing Hu Li's heart to race with trepidation. She froze, failing to hear the door open, and glanced towards the bathroom, which remained firmly shut. Water continued to flow within, and she exhaled a sigh of relief before resuming her search. Little did she know, as she turned her head, a sliver of the bathroom door had creaked open, revealing a pair of obsidian eyes keenly observing her every move. She noticed a red booklet at the bottom drawer of the desk and hastily pulled it out eagerly. She opened it to verify its authenticity. Satisfied once confirmed, she tucked it securely away and the sound of water continued to cascade, and Hu Li left Huang Yu's bedroom, having pilfered his marriage certificate, determined to see how he would extricate himself from this predicament. After all, she was unencumbered. If the sky were to fall, she would merely report to the underworld. In a twist of fate, she had married the heir to a prestigious family in Shanghai, an absurd tale that would surely serve her well in the afterlife. Emerging from the bathroom, Huang Yu stared at the drawer now devoid of its marriage certificate, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, betraying none of his thoughts. Back in the bedroom, Hu Li placed Huang Yu's marriage certificate alongside her own, stashing them in a location he would undoubtedly never discover. She wrapped them in a sanitary napkin's packaging. He would never think to look there. When the time came for denial, Huang Yu would find no tangible evidence, and thus, her plan would succeed. Glancing out the window, Hu Li noted the moonlight's brilliance and the twinkling stars, a sign of good fortune. As dawn broke, Hu Li awoke amidst a golden glow. She had slept exceptionally well, sunlight streaming through the window. Her mood was as radiant as the sun itself as she sat up, stretching luxuriously before preparing to rise. Suddenly, her hand brushed against something unfamiliar, neither a blanket nor a pillow, but rather a person. Turning her head, she was struck dumb. Huang Yu lay beside her, the spot she had touched unmistakably indicative of his masculinity, particularly pronounced in the morning light. Having lived for 25 years, this was her first encounter with the fabled morning manifestation. Hu Li's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment as she inhaled deeply, stealing a glance at Huang Yu's face. Thankfully, he remained asleep. Gently, she covered him with the blanket. Despite his pants, the evidence was rather conspicuous. Quietly, she slipped out of bed, but as her feet touched the floor, a cough erupted from the bed, causing Hu Li to gasp in shock. She feigned calmness, glancing back at him. "Why are you here?" Huang Yu sat up, his gaze inadvertently landing on her chest before he hastily averted his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, she was in a state of undress beneath her nightgown. The blush on Hu Li's face lingered, while Huang Yu had awoken the instant she made contact, stirred awake by her touch. He had refrained from opening his eyes, fearing the awkwardness that would ensue between them. Chapter 34 of The Matchmaker. Her bashful demeanor elicited a chuckle from Huang Yu, who remarked, "You mentioned giving it a try, but how can we do that without sharing a bed?" "There's no time like the present. Since I'm in good spirits today, let us proceed." The blush that still lingered on Hu Li's cheeks intensified, her heart racing uncontrollably. Had she not witnessed the earlier exchange, she would have been less apprehensive, stammering, "Well, it's a bit late now. Perhaps we should discuss this later." Huang Yu watched as she fled to the restroom in a panic, biting her lip to suppress laughter, fearful that an inadvertent chuckle might escape. Just the previous night, she had audaciously pilfered his marriage certificate, which he had unwittingly offered. Now she was filled with trepidation. Huang Yu had come seeking the certificate but, after a prolonged search without success, found himself sitting on the edge of her bed, only to drift off to sleep. He awoke to the dawn's light now. He was indifferent to the search for the marriage certificate. If they were to attempt something, then so be it. If she dared to drag him to hell, he would insist on accompanying her. In the kitchen, Huli placed her bento on the counter and turned to wash a rag, only to discover that her meal had mysteriously vanished. Upon pursuing the matter, she found Huang Yu nonchalantly holding her bento as he made his way outside. She called after his retreating figure, "Hey, that's my bento." With a playful smirk, Huang Yu replied without turning back, "All meals are included." Resigned, Huli decided not to chase after him. She could always prepare another. As she was halfway through making it, her second aunt suddenly appeared in the kitchen. Huli momentarily lost her focus, recognizing that her aunt had arrived early and noticing her hesitation. Huli encouraged, "Aunt, if you have something to say, please do so." The second aunt, somewhat bashful, fidgeted with her hands. "Well, it's about Junjie. After he returned home last night, we had a bit of a quarrel, and he refuses to go to school today. Could you perhaps talk to him? Do you have the time?" Given that her aunt had sought her out, Huli felt compelled to make time. "All right." Last night, Huang Junjie had entered Huang Yu's home, bearing gifts and addressing his elder sister-in-law with great familiarity. Upon his return home, the second aunt admonished him, "Even though Huli was the one who found you, and we have expressed our gratitude, you shouldn't be so overly familiar with her, lest you irritate your elder brother." Huli had not accepted their thanks, and their demeanor toward her had remained rather lukewarm. On the very first day Huang Yu welcomed Huli into his home, he had warned the family not to make things difficult for her, nor to overly flatter her. With an air of impatience, Huang Junjie retorted, "Mom, without my sister-in-law, I would have perished long ago." His uncle raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Only then did Huang Junjie recount how Huli had saved him. After listening to his story, his uncle and aunt were filled with gratitude for Huli's timely intervention, but they also scolded their son, "If anything were to happen to you, it would serve you right for running off so recklessly. If he didn't take risks, how could he pursue his dreams?" Huang Junjie suddenly felt that Huli was far superior to his own parents. Her willingness to defy Huang Yu in support of him surpassed anything his biological parents had ever done. "Yes, I deserve this. I was meant to be born into the Huang family. The duty of being a Huang is to ensure that the Fengxing group thrives indefinitely. In the eyes of others, I may command respect, yet I am unable to even manage my own basic needs. The notion of dreams is a distant fantasy. I have loved music since childhood. I spent my pocket money on instruments, buying one only to have my parents discard another. From this day forth, I will no longer attend school. If you do not support my aspiration to debut, I will simply rot at home." With that, Huang Junjie stormed into his room and slammed the door. His parents, equally frustrated, chose not to placate him, knowing he would have no choice but to attend school the following day. Thinking they could forcibly take Huang Junjie to school, he boldly threatened, "If you try to bind me to go, I will choose to take my own life." With no other option available, they sought out Huang Yu, who had already left for work, while Huang Jiqing was out exercising, leaving them to try their luck with Huli, who, being a former teacher, might have a solution. As Huli opened the door, she was greeted with the sight of Huang Junjie precariously perched on the windowsill. Upon noticing her, he leaped down, enthusiastically greeting, "Sister-in-law, you're here. Please, have a seat." Huli settled onto the sofa he indicated, and before she could utter a word, Huang Junjie declared, "Sister-in-law, you needn't persuade me, I have no desire to attend school. My mind is solely fixated on debuting." He had advanced to the finals and was determined to secure victory for his debut. Huli smiled gently, "I'm not here to persuade you, nor do I wish to impart any grand philosophies. I simply wish to ask you one question, and when you become a star and are ridiculed for lacking in education, how will you respond?" Huang Junjie's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he thanked Huli, shouldered his backpack, and headed off to school. This transformation occurred in less than 3 minutes, leaving his uncle and aunt utterly astonished. They had exerted considerable effort for over an hour to no avail. Filled with admiration for Huli, they marveled at her teacherly prowess in managing the rebellious youth. They expressed their gratitude profusely and offered her invaluable gifts of gold and jewels, which she graciously declined as she always had. At Fengxing Group, as the day drew to a close, Chen Kai received a message from Huang Yu, "No need to bring me lunch today." Huang Yu typically dined in the office. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he became a workaholic when engrossed in tasks. Chen Kai rushed into the president's office, half expecting Huang Yu to be on a hunger strike, only to find him enjoying a meal with great relish. Upon closer inspection, Chen Kai frowned. The meal was entirely vegetarian. Huang Yu, a carnivore by nature, relished meat and would often jest that he had enough money to burn. What had prompted such a shift? No, Huang Yu would not adopt a vegetarian lifestyle due to any external stimulus. There was only one plausible explanation. It must have been prepared by his sister-in-law. Chen Kai enviously remarked, "You're truly fortunate, Yu. Fortunate? Nonsense." Huang Yu shot him a look of disdain, saying nothing further as he continued to eat, the once delectable meal now tasting somewhat bland. He wondered whether their attempt would lead to mutual demise or a single survival. Realizing he may have acted impulsively, he returned to Zijingting to regain his composure. Huli, meanwhile, was unconcerned. After all, the marriage certificate remained securely in her possession, unlikely. On a day some weeks later, as Huang Yu was engrossed in his work, his second and third aunts unexpectedly paid him a visit. This was their first time coming to his office, and Huang Yu was taken aback as he invited them to sit down and poured them some water. Before they could articulate their purpose, Huang Yu inquired, "If you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak openly." The second aunt hesitated before finally speaking. Since you no longer reside at home, we feel something is amiss and would like to suggest that you move back in. Fearing Huang Yu would discern their true intentions, the third aunt quickly added, those younger boys are quite mischievous. Having you at home would instill some fear in them. Though they attempted to mask their intentions, Huang Yu saw through their ploy to facilitate a match between him and Hu Li. He had heard that Huang Jungjie had been diligently studying lately, seeking out Hu Li with questions every weekend, and she patiently explained concepts to him. The youngest brother, Huang Xin, remained at his old school as a day student, eagerly waiting at Huang Yu's home after school for Hu Li to assist him with his studies, only returning home to sleep. The fourth and fifth brothers followed suit, much to the delight of the two aunts. They were relieved to have no concerns regarding their sons, a sentiment anyone would appreciate. Chapter 35. Enemies crossed paths in the sweltering heat of July. The sun blazed fiercely. Although the boutique had yet to open its doors, Hu Li received an order worth $1 million, and Qin Yufei finally had some private funds. She had refrained from shopping or indulging for a full 2.5 months and vowed to revel in the day. Indeed, it turned out to be an unexpectedly delightful outing. As Qin Yufei waited outside the fitting room for Hu Li, she was suddenly greeted by someone beside her. Miss Qin, long time no see, I thought you had gone abroad. It was Su Yan, who frequented various high society gatherings. He and Qin Yufei belonged to the same social stratum, and he hadn't seen her at any events for the past 2.5 months. Qin Yufei had no desire to engage with this scion of privilege and merely grunted in response. The Su family in Xinjiang was the second largest affluent clan after the Huang family, and Su Yan was a quintessential playboy, changing girlfriends more rapidly than one would change outfits. Furthermore, Qin Yufei could hardly commend Su Yan's taste. He showed interest in any girl with even the slightest charm. As Su Yan attempted to strike up a conversation with her, the doors of two fitting rooms swung open simultaneously, and two contrasting boys. What a twist of fate! Qin Yufei never anticipated encountering Lu Xini, let alone seeing her in a dress identical to Hu Li's. Su Yan, however, was left speechless by Hu Li's beauty, truly experiencing what it meant to be spellbound. Su Yan unabashedly stared at Hu Li, while Lu Xini's face darkened with anger. The mere occurrence of wearing the same dress as Hu Li infuriated her, especially since her boyfriend, who she had worked hard to impress, was not even glancing her way. How could she not be furious? Hearing Lu Xini's dissatisfied tone, Su Yan reluctantly shifted his gaze from Hu Li and feigned an interest in Lu Xini, murmuring, "You look great." The same white gown appeared exquisite on Hu Li, while it resembled mere bargain bin wear on Lu Xini. In high spirits, Qin Yufei beamed at Hu Li and said, "Darling, I apologize, my eyesight must have worsened. Let us explore other stores." The gown had been selected by Qin Yufei for Hu Li, as she intended to showcase Hu Li in high society that evening. However, discovering they shared the same taste as Lu Xini, she decided against it. Hu Li deserved something far superior. With an air of grace, Qin Yufei and Hu Li departed, leaving Su Yan to follow suit, stating, "I just remembered I have something important to attend to, so I won't be taking you to the soiree tonight." With that, he left without a backward glance, having just moments ago been doting on Lu Xini, now dismissing her without a second thought. This was tantamount to a breakup, and they had been dating for less than a week. Lu Xini had gone to great lengths to become Su Yan's latest girlfriend and had even surrendered her innocence the previous night. Lu Xini was well aware of Su Yan's flirtatious nature, yet she believed that by associating with him, she could achieve wealth and status, as well as avenge the slap Qin Yufei had dealt her on that fateful day. The Su and Huang families were bitter rivals. Should she marry into the Su family, they would surely help her exact retribution against Qin Yufei. Others hesitated to confront Qin Yufei due to the Huang family's protection, but the Su family had no such reservations. With her aspirations dashed, her rage simmered, wishing to devour both Qin Yufei and Hu Li alive. Without the allure of the gown, Su Yan would certainly have overlooked Hu Li. Even if he had taken an interest, it would have merely been a fleeting whim. In the realm of affluent marriages, it was all about social standing. The Lu family, valued at over $1 billion, was still beneath the Su family, and Hu Li, a mere country girl, was utterly insignificant. The gown still adorned Lu Xini, and the attendant, maintaining a professional smile, remarked, "Miss, the dress suits you beautifully." Instantly, Lu Xini's pent-up fury ignited toward the attendant. With a sharp slap, she exclaimed, "What do you mean it suits me? A country bumpkin is cast off. Do you think I, as the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, would settle for such mediocrity? Qin Yufei, just you wait, I will ensure you kneel before me in apology one day." As she prepared to strike the attendant again, "This staff member is new and inexperienced. How about this? You can select any item from our store free of charge as a gesture of goodwill." Hua Dai, the store manager, addressed the beaten attendant, "You should apologize to Miss Lu immediately." Though the attendant felt wronged, she complied, uttering, "I'm sorry, Miss Lu." With the apology rendered and a complimentary garment offered, Lu Xini declared, "Since you've shown such sincerity, I'll forgive you." Hua Dai expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile, "Thank you, Miss Lu. May I have your phone number? I'll be sure to inform you about new arrivals first." Lu Xini, appreciating Hua Dai's tact, exchanged contact information and left with a dress valued at 50,000. Hua Dai discreetly compensated the assaulted attendant with 200 yuan to soothe her feelings, the cost of Lu Xini's dress coming from her own pocket. Hua Dai reassured the attendant, "If the higher-ups inquire, we cannot afford to lose our positions in Xinjiang. So, let us keep this incident under wraps. After all, we live in a world of dust." The attendant nodded in agreement, unaware of Hua Dai's true intentions. Revenge. Originally, she had relied on her looks to secure a managerial position in an overseas company's workshop, earning over 10,000 a month with excellent benefits. However, she was dismissed without hesitation. There was no doubt that this was orchestrated by Huang Yu, who, while lacking influence, had connections through his boss at Fingxing Group, where he served as a personal driver for the president for 3 years. A favor from the president was easily granted. With no formal education to secure a good job, she was forced to become a sales associate. Utilizing her unique charm, she soon won over the manager, becoming the store manager a month later. When she first saw Hu Li and Qin Yufei enter the store, she had, recognizing Qin Yufei's attire was worth around 200,000, unmistakably a wealthy girl. Confounded by how Hu Li managed to associate with such affluence, she chose to remain incognito, planning to investigate the true identity of the wealthy girl later. But now, she no longer needed to. Frequent interactions with Lu Xinyi made everything clear. Meanwhile, Su Yan caught up with Qin Yufei and Hu Li, saying, "Miss Qin, I feel an undeniable connection with your friend. Meeting her feels fated. Allow me to treat you both to a lavish meal." Su Yan continued to gaze at Hu Li with unabashed interest. Qin Yufei was determined to teach him a lesson about losing both fortune and affection. "Third young Master Su, we are not in need of extravagant dining. We have an event to attend this evening." As the third son of the Su family, with two older cousins ahead of him, Qin Yufei sensed that Hu Li understood her intentions perfectly. She mischievously winked at Qin Yufei. "Aren't you afraid of Huang Yu?" Qin Yufei blinked playfully. "Aren't you here to take the blame for me?" What a cunning arrangement. Qin Yufei nodded in agreement. Chapter 36. The blooming peach blossoms. An opportunity has arisen, and Su Yan felt an overwhelming thrill at the thought of pinning Hu Li beneath him. With exuberance, he exclaimed, "I happen to know of an exquisite haute couture boutique frequented by top-tier celebrities. I am certain you will appreciate it." The ensemble would undoubtedly cost several million, and upon revealing to Su Yan that Hu Li is recognized as Huang Yu's lawful wife, he would find himself powerless against Huang Yu, inevitably leading to his despair in the restroom. Such exhilaration is warranted when dealing with a lecherous rogue. Qin Yufei feigned politeness. "I truly appreciate your efforts." Su Yan openly fixated on Hu Li, longing to take her right then and there. "Not a bother at all. It is my honor to serve a beauty such as yourself." As night descended, the opulent banquet hall shimmered like daylight, with clusters of men and women raising their glasses in flattery before indulging in gossip. Without exception, the subjects of their chatter were the same as always, and this occasion was no different. "Do you think Qin Yufei will ever catch up to Huang Yu?" "That's a certainty. She will never succeed." "Not necessarily," another interjected. "You know how audacious Qin Yufei is, and with the two families on good terms, a few crafty maneuvers could lead to an unexpected union." As they conversed, their chatter came to an abrupt halt with the entrance of a figure at the door. Huang Yu, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode into the banquet hall with a smile that was neither warm nor inviting, leaving others to ponder his true emotions. He was known for avoiding commercial gatherings unless it was the birthday of someone notable, merely attending to present a gift before making his swift exit. Remarkably, he was unaccompanied by bodyguards, not even Chen Kai, yet he emanated an aura that commanded respect, prompting those present to part ways for him to eye in high society. Huang Yu was a legend, an understated one. He never traveled with bodyguards, avoided private jets, and shunned media appearances. Once, a paparazzo captured a clandestine shot of him, and that individual now languished behind bars to eye in the blink of an eye. The attendees beheld the arrival of Su Hong, the president of the second-largest conglomerate in the city. He approached with long strides, his handsome and elegant appearance contrasting starkly with Huang Yu's understated entrance. 12 bodyguards trailed behind him, creating an impressive spectacle wherever he went, as he compensated for his lack of combat skills with a grand display that deterred potential threats. The convergence of these two formidable figures, both renowned adversaries, was a rarity akin to winning the lottery, capturing everyone's undivided attention as they anticipated unforeseen developments, perhaps even a confrontation. As Su Hong neared Huang Yu, he received a phone call and promptly turned to depart. With no drama unfolding, Huang Yu remained, leaving the crowd devoid of gossip and hesitant to engage in revelry, preparing to leave. Huang Zhiqing, the founder of the Fingxing Group and the president of the Chamber of Commerce, had distanced himself from direct management yet still maintained influential control over the association. As the crowd made their way toward the exit, they were met by two striking individuals whose presence commanded attention. One appeared to be Qin Yufei, yet she seemed transformed, her beauty heightened beyond recognition. Accompanying her was an unfamiliar face, even more captivating than Qin Yufei, devoid of makeup save for a hint of lipstick. The potential of her beauty was boundless. Clad in a radiant red gown that shimmered like the summer sun, her graceful figure was on full display. Adorning her neck was a necklace of considerable worth, and her heels sparkled with genuine diamonds. She was undoubtedly the daughter of a top-tier magnate. All eyes gravitated toward her, including Huang Yu's. Su Yan was astounded by how lavishly Qin Yufei had adorned Hu Li, a display surely exceeding several million. Huang Yu's attendance at the banquet was motivated by the knowledge that Hu Li would be present. He wished to shield her from potential gossip regarding her humble attire, ensuring that his presence would lend her some credibility. He had not reclaimed the bank card he provided her, having never received any notifications of her expenditures. The two aunts did not urge Huang Yu to return home, for he had not seen Hu Li in a month since his last return from the capital. Under the lighting, Hu Li spotted him. Against the backdrop of his black suit, Huang Yu appeared even more striking and fair. At that moment, he exuded a steadiness that contrasted with his usual carefree demeanor. "Long time no see. Allow me to introduce my best friend, Hu Li," Qin Yufei announced, prompting the crowd to confirm her identity. After just over 2 months apart, it was astonishing how much more beautiful she had become. A closer examination of her visage revealed no signs of surgical alteration, an enigma indeed. Hu Li politely greeted the assembly. "Hello everyone, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance." Her voice, akin to a melodious piano piece, was warm and enchanting, uplifting the spirits of those present. The gentlemen were genuinely captivated, while the ladies merely smiled in response. In an instant, jealousy surged among the women as they realized that their male counterparts would now be vying for Hu Li's attention. The crowd parted once more, allowing Qin Yufei to escort Hu Li forward. As they passed Huang Yu, Qin Yufei did not stop or greet him, treating him as a stranger, and Hu Li mirrored her demeanor. This behavior left the audience puzzled. Why had Qin Yufei, who typically sought Huang Yu's favor, suddenly turned aloof? Whispers of speculation ensued. Had she given up, or was this a strategic ploy? Qin Yufei beckoned a server, who promptly approached with a tray. She extracted 500 yuan in cash from her designer handbag worth 10,000, placing the bills on the tray. After selecting 2 glasses of red wine, she handed one to Hu Li, whispering in her ear the subtleties of wine etiquette, implying that one should not indulge excessively, lest they appear foolish. However, Hu Li's attention was not on the wine. She leaned in and quietly remarked, "You are quite the spendthrift." 500 yuan was a day's labor for Hu Li. Qin Yufei took a small sip of her wine, relishing its aroma. "With you as my golden goose, what do I have to fear?" Hu Li smiled in silence, her laughter drawing the attention of numerous socialites and wealthy heirs. "Miss Hu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your family must not reside in the city, correct?" inquired one socialite. The elite circles of the city had no knowledge of the Hu family. Eager to discern Hu Li's origins, was she a hidden gem or merely a beneficiary of Qin Yufei's benevolence? "Indeed, I reside on Earth," Qin Yufei replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Recognizing her formidable nature, the socialites retreated, unwilling to provoke her further. "Are you not concerned about being confronted someday with such arrogance?" Hu Li whispered to Qin Yufei. "In the past, I had no fears. Now, with you by my side, I have even less to worry about. With your exceptional skills at my disposal, I fear nothing." She felt emboldened, even in the face of Huang Yu. She knew Hu Li would stand by her side. Unbeknownst to them, several young men nearby were oblivious to the nuances of their conversation. One boldly interjected, "Miss Hu, may I have your contact information?" Hu Li instinctively recoiled at the suggestion, but Qin Yufei, quicker with her words, replied, "Of course." Chapter 37. "Huang Yu, I've fallen for you." Hu Li gazed at Huang Yu, observing him engaged in casual conversation with others, seemingly unaffected. Within half a minute, he strode purposefully towards the entrance of the banquet hall, not glancing back nor pausing. Indeed, this was typical of Huang Yu, detached and indifferent. That marriage certificate appeared to him as nothing more than a mere scrap of paper, surrounded by a throng of men asking for her phone number. He didn't even deign to cast her a glance. What else could that marriage certificate signify? In truth, Hu Li harbored a yearning for a scene straight out of a drama, imagining that as she prepared to exchange contact information with another man, Huang Yu would storm over and pull her away, warning her that while emotions were absent, should she dare to betray him, he would not hesitate to end her. Yet, such a moment did not unfold. He truly seemed to care not at all for her, and a wave of disappointment washed over Hu Li. However, this was the Huang Yu she knew. As long as she did not exploit him or sully his name, he would not even bother to look her way. Utilization, certainly, her attire had drawn upon Huang Yu's influence, yet she had not yet fully capitalized on it. However, when Su Yan next attempted to entangle her, she might very well invoke Huang Yu's name. "Yufei, I have urgent matters to attend to, I must take my leave. My apologies, everyone." With these hurried words, Hu Li made her exit. Pursuing Huang Yu seemed futile. Qin Yufei gazed at Hu Li as if she were a fool, feeling her efforts had been in vain, the urge to sever ties with Hu Li growing stronger as she downed a drink in frustration. Upon reaching the entrance, she was relieved to see Huang Yu had not yet departed. He ambled down the street, seemingly without a vehicle. Approaching the crosswalk, "Huang Yu, wait for me. I have something important to tell you," Hu Li called as she rushed towards him. When Huang Yu turned to look, he beheld Hu Li tumbling to the ground, embracing the earth in a rather ungraceful manner, an image that was almost too painful to witness. He squinted slightly, her palms and knees throbbed with pain, and as she realized she would not catch up, Hu Li took her time to regain her composure. Suddenly, a dismissive voice pierced the air above her, "Those heels could be a bit higher." Huang Yu had not left, and in an instant, her pain subsided, yet, she allowed him to assist her. Such an opportunity was rare. As Hu Li regained her footing, Huang Yu released her, glancing at her knees. She wore a long dress that concealed any injuries and there was no visible blood on the fabric, so he turned and continued walking. Hu Li could not help but smile wryly. What had she expected? This was Huang Yu, not the domineering CEO from a television drama who would sweep her into his arms. After walking a few meters, Huang Yu turned his head to question Hu Li, who still stood rooted in place. "What is it?" "Speak." Hu Li prepared to hasten towards him, only to discover her knee was quite painful, forcing her to move slowly. To her surprise, he turned back to her. As he neared, just as Hu Li was about to speak, he unexpectedly lifted her into his arms. Nestled against his solid chest, she felt the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Oddly, his heart seemed to race more chaotically than hers. Stealing a glance at him, she noted his somber expression and icy gaze. Hu Li mused that he likely wished to ignore her yet could not bring himself to abandon her, hence the tumult of his heartbeat. Fearful that he might cast her aside at any moment, she clutched his clothing tightly. Huang Yu lowered his gaze slightly to regard the woman in his arms, parting his lips as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Running in heels approximately 10 centimeters high had undoubtedly diminished her intellect. Did she truly believe herself invincible? He mechanically carried her through the sultry summer night, and Hu Li felt the once stifling air turn refreshing. Gradually, she relaxed her grip on his clothing, convinced of her safety, for she sensed his heartbeat steadying. On the bustling street, Hu Li settled onto a bench as Huang Yu procured some medicine. When he crouched beside her, preparing to tend to her injured knee, she hastily interjected, "I can manage myself." She vividly recalled his roughness while tending to his cousins. She did not wish her minor scrape, which had merely resulted in some redness, to escalate to a fracture under his care. Huang Yu paid her no heed, dipping a cotton swab into antiseptic. As the swab approached her knee, panic surged through Huli, prompting her to retract her leg. However, it was a moment too late. The cotton swab made contact, yet surprisingly, it was not the painful encounter she had anticipated. His movements were gentle and cautious, such a seemingly impatient person could exhibit tenderness. A wave of sweetness washed over Huli, her eyes sparkling with delight as she quietly savored this rare gentleness. The night breeze whispered softly, the air filled with sweetness. After tending to her knee, he proceeded to clean her palm, which bore only a minor abrasion, nothing serious. He remained crouched, meticulously organizing the medical supplies and refuse, his expression devoid of irritation. As he rose, a gentle peck graced his cheek, and he lifted his gaze to meet the culprit's eyes. Before he could utter a word, she declared, "Huang Yu, I've fallen for you." Her words rang with sincerity, devoid of deceit or jest, leaving Huang Yu momentarily at a loss, his heartbeat once again erratic. Gazing into her bright, clear almond-shaped eyes, the walls he had constructed around his heart began to crumble. With a steely resolve, he fortified them once more, dismissively retorting, "Congratulations, you're in for a rough ride." She regarded him intently, confidence illuminating her features as she replied, "I won tea. I believe I will fare quite well." Huang Yu's lips curled into a disdainful smile, but it vanished abruptly as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Huli, articulating each word with a chilling firmness. "If you cannot abide by the rules, then I regret to inform you that this is where we part ways. In light of your past assistance to Huang Junjie, our debts are settled. Bring my marriage certificate to the Civil Affairs Bureau by 9 a.m. tomorrow." His resolve was as unyielding as iron, and Huli felt a burning sensation within her heart, yet she maintained an outward calm as she replied, "Understood." Matters of the heart cannot be forced, and Huli wished not to plunge deeper into a quagmire. She had indeed developed feelings for him. Aware of the impossibility of their situation, she resolved to extinguish her affection before it could blossom. Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, even as he wrestled with the suffocating pain within. His expression remained nonchalant as he turned to depart. No sooner had he left than the Huang family driver, who had been waiting in the car, approached Huli to escort her home. He had been summoned by Huang Yu and had remained in silent vigil until receiving a call. Meanwhile, Su Hong returned to the Su family estate. Upon entering the courtyard, he stumbled upon quite the spectacle. His uncle Su Jiyu and Aunt Lin Wanqing were chastising his cousin Su Yan. "You ungrateful wretch, you misappropriated 5 million from the company to pursue a woman. There is no saving you now." Lin Wanqing's hand struck Su Yan, though the slap lacked any real force. Su Yan retorted defiantly, "Our family has plenty of money. I've finally found a girl I genuinely like. What is wrong with spending a little? When my father married you, he spent billions. Why don't you mention that?" Chapter 38. To make him chase his wife to the grave. Lin Wanqing looked at Su Hong with a forlorn expression. "Su Hong, this is beyond discipline. When your parents return from their world tour, they must severely punish this ungrateful child." Su Hong chuckled, "No need to wait for my parents to come back, I can handle him myself. I'm just afraid my uncle and aunt will be too lenient." The Su Yan family was taken aback. Though Su Hong appeared amiable and harmless, when he was serious, he could be ruthless. Originally, Su Yan intended to accompany Huli to an event tonight and then take her to bed, but after misappropriating company funds, he was hurriedly summoned home. 5 million was no trivial amount, and his parents had no choice but to hand Su Yan over to Su Heng. Su Heng's demeanor exuded an authoritative calm, and Su Yan called out softly, "Elder brother." Su Hong shot him a glance. "Address me as Mr.Su." Using the formal title made the situation quite serious. Su Yan quickly pulled out his phone. "Elder brother, this girl is simply stunning. Now I must marry her in this lifetime." Su Yan's taste had never been commendable. Besides, how beautiful could a girl encountered by someone like him be? A frivolous playboy, he had held a position in the company for 2 years without ever attending work, a result of his parents' overindulgence. If the Su group had not been left by their grandfather, Su Heng would have certainly expelled Su Yan from the company, refusing to allow him to squander his salary on a life of debauchery. Su Hong averted his gaze, unwilling to look at the photos on Su Yan's phone. "You are 24 now. I present you with 2 choices. 1. Work diligently. 2. Enlist in the military. There is no third option." Su Yan chose the first. He had no desire to work diligently. He preferred to fantasize about Huli's perfect figure and face, his hormones surging. Meanwhile, Shen Sini had invited Hu Dai to dinner that evening. With no one to confide in, she laid bare everything to Hu Dai, leaving nothing unsaid. After hearing her, Hu Dai was consumed with jealousy, waiting for Huli to have an affair and be tossed into the sea by Huang Yu to feed the fish. Little did she expect Huli to have an affair with a wealthy heiress. Upon learning that Qin Yufei was running a cosmetics company and that Huli was working there, Hu Dai fell silent for a moment. "Miss Chen, if you wish to seek revenge, it's quite simple. Their cosmetics are marketed as all natural, so you can just make them not all natural." Chen Sini's eyes lit up with understanding. "You mean I should add harmful substances to their cosmetics?" Hu Dai's heart blossomed with joy. At last, her 5,000 had not been wasted. However, her expression turned serious. "I never suggested that. If something goes wrong, don't blame me. I'm just a lowly worker who can't bear the consequences." Chen Sini grasped her hand gratefully. I understand. I'm very glad to have met you." At 10 o'clock that evening, the nightlife of Shen City truly commenced. The city, often dubbed the Magic City, transformed into a vibrant spectacle of excess and revelry. These festivities had nothing to do with Huang Yu, who wandered aimlessly through the streets until a fortune-teller halted him. "Young man, would you like to know about your romantic fate? It's remarkably accurate." Huang Yu had never been a believer in such things. Initially unwilling to engage, he stopped and smiled. Very well then, tell me about my romantic destiny, and if you fail to predict correctly, I shall smash your sign. He was scheduled to divorce the next day and was curious to hear what this so-called master would say. The master stroked his white beard and nodded in agreement. He examined Huang Yu's palm and scrutinized his brow before nodding. Young man, your future is filled with blessings. You will grow old with your current wife, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Grow old together? Surrounded by children and grandchildren, such notions were utterly ludicrous. However, he had accurately deduced one thing: he was indeed married. Huang Yu and the fortune teller were strangers, and the latter could not possibly know of his marital status. He would simply take it as a lucky guess. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Hu Li arrived punctually at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Huang Yu was already there. It seemed the divorce was inevitable for the best. To avoid any unwarranted thoughts, Hu Li calmly handed Huang Yu his bank card, car keys, and their marriage certificate. I haven't touched the money in the card, and I settled your remaining salary last night. Last night, Hu Li cleared Huang Yu's entire salary and transferred it via WeChat. They had merely exchanged money, devoid of any communication. Huang Yu glanced at Hu Li, displaying no emotion, accepting everything with a nonchalant hum. With no children and no financial disputes to address, the paperwork was swiftly completed. The staff, after reviewing the documents, commented, "It's a pity to see such a handsome couple part ways after only a couple of months of marriage. Have you considered this decision thoroughly?" Hu Li looked at Huang Yu, who remained silent. A pang of discomfort surged within her as she addressed the staff. "Thank you, but I have made up my mind." In these times, few couples tied the knot, yet countless divorced. The staff sighed. "Very well, I shall proceed with the stamping." As the seal was pressed down, Huang Yu's heart plummeted. "Wait." Both the staff and Hu Li looked at him in surprise, hearing him declare, "I no longer wish to proceed with the divorce." Huang Yu had changed his mind. The previous night, upon returning to Zijingting, he had dreamt of growing old with Hu Li, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Upon waking, he told himself that dreams often contradicted reality. Now he wished to take a gamble, reining in his impulsiveness. The staff chuckled. Hu Li, however, did not share in the laughter. She could not find joy in this situation. The decision regarding their marriage lay solely with Huang Yu. He could choose to divorce whenever he wished, and such scenarios would undoubtedly recur. She wanted to test him, he rejected her, and then he would mysteriously vanish for a month, only to reappear in her bed. She expressed her affection, while he spoke of divorce. Hu Li had prepared herself, unwilling to linger in indecision. She had even resolved to let go entirely just moments ago, yet he had pulled such a stunt. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Hu Li remained silent. Huang Yu assumed she would be elated and excited, yet she was neither. Her demeanor was muted, leaving Huang Yu perplexed. He stepped in front of her. "Aren't you happy?" Hu Li smiled. "No, I'm very happy." She was so happy that tears threatened to spill. She fought to keep them at bay. "I have work to do, I must leave." Hu Li had driven Qin Yufei's car. Once inside, the tears flowed freely. She longed to scream at him, perhaps even strike him, but she had made her choices clear. The management of their marriage was his prerogative, as were the timing of their divorce. What reason did she have to scold or strike him? She had chosen this path and would tread it to the end. They didn't divorce. Upon learning that Hu Li's divorce had failed, Qin Yufei was furious. Arriving at the company, Hu Li had managed to stop her tears, but Qin Yufei could see that she had been crying. "This is too much. I'm going to have a word with him right now." Hu Li pulled Qin Yufei back. "Please, just give me some face. I was the one who begged him to marry me. Don't worry. I know how to navigate the path ahead." Qin Yufei tapped Hu Li's forehead. "Remember this, you must not harbor feelings for him again, or I shall disown you." Unless Huang Yu no longer had feelings for Hu Li, Qin Yufei was determined to ensure he would chase his wife to the grave. At Fengxing Group, Chen Kai was reporting to Huang Yu, but Huang Yu suddenly interrupted him. "How does one soothe a woman who is angry?" Chapter 39. I desire to bear children with you and grow old together. Having attended to some urgent matters at the company, she swiftly ducked into an alley. The figure trailing her was none other than her bodyguard, who, despite Huang Yu's awareness of Hu Li's martial prowess, had still been dispatched to accompany her. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Huang Yu noticed Hu Li's unusual demeanor, worrying not only for her safety but also for the possibility that she might leave Shengcheng without a word. He instructed the two bodyguards to keep a closer watch. When they lost track of her, the bodyguards became frantic, scanning their surroundings when one was suddenly kicked from behind, and the other was struck by a brick. Still simmering with unresolved frustration from the morning, Hu Li seized the opportunity to vent her anger, regardless of whether her pursuers intended her harm. In fact, she rather relished the thought of inflicting some. With reckless abandon, she unleashed her fury, and the two bodyguards, who were trained to defend but not to attack, were quickly overwhelmed, pleading for mercy. "Sister-in-law, please spare us." In the office of the Windwalker Group's president, Huang Yu and Chen Kai were engrossed in a discussion on how to appease women when the two battered bodyguards barged in, looking as if they had narrowly escaped with their lives. "Along, who? What on earth happened to you two?" Chen Kai inquired, perplexed. Along turned to Huang Yu and said, "Brother Yu, sister-in-law wants us to convey a message. While the marriage can remain intact, any attempts to restrict her will lead to mutual destruction." It dawned on Chen Kai that they had been bested by sister-in-law, and he found it puzzling, given that Along and Hu were personally trained by Huang Yu, with few in Shengcheng able to challenge them. Huang Yu, as their second father, would not dare to retaliate against them if they were bested by sister-in-law, lest they forsake their own lives. Chen Kai observed Huang Yu, whose expression was inscrutable, an absence of emotion that was most unsettling. The atmosphere was thick with silence, with the three men scarcely daring to breathe. Finally, Huang Yu spoke softly to Along and Hu, "You need not follow her any longer. Later that evening, upon Chen Kai's suggestion, Huang Yu purchased a large bouquet of yellow roses and awaited Hu Li at her workplace. After a lengthy wait, he attempted to call her, only to find the line engaged, and his messages went unanswered. The chat window indicated that she was no longer on his friends list. Blocked on the phone and deleted from WeChat, Huang Yu's already tempestuous demeanor escalated into fury upon returning to the Fengting villa, discovering that Hu Li had moved out just an hour prior to his arrival. Hu Li had packed her belongings and departed. Having returned late the previous night, her thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, and she had not properly said her goodbyes to the Huang family, who had come to regard her as one of their own. She had fabricated a story of a business trip to explain her absence, but in the room she had once occupied, Huang Yu found not a trace of her presence. The heavy footfalls echoed from the upper floor, as if the very air trembled with tension. Huang Jichang lifted his gaze from the newspaper, calmly observing Huang Yu storming down the stairs, his demeanor radiating anger. I am aware that you visited the Civil Affairs Bureau today. If you are indeed divorced, do not pursue her any further. She owes us nothing. Rather, we owe her a debt of gratitude for saving our family and selflessly dedicating her time as a free tutor while maintaining a hectic schedule, leaving without taking so much as a fallen leaf. Huang Jichang regarded his brother's child as his own, and in turn, his brother treated Huang Yu as if he were his flesh and blood. The bond between the sisters-in-law was akin to that of siblings, fostering a harmonious family atmosphere that evoked envy in others. Yet, Huang Yu did not pause to heed Huang Jichang's words. He was not blind, he understood, but Hu Li's breach of trust was her own failing. Huang Jichang continued, if you are not yet divorced, refrain from acting recklessly, lest you find yourself with no opportunity for recompense in the future. Huang Yu remained resolute, his stride unbroken as he ignored Huang Jichang's counsel, who, uncertain whether his words had registered, returned his gaze to the newspaper. He was aware that the two had not yet finalized their separation. After more than 2 months of interaction, he had grown fond of this daughter-in-law. Should Huang Yu fail to cherish her, then it would be his own loss. Hu Li had no intention of fleeing, avoidance was not her nature. The lease on her rental apartment had yet to expire, and she had not yet vacated it, providing her with a stable place to return. Breathing in the familiar air of the long-abandoned rental, she found comfort in its essence. After tidying up, she prepared a bowl of noodles for herself. Just as she was about to eat, a knock echoed at the door. Could it be a member of the Hu family? Not rushing to open the door, she soon heard Huang Yu's voice from the other side. Hu Li, I know you're inside, open the door. If you don't, I shall break it down. He threatened to force his way in, while she contemplated retaliating against him. Their relationship had already soured beyond repair. With no hesitation, she swung the door open to reveal a grinning Huang Yu. Did you truly believe I would let you in? This is a steel door? Do you think I fear injury? Suppressing the urge to kick him, Hu Li resisted the impulse and coldly inquired, what do you want? Huang Yu's smile faded as he replied, I have a house in Zijingting. You should come live with me there. To provide her with comfort and then toy with her emotions, Hu Li was not naive, she understood her desires. No need, moving around is cumbersome, you may leave. Huang Yu quickly grasped her hand as she attempted to close the door, sincerely declaring, we will not divorce again. Hu Li laughed derisively, forcefully shaking off his grip. Huang Yu, I am not a child, nor am I infatuated. My feelings for you are limited to mere fondness, and that halted last night. If you do not wish to divorce, fine, I will not press you. That was my previous promise that if you require my services, I shall come. Beyond that, I shall not indulge you in any further matters. Huang Yu remained silent, sidestepping into her apartment and plopping down on the sofa, helping himself to the very noodles she had just prepared, barely allowing her a bite. Hu Li seethed with indignation. I have already eaten. Without lifting his head, Huang Yu replied, I do not mind. Pushed to her limits, Hu Li snapped, Huang Yu, what is your intention? Huang Yu responded nonsensically, without meat, one cannot be satiated. Then, to her astonishment, he stood and made his way to the small kitchen, nonchalantly opening the refrigerator as if he were at home. To her surprise, there was indeed meat inside. Huang Yu chuckled heartily, what a delightful surprise, I thought there was none. He retrieved the fresh meat, placed it in the sink, and noticed a small pink apron hanging nearby. He donned it without concern for its incongruity, proceeding to wash, chop, and cook the meat with fluidity, a stark contrast to his privileged upbringing. Hu Li watched, momentarily at a loss, her desire to confront him waning. He glanced back at her, noticing her rapt attention, and quipped, the judges sit, you know. He gestured toward the sofa, please take a seat there, once the dish is ready, the contestant will present it before you. Hu Li shot him a disinterested glance, opting not to sit on the sofa but rather on the bed, which was partitioned from the living room by a curtain. Chapter 40 of The Stalwart Man. Hu Li drew the curtains, creating a barrier between herself and Huang Yu. Though Huang Yu had prepared the meal, Hu Li had no desire for idle chatter. She merely wished to finish her meal and depart. After a mere 10 minutes, the freshly cooked noodles were ready. Huang Yu filled a bowl for Hu Li and called her to come out to eat. Hu Li coldly replied, not hungry. Before Huang Yu's arrival, she had indeed felt hunger, but now she was sated with indignation directed at him. Huang Yu, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, responded, then I shall leave it here for you to eat when you're hungry. Hu Li remained silent. Shortly after, a knock at the door interrupted the stillness, prompting Hu Li to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by 2 suitcases at her feet. Chen Kai, beaming with joy, exclaimed, sister-in-law, these are sent by Yu Gu. With the luggage delivered, he quickly made his exit, fearing a potential return. At that moment, Huang Yu also appeared at the threshold, pushing the suitcases into the room. It seemed he intended to reside here, igniting Hu Li's anger anew. What exactly do you mean by this? She demanded. Huang Yu closed the door firmly, his gaze intense as he gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Huli, I no longer wish for a divorce. I want to build a life with you, to grow old together. Wherever you choose to live, I shall follow. Her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened in disbelief, but she quickly regained her composure. This jest was far from amusing. Huang Yu tightened his grip slightly, his voice filled with earnestness. I am not joking. This is sincere. I refused you last night because I doubted love and feared the pain of heartbreak, but last night, I dreamed of us growing old together, surrounded by children and grandchildren. With a scoff, Huli retorted, dreams often contradict reality, are you not aware? He gazed deeply into her eyes and declared, yet, I wish to make that dream a reality. She had contemplated the same thing yesterday, desiring to be a true couple, to bear children and age gracefully together. However, Huang Yu's fickle nature left her perplexed. He had outright rejected her confession. What if she entrusted her heart to him only to find herself utterly devastated? She resolved not to pursue this any longer. The cold, unfeeling depths of her eyes shattered Huang Yu's heart. He chose not to press further but circled back instead. You promised to provide food and shelter without rescinding your word. Even if you attempt to backtrack, it will be futile. I will pursue you wherever you go. Huang Yu brandished their marriage certificate, declaring, I am legal. Initially, she thought him merely ill-tempered and arrogant, but it seemed he was also quite the scoundrel. In their less than 30 square meter rental, there was number 24-hour hot water, no air conditioning, only a dilapidated ceiling. As summer approached, she wondered how long he could endure this arrangement. Do not come near my bed. Otherwise, we shall all be uncomfortable, Huli warned Huang Yu. The sofa was a single seat, and with Huang Yu moving in, he would have to sleep on the floor, perhaps even vacating by tomorrow. Huang Yu, however, was willing to stay even if it meant sleeping in the bathroom. Rest assured, I will behave myself until you give the nod. The floor was too hard, and without a blanket, Huang Yu spent the night sitting up. Huli couldn't help but laugh several times, feeling no sympathy for him. She had no intention of prying into the thoughts of this wealthy young man. Early the next morning, Huli headed to the office, thinking she would not see Huang Yu again until after work. However, upon opening the door, she nearly believed she had entered the wrong home. Everything she owned had been replaced, the bed, the sofa, the coffee table, even the refrigerator. Aside from her clothes, everything had been renewed, and the once dilapidated walls were now adorned with wallpaper. Everything was revitalized, and new additions included an air conditioner, a water heater, and a microwave. Insanity, has he truly so much money that he cannot spend it wisely? At that moment, Huang Yu was in the small kitchen preparing a meal, greeting her with a smile. Dinner will be ready shortly. Huli ignored him, taking her clothes to the bathroom for a shower, drenched in sweat. 30 minutes later, she emerged from the bathroom to find Huang Yu waiting for her to eat. She declined, stating, I've already eaten. She had not touched the noodles Huang Yu had prepared the night before, and he made no further insistence, starting to eat on his own. However, after just a few bites, he set his food aside. During the midnight hours, her stomach growled with hunger, and she stealthily lifted the curtain to see Huang Yu curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Quietly, she rose to search for food. There were leftovers in the fridge, and though she intended to heat them, she feared being discovered. Thus, she crouched in the small kitchen, resembling a little mouse as she snuck a bite. Suddenly, a cough erupted behind her, startling Huli so much that the chicken wing she held fell to the floor. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that this was her home. There was no need for fear. Standing tall, she turned to Huang Yu and admonished, please make some noise when you walk in the future. Understood, Huang Yu replied patiently. That microwave was purchased for use, not merely for decoration. Huli shrugged, am I not allowed to enjoy cold food? Very well, I prefer mine hot, he said, placing the meal in the microwave to heat it up. Huli decided against being difficult and began to eat. Since their marriage certificate was issued, she had never imagined their first meal alone together would occur at 2:30 in the morning. During the meal, neither spoke. Huang Yu's cooking was far superior to his disposition. He did not serve dishes that alternated between spicy and sweet in a single plate. She was tempted to inquire how he learned to cook, but Huli held her tongue. She was simply grateful for the meal and saw no need to pry. Huang Yu had learned to cook at a young age, guided by his mother. At 7 or 8, he would stand on a stool to prepare meals that earned high praise. After his mother passed away, he had largely ceased cooking, yet his skills remained etched in his memory, and the dishes he prepared now were still delightful. The meal concluded in silence. As Huli prepared to wash the dishes, Huang Yu interjected, taking over the task. Although he lacked the knack for comforting others, he understood how to handle practical matters. Huang Jichang was a prime example. He could manage his own affairs and would never burden his mother with chores, yet he lacked the ability to console her, which ultimately led to her infidelity. Reflecting on this, Huli felt less resentment toward her father's past deceptions. Fortunately, he had warned her before leaving. Otherwise, when he sought out Huli, he might have kicked down the door, resulting in mutual destruction. Huang Yu's cooking was exceptional, and Huli, genuinely hungry, unwittingly overindulged. Tossing and turning in bed, she moved lightly, yet Huang Yu still heard her. Are you not asleep? He inquired. Neither am I. What do you like? I shall bring it to you. The steadfast man, no, the stalwart man, could not be more straightforward. Huli bit her lip, smiling as she responded through the curtain. I like the stars in the sky, the moon in the sky, and the sun in the sky. Huang Yu lay with his hands behind his head, gazing at the curtain, then out at the starry sky, his heart tranquil. Understood. I shall certainly bring them to you. His voice was laced with tenderness, causing Hu Li's heart to flutter uncontrollably. Chapter 41 Huang Yu truly plucked the stars for her. Regarding Huang Yu's words, Hu Li held no expectations. How could one possibly pluck the stars and the moon? It was merely a casual promise. As the sun rose, Hu Li immersed herself in her work, her head spinning with the busyness of it all. A week later, a substantial shipment of cosmetics was set to be dispatched, the fruits of her and Qin Yufei's labor finally ready to be unveiled to a wider audience. With this thought in mind, Hu Li felt invigorated, completely disregarding Huang Yu and his whims. At a high-level meeting of the Fingxing group, the executives exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, wondering if Huang Yu had lost his mind. The notion of devising a method to pluck the stars, the moon, and even the sun seemed absurd. They studied Huang Yu, who appeared unchanged from his usual self, his gaze sharp, his demeanor icy, seemingly quite normal, yet they were at a loss for comprehension. Only Chen Kai understood, but he remained silent, too fearful to speak. To safeguard their positions, the others reluctantly offered suggestions. The ideas were varied yet utterly unhelpful, a bunch of inept individuals. Huang Yu discarded the thick stack of proposals into the trash, realizing he would have to rely on himself. He granted this inept group half a day off, instructing them to rest well at home, as a significant task awaited them that night. Confused yet too intimidated to inquire further, they complied. As night fell, Hu Li returned home, exhausted, and upon opening the door, she was greeted by a breathtaking starry sky. She could hardly believe that Huang Yu had truly plucked stars for her. Fireflies encased in delicate glass bottles illuminated the entire rental apartment, and as she reached out to touch them, she was overwhelmed with emotion, having thought he merely spoke in jest the night before. Huang Yu placed a firefly in her palm and awaited her assessment. Hu Li met his gaze deeply and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "That's a passing grade." She could have awarded full marks, but the suddenness of her happiness left her anxious. Meanwhile, the Fingxing employees still capturing fireflies received a call informing them that their task was no longer needed. They sighed with relief, glancing skyward, reflecting on the oddest job they had ever undertaken. Who understands the plight of being covered in mosquito bites? As Hu Li continued to admire the stars, she suddenly felt a strong arm encircle her waist. By the time she processed what was happening, Huang Yu had already embraced her from behind. His head nestled in the crook of her neck, exhaling warm breath that tickled her skin, prompting her to fidget. "Don't move," he tightened his hold, "I just want to hold you." He had many things to express but lacked the words, wishing instead to convey them through their physical connection. His voice was rich and melodious, sending shivers through Hu Li, reminiscent of the time she had hugged him, and he remarked on his worth. "I'm expensive," he had said, "you can't afford to embrace me." She retorted, "I too am costly." "You cannot afford to hold me." She heard him chuckle softly, "Still holding grudges, are we?" A wave of warmth washed over her neck as he seemed to kiss it, causing her body to tense involuntarily. He lifted her, his laughter echoing, "I can carry you, even if you weigh an extra 100 pounds. The distinction between being expensive and heavy seemed to elude him, and as she opened her mouth to counter, his nose brushed against hers, his lips drawing closer. The warmth of his breath enveloped them, and Hu Li found her capacity for thought slipping away. Just as he was about to kiss her, an incessant knocking interrupted them. Huang Yu intended to ignore it, wishing to continue, but a voice from the door pierced through. "Hu Li, I know you're in there. If you don't open the door, I'll kick it down." It was Hu Yi's voice. Fury ignited within Huang Yu as he carried Hu Li to the bed, instructing her, "Stay quiet, I'll handle this." Hu Li felt a sudden swell of emotion, nodding in agreement. Her face bore an expression of unease, prompting Huang Yu to peck her forehead gently and reassure her, "Don't worry, I will be sensible." With a stormy demeanor, Huang Yu approached the door, startling Zhang Ailin and Hu Yi. They had assumed Hu Li was alone in the rental after her prolonged absence, believing Huang Yu and Hu Li had divorced. Hui attempted to enter, but Huang Yu's fierce glare held him back, causing him to shout, "Hu Li! Hu Li!" When no response came from within, Huang Yu's voice emerged, "Hu Li does not recognize you. I have no father-in-law. Out of respect for the time you spent raising her, I want to pursue the matter of your domestic violence. However, if you continue this incessant pursuit, do not blame me for being ruthless." Uncertain if Hu Dawei was genuinely injured or feigning, Hu Li had no intention of caring, as she had contributed over 300,000 to her family since starting her job. She had not asked for a single cent from them during her university years, attending a free normal university and earning scholarships. While studying, she occasionally supplemented her family's finances, despite Zhang Ailin's frequent claims of discomfort, most of which Hu Li knew to be feigned. Hu Dawei's injury was indeed real, though it stemmed from a drunken fall rather than an accident on the construction site. After having supported her family for a long time, Hu Li had not sent them any money in 2 months, leaving them desperate. They had attempted to confront Huang Yu at his company multiple times but were turned away by security. Zhang Ailin burst into tears, pleading, "Huang Yu, you cannot be so heartless. We raised Hu Li with great effort. You can't even give us a wedding gift, and now that your father-in-law is injured, you just stand by and watch." Huang Yu, growing weary of their complaints, declared, "I am indeed heartless. Will you leave or not? If not," Hui, noticing Huang Yu's hand moving towards the back, instinctively assumed he was reaching for a weapon, and in fear, he yanked Zhang Ailin away, both tumbling clumsily to the ground. Huang Yu shut the door and approached Hu Li, noting her grave expression. He spoke softly, "If you wish to go back and check, I will accompany you." His gentleness stirred a desire within Hu Li to embrace him, yet she restrained herself, shaking her head. "I am tired. I just want to sleep soundly." Chapter 42. His serious demeanor is quite handsome. "Well then, I shall take a shower first." Hu Li felt averse to movement, all she desired was to collapse into slumber, fatigue weighing heavily upon her. Huang Yu remained silent, and upon witnessing his departure, Huli succumbed to the allure of her bed. She was genuinely exhausted, having toiled until 10 o'clock in the evening, only to return home half an hour later. Her previously relaxed state of mind had been thoroughly disrupted by her family's antics. As she drifted into a hazy sleep, a sudden coolness brushed against her face, jolting her awake to the astonishing sight of Huang Yu gently washing her face, tenderly wiping it clean as if to ensure she could sleep more soundly. Huli remained silent, allowing him to continue. However, when the towel slipped onto her collarbone, her heart raced in alarm, and she hastily interjected, I will go take a shower. Before Huang Yu could respond, she dashed into the bathroom. Had she lingered a moment longer, would he have brazenly taken liberties with her? She had misconstrued his intentions. Huang Yu merely sought to dab at exposed areas, never once contemplating those covered by clothing. After all, it would eventually belong to him, so why the rush? Huli emerged from the bathroom in no time, finding Huang Yu seated on the sofa with a laptop resting on his knees. She greeted him casually, I'm going to sleep. Without waiting for his reply, she flopped onto the bed, which enveloped her in its softness, a comforting reminder that wealth could indeed buy happiness. Lacking finances, she needed to sleep quickly, for her dreams were a realm of abundance. Just as she began to doze off, a buzzing sound emanated from above, accompanied by a gentle hand caressing her hair. It was Huang Yu, blow-drying her hair, and once more, she gazed at him in disbelief. It's unwise to sleep with damp hair, you might catch a cold, he remarked in a tone reminiscent of a long-married couple, fostering within Huli a false sense of their years together. Though they were not yet a true married couple, even if he had no intentions of divorce, it seemed excessive for him to do so much for her. He possessed both power and wealth. Not divorcing her left her with little choice. Furthermore, it was evident that he performed these acts willingly. Why, this was Huang Yu, the man renowned for his lack of patience. A peculiar thought crossed Huli's mind. Once Huang Yu switched off the hairdryer, she playfully inquired, have you liked me for a long time? Huang Yu gazed at her with deep-set eyes and asked, if I say yes, will you run away? Huli was taken aback by his question, stunned into silence for a moment before chuckling, it's getting late. You should sleep early. If he were to affirm her suspicion, she was uncertain how to react. He was a man of many facets, and Huli was unsure which was his true self. He had previously stated his disbelief in love and his fear of emotional injury. Surely he must have had past relationships. If they were to become genuine spouses, would he constantly doubt her sincerity? Such thoughts were exhausting, and her head throbbed. Perhaps sleep was the remedy. Huli covered her head with the blanket, only to have it pulled away by him. I'm still young. I don't wish to be a widow. He naturally tucked the blanket around her before stepping back, yet, Huli found herself unable to sleep, staring blankly at the ceiling, unaware of when she finally drifted off. When she awoke, the sun was already shining brightly. Huang Yu was nowhere to be seen, but breakfast was prepared and laid out on the table, accompanied by a note, don't overthink. Focus on your work. The handwriting was neat and orderly, a stark contrast to the flamboyant script she typically associated with him. Given his recent peculiar behavior, Huli felt as though she was on the verge of losing her grasp on who Huang Yu truly was. Reflecting on it, aside from his visage, she had little knowledge of him. What kind of person was he, and how many personalities did he possess? She was entirely in the dark. Unable to comprehend, she resolved to focus on making money, for wealth could alleviate all troubles and bring joy. Huli was engulfed in her work, so much so that she had even spent the night at the office. In 3 days, a substantial batch of cosmetics was to be shipped out to various department stores. Her moment of opportunity was approaching. How could she not be busy? Dong, dong. Without looking up from her tasks, Huli called out, Yufei, I'm not hungry. You eat first, once you're done, head home. I'll return later. Suddenly, her documents were snatched away, and upon raising her gaze, she was surprised to find Huang Yu before her. What brings you here? Huang Yu observed her waning figure, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. I brought you lunch, to prevent others from accusing me of neglecting you. His wealth was abundant enough to be burned as paper. There was no need for her to exhaust herself to such an extent, yet Huang Yu did not intervene. He would not restrict Huli in any aspect, except in matters of changing husbands. With a lifetime ahead of them, he believed she would inevitably come to love him. Huli chuckled gratefully, thank you. As she ate, Huang Yu's attention was drawn to an open jar of face cream on her desk. May I take a look? He inquired. Huli was momentarily taken aback. Was he not the typical rogue? Yet he had the courtesy to ask for permission. She nodded, of course. Huang Yu examined the cream's texture, gently sniffed it, and then scrutinized the ingredient list, his brow furrowing in immediate concern. There appeared to be mercury in the formulation. Huang Yu was not only a chemistry expert but a genius, capable of identifying substances either by sight or the faintest scent. Though Huli did not attend the same university as him, she had often heard from professors about his exceptional capabilities. What? Huli's eyes widened. I did not use mercury in the formulation. She had employed only pure, natural elements. This was a batch produced in the workshop, and she had just requested it for inspection. She had found no trace of mercury, and these were cosmetics slated for shipment the following day. Neglecting her meal, she prioritized the inspection, hastily conducting tests, and indeed, mercury was extracted from the cream. She rushed to the workshop for a sample check, only to find the same result, mercury present. Someone was attempting to sabotage her. While mercury could indeed whiten and reduce blemishes, it was a heavy metal that posed significant health risks and was prohibited in cosmetics. If this batch were to reach the market, her career would be irreparably damaged. With the shipment due in 2 days, there was no time to spare. This was a substantial order. Failing to deliver on time would result in the entire company being liable for penalties. What should I do? Huli asked Huang Yu anxiously. Huang Yu grasped her shoulders firmly. Do not fear, I will find a solution. However, I will not cover the penalties, I will only ensure timely delivery, trust me. To Huang Yu, those penalties were merely a drop in the bucket, yet he could not bear to see Huli's hard work go to waste. Moreover, he intended to uncover whoever was orchestrating this against her. In that moment, Huli felt an unexpected sense of security, experiencing for the first time the sensation of having someone shield her from impending disaster. Her eyes glistened as she locked gazes with him, wanting to express something but finding her words escaping her. A warm hand rested on her head, gently ruffling her hair. Eat in peace. I will handle everything. What to do when faced with such overwhelming support from a boyfriend? Dismissing her thoughts, Huli resolved to give him a heartfelt embrace, only for him to step away and move to the side to make a phone call. Huli gazed at him intently. His serious demeanor was undeniably handsome, radiating a sense of safety. Chapter 43. What for? You are my wife. The night outside was as dark as ink. Huang Yu stood tall and straight by the window, engaged in a phone call, his silhouette undoubtedly elongated and imposing, reminiscent of a towering mountain. In this moment of urgency, Huli remained motionless, her gaze fixed upon his back. When he turned slightly, she hastily averted her gaze, feigning a casual return. Let us not alert the enemy just yet. I have already contacted the production workshop, the shipment will certainly be on time, and everything here is proceeding normally. We will extract the individuals at the right moment. Huli's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Yes, thank you. His gaze, deep and intense, furrowed brows reflecting discontent, he murmured softly, thank you for what? You are my wife. Startled, Huli felt a tremor in her heart. It was the first time he had addressed her as wife, and his tone was so fluid and natural. She smiled at him, a hint of shyness coloring her expression. The moonlight was bright, and the night breeze gentle as Huli took her place in the passenger seat of the phantom vehicle. Huang Yu placed his hand on the doorframe, waiting for Huli to settle in before closing the door. He circled to the driver's seat. As he got in, he caught sight of Huli fastening her seatbelt. He had intended to make an impression, but the opportunity slipped away. We are headed to the biochemistry technology lab of my university, professor, Huang Yu said while buckling his seatbelt. Back in school, I called him Old Wu, and I still do. When you meet him, address him the same way. He is no longer a professor at the university. After a considerable pause, Huli continued to stare out the window, seemingly unresponsive. Wife, what is wrong? Only then did Huli turn her head, unaccustomed to his endearment. It's nothing. Did you hear what I just said? Huang Yu inquired. Huli, taken aback, replied, weren't you on a phone call just now? No, I was speaking to you. Thus, the name Li had been directed at her, a name no one had ever used before, leading her to initially assume he was on a call. I apologize. I didn't realize you were calling me. No one has ever addressed me that way. Henceforth, Li would be exclusively his. Huang Yu's eyes glimmered with a subtle smile as the black phantom glided into the night. Huli kept her gaze fixed on the dark scenery outside, her heart mirroring the obscurity of the night, clouded with confusion regarding both her career and her feelings. She had faith that Huang Yu would impeccably assist her in overcoming her challenges, yet she feared the indebtedness she would incur, worried that it would lead to an entangled future. Huang Yu's well-defined hands rested on the steering wheel as he glanced at Huli. The car's interior light illuminated her worried expression, casting a reflection on the window. Just as Huli was grappling with her thoughts, she suddenly felt her hand, resting on her lap, being grasped. She turned quickly to see his gaze fixed ahead, his voice resonant and magnetic. Li, I will ensure the shipment is on time. Huli's focus was not on the shipment nor on his hand holding hers, but rather on the way he addressed her, prompting her to recall a song, which made her smile. At that moment, they encountered a red light, and Huang Yu brought the car to a halt. Glancing at her with amusement, unable to suppress his laughter, he asked, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing, just suddenly remembered a song. He continued to hold her hand, then hum a few lines. Let us see if I can guess it. It's a children's song, you surely won't be able to guess. The digital countdown for the red light approached 5, prompting Huli to remind him, the light is about to change. Simultaneously, Huli withdrew her hand. His grip was gentle, and she extracted herself with ease. Sensing her reluctance, Huang Yu refrained from reaching for her hand again. Resting both on the steering wheel, the car fell into a comfortable silence for a while until Huli was suddenly met with the magnetic sound of his singing. The tune, a child's song, seemed somewhat incongruent with his deep voice, yet he sang without a hint of discord, reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher entertaining young children. Where is spring? Oh, where is spring? Spring is in the lush green mountains, here are the red flowers, and here is the green grass. He turned to her, is this the one? Huli nodded with a smile, yes. Her laughter was as melodious as a lark, and Huang Yu felt as though he were amidst the mountains, surrounded by red flowers and green grass, steering the car to a stop at the roadside. This is not our destination, Huli queried, puzzled, what's wrong? She wondered if there was something amiss with his vehicle or perhaps with him. Indeed, there was something amiss. He gazed at her intently, his voice laced with mirth, kissing spring. It's summer now, you know? Before Huli could further articulate her thoughts, she was suddenly pulled towards him by a strong arm, and before she could react, he kissed her. Huli's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she truly spring? Her heart raced uncontrollably. She had expected him to kiss her breathless as he had done the first time, but instead, he gently kissed her lips a few times before releasing her. His gaze was intensely heated, and Huli averted her eyes in shyness. Huang Yu stole a quiet glance at her before restarting the car, humming the song he had just sung. Meanwhile, Huli was lost in contemplation, her heart in disarray. Where was her spring? Could it be him? If so, what would be the duration? 1 month? 3 months? With a headache brewing, Huli closed her eyes, striving to quell her tumultuous thoughts, prioritizing her career. The Phantom halted in front of the entrance of Shin City Xingyi Biochemical Technology, a renowned biochemistry firm dedicated to serving the nation, tackling viruses and developing medications. Huang Yu's professor was already waiting at the entrance. Huang Yu exited the vehicle, calling out, "Old Wu." Huli had envisioned a professor in his 50s or 60s, but was taken aback by the sight of a man in his 30s, mature and handsome. She greeted him politely, "Hello, Professor Wu, I am Huli." "Hello there," Wu replied warmly, akin to an elder brother, "just call me Old Wu." He placed his hand on Huang Yu's shoulder and remarked to Huli, "No wonder you suddenly switched from the physics department to the chemistry department in your freshman year. It was for the sake of beauty." Huli listened in confusion. Huang Yu shot a glare at Wu, who patted his shoulder. "You've brought her home, and you didn't think I'd know?" Turning to Huli, he continued, "Sister-in-law, I assure you I will handle everything splendidly, not charging you a single penny. Consider it a wedding gift. Of course, you will need to cover the material costs." Huli, bewildered by the notion of biochemistry technology being employed to produce cosmetics for her, was at a loss for words. "Don't think he is so wonderful," Huang Yu interjected, pointing towards the biochemical building. "I invested in that building. Without me, he'd still be a mere lecturer at the university." As it turned out, Wu could only turn to Huli for sympathy. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, once during an assignment, he submitted a high school group photo mixed in with his work, and his eyes were secretly fixed on a girl in it. That is when I realized he switched majors because of you. You are far more beautiful in person than in that photo. This lad is truly fortunate." Chapter 44. No need to hide, I will kiss. As Huli was utterly perplexed. How could Wu, having only seen a photograph, know that she was studying chemistry? Curiosity piqued, she inquired how he discerned her field of study. "Your university mentor is my sworn enemy," he replied. "He mentioned a remarkably talented student named Huli in his class, undoubtedly superior to those I have taught. Your senior year group photo must bear names, and thus I deduced your discipline." Understanding dawned upon Huli. Yet, in the senior class photo, did Huang Yu even look at the camera, or at her? She struggled to recall, and it seemed not. Her relationship with her high school classmates had been rather indifferent. Upon receiving her graduation photo, she merely glanced at it before stowing it away. Over the years, she had not revisited it. Had it not been for her teachers, she would have preferred to forego the graduation photo altogether. The girls in her class held no affection for her, nor did she for them. This time, Huang Yu did not deter Wu, for he was not the only one who had been admiring Huli under the teacher's directive. She had occupied the central position in the front row, drawing the gaze of nearly every boy. Huli was indeed their ethereal muse. As the bustle of activity resumed, Huli pushed Wu's words to the back of her mind. Wu, offering triple the usual salary, urged the staff to hasten to the company, illuminating the entire chemical engineering building. At 2 in the morning, Chen Kai delivered supper, the first portion naturally designated for Huli. And now that Huang Yu's embrace was no longer a refuge, it was time to seek solace in Huli. Huli declined, stating she was not hungry, yet for some inexplicable reason, she posed a question: "Did Huang Yu ever have a romantic relationship during university?" Upon uttering the question, she was momentarily taken aback. "Of course not," Chen Kai quickly shook his head, "not once." Since she had ventured to ask, she inquired further, "What about after graduation?" "No, not that either." This was indeed puzzling. Given that Huang Yu had never experienced love or heartbreak, why did he harbor disbelief in romance? It was not the time to dwell on such matters. Huli tucked the questions away for another day of exploration. In the production workshop, both people and machines operated incessantly. "Go sleep in the car for a bit," Huang Yu's voice suddenly resonated in her ears. "I'll keep watch." He held the car keys, his eyes radiating concern. Huli found herself momentarily dazed. "I'm fine, I can manage. You are my Huang Yu's woman, I do not wish for you to struggle." His tone was both commanding and tender. How had she come to be Huang Yu's woman? It was merely a legal acknowledgement. She did not accept it as truth. At this juncture, Huli refrained from retorting. Noticing the many eyes upon them, Huli retrieved the car keys and departed, fearing that if she lingered, Huang Yu would carry her off. Upon opening the car door, a chill emanated from Huang Yu's pristine aura. The air conditioning was already set, a luxury of the top-tier vehicle, allowing the cool air to circulate even when the engine was off. The windows were cracked just enough for ventilation, ensuring she would not suffocate, and the car was infused with mosquito repellent, shielding her from bites. Observing these thoughtful details warmed Huli's heart. Setting an alarm, she prepared to take a brief respite, yet unexpectedly, she slumbered until dawn. Why had the alarm not sounded? Had it been turned off? In a panic, she checked her phone. It had battery life, but the alarm had been disabled, clearly the work of Huang Yu. Huli called Qin Yufei, who rushed to her side in a flurry. "Darling, why didn't you tell me last night?" she exclaimed. "I wanted you to have a good night's sleep." When Huang Yu had arrived at the company, Qin Yufei had already departed. Now, she was seething, vowing to expose those who had conspired against them. Huli soothed her, urging her to temper her fury lest she harm herself. Qin Yufei embraced Huli. "You're the only one who truly cares for me." Hearing this, Huang Yu's brow furrowed into a tight line. It was one thing to hold his wife, but to call her darling was another matter entirely. Qin Yufei stoked the flames further, continuing to embrace Huli while gazing at Huang Yu. "Can you believe this?" Huang Yu remained silent, and Huli interjected, "Of course he can. He stayed up all night. How quickly you've turned on your own, Qin Yufei retorted, have you forgotten how he treated you before? She was nothing if not forthright, Huang Yu did not take offense. He had indeed been excessively harsh in the past, these matters could be addressed later, the immediate priority was to navigate the current crisis. Hu Li, alongside Cheng Yi, and Qin Yufei returned to the company, ensuring normal operations resumed while informing the staff that Hu Li was unwell and taking a leave of absence. Hu Li escorted Qin Yufei to her vehicle, where Qin Yufei, still anxious, reiterated, even if he has helped us through this crisis, you must not allow your heart to sway towards him again. The only one who will be hurt is you. Understood, drive safely, Qin Yufei finally departed, reassured. At a posh restaurant, Lucini invited Hu Dai for dinner. Tomorrow, we can finally exact revenge, she exclaimed gleefully, you know, if things go awry, the Qin group may very well crumble. Should Hu Li's cosmetics be exposed, she would find it impossible to survive in the city, let alone in the country. The thought made Hu Dai chuckle inwardly, though her face bore 2 streaks of tears. Miss Lu, I truly am inexperienced. Lucini scoffed, rest assured, if the truth comes to light, even if I were to betray you, no one would believe it. After all, who is Qin Yufei, just a person who looks down on others. Hu Dai refrained from disclosing her true name, fearing Lucini might connect her to Hu Li. How many wealthy and powerful individuals lack a condescending gaze? Lucini was a prime example, but Hu Dai chose to remain silent. That night, neither Lucini nor Hu Dai found rest, just as Huang Yu and Hu Li remained awake. After ensuring everything was in order, the sleepless Huang Yu returned home for a much-needed reprieve, planning to re-emerge when the moment was ripe. After washing up, Hu Li exited the bathroom to find Huang Yu sprawled on the sofa. It was too small, his legs unable to stretch. Hu Li felt a pang of sympathy. You should sleep in the bed. Alright, Huang Yu acquiesced without hesitation, fearing her change of heart, yet, he soon regretted it when he discovered that Hu Li had chosen to remain on the sofa. Awakening from her slumber, Hu Li felt a gentle pressure against her, unsure if it was a dream, she was too fatigued to open her eyes, convincing herself it was merely an illusion. Having not slept a wink the previous night, Huang Yu had suggested she rest in the car, but she adamantly refused, insisting on waiting until the next day. With Chen Kai overseeing the cargo, she felt secure enough to sleep. Uncertain of how long she had dozed, Hu Li was roused by a pressing need to relieve herself, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a daze. Huang Yu was squeezed beside her on the narrow sofa, still fast asleep, with half of his body dangling off the edge. Was it a fondness for the sofa, or something else? Hu Li had no time to ponder, the urgency of her bodily needs took precedence. As she maneuvered to exit, she accidentally pressed down on Huang Yu, their lips nearly brushing. Instantly alert, Huang Yu awoke, and Hu Li quickly looked up, like a thief caught in the act. As she prepared to flee, powerful arms encircled her waist, and before she could utter a word, his kiss enveloped her. It was fervent and profound, an overwhelming surge of passion. Upon regaining her senses, Hu Li neither pushed him away nor reciprocated, she surrendered to his ardor, every inch of her lips tasted sweet, even the breath she exhaled was infused with sweetness. Huang Yu indulged himself for a significant while before finally releasing her, declaring, no need to hide, I will kiss you. Chapter 45. Oh my dear wife, it is bullying me, a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Hu Li felt it necessary to clarify, I did not intend to kiss you, it was an accident. Huang Yu still held her tightly, unwilling to let her slip away from him. Pressed against her, he felt utterly at ease, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Oh, how exactly was it an accident? Care to demonstrate again? Encountering a rogue, reason becomes futile, and the situation only deepens. When Hu Li attempted to rise, he restrained her, prompting her to declare, I need to use the restroom. Huang Yu's smile widened as he planted a kiss on her flushed cheek, liberating her with a cheerful release. As he watched Hu Li depart, his heart blossomed with joy, reminiscent of the vibrant springtime, his youthful spirit invigorated after merely 3 hours of sleep. Hu Li observed Huang Yu transforming into a little chef, dressed in attire far more expensive than their entire rented apartment, yet willingly assuming the role. Did he cherish her so dearly? Your first choice was the physics department, wasn't it? Hu Li inquired lightly, seemingly indifferent to his response. Huang Yu paused his task, gazing at her earnestly, yes, indeed. Oh, her tone mirrored his lightness, and she refrained from pressing further, yet he continued, what old Wu said that night is true, I switched to the chemistry department because of you, after the college entrance examination, however, I missed you dearly, so I transferred to chemistry. Was this a confession? Had he harbored feelings for her all these years? Hu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Yu looked at her, his gaze filled with deep affection and unwavering determination, each moment saturated with fervent emotion. My feelings for you are sincere. As for that unfortunate incident, I will tell you about it later. Before Hu Li had fallen for him, he wished to keep his scars hidden, desiring her genuine affection rather than her sympathy. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Hu Li felt compelled to say something but found herself at a loss for words. To refuse him, how heartless. To accept, the future seemed uncertain. Noticing her unwavering gaze, he lowered his head to meet her at eye level and playfully remarked, are you thinking I'm quite handsome? Well, I share the sentiment, having witnessed shamelessness before. Hu Li couldn't fathom such audacity. With a sardonic smile, she chuckled lightly and turned back toward the restroom, feeling excessively drowsy in the morning. She had yet to wash her clothes. While washing her own garments, she inexplicably discovered that she had also laundered his. How annoying. Why must he place his clothes beside mine? Had I not seen them, I would have neglected to wash them. Deciding against tossing his clothes back, she resigned herself to the fact that they were already wet. Next time, she would be more careful. The restroom door ajar, Huang Yu stealthily peered inside, witnessing her attentively and meticulously scrubbing his clothes. Her delicate, fair hands seemed to caress his very heart. His heart swelled with pleasure, an indescribable joy engulfing him. He began to hum a tune. The birds on the trees are paired, the green waters and mountains were a smile, couples return home together. Huli couldn't help but laugh, astonished by his unexpectedly corny side. The song abruptly halted as she heard a clatter, prompting her to rush out. There lay the spatula on the floor, while the fish, intended for the pan, now flopped on the countertop. Wife, it is bullying me, Huang Yu complained, pointing at the fish. Who am I, and where am I? Huli retorted. Huang Yu extended his hand, scalded by hot oil, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Wife, I burned myself with the oil, it hurts so much, please blow on it. Really? Huli hastily brought his hand under the faucet to rinse it. Was he truly Huang Yu, the genius with an IQ of 280, who didn't instinctively know to rinse a burn with water but instead asked her to blow on it? Indeed, love seems to render one's intellect null and void. At that moment, he was convinced of his affection for her. A person with an IQ of 280, once their emotional intelligence is ignited, becomes invincible. He merely intended to employ a bit of a pity ploy. Naturally, he hadn't intentionally scalded himself. The song had stirred his imagination, filling his mind with visions of a future with Huli, growing old together, surrounded by children and grandchildren. In a moment of distraction, he had burned himself. His hand remained under the water for over 10 minutes before Huli finally fetched burn ointment to apply. Before she could finish, he grimaced and said, Wife, be gentle. I am afraid it will hurt. Afraid of pain. He hadn't shown such concern when dealing with his two younger cousins. It noted. A sharp pain coursed through his hand, and Huang Yu dared not utter a word, enduring the punishment from his wife. This was her way of avenging his younger cousins, and he felt elated that she cared for his family. As Huli neared the end of her application, he unexpectedly kissed her cheek, justifying, You thanked me this way last time too. The aloof Huang Yu, the rebellious Huang Yu, the cheeky Huang Yu, and the affectionate Huang Yu, so many facets of him, which one was the true essence? This was not even his greatest dilemma. Though the burn on his right hand wasn't severe and didn't hinder his ability to use chopsticks, he insisted it hurt and lacked strength, causing him to clumsily spill a significant portion of rice from his bowl onto the table. Keep spilling like this, and you'll have to gnaw on the bowl. Huli felt a pang of sympathy. He had toiled for her day and night, not resting a moment. She picked up his bowl, preparing to feed him. Feigning bravado, he insisted, Wife, I can manage. Huli ignored him, shoving a generous mouthful of rice into his mouth to silence him. Yet he persisted, Wife, you're fierce, be gentler. Her head felt ready to explode as she admonished, Huang Yu, act normal. Huang Yu replied with feigned innocence, What is abnormal about me? A grown man acting coy, how could that be considered normal? Huli felt too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. Are you going to eat by yourself or shall I feed you? Seeing the situation, Huang Yu complied, patiently waiting for her to feed him. She maintained a stern expression, yet her actions were gentle, skillfully alternating between bites of rice, vegetables, and soup, carefully blowing on the soup before offering it to him. Grateful for such care, he felt he could endure anything, yet someone refused to let him off the hook. Huang Yu received news of an impending disturbance, and Huli hurriedly fed him a few more bites before they both rushed out the door. As soon as the door closed, Huang Yu's expression darkened. Since someone was reluctant to let him go, he decided to let that person take his place. Chapter 46, well done. In a bustling commercial street, a cosmetics store had just received a fresh shipment of new products. After trying them, customers were effusive in their praise. However, amidst the throngs at the entrance, a sudden accusation arose, claiming that the newly arrived cosmetics contained heavy metal mercury. Instantly, chaos erupted within the store. Some products were smashed, while others hurled insults at the shop owner and the manufacturers. Qin Yufei and Huli were swiftly pulled away from the fray. The Qin group was implicated, and even the Fengxing group was brought into the conversation. It was said that without the backing of the Fengxing group, Qin Yufei could not possibly behave so audaciously. Upon hearing this, Qin Yufei charged forward and slapped the accuser, seething, How dare you slander us? Yang Yanqing forcefully shoved Qin Yufei, causing her to nearly fall onto the glass-strewn floor, but she was saved at the last moment by the late-arriving Huli. Huli had cautioned her against acting impulsively, advising her to wait for her arrival before taking action, yet her impatience prevailed. Yang Yanqing was introduced to Lu Xini by Hu Dai, and with Yang Yanqing's volatile presence, Huli feared for her life. With the support of the esteemed Lu Xini, Yang Yanqing exhibited no fear towards Huang Yu. After all, how could he contend with a powerful family? They could easily send him to oblivion in an instant. Huang Yu, furious at the audacity of this reckless individual, held no principles against striking women, only against harming those he loved. Huli clung tightly to his coat, reminding him of his promise on the way here. Not to lose his temper or resort to violence. If he disobeyed, she would refuse to let him call her his wife. Huang Yu restrained his anger, allowing Yang Yanqing a few more moments of life. Yang Yanqing, emboldened, pointed at Huli and declared to the crowd, This woman is someone I've known since childhood, a mere seductress. Suddenly, a shattered cream jar struck Yang Yanqing's mouth, cutting off her tirade and leaving it. Who did that? I have connections. I will ensure you all meet a fate worse than death. No one in the vicinity spoke. They had failed to see the jar's trajectory, as if it had been launched from nowhere, and no one discerned. Only Huli knew she was gripping Huang Yu's waist, terrified he might recklessly confront the Fengxing group, which would spell disaster. In truth, she was overthinking. Had Huang Yu been the type to act so recklessly, he would not have resorted to subterfuge. The surveillance had been meticulously arranged by Huang Yu. The police would only witness what he allowed them to see, concealing any evidence that might incriminate him. This harsh reality was not merely black and white. In high society, shades of gray were abundant. Police and market regulators arrived on the scene, conducting tests that conclusively showed the cosmetics contained no mercury. Yang Yanqing was left speechless. How could this be? Hu Dai, observing from the shadows, found it hard to believe yet was forced to accept the evidence the market regulators had thoroughly checked. There could be no mistake. Even if Qin Yufei were a formidable figure, the state would not revolve around her, leaving only one possibility: tampering. Chen Sini had proudly informed her that there were no internal saboteurs in Qin Yufei's company. Instead, they had hired professionals who discreetly disabled all surveillance and secretly introduced mercury into the raw materials of their production line. The quantity was small, undetectable without precise testing. The very fact they had infiltrated the production facility proved no further testing was necessary. It appeared Hu Li and Qin Yufei had been underestimated. Yan Yanqing was taken away by the police, restoring tranquility to the store, though the owner remained visibly shaken, unsure where Hu Li's products might next be targeted. To expose the shadowy figures behind this chaos, Hu Li chose not to alert the owner in advance. "Senior, are you alright?" The crowd fell silent. The anxious and socially awkward Cheng Yu stared at Hu Li for a long moment before gingerly confirming, "Is that you, Hu Li?" "It is I." Hu Li was taken aback to encounter her university senior after 4 years. Cheng Yu was a year ahead of Hu Li, and their acquaintance had been merely superficial during their school days, with no contact information exchanged. Hu Li had not anticipated crossing paths with her today, especially under such unfortunate circumstances. To express her apologies, Hu Li helped Cheng Yu clean up the store and invited her to dinner, with Qin Yufei joining them while Huang Yu set off to confront the masterminds behind the scheme. "How did you end up in Shen City?" Hu Li. Cheng Yu smiled faintly. "I struggled with communication with my parents, and the school officials had significant objections to my methods. The pressure became overwhelming, so I resigned." Cheng Yu had hired a capable manager, making her role akin to that of a staff member, yet her discerning eye allowed her to source quality cosmetics from intermediaries. With excellent quality at reasonable prices, the store attracted a steady stream of customers, leading to this unexpected reunion with Hu Li. "Things are going quite well now," Hu Li reassured her. Cheng Yu hesitated before asking, "Did you enter the cosmetics industry right after graduation?" She was unaware of Hu Li's trajectory since graduating a year earlier. Hu Li briefly explained, "Not initially, I was teaching, but due to false accusations, I found it impossible to continue in that field, which led to my career change." Cheng Yu nodded silently, her demeanor consistently reflecting unease, evoking sympathy. Qin Yufei placed a comforting hand on Cheng Yu's shoulder. "You need not fear, such incidents will not recur. Even if they do, I, Qin Yufei, will protect you." At that moment, as Qin Yufei's hand rested on Cheng Yu's shoulder, the latter trembled visibly. Hu Li noticed and promptly redirected the conversation. "Shall we order?" Qin Yufei's hand finally withdrew, leaving Cheng Yu's heart racing. Both her parents were teachers who had instilled in her the importance of avoiding trouble, resulting in her becoming a social phobic. During dinner, Hu Li frequently reminisced about their university days, gradually calming Cheng Yu. Upon returning to her rental apartment, Hu Li found Huang Yu waiting, announcing that he had identified the culprits behind the chaos. "Lu Sini?" Hu Li pondered for a moment before connecting the dots. She was the one who had clashed with her over a tie and had worn the same outfit. This thought also brought to mind the encounter with Su Yan, feeling the need to explain but also sensing it might be unnecessary, especially given her uncertain feelings towards Huang Yu. She said, "Do you recall my outfit at the last gala?" Recalling Hu Li's stunning appearance that evening, Huang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Yes, you looked beautiful that night." Many had sought Hu Li's contact number that evening. Did she give it or not? "It was Su Yan from the Su family who bought that for me. He had ulterior motives, and I intended to teach him a lesson, leaving him with nothing." The mere thought of someone daring to covet his wife transformed Huang Yu's expression from clear skies to ominous clouds. Hu Li felt a pang of anxiety, regretting her loose tongue. "Well done." Assuming she had misheard, Hu Li looked bewildered. "What did you say?" "No doubt you are Huang Yu's woman." Chapter 47. Her heart ached for him indeed. Hu Li's actions brought a sense of relief, yet Su Yan was not easily trifled with. Even a cornered dog would leap over a wall. Huang Yu suppressed his amusement, his expression turning grave. "Do not engage in such behavior again. We are not lacking in funds." "Remove that she is in dire need of money, while you are not. We are married. What is there to distinguish between you and me?" Huang Yu produced 3 to 5 bank cards from his wallet and handed them to Hu Li. "All my savings are contained within these. The passwords remain unchanged. I have never calculated the total, but it must be in the hundreds of billions. In this lifetime, the next, and the one after that, Hu Li would never earn 100 million. If she were to placate him and then abscond with his money, it would mark the end of her life, a true femme fatale. Hu Li chastised herself harshly and earnestly asked him, "Are you not concerned about losing both your wealth and your companion?" His gaze was profound and resolute. "You will not. Even if he were to lose both, he would accept it with equanimity." Hu Li was taken aback. He did not know her well enough to place such trust in her. "On what basis do you believe I will not?" "Simply because on the day you sought me out to marry, you had faith in me." His tone was unwavering. That day, when Hu Li visited the chess room, Lin Su accused her of indecency towards a minor, prompting Huang Yu to explode in fury and shatter a bottle. The summer storm arrived suddenly, with clothes still drying on the balcony. Hu Li hurried to gather them. Outside, thunder roared and winds howled, yet inside, time felt blissfully serene as Huang Yu intently watched Hu Li apply burn ointment to his wounds. Her tenderness during this moment contrasted starkly with their earlier encounter. His unabashed gaze offered no concealment, and Hu Li dared not meet his eyes, nor did she engage him in conversation. It was not until all was concluded that Hu Li finally spoke. "Huang Yu, we need to have a serious discussion." Her eyes were icy, her demeanor solemn, and Huang Yu felt an ominous premonition. Huli was about to dismiss him, having not accepted his bank cards. He had evaded for 7 years, but he wished to confront his reality, regardless of the potential for irreparable consequences, without a shred of regret. In a dilapidated rented room of less than 30 square meters, after 12 years and 315 days, he once again felt the warmth of home. During these days in the rental, even sleeping on the narrow sofa did not rob him of slumber. With melancholy flickering in his eyes, he embraced Huli tightly, his voice hoarse and pleading, "Please do not cast me away." His tone was filled with profound despair, as if he had been abandoned by the world, and Huli, struggling in his arms, suddenly froze, her body becoming still. Outside, the thunder was deafening, and the storm raged mercilessly as if intent on destruction. With his embrace tightening, he repeated his plea, "Please do not send me away." His voice shattered, beyond description, while Huli felt a surge of anguish rising within her, suffocating and inescapable. For the first time in her life, she encountered a sensation she recognized as heartache. She ached for him. After the college entrance examination concluded, he must have endured suffering beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Huli gently patted his back, saying, "I do not wish to drive you away, I simply need you to grant me a bit more time." This was Huli's heartfelt confession. She understood Huang Yu's intentions, and having received such significant assistance from him, she could not remain ambiguous towards him any longer. He held her, kissed her, and she did not resist nor respond. This was the behavior of a femme fatale, and she wished neither to embody such a role nor could she permit herself to do so. She needed time to contemplate. Infatuation was fleeting, but love was steadfast. As the thunder dwindled and the sounds of rain and wind softened, Huang Yu's fragmented heart quietly began to sprout new life. Releasing Huli, he gazed deeply into her eyes. "I apologize for causing you any pressure." Indeed, she felt considerable pressure. Their identities were starkly delineated, Cinderella and Prince Charming, existing solely in fairy tales. At the outset, when she expressed her affection, she had not considered their differing statuses, for she had yet to reach the precipice of love. Now, teetering on the edge of love, she found it difficult to relinquish Huang Yu, and the path ahead appeared obscured. She not only required time to ponder but also needed to grow stronger before she could move forward. In her dark eyes, he discerned a trace of worry, and he clasped Huli's hand firmly within his palm, saying, "I will grant you time, but you need not feel any pressure. Just follow your feelings, I will handle everything else." A crystalline droplet fell from before them, their gazes following its descent. With a soft sound, the droplet shattered against the back of Huang Yu's left hand. Both raised their eyes simultaneously, their foreheads colliding with the falling droplets. They remained still, sharing an unspoken connection as the water cascaded down. One droplet, two, three, they had no idea how many fell before they finally lowered their heads, exchanging a glance before bursting into carefree laughter. "The ceiling is leaking, and you are still laughing," the light fixture seemed to chide them, unable to bear witness any longer, and promptly ceased functioning. The room was instantly engulfed in darkness, yet they continued to laugh without a care in the world. Huli resided on the top floor, and Huang Yu finally grasped why her rent was merely 400 yuan. In the city of Shen, one could scarcely rent a closet for that amount. As this realization dawned upon him, Huang Yu's laughter gradually waned, while Huli remained in high spirits. "Do not be anxious. You will grow accustomed to it." This implied that she had already acclimated to such circumstances. The answer was unequivocally affirmative, and a pang of bitterness coursed through his heart. Zijingting, the elevator halted on the 18th floor, and with a chime, Huli's heart leapt. Huang Yu was such an eccentric individual. Would his home be adorned in a riot of colors, or perhaps half white and half black? Huang Yu pressed his fingerprint against the door lock, and with 2 beeps, the door swung open. Huli shut her eyes, peeking through a tiny slit, utterly surprised and delighted to find the decor of the apartment was pure white, a refreshing and comfortable aesthetic, wholly uncharacteristic of Huang Yu. Do not rejoice too soon, she thought, standing at the entrance and only glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. After the tour concluded, Huli felt completely at ease, for every corner revealed a design in pristine white, perfectly to her taste. Chapter 48. Meeting him quite exquisite, Huli praised Huang Yu, admiring the elegantly decorated house. Huang Yu's favorite color was black, while Huli favored white. On one occasion, while Huli was writing a yearbook for someone else, Huang Yu caught a glimpse of her. At the time of the renovation, he had no inkling that Huli would one day reside here. His obsession compelled him to favor white. "Do you like it?" he inquired. "Yes, I do, but the rent is still 400. She had no desire to move in, nor to return to the Fengting villa. It was only when Huang Yu offered her a rental agreement that she finally decided to relocate. That night, Huli found herself restless, perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of her surroundings. She reassured herself. In stark contrast, Huang Yu, in the adjacent room, slept soundly in what he deemed a hellish abode, comforted by the mere wall that separated them. On a morning following a rain, the sky appeared as if it had been scrubbed clean, radiating a clarity and brightness that she thought would bring her peace. Yet, a heavy weight lingered in her heart, akin to a boulder. Oddly, she had never felt this way upon moving into the Fengting villa. Was it the house's feng shui that was askew? Superstitious, Huli chided herself, shrugging off the thought as she opened her door. "Good morning." Upon seeing Huang Yu, Huli was momentarily transported back to their school days. Clad in sports attire, he exuded youthful vigor, his face illuminated by a radiant smile reminiscent of sunshine. During their high school years, whenever Huang Yu was in high spirits, he would smile just like that, though those instances were regrettably few. If her memory served her right, only twice. The specific occasions eluded her. "Are you going for a run?" she asked. "No, I wish to familiarize you with the area and perhaps grab breakfast. We lack ingredients at home, and our cooking utensils are rather limited. Let us dine out first and procure kitchenware this afternoon." Hu Li, fatigued from a restless night, expressed her desire to sleep a bit longer. Could you bring breakfast up to me? What would you like to eat? I will have whatever you choose. She had never been picky about food, often struggling to satiate her appetite, and her foster parents had always insisted that a girl should not eat too much lest she become unappealingly plump. As Hu Li contemplated her wish for more sleep, she suddenly spotted a cockroach in such a high-end residence. It was audacious for a cockroach to roam freely, and she was determined not to let it escape. She chased it from the bedroom to the living room, then to the balcony, and finally to the storage room. The door to the storage room was firmly shut, and the cockroach slipped through a crack. Hu Li twisted the door lock unlocked, pushing the door open. She was enveloped in darkness the moment the light flickered on. She stood frozen in shock. Last night, when Huang Yu had shown her around, he had described this space as a disorganized, filthy storage room, and she had not expected it to be anything but. What she discovered was not merely a storage room, it was a nightmare. Above the bed hung a black and white photograph of Huang Yu, while the floor, walls, ceiling, curtains, bed, and sheets were all uniformly black. The 18th floor? Why would he choose the 18th floor? 18 layers of hell. A suffocating chill surged through Hu Li, rendering her breathless. If her intuition was correct, Huang Yu likely spent most nights here. After a thorough inspection, she found the room devoid of dust. It had been meticulously cleaned, confirming her suspicions. What could he have endured to become this way? It is all our fault, all our fault. In a private room of a 5-star hotel, Li Lin sat across from Hu Li, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the photographs on Hu Li's phone. If only we had told Huang Yu the truth and stood by him, he would not have changed so drastically. Hu Li offered a tissue to Li Lin, who refused to take it, sobbing, "We should never have deceived him. We have harmed him." The journey there had been under a clear sky, but on the return, a torrential downpour ensued, and during the peak commuting hours, Hu Li found it impossible to hail a cab. Dashing through the rain, her mind echoed with Li Lin's words. Huang Yu's perfect mother had an affair, and after being abandoned by her lover, she overdosed on drugs and took her own life. Our entire family deceived him, leading him to believe it was his father who had betrayed us, pushing him into the abyss. After Huang Yu's college entrance exams, the truth and the deceit had utterly shattered him. It turned out his disbelief in love stemmed from his mother's infidelity. Reflecting on how Huang Yu had languished in hell for over a decade, Hu Li ran even faster, allowing the muddy rain to splash upon her. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought: to see him, to see him, to see him. Meanwhile, Huang Yu held an umbrella in one hand and breakfast in the other, joyfully making his way to Zijingting, when suddenly he heard Hu Li's voice calling from behind, "Huang Yu." Turning back in confusion, he spotted Hu Li running towards him through the rain. Why was she out in the rain? Hadn't she been supposed to wait for him at home? Huang Yu strode towards her, but as he reached her side, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Huang Yu was taken aback, his heart racing with anxiety. "What's wrong?" Through her tears, she could barely articulate. I accidentally stumbled into the storage room, and then I saw my aunt." He understood everything without further explanation. Releasing his grip on her, he offered a wry smile. "So, you pity me?" Her eyes, already swollen and red, gazed at him as she shook her head. "It's heartache." The breakfast and umbrella slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground as he embraced her tightly and kissed her deeply. Not far away, a car stood idling. Inside sat Hu Dai, her expression twisted in rage, her lips bleeding from being bitten, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. How could this be? How could it be like this? Seeing Hu Li running through the rain, she initially felt elated, believing Huang Yu had been harsh with her. She could hardly contain her glee, wishing to celebrate with drums and gongs. However, what she witnessed was an intimate embrace and passionate kiss shared between them, the man who should have belonged to her holding the woman she loathed most. How could her heart remain calm? She could not bear to see them happy. If she were unhappy, then no one else would be either. Hu Li felt the kiss was bittersweet, though the rain had ceased and her tears had dried, a lingering sadness remained. She recognized it as Huang Yu's tears. Unsure of how to respond, she prepared to reciprocate the fervent kiss to comfort him. At that moment, her body was suddenly lifted, and before she could comprehend, Huang Yu had rolled them both onto the ground, narrowly avoiding a car that had barreled toward them. The vehicle sped away, having missed its target. Hu Li found herself atop Huang Yu, and she quickly sat up, checking on him. "Are you all right?" Huang Yu stood, brushing himself off. "I'm fine, let us go home." Unconvinced, she meticulously examined him, finding no blood, and squeezed his arms. When she grasped his right arm, he bit back a grimace, likely enduring a painful fracture. Yet, she was drenched to the bone. If she didn't change clothes, she would certainly catch a cold. Worried that Hu Li might be traumatized by her glimpse into the storage room, Huang Yu suggested, "Let us move back to the Fengting Villa until we find a suitable new place." He intended to clear out the storage room in the coming days, hoping to keep Hu Li unaware of its existence. Little did he know, a cockroach had thwarted his plans, a consequence of his failure to secure the door properly. Even if they changed residences, Huang Yu could not escape the shadows lurking in his heart. No matter how many houses they moved to, it would be futile. "I really like it here." Setting aside the storage room, Hu Li truly appreciated the decor of the house. "Yes." After Hu Li changed into dry clothes, she noticed Huang Yu still wearing his damp attire, with his right arm hanging at an odd angle. She tugged at his right arm, caught off guard. Huang Yu winced, and Hu Li's heart ached with concern. Is this what you call fine? He chuckled, it's nothing, it one tea break, I'll still be able to hold you in the future. Chapter 49. Had I known it would cause you such sorrow, I ought to have secured the door. What time is it? And Huang Yu was still joking. Hu Li, with a heart full of concern, said, let's change clothes and head to the hospital. He gazed at her unabashed. He pressed her against the wall, continuing that kiss they had shared in the rain. Huang Yu summoned the family doctor from the Fengting villa. Fortunately, there were no fractures, only soft tissue injuries. After the doctor left, Hu Li, with an expression of remorse, said, it must have been aimed at me, I'm so sorry. Ding ding, Huang Yu's phone rang. He reassured Hu Li, don't blame yourself. Upon answering the call, Chen Kai informed him, Brother Yu, we found the car, but it has been completely burned. The driver is missing, and the footage shows the vehicle without a license plate. The driver was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, making it impossible to determine their gender. In truth, Huang Yu had already deduced the identity of the culprit. The only person audacious enough to crash into him on the street, apart from the deranged Hu Dai, was likely no one else. The cosmetics incident was undoubtedly tied to Hu Dai. What about the woman I asked you to investigate? Aside from her chaotic personal life, we haven't uncovered anything useful. A wave of nausea washed over Huang Yu. How could Hu Dai, who harbored feelings for him, dare to act so recklessly? He decided to interrogate Lu Sining in prison, convinced they were acquainted, and instructed his men to monitor that woman around the clock. Huang Yu had been negligent, believing that safeguarding Hu Li was sufficient while neglecting to keep an eye on Hu Dai. Huang Yu was on speakerphone, allowing Hu Li to overhear everything. Once the call ended, Hu Li asked, do you suspect it was Hu Dai? Initially, he had merely speculated, but now he was certain. The more Hu Dai feigned innocence, the more suspicious she became. It wasn't a matter of doubt, it was certainty. Yet he pondered whether the person he had once saved felt remorse for the incident, perhaps even regretting having rescued her at all. Back then, Hu Dai had called Hu Li's sister. That was why he had fought fiercely for Hu Dai. No regrets. And my initial intent to save her was for you. I would do anything without remorse. Hu Li's eyes instantly welled with tears. He had been only 15, willing to take risks for her. She had thought he only developed feelings for her in high school, unaware that he had liked her since junior high. You liked me back then? He himself could not pinpoint when he had fallen for her. He simply felt at peace sleeping beside her desk, wanting to see her happy. With Hu Dai in trouble, Hu Li would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Having experienced the pain of losing loved ones, Huang Yu wished to shield her from such anguish. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would do so without regret. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow and candidly admitted, I don't know, perhaps. Love, it seemed, had no clear origin, it simply deepened. This sentiment likely pertained to Huang Yu. Hu Li felt touched by his honesty. If I were you, I would certainly say yes, moving the other person to the point of confusion, ensuring their unwavering devotion. How wonderful. She realized that soothing someone was indeed an art, and he had learned it well. Ask me once more. Seeing the eager gleam in his eyes, Hu Li complied, you liked me back then? No, it was even earlier. Hu Li was taken aback. If that was the case, would she then be ensnared in a web of sweet nothings? No, lying was not right. Huang Yu merely smiled in silence. Ding ding, Huang Yu's phone rang again. This time, he did not use the speaker. Hu Li brought a plate of fruit to Huang Yu, only to see his face turn ashen as he ended the call. Concerned, she asked, what happened? Lu Sining committed suicide in prison, and Yang Yanqing has gone mad. One dead and one insane, such swift developments. Did Hu Dai possess such power? Was she the puppet master behind it all? Huang Yu felt a sense of confusion. Hu Dai likely lacked such capability. Yang Xian's death outside could be attributed to her, yet Lu Sining's demise in prison seemed implausible. Huang Yu began to reorganize his thoughts. A man had sought out Yang Xian, and Hu Dai had brazenly mocked Hu Li for lacking evidence. This indicated that Hu Dai was merely a pawn in a larger game orchestrated by someone powerful, whose objective was Hu Li. Alternatively, there could be no connection between them, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while a hidden finch lay in wait, posing an even greater threat. Contemplating this, Huang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Lili, have you ever had an ambiguous relationship with someone powerful or wealthy? His question startled Hu Li, her eyes widening in shock. Don't misunderstand. I'm worried that those who cannot have you might wish to destroy you. He almost feared she might misconstrue his concern as an accusation of her purity. No, aside from the last incident with Su Yan, there was no one. The rich heir who once wanted to marry me, we never met. The Hu family placed my photo on a matchmaking site, and that's how he reached out. In the past, without Huang Yu's support, she had dared to provoke anyone, even if they leered at her, pretending not to notice, or perhaps even losing her patience. On dark, windy nights, she might have resorted to trapping her adversaries and beating them mercilessly. If they were not suitors, could they be linked to Hu Li's biological parents? Huang Yu had spent nearly 2 months investigating but found no leads. After 25 years, it was challenging to uncover anything. Is your birthday the date you were truly born? No, it's the day the Hu family found me. When they discovered me, I had nothing, no bottle, not even my birthday. It was no wonder she had refrained from reporting the abuse she had endured. Do you know how old you were when you were found? The Hu family mentioned I was just born, not yet a month old. At this point, Hu Li grasped Huang Yu's intentions, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she hoped her biological parents would not harbor intentions akin to Qin Yufei's. Do my biological parents wish for me to not exist? Human nature is intricate, and Huang Yu dared not make any assumptions. He gently rubbed her forehead, stating, they likely do not. A tiger does not consume its young, consider it positively. These topics weighed heavily on them, and Huli wished to steer the conversation to lighter shores, longing to remain by Huang Yu's side and spare him from a hellish existence. She gazed at his injured arm, asking, "Does it hurt?" He smiled and shook his head, "Not really." It surely hurt. Her inquiry encompassed not just the physical pain of his arm. However, she did not wish to reopen old wounds, as scars only throbbed more painfully when exposed. Yuli gently embraced him, resting her head on his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She slowly placed her palm over his heart, wishing to absorb his past experiences. Huang Yu held her close, rubbing his forehead against her hair, savoring the tranquility of the moment. A wave of warmth enveloped them, and as Huang Yu gently moved her head aside, he noticed her eyes were red-rimmed. His gaze darkened as he said hoarsely, "Had I known it would bring you such distress, I should have secured the door." Chapter 50. The uninvited daughter-in-law is a blessing for the Huang family. He remained silent until he spoke, at which point she could no longer suppress her tears. At the tender age of 13, he had been forsaken by the world. In her 13th year, although the Hu family presented a facade of kindness, behind her back, they were anything but. Yet, she had never truly crumbled, for genuine happiness had eluded her grasp. Conversely, he had plummeted from a pedestal of adoration straight into despair. No matter how resilient his spirit, he could not bear the weight of such a fall. Huang Yu did not possess the knack for comforting others. As he watched her weep, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. He gently grasped her chin, drawing her sobs into his mouth, her whimpers gradually subsiding. She entwined her arms around his neck in a fervent embrace, sinking deeply into the moment. His lips trailed down to her neck, coaxing her back onto the sofa. The instant her back met the cushions, she pushed his head away, exclaiming, "No, your hands still hurt." With a mischievous grin, Huang Yu replied, "I want to use my hands." Yuli, though reluctant to comprehend, ultimately did, her cheeks aflame as she stammered, "I'm not ready yet." "Fear not, preparation is unnecessary. I am entirely prepared." Yuli oscillated between wanting to understand and not wanting to, yet she grasped the implications. She felt a need to escape. No, if love united them, it must not be approached with haste. How should she communicate this to him? Should she speak directly? As a girl, articulating such feelings proved daunting. Perhaps she could feign a visit from relatives? Deceit felt wrong, especially after her recent confession. Her thick brows knitted and relaxed, drawing attention to her large, expressive eyes, while her lashes fluttered like two fans. Her luscious red lips parted and closed, as Huang Yu marveled at the kaleidoscope of emotions playing across her face, his heart swelling with desire, yearning to possess her. He hesitated, feeling a twinge of pain in his hand, deciding to let her be. For now, was she no longer being coy? Huli dared to think but not to voice it. In the kitchen, she busily prepared porridge for Huang Yu. When she heard footsteps entering the house, stepping out, she was taken aback by the sight. Before her, 10 bodyguards stood in a line, each cradling a bouquet of flowers, each arrangement unique: roses, lilies, gardenias. They saluted her in unison. "Hello, sister-in-law." These bodyguards were personally trained by Huang Yu. He despised being addressed as Mr. Huang. Among them were Along and Ahu, the former having been on the receiving end of Hu Li's playful reprimand previously. She sheepishly greeted them. "Hello." Turning to Huang Yu, she observed him surveying the flowers. "It's the first time I've given you flowers. I wasn't certain of your preferences, so I bought a variety. Please choose what you like." The onlookers murmured among themselves, curious about how their brother managed to woo his wife back. Yuli felt a mixture of emotion and exasperation, pondering what to do with the flowers she didn't fancy. Naturally, they be discarded. Huang Yu replied bluntly, "What a waste, such beautiful flowers should not be thrown away." Huli protested, accepting them all. "We don't even have a vase at home," she lamented. "Next time, I'll remember to bring a vase," Huang Yu said, promptly dialing a number to order 100 vases. Upon hearing this, Huli snatched his phone away, insisting, "Not 100, just 10 will suffice." "Darling, there is no need to be frugal on my account. We're not short on funds," Huang Yu reassured her. Yuli found herself exasperated, fearing such extravagance would eventually lead to financial ruin, especially considering future expenses for their child as formula, diapers, and education. "Let us not worry about that just yet," she replied lightly. "I know you're not lacking in money, but thriftiness is a virtue." "All right, as you wish, my dear," Huang Yu said, casting his gaze upon the 10 bouquets. "Choose your favorite. I have something for you." His demeanor was solemn, leading Huli to believe the gift must be of great significance. She selected the gardenias, recalling how every time he held her, the delicate fragrance enveloped her, a scent he should have recognized as her favorite. From his pocket, he retrieved a velvet box. "The day after you suggested I went to purchase this, yet, I feared we might not endure, so I hesitated to give it to you, nor did I return home. Now, I am unafraid. Even if we cannot grow old together, I am content to share a part of our journey." As she beheld the diamond ring nestled within the velvet box, Huli felt a lump in her throat. It was an enormous diamond, undoubtedly several carats. She looked deeply into his eyes and asked, "Do you know the meaning of gardenias?" Huang Yu shook his head, unaware. "Remember this, the language of gardenias is eternal love." The last time the master had foretold their future together, he had spoken of growing old side by side, surrounded by children and grandchildren. This was no charlatanesque tale. As he slid the diamond ring onto her ring finger and kissed it tenderly, his gaze brimmed with affection. "I shall remember." Yuli glanced down at the gardenias in her hand, then back at Huang Yu. "The moment I embrace this bouquet, I resolve to grow old with you." So, Huang Yu, fear not. While we may quarrel in the future, you must believe that I shall never leave you, unless you choose to cast me aside. Another heartfelt kiss fell upon her lips. At Fengting Villa, the butler witnessed Hu Li and Huang Yu strolling hand in hand into the courtyard, momentarily stunned. He hurried inside to report. Huang Jichang, engrossed in his newspaper, didn't he lift his gaze? Boldly, "It's time for you to invest in a pair of reading glasses." As of today, Hu Li had only been gone for 10 days. If Huang Yu could resolve matters in such a short span, he might as well not be Huang Jicheng as son. Li Lin had left the day she saw Hu Li, claiming she was going on holiday. Huang Jicheng was unaware of the turmoil that had transpired. Having just returned from the brink of despair, Li Lin chose not to provoke him, opting instead to bear her burdens alone. She felt like a solitary wanderer, unafraid of the world. Of father, Hu Li called affectionately to Huang Jicheng. He responded gently, noticing the ring adorning her finger, gazing incredulously at Huang Yu. Huang Yu, maintaining a stiff demeanor, awkwardly presented a tea set to Huang Jicheng. I bought this for you. Hu Li mentioned it was quite nice. It had been nearly 13 years since Huang Yu had gifted his father anything, and Huang Jicheng struggled to contain his emotions, remarking to Hu Li, your taste is commendable. When purchasing the tea set, Hu Li had remained silent, allowing Huang Yu to choose independently. They would need to navigate their father-son dynamics. She would take the brunt of any misunderstandings for now. Thank you, father. I'm glad you like it. Of course I do. I like it very much. Though directed at Hu Li, the sentiment was meant for Huang Yu's ears. Huang Jicheng discreetly observed Huang Yu's subtle expressions, noting that he showed no signs of displeasure. This unexpected daughter-in-law was indeed a blessing for the Huang family. Chapter 51. A formal introduction to the parents. Aunt Zhang came to serve tea to Hu Li and Huang Yu. Upon noticing the magnificent diamond ring on Hu Li's finger, she beamed with delight, as if she were welcoming a daughter-in-law into the family. Having watched Huang Yu grow up, she had witnessed both his moments of joy and his times of despair, and her heart truly ached for him. The news of Hu Li wearing a wedding ring quickly spread throughout the Huang household, causing everyone, from Huang Jicheng to the youngest, little Wu, to bustle about. However, two individuals remained an exception. Hu Li and Huang Yu sat in the living room, savoring their tea, blissfully unaware of the commotion surrounding them. Everything felt perfectly normal until they saw the second and third aunts adorned in red dresses, and two uncles dressed in formal attire. Even Huang Jicheng, who had previously greeted Hu Li in casual homeware, was now impeccably dressed. It was then that they sensed something was amiss. Exchanging glances, Huang Yu admitted he was equally perplexed, having not heard of any gatherings in their circle lately. Perhaps, as he glanced at the wedding ring on Hu Li's finger, he began to surmise the reason. An official introduction to the parents. Indeed, the butlers from the second and third uncle's household soon appeared in Huang Yu's line of sight, each carrying exquisite pieces of jewelry. Were they to hold a jewelry appraisal event? Hu Li felt utterly bewildered. As they approached, she stood to greet them. The second aunt hurried over, warmly saying, Hu Li, please sit, there's no need to stand. After expressing her gratitude, Hu Li took her seat. Clad in formal attire, her usual composure in the Huang household became even more restrained. The second and third aunts gestured for the servants to place the jewelry on the grand coffee table. Once the servants had retreated, the second aunt remarked, Hu Li, when you and Huang Yu registered your marriage so suddenly, we were unable to prepare a proper meeting gift. The third aunt chimed in, today, consider this our formal introduction. These are our humble tokens of appreciation. Before them lay no fewer than 20 pieces of jewelry, each more valuable than the last. To regard this as merely a small gesture was a testament to Hu Li's limited imagination, shaped by her modest upbringing. Stunned, she gazed at the two aunts, momentarily at a loss for words, her body stiffening in disbelief. Noticing Hu Li's silence, the second aunt inquired, do you not like them? If so, please let me know what you prefer, and I shall procure it for you. The third aunt eagerly agreed, indeed, whatever you desire, I will ensure you receive it. Panicking, Hu Li shook her head and waved her hands. It's not that I don't like them. They're simply too extravagant, and I am overwhelmed. Caught off guard by such unanticipated wealth, how could she not be dazed? Previously, the two aunts had only gifted her one or two items as a token of gratitude, but now the quantity had multiplied tenfold. Each piece was sufficient to sustain her for 10 years or more, and here lay 20 of them. Her adorably flustered reaction brought laughter to the room, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. The second and third aunts insisted that Hu Li accept all the gifts. Turning to Huang Yu for guidance and seeing him nod, she expressed her gratitude and accepted the offerings. With Huang Yu's mother no longer present, Huang Jicheng had ceased collecting jewelry, opting instead to offer shares in the Fengxing Group as a meeting gift. Hu Li's response echoed her initial reaction upon entering the Huang household. At that time, when Huang Jicheng declared himself Huang Yu's father, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her vision fading to black. After a moment, Hu Li regained her composure. This time, rather than looking at Huang Yu, she directly declined, saying, thank you, Dad, but this is far too precious, I cannot accept it. While she hoped to earn enough to reciprocate the aunt's gifts, no amount of hard work could ever match the value of company shares. Huang Jicheng looked at Huang Yu, who gazed back at Hu Li, his tone gentle. What is given by your father should be accepted. Father? Had he just referred to him as Dad? Huang Jicheng glanced uncertainly at the second and third uncles, only to find them nodding in affirmation, which reassured him that he had not misheard. After nearly 13 years, Huang Yu had finally called him Dad once more, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Since Hu Li had entered the Huang family, it was also the first time he had heard Huang Yu address him this way. The reconciliation of their father-son relationship was paramount. Without further hesitation, Hu Li accepted the gifts. Still reeling from the impact of that single word, Huang Jicheng exchanged pleasantries before retreating to his room, fearing he might succumb to a flood of tears. As the elders departed, the younger generation arrived, with 4 younger cousins lined up respectfully, greeting her. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Huang Junjie, the second eldest in the family. I am Huang Senior. Noting that they were not strangers, the atmosphere remained unembarrassed, while Huang Yu appeared awkward. Irreverently interrupting his third brother, he said, enough, it's not as if we don't know each other. Brother, this is called a sense of ceremony, do you not understand? Huang Junjie replied. For the first time, Huang Yu found himself on the receiving end of a retort from his younger brother. With an exasperated exhale, he remarked, "So you've grown bold, have you?" He reached out to grab Huang Junjie's ear, prompting the younger boy to dash behind Hu Li, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, save me." Hu Li chuckled, "Fear not, sister-in-law will protect you. If you are a man, step forward." Huang Yu undid his cufflinks, striking a pose as if ready for a duel. Huang Junjie stuck out his tongue at Huang Yu, declaring, "I am not yet an adult. I am not a man." Frustrated, Huang Yu felt a warmth envelop him, reminiscent of the familial bonds he once shared. The last time he had interacted with Huang Junjie in such a manner was when the latter was merely 3 or 4 years old. Back then, whenever Huang Yu sat down to do his homework, Huang Junjie would invariably wreak havoc. When Huang Yu grew angry and aimed to scold him, Junjie would hide behind their mother, crying for rescue. Returning to this family, he found the warmth of those days had faded. Huang Junjie now feared him. It was Hu Li who had brought all of this back to him. Were she to dislike his brothers, he would never again feel the deep bonds of brotherhood. "Come back to the bedroom with me." Without waiting for Hu Li's response, Huang Yu took her hand and ascended the stairs. His hurried pace made Hu Li think there was an urgent matter at hand, but as soon as they entered the bedroom, he pressed her against the door and kissed her fiercely, catching her entirely off guard. Had she not been leaning against the door, she might have lost her balance. His kiss was overwhelmingly assertive, feeling less like a kiss and more like a fervent nibble, yet it ignited every nerve in her body, compelling her to respond without hesitation. As they descended the stairs once more, Huang Junjie and the others quietly inquired, "Sister-in-law, did our elder brother bully you?" Hu Li felt a rush of warmth to her ears. Indeed, their brother had bullied her, but not in the way they imagined. Seeing her silence, the younger boys grew anxious. "Sister-in-law, do not be afraid. Though the 4 of us combined may not be a match for our elder brother, we will always stand by your side." Surrounded by their affection, a sense of happiness enveloped Hu Li, making her feel somewhat unreal, as if she were living in a dream. Since the very first day she had entered the Huang household, she had been dreaming. During her school days, Huang Yu's clothing and possessions had been utterly ordinary, leaving no hint of his affluent background. If this were not a dream, then what was it? If this truly were a dream, she wished to remain in it forever, indulging in this blissful existence without end. Chapter 52. Happy birthday, my love. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room to discuss the newlywed home of Huang Yu and Hu Li, opting for only the most extravagant and exquisite options. Once again, Hu Li felt as though she were caught in a dream. Ordinary and bearing a tarnished reputation, how could she possibly receive such adoration? The moonlight was radiant. Huang Yu emerged from the bathroom and found Hu Li lost in thought by the floor-to-ceiling window. He approached her, enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance of gardenias that clung to her. He cherished the sensation of holding her at this moment, feeling his once hollow heart brimming with her presence. Resting his chin upon her shoulder, he pondered. What thoughts occupied her mind? Hu Li placed her small hand atop his large one, unabashedly admitting, "I was wondering if I am perhaps living a perfect dream." He planted a gentle kiss on her neck, echoing her sentiment. In the realm of reality, he could not dare to touch love. If this were not a dream, it would be incomprehensible. Hu Li turned to face him, saying, "Even if this is a dream, let us pursue it to the very end, shall we?" "Yes," he replied, his voice tender and affectionate, filling her heart entirely. At that moment, she wished for nothing more than to love him deeply. Rising on her toes, she offered him her crimson lips. Suddenly, he swept her up, and moments later, she found herself lying on the soft bed, with him hovering above her. Heaven above, she had envisioned a heartfelt love, not this kind. She yearned for a connection of souls. It was not that she was unwilling, but rather that they were in Fengting Villa. In truth, she had always hoped their first time would occur in a space solely belonging to the two of them. Even if it were a rented room, she would harbor. He displayed an eagerness that was palpable, kissing her neck repeatedly. "Well then, let tonight be the night. Fengting Villa is the most luxurious villa in the city. After all, I shan't lose out." Just as she opened her heart, he remarked, "Once you grant me a title, I shall reciprocate." Hu Li was taken aback. "I haven't given you a title?" "No," he replied, tapping his bare hand. "A cunning man indeed. All right, I shall work hard to earn you a title. There are options for 9. 9 with free shipping, or 19. 9 with free shipping, which would you prefer?" He was worth billions, and such a sum seemed trivial, yet the affection from a wife was priceless indeed. He was a straightforward man, who at such a moment would not utter, "As long as it is from you, I shall cherish it." Yet, Hu Li found herself increasingly enamored by this simplicity. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, the more uncomplicated he was, the more at ease she felt. Huang Yu did not intend to wait for her to bestow a title before claiming her. Rather, he wished to give her more time. Desire is indulgence, while love is restraint. He loved her, hence he was cautious. Qin Yufei spotted Hu Li amidst the mountain of orders, and her heart, once heavy, now soared. "Darling, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come soon, I would have closed up shop." Hu Li had been absent from the company for several days, and Qin Yufei was like a flea, jumping anxiously about. Since the scandal involving the cosmetics, orders had been pouring in, many seeking Huang Yu's support. Upon seeing Huang Yu on site, many assumed he was there to bolster Qin Yufei, believing the likelihood of a union between the Huang and Qin families was growing, thus winning over Qin Yufei would equate to winning over Huang Yu. Faced with the towering stack of orders, even the typically composed Hu Li felt a flutter of panic. Thankfully, she had a secret weapon. She had enlisted Zheng Yu to assist her. This granted her the time to prepare a title for Huang Yu. As night fell, Huang Yu returned to Zijingting, cradling a bouquet of gardenias. The room was shrouded in darkness. Reaching for the light switch, he nearly thought he had entered the wrong home, for the living room was overflowing with gifts. Not seeing Hu Li, he recalled she had informed him earlier that she was already home wife. Huang Yu called out a couple of times, only to see Hu Li wheeling in a cake adorned with lit numeral candles, 26. After midnight, he would be 26 years old. Happy birthday, my love, birthday, his, yet that was not the crux of the matter. The real highlight was her calling him husband. He gazed at the multitude of gifts, feeling touched. Did you prepare all of this for me? Mine are in the bedroom. These are from dad, uncle, aunt, and my little aunt, all for you. It had been 13 years since he had last celebrated a birthday or received gifts from them. The sheer volume of presents seemed to compensate for those lost years. Indeed, Huang Jiqing and the others each gifted 13 items, making up for every missed birthday. Will you open gifts first, or make a wish? Let us make a wish first. Hu Li blew out the birthday candles alongside him, and he suggested, let us wish together. Her birthday was in 10 days, you go ahead and wish. I'll wait a few days to make mine, then I'll save mine to wish with you later. He had not celebrated a birthday in 13 years, and Hu Li could not bear to let him miss out. Alright, I'll wish with you. Hu Li clasped her hands together, closing her eyes and earnestly wishing. When she opened her eyes, Huang Yu remained motionless. Why aren't you wishing? He looked at her with profound affection. My wish has already been granted. For him, being with her was his greatest desire. Share with me. What did you wish for? My first wish is for everyone around me to be safe and sound. My second is for you to be happy every day. And my third is to earn a great deal of money. He already possessed ample wealth. She could easily rest on her laurels. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment, awkwardly extending 2 fingers. Am I foolish? Hu Li couldn't help but chuckle. Apologies, let me rephrase. She brought her hands together, addressing the heavens. I'd like to rearrange my wishes. Please forgive me. Then am I still foolish? Safety for everyone around her included him as well. Hu Li clasped her hands again. Heavenly deities, I shall not be greedy. I will only wish for one thing, that my husband remains safe and joyful every day. Huang Yu performed the standard gesture of approval. Granted. Hu Li laughed until tears welled in her eyes. One by one, the gifts in the living room were unwrapped. None were particularly valuable, most were tokens of safety. Halfway through, Huang Yu felt an urge to stop unwrapping, fearing he might cry in front of her. Why not open your gifts? Her gifts also totaled 13, compensating for the years since they had met. Huang Yu opened the 13 boxes, revealing tokens of safety from 13 different temples, and he could no longer hold back. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Hu Li presented him with a silver ring. I took this to 13 temples. May you enjoy peace and joy for the rest of your life. He could no longer contain himself. Tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Hu Li, with reddened eyes, placed the silver ring onto his ring finger. I have granted you a title. Chapter 53. I dreamt that we were born on the same day. At that moment, Huang Yu merely made a light-hearted jest, yet she went to 13 temples to give him a formal recognition of their bond. July in Shanghai is the hottest season of the year, with temperatures soaring to 40 degrees Celsius, and he wished to remain in the cool embrace of air conditioning. However, she braved the sweltering heat to pray for him at the temples, striving to pull him from the depths of hell, even as she herself languished in torment. This profound affection weighed heavily upon him, leaving him pondering how to reciprocate such devotion. Hu Li noticed him staring blankly at her and raised the silver ring in her hand. Don't you like it? How could he not like it? He adored it, tears shimmering in his eyes as he smiled with heartfelt joy. He was truly enamored. He had almost assumed she was indifferent, for she had been absent from the office for several days, tirelessly running from temple to temple under the blazing sun. Qin Yufei declared she would have her love-struck brain examined, yet she remained unfazed. Extracting Huang Yu from his personal hell meant more to her than anything else. With delight, she slipped the silver ring onto his ring finger, proclaiming, I have prayed to all the deities and offered them generous donations. They will surely bless my husband with fortune, peace, and joy. She referred to him as my husband. Her words filled his eyes with elation and emotion, and as their gazes locked deeply, he lowered his head to kiss her. This time, he eschewed his usual domineering approach, instead kissing her with boundless tenderness. Their lips met softly, as if cherishing an invaluable treasure. Indeed, to him, she was priceless. She was his tranquilizer, his spring adorned with blossoms, his everything. As he kissed her, he gently guided her towards the bed, everything unfolding naturally. Whispering soothingly in her ear, he urged her not to fear as they rode the waves of passion together. Waves surged one after another, disorienting her, rendering her unaware of the night. The moonlight concealed itself behind clouds, while cicadas tirelessly sang from the branches, seemingly safeguarding their union. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Su family estate, Su Hong and his twin brother Su Nan stood side by side, each holding a cigarette, exhaling smoke in silence, both agitated. These cicadas are truly bothersome, Su Nan grumbled. Su Hong calmly took a drag, releasing a ring of smoke, and smiled kindly. Perhaps it is our sister greeting us. The two brothers had a twin sister who tragically passed away from congenital heart disease on the day of her birth. Today marked the 26th anniversary of her demise. Had she lived, it would have been her 26th birthday. A smile of comfort spread across Su Nan's face. Indeed, mother said she was more boisterous in the womb than the two of us combined, so she must surely be a lively imp over there. Of course, Su Hong replied with pride, my sister is solely responsible for joy. Should anyone over there dare to make her unhappy, I shall turn the underworld upside down. Brother, do you think she is married over there? Su Nan mused whimsically, wondering if her husband was wealthy and kind to her. This question caught Su Hong off guard, and after a prolonged silence, he suggested, you should find a reliable bodhisattva one day and ask for her to visit you in a dream. This left Su Nan silent. He had visited many temples and sought out the most trustworthy bodhisattvas, yet he had never received a single dream. His mother had even succumbed to mild depression since Su Hong took over the family company, and their father had taken her on a world tour to lift her spirits. Soon An, a cardiologist specializing in congenital heart disease, often found himself wanting to shield others from the rain after experiencing it himself. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden glow over everything, heralding a new beginning and a hopeful outlook for the future. When Huang Yu opened her eyes, she beheld this very scene, never having imagined that she could have a fresh start and aspirations for what lay ahead. The person responsible for all this was still peacefully slumbering in his arms, and he gently pecked her lips, preparing to rise quietly to make breakfast. Before his feet touched the ground, a series of giggles erupted behind him. Thinking she had awakened, he turned quickly, only to find her still deep in slumber, laughing softly in her sleep. Huang Yu was curious about the dream that brought her such joy, yet he hesitated to wake her. She continued to chuckle, and he remained by her side, sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly observing her every expression. Suddenly, her laughter intensified, and he turned to see her eyes fluttering open. Before he had the chance to speak, she chimed in with a smile. "I just had a dream." "Yes," he responded softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Can you guess what it was about?" she teased. Considering what could bring her such delight, he ventured, "You probably dreamt of striking it rich, earning 1,000 billion. She shook her head. "Since it's not about wealth, then it must be about me dreaming that I live to 100. "It's about you, but not living to 100, she replied, noticing his suddenly playful expression. "Did you dream that I was so remarkable that even at 70 or 80, I could still be detestable?" She shyly interrupted, "I dreamt that we were born on the same day." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his brow furrowing. Beside her, he found solace in sleep. It was indeed possible, he thought, as it was their first time resting together. They were strangers before, yet after changing seats, he found himself unable to sleep again. Huang Yu believed the likelihood was quite high. "You actually believe that hot dreams are often the opposite of reality, especially daydreams?" She opened her eyes wide, the daylight spilling into the room, undoubtedly a daydream. Stretching her limbs, she hopped out of bed. "Little Pomelo, what shall we have for breakfast?" "Little you," he inquired. Huang Yu looked at her, a flicker of displeasure surfacing in his clear, elongated eyes. "Even if we were born on the same day, I am certainly older than you." Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed playfully, radiating beauty. "But little pomelo sounds delightful, and I love eating pomelos." Huang Yu's brows knitted into a straight line. She had not indulged in his affection the previous night as he had taken precautions, and she incredulously asked, "Are you sure you like it?" "Yes, I do. I enjoy both white and red pomelos, especially red ones. I can devour a whole one in a single sitting." "Well then," Huang Yu sighed, feeling out of sync with her, "you only call me little pomelo because it sounds nice?" "Not just nice. It's delicious and quite useful. Last night was a wonderful experience, completely unlike what some books describe as painful." "Oh dear, what am I thinking?" Hu Li's face suddenly flushed, and she murmured, rushing into the bathroom. Little Pomelo, little Pomelo." Huang Yu's mind was consumed with the notion of little pomelos. Chen Kai entered the CEO's office, retrieving the documents Huang Yu had signed, habitually glancing through them. His expression soured instantly. When did his brother, Yu, change his name to Pomelo? Seeing him frozen in shock, Huang Yu expressed his displeasure. "Are you particularly idle?" "And no," Chen Kai stammered, snapping back to reality. "Brother Yu, should we convene a meeting regarding your name change?" "What nonsense!" Huang Yu strode toward him, incredulously observing the signature on the document, which read Huang Pomelo. Chapter 54. Adoration. As Huang Yu gazed at the signature of the pomelo, an incredulous smile bloomed upon his face, radiating brilliance. Chen Kai regarded him as if he were a fool, yet Huang Yu fixed him with a glare, urging him to hasten and reprint the document. It turned out that Yu had not changed his name, he had merely made an error, and the reason for this oversight was, of course, his sister-in-law. Chen Kai had noticed the silver ring adorning Huang Yu's finger early that morning. A mere silver ring had sent his mind into disarray. Love truly is a force that can strip one of reason, compelling him to tread carefully. Huang Yu quipped, "May you be destined to a life of solitude." The temple was suffused with the fragrance of incense, the rhythmic sounds of wooden fish and chanting creating an atmosphere of transcendental tranquility. Hu Li knelt reverently before the Bodhisattva, expressing her gratitude. Huang Yu, who held little regard for the divine, did not believe in the existence of gods, yet he knelt alongside Hu Li. If there were indeed deities, he wished for them to bless his Li with boundless affection, hoping that all past misfortunes would return in a plethora of future blessings. In recent days, Hu Li had occasionally recounted stories from her life at the Hu family, presenting them as jokes, yet each anecdote pierced Huang Yu's heart like an icy blade. While he basked in adoration, she labored daily with household chores, facing hunger if she failed to complete them. Her adoptive parents presented one fade in public and another in private, leading others to believe they treated her with utmost kindness. Even Huang Yu had once been led to believe she lived a charmed life. Her adoptive mother's appearances at parent-teacher meetings suggested a deep affection for Hu Li, reinforcing his assumption of her happiness. All Hu Li desired was Huang Yu's presence. She had once envied him for his unrestrained temper, for the freedom to express joy, anger, and sorrow without reservation, that he could sleep through class or engage in fights, while his father frequently visited the school to curry favor with the teachers. In contrast, she had to navigate her life with utmost caution, unable to air or display her emotions, lest she be deemed unfilial or ungrateful. Little did she know, behind his nonchalance lay a profound suffering, a descent from paradise to despair. She had never truly experienced the goodness of her adoptive parents. Losing them elicited no regret, nor did it inflict undue pain. Now, every member of the Huang family treated her with kindness, and she sought nothing more than for him to be joyful each day. At the entrance of the grand hall of the temple, Huang Yu awaited Hu Li, who had stepped away to the restroom. Approaching him was someone he wished to avoid, yet he did not shy away. "Ah, Su Hong," she greeted with a soft smile, though her words dripped with sarcasm. "Mr. Huang, are you worried about retaining the project you just acquired, seeking divine intervention?" After competing fiercely for 2 months over a project that ultimately fell into Huang Yu's hands, Su Hong felt a deep-seated resentment. Huang Yu laughed shyly, indeed. This was the very trait that unnerved Su Hong. Huang Yu could effortlessly shift between humility and authority, leaving her unable to discern when he was being subservient or assertive. "You've come to the wrong temple. You ought to visit the Temple of Wealth instead." "Ah, Mr.Su, you seem to be misinformed. All deities are interconnected, much like those who wish to curry favor with me must first appease my relatives." "Is that truly so?" Su Yan inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Su Hong felt an urge to kick her younger cousin, as she had only come in place of Su Nan, who had been called away for an emergency operation. Reluctantly, she had brought Su Yan along, who was notorious for his sycophantic tendencies. Su Yan, confined to the office daily and lacking funds, had hesitated to seek out Hu Li after work. He had hoped to procure some money from the company, but even the security guard had outmatched him in assertiveness. Resigned, he decided to lay low for a while. After receiving a lesson from Huang Yu, Su Hong felt a swell of discomfort and chose to ignore him, dragging Su Yan into the main hall. They found a vacant spot to kneel before the Bodhisattva, hoping for a dream visitation from their sister, to ascertain whether she was faring well. Su Yan stood idly, viewing this as a leisure trip and not a pilgrimage. A sharp glance from Su Hong prompted him to obediently kneel. Having knelt, he made a wish. "Bodhisattva, seeing as I am here, grant me my heart's desire tonight. I have long yearned for that stunning beauty." By chance, Su Yan spotted Hu Li as she passed through the grand hall's entrance. "Goodness," he exclaimed, rising hastily, only to be yanked back by a hand. "You are here to pray for your sister. Can you not focus?" "Sister, what nonsense, she is but a fleeting spirit, having perished at birth. I have never even laid eyes on her. What sister?" Yet he could not voice his thoughts aloud, instead pretending to make another wish, hoping that Su Hong and Su Nan would soon fall gravely ill and bequeath their inheritance, which was rightfully earned by their grandfather. He harbored no grand ambitions of seizing the presidency, he merely wished to divide the inheritance, sufficient to last him several lifetimes, indulging in casual affairs with women. As they passed by the Guanyin temple, Hu Li inquired if Huang Yu wished to pay a visit. Huang Yu glanced ahead, observing Guanyin cradling a child. They had yet to hold a wedding, nor even discussed arrangements, and the marital home remained undecided. She sought to pray to Guanyin for children. He felt a surge of emotion, yet maintained a playful demeanor, teasing, "So soon you wish to bear my offspring? I am not yet prepared." The man was quite audacious, catching her off guard with his playful banter, prompting Hu Li to chuckle as she stepped into the Guanyin temple. He followed her eagerly, but it was not as he had envisioned. Inside, numerous statues of Guanyin adorned the space, but Hu Li did not kneel before the one holding a child. She instead honored the ones that did not. Having come this far, Huang Yu felt it would be a missed opportunity to not pay homage to the deity of fertility. Leaning close to Hu Li, he whispered, "Wifey, let us pray to Guanyin for children." Hu Li cleared her throat, "I am not yet prepared." With a sharp retort, she struck his face, leaving a sting. He welcomed the playful rebuke from his wife, willing to kneel and pray first, considering preparations later. Ultimately, they did not pray, for Hu Li had no intention of rushing into having children, nor did she plan to hastily announce her marriage to the wealthiest man in the city. Declaring such would invite a storm of scrutiny and scorn, she wished to establish herself in the business realm before revealing her marital status, a decision that would benefit them both. Huang Yu remained oblivious to her true intentions, yet he supported her unconditionally. If she desired a wedding, he would prepare. If she wished for children, he would strive to fulfill her wish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow, she leaned against his shoulder, captivated by the beauty of the moment. A mischievous impulse surged within her, and she reached up to ruffle Huang Yu's neatly groomed hair. "Little Pomelo, you've been so good today. You must continue to be so every day henceforth." Her expression and mannerisms were reminiscent of playfully teasing a pet. Huang Yu wore a look of resigned amusement, torn between reproach and affection. How to resolve this? Adoration. Chapter 55. Hu Li, the lucky koi of the Huang family. As the phantom vehicle came to a halt in the courtyard of the Fengting villa, the butler, upon spotting Huang Yu and Hu Li alighting from the car, immediately exclaimed, "The young master and young mistress have returned." In the study, Huang Jiqing, engrossed in practicing his calligraphy, was overjoyed. This was the very sound he had been longing to hear daily. Yet despite their irregular visits to the Fengting villa, he cherished their return, while also respecting their need for personal space. When they were home, his heart brimmed with joy. When they were absent, he was filled with anticipation. Nearby, a group of young boys, upon hearing of their sister-in-law's return, dashed over in excitement. Upon entering the courtyard, they were summoned by Huang Yu to the car's trunk. "Come here, your gifts await." Expecting to find heaps of daunting exam papers, the 4 boys hesitated, weary from an onslaught of homework and reluctant to accept more. "Thank you, elder brother. I appreciate your intentions, but I shall decline the gifts," declared the second brother, Huang Junjie. Huang Yu glanced at the third brother, Huang Senior. "You too, do not wish to accept?" Upon receiving a nod from Huang Sen, Huang Yu shot them a disapproving look. "Then the violin and airplane model shall be discarded as mere refuse." "A violin? An airplane model?" The second brother adored the violin, while the third had a fondness for the airplane model. They exchanged incredulous glances with Hu Li, who urged, "Quick, open them and see." With eager anticipation, the second and third brothers unveiled their gifts, and indeed, they were their most cherished items. The fourth and fifth brothers also received presents that delighted them, their eyes sparkling with joy, and they beamed, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "It was your elder brother who procured them," Huli replied. "Elder brother?" The weight of the gifts felt heavier, as they pondered how their elder brother could possibly know their preferences. It could only mean one thing: the funds were drawn from him, while the selection was made by their sister-in-law. Their thoughts were swiftly dispelled by Huli's clarification: "Your elder brother had already purchased them when he came to pick me up from work." The boys stared at Huang Yu in disbelief, marveling at his uncanny understanding of their tastes. Such knowledge seemed almost supernatural. Under their curious gazes, Huang Yu felt slightly uncomfortable and pointed to the trunk. "If you dislike them, feel free to return them." Thank you, elder brother, thank you, sister-in-law." The boys were ecstatic, their smiles radiant, as though they had gained the world. "You little rascals, with such a lack of ambition," Huang Yu remarked with a gentle smile that was nonetheless sweet. He knew them well, but had never shown concern for their preferences, for he himself had once lacked desires in a future, thus had little reason to care about theirs. Love oneself before loving others. Startled, she quickly glanced at the boys, relieved to find them engrossed in their gifts. Otherwise, she would have been mortified, reminded to maintain decorum. Huang Yu nodded, only to steal another kiss the next moment. Huli glared at him, and he finally behaved himself. The boys observed this exchange intently, thinking to themselves that they must cling tightly to their sister-in-law. In times of trouble, she would be their refuge. Not far off, Li Lin witnessed their interaction in its entirety, weighing the scroll of a painting in her hands. After 2 days and nights of labor, it was worth it. "Huli, on the day of your formal introduction to the family, I was absent. Today, I present you with a meeting gift, hoping you will like it." Gratefully, Huli unrolled the painting. Vibrant koi danced amidst the radiant lotus flowers, leaving her awestruck. Though she had seen many renowned artworks, this one from Li Lin left her feeling that those previous pieces paled in comparison. "Auntie, this painting is exquisite. It must be the work of a top international artist. I can only imagine the effort you invested. Thank you so much." While Huli admired the craftsmanship and the effort behind it, Huang Yu had a different sentiment. The koi represented Huli, the lucky koi of the Huang family. Her presence had transformed the once somber household into one filled with laughter and joy. The lotus symbolized Li Lin's wish for their harmonious union. "Thank you, Auntie." Since the passing of Huang Yu's mother, it was the first time he had called Li Lin Auntie. She could no longer hold back her tears and quickly found an excuse to retreat to the kitchen, claiming she needed to check on dinner. Meanwhile, Huli continued to marvel at the painting's artistry, pondering what manner of person could create such a divine work. "Would you like to meet the artist?" Huang Yu asked, his gaze soft with affection. "Yes, very much," she replied, realizing Huang Yu might go to great lengths to introduce her to the artist, though she felt less inclined as it was merely a nice painting. Huang Yu sighed with regret. "What a pity, I had hoped to introduce you to the artist. It seems that will not be necessary." Huli's eyes lit up. "You are so resourceful, dear husband. I truly wish to meet them." "Then shout husband 100 times, and I shall introduce you." "That won't do. How about this? Seeing your eagerness, I will reluctantly allow you to kiss me, and then I will take you to meet them." What a person, demanding a kiss while pretending to be reluctant. Yet he could afford such arrogance. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Huli acquiesced and quickly pecked him on the lips. "Satisfied," he declared, "the artist was standing right before you just now." It took Huli a moment to process this revelation. It was indeed Auntie who had painted it. Huang Yu nodded in affirmation, dumbfounded. Huli realized she had known Li Lin for 3 months and had never witnessed her painting. She had even visited her bedroom, which bore no signs of an artist's presence. Huang Yu explained that Li Lin had once been a renowned painter, but after his mother's passing, she had turned to business. Fate can be cruel, Huli mused. Had destiny not intervened, Li Lin would surely be a celebrated artist today. The door to the study remained ajar as Huang Jiqing, hearing footsteps, assumed it was the butler and remained silent, focused on his calligraphy. "Father." A voice so familiar that Huang Jiqing thought he was imagining things. His hand trembled, causing the characters to skew to it was not a figment of his imagination. Huang Yu stood before him, trembling. Huang Jiqing responded, "Is there something you need?" "Nothing much, just thought I'd call you for dinner." Huang Yu's tone was somewhat stiff and awkward, reflecting his own discomfort. Yet Huang Jiqing replied with ease, "Very well, I shall come." Originally, it should have been a servant who called Huang Jiqing. However, Huli had asked Huang Yu to do so. As his wife's wishes were paramount, he dared not refuse. In truth, he genuinely wished to join, for from Huang Jiqing's perspective, he was the one most deeply affected. With a partner's betrayal and the company looted, he had to bear the burden of not allowing his son to crumble. Yet he had not faltered. Deep down, Huang Yu held immense respect for his father. Chapter 56. It turns out my Lily can be temperamental. Huang Yu embarked on a new chapter of his life, and the days ahead promised to be increasingly prosperous. The pressing matter at hand was to address Li Lin's marital status. At the age of 38, she risked becoming an old maid if she did not marry soon. Huang Jicheng took it upon himself to directly urge her to consider marriage. "Lin, it is time for you to wed," he stated plainly. Huang Yu and Huli stood by, and Li Lin felt a tinge of embarrassment as she deflected with, "I will marry when I find the right person." In truth, Li Lin had once experienced a profound romance, a long-distance relationship that had nearly culminated in marriage. However, everything unraveled when Huang Yu's mother unexpectedly passed away. The Huang family was in disarray at that moment, and she could not selfishly pursue marriage amidst such turmoil. To avoid holding her partner back, Li Lin had suggested they part ways. She had never confided this chapter of her life to her family, and it was likely that her former partner was now happily settled with a family of his own. She had no intention of marrying again. With a large family surrounding her, loneliness would not be her plight. In the coming years, she envisioned traveling and painting, finding great contentment in her pursuits. Now that Huang Yu had begun anew, she felt liberated to embrace her own freedom. Hu Li, however, was even more impatient than Huang Zhichang, mentally sifting through potential suitors for Li Lin. Husband, I believe old Wu would be quite suitable for my aunt. What do you think? Old Wu was also 38, single, and shared an admirable compatibility in both looks and background with Li Lin, yet, both individuals were significant to Huang Yu, and he was reluctant to play matchmaker. What if they took a liking to each other and rushed into marriage, only to later discover their incompatibility, that would leave him in a difficult position? Destined couples would inevitably find their way to each other, just as he and Hu Li had. Despite his initial doubts, a master had foretold they would grow old together and be blessed with a multitude of descendants. Do not overthink it, the elder generation has their own fates, which we cannot meddle with. He spoke wisely, acknowledging that the younger generation's concern for the marital affairs of their elders might cause them embarrassment. Furthermore, Li Lin was the youngest among the elders. Perhaps tomorrow, Aunt 2 and Aunt 3 would introduce her to a host of suitors. Indeed, Hu Li's prediction came true. Li Lin spent several consecutive days either on blind dates or en route to them. She truly wanted to escape it all, even avoiding home on weekends for fear of being dragged into yet another matchmaking scenario. Huang Yu had other matters to attend to, leaving Hu Li alone at the Zijinting. Li Lin invited her to go shopping. As they strolled, Li Lin vented about the various odd suitors she had encountered, prompting Hu Li to laugh heartily. Just then, her phone buzzed incessantly in her pocket. It was Huang Yu calling. I'm out on the street. When will you be home? He inquired, suggesting they meet at a restaurant for dinner. Following the location Huang Yu sent, Hu Li took Li Lin along. Li Lin, wishing not to intrude upon their intimate world, felt unable to decline the invitation. As they walked together, she continued to express her frustrations. The two of them entered the private dining room, laughing and chatting, only for Li Lin's smile to vanish in an instant. Wu Yi, who had been conversing animatedly with Huang Yu, mirrored her reaction. Hu Li and Huang Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Huang Yu had no idea Li Lin would be present, nor did Hu Li know Wu Yi was at the restaurant. When Huang Yu attempted to speak, Li Lin turned to Wu Yi and exclaimed, Wu Yi, it has been a long time. Both Hu Li and Huang Yu were taken aback, while Wu Yi was even more astonished, having expected Li Lin to feign ignorance. Indeed, it has been a while, he replied stiffly. Huang Yu pulled out chairs for Hu Li and Li Lin, introducing them. Old Wu, this is my aunt. Old Wu is my university professor. What a twisted fate, Li Lin mused inwardly, having weathered numerous storms, she regarded this minor turbulence as inconsequential. Hu Li remarked, I never imagined my aunt would be acquainted with Professor Wu. After a moment of silence, Li Lin delivered a stunning revelation. Wu Yi, my ex. I was the one who initiated the breakup. Hu Li and Huang Yu exchanged glances once more, their astonishment palpable. Wu Yi's reaction surpassed theirs. He had not anticipated Li Lin's candidness. Having suffered the pain of deception, Li Lin had resolved not to engage in further dishonesty. During the meal, she appeared at ease, while the other three felt increasingly uncomfortable, barely touching their food. Is the meal not to your liking? She asked, having taken charge of the ordering. The dishes on the table were all her selections, catering to Huang Yu's, Hu Li's, and even Wu Yi's tastes. It was not a deliberate choice to cater to Wu Yi. The dishes were simply the restaurant's specialties. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Hu Li to hastily interject, No, it's quite delicious. She exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Yu, who added, Yes, indeed, very good. Wu Yi remained silent aside from his initial greeting, and the meal progressed awkwardly, thankfully concluding swiftly. Li Lin returned to the Fengting villa, her departure graceful. Huang Yu clapped Wu Yi on the shoulder, suggesting, Shall I accompany you for a drink? Wu Yi, in turn, patted Huang Yu's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, Drowning sorrows in alcohol is for the young. We adults require none of that. Sister-in-law, farewell. He waved to Hu Li and drove away. Who is childish? You are the one acting like a child, Huang Yu muttered in dissatisfaction, appearing somewhat endearing. Hu Li couldn't resist ruffling his hair again, saying, Yes, you are no longer a child, you are an adult now. He was indeed an adult, yet her playful gesture left him bemused. Did he not care about appearances in public? Perhaps he could afford to let it slide, considering she was his beloved wife. Despite proclaiming that he did not need to drown his sorrows in alcohol, Wu Yi turned and plunged headfirst into a bar, consuming the strongest spirits to relive his most poignant heartache. He had met Li Lin during a trip, and they had developed into a romantic relationship, with Li Lin occasionally visiting him in the north and showering him with expensive gifts. When they broke up, Li Lin had simply stated, You are too poor, my family does not approve. With a single sentence, she severed all contact. Wu Yi had come to Shangchang because he could not forget Li Lin, yet since his arrival, he had never sought to discover her whereabouts. 3 years had passed without a chance encounter. He never imagined she would be Huang Yu's aunt. After a lengthy session of teasing Huang Yu, Hu Li tidied his hair and sighed at the night sky. Husband, should we perhaps limit our interactions with old Wu moving forward? Normal interactions, he replied, holding her hand tenderly. Some destinies are inescapable, just like you and me. No matter how hard I try, I cannot evade it. Hu Li yanked her hand away, placing her hands on her hips, her voice rising in indignation. Huang Yu, what do you mean? Am I pursuing you relentlessly? True, I once chased you without relent, hiding our marriage certificate to prevent you from divorcing me, but who is it now that clings to me like stubborn gum, unable to be shaken off? That would be me, Huang Yu replied with a radiant smile. Hu Li's frustration deepened, her glare piercing. Did I say anything incorrect? Indeed, it appears that my Li can be temperamental as well. He recalled how she had merely endured his irritations in their rental apartment. His voice softened like water, and she felt an overwhelming tenderness in her heart as she responded gently, I am human too, how could I possibly lack temperament? Exactly, Huang Yu said, affectionately ruffling her forehead. From now on, express your feelings without reservation. There is no need to hold back or to consider anyone else, just be yourself. Chapter 57 How could she be so heartless? For over 20 years, Hu Li had lived her life with utmost caution. Though she was not devoid of temper, she simply dared not express it. Apart from the incident with Hu Dai, she had never unleashed her ire so freely, nor indulged in petty grievances. Would you still cherish me if I did? Hu Li's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes betraying a sense of unease. After all, when he had first taken a liking to her, she was He grasped her shoulders with both hands, his gaze soft, his voice husky, of course I like you, regardless of how you are. Waves of electricity coursed through. His sweet nothings were utterly enchanting, his tenderness a stark contrast to his previous coldness. With him by her side for the rest of her life, through all seasons and meals, she felt fulfilled. She gazed deeply into his eyes. Huang Yu, I have fallen in love with you. Upon learning of his past, Hu Li's predominant sentiment was one of compassion. She had anticipated a more fervent reaction from him, yet he merely replied, you have good taste, his pride palpable. Ah, he was still the same arrogant Huang Yu. Hu Li arched an eyebrow, playfully hooking her arm around his neck, pulling him down, and tugging at his short hair. Little Yuzu, prideful people tend to lose their intellect. No worries, my intellect is high, I can afford to lose some, he retorted. This was an undeniable truth. With the same cosmetics, he could spot flaws with the naked eye. While she could not, she didn't want him to feel too smug, so she kept him close as they strolled down the street. He bent over, his dignity in tatters. Let it be, he had no desire to reclaim it. That evening, they returned to the Fengting villa, only to find that Li Lin had not returned. Concerned, they called her, but to no avail. They then tried reaching Wu Yi, but he, too, did not answer. Hu Li grew frantic, while Huang Yu reassured her, do not fret too much. They are both nearly 100 years old combined, they will be fine. In the raucous bar, filled with the thumping of music and clamor of voices, Li Lin and Wu Yi found themselves in the same establishment, yet in separate corners, both drowning their sorrows in drink. They shared a fleeting glance across the table, neither inquiring whether the other was married, each contemplating the happiness that must accompany such a status. The more they pondered, the more they poured themselves the strongest of spirits. A rotund, greasy man approached Li Lin. Hey beautiful, come take a ride with me, my skills are top-notch, guaranteed to make you feel like you're flying. Having reached her age, it was Li Lin's first encounter with such brazen flirtation. Unfazed, she splashed her drink in his face. The man, undeterred, licked his lips and leered, they say married women are more enticing, and they speak true. Get lost, Li Lin snapped sharply, his patience exhausted. He lunged to strike her, but with quick reflexes, Li Lin hurled a glass at him, hitting his attacking hand perfectly. Seizing the moment, she fled, only to collide into someone's embrace. She quickly stepped back, her apology lodged in her throat. The person she had bumped into was none other than Wu Yi. The rotund man stood behind her, brandishing a bottle of liquor aimed at Li Lin. In a split second, Wu Yi turned, embracing her, and the bottle struck his head, blood gushing forth. Upon receiving the call, Huang Yu and Hu Li hurried to the hospital with utmost urgency. Li Lin, drenched in blood, stood weeping at the entrance of the emergency room. Upon seeing Huang Yu, she rushed towards him. Will he die? Her voice trembled with fear. Wu Yi had been knocked unconscious and was unresponsive. Huang Yu was ill-equipped to answer such questions. He was not a doctor and lacked the comfort of soothing words. Hu Li interjected, he won't, Auntie. Professor Wu was destined to be safe. Li Lin recognized the reassurance for what it was. The doctor had already advised her to prepare for the worst. After a moment of composure, she asked, Huang Yu, can you contact his wife? If something were to happen to Wu Yi, I wouldn't want her to miss seeing him one last time. Though the situation was grim, Huang Yu replied softly, he hasn't married yet. Li Lin fell silent, standing still like a statue, her heart tumultuous. If their breakup had not been over his poverty, would the outcome have been different? Hu Li continued to comfort her, but Li Lin insisted, it's fine, even if it weren't, time cannot be reversed. If I hadn't gone to the bar, none of this would have happened. In this world, there are no ifs, only consequences. The surgical doors swung open, and Li Lin, filled with dread, hesitated to approach. Huang Yu inquired, Doctor, how is the patient? He received timely medical attention and is no longer in critical condition. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Li Lin exhaled in relief. After Wu Yi had collapsed, she had remained composed, staunchly staunching his wounds and ensuring he reached the hospital without delay, only calling Huang Yu once they arrived. That night, Huang Yu and Hu Li remained at the hospital, with Huang Yu securing a VIP room adjacent to Wu Yi's, urging Hu Li and Li Lin to rest while he stayed to care for Wu Yi. Although he was out of danger, Wu Yi had yet to awaken. Li Lin insisted, you both should go home, I'm fine here. She adopted an authoritative tone befitting an elder. Huang Yu countered, then I shall call my father over. Huang Yu was the only person with a blood relation to Li Lin in this world, and in her moment of vulnerability, he could not abandon her. Reluctantly, Li Lin acquiesced. Huang Zhichang was her brother-in-law but felt more like a father figure. She respected him, yet also feared him. Hu Li and Li Lin rested in the adjacent room while Huang Yu kept watch. The long night finally passed, and Wu Yi gradually regained consciousness, asking a few questions. Fortunately, he had not lost his memory nor felt any significant discomfort. Huang Yu expressed his gratitude simply, "Thank you." Wu Yi scanned the room, noticing Li Lin's absence, and a bitter smile crossed his lips, thinking she must have moved on to a new life. "Does your uncle know about this?" he inquired. "If he does, he will have to speak with her properly. I wouldn't want this to affect their relationship." Seeing Huang Yu smile inexplicably, Wu Yi's heart sank further. Surely, Li Lin was married and living happily. "I am not yet her uncle," Huang Yu replied, his smile stemming from their unspoken understanding, both concerned for the other's partner. Wu Yi's emotions fluctuated from sorrow to joy, and then back to sorrow again, akin to a roller coaster ride. "Do you wish to strive to become my uncle? I have faith in you." Huang Yu regarded Wu Yi as a man who would risk everything for Li Lin, finding him utterly reliable. Wu Yi's smile was tinged with bitterness. "I am but a poor wretch, unworthy of her. The reason for our breakup 12 years and 10 months ago was precisely my lack of wealth." Her family disapproved. That had been the time of his mother's sudden passing, and Huang Yu's heart trembled. His resentment toward his mother only intensified. Her obstinacy had shattered the happiness of many. How could she be so heartless? Chapter 58 of The Love of Adults. On a summer morning, the streets were graced by a gentle breeze, creating a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. Yet, amidst this serene setting, Huang Yu felt an urge to smoke. As he drove, he turned to Hu Li and inquired, "May I smoke a cigarette?" It dawned on Hu Li that since Huang Yu had taken up residence in her rented apartment, he had refrained from smoking. He had not indulged in front of her, nor did he carry the scent of tobacco. Enduring this for over half a month must have been quite a trial. "Of course," she replied. With her consent, Huang Yu found a parking space by the roadside and halted the vehicle. Hu Li promptly exited, stating, "I shall go buy breakfast." Huang Yu followed suit, spotting a nearby convenience store where he intended to purchase cigarettes. Having resolved to be with Hu Li, he had discarded all his cigarettes from both his person and his car. Yet, at that moment, a sense of irritation and unrest gnawed at him, compelling him to seek solace in a smoke. Hu Li returned with Huang Yu's favorite pan-fried buns and, from a distance, observed him leaning against the car, smiling in her direction. At that moment, he was not smoking. She had only been away for a few minutes, and his craving seemed manageable. As Hu Li approached him, she noticed a disposable cup at his feet, filled with water and an uncountable number of cigarette butts. Did he smoke one after another? Did he have a profound craving, or was there something weighing on his mind? Hu Li chose to believe the latter. Consuming so many cigarettes indicated a heart heavy with sorrow. He smiled, assuring her that he was not unhappy, merely battling a craving. Hu Li studied his expression intently, discerning a hint of discontent lurking within the depths of his eyes. Without probing further, she handed him the breakfast, saying, "Here are your beloved pan-fried buns. Let us eat first, then we shall deliver some to Auntie and Professor Wu." Li Lin was looking after Wu Yi, and they had ventured out to procure breakfast and some daily necessities. The pan-fried buns were difficult for Huang Yu to swallow. He wasn't hungry, yet he compelled himself to finish them, as they were Hu Li's offering. "Are they delicious?" she asked. Huang Yu nodded, affirming, "Quite tasty." As Hu Li took 2 tissues from the car to wipe her hands, she began to touzle his hair, teasing, "Today, my little Pomelo is being disobedient." "Uve told a fib." Huang Yu felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his demeanor turning tense. "Wife, I apologized. I did not mean to lie. I was merely worried that as a grown man, I might burden you with my troubles, fearing you would come to despise me." Hu Li gently cradled his face, stating, "In the outside world, you are the formidable Huang Yu, but here with me, you are my little Pomelo. I permit you to harbor concerns and to be vulnerable." He is human, not a deity. How could he be devoid of troubles or impervious to weakness, especially after enduring hardships beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals? With reddened eyes, Huang Yu embraced her, and in that moment, his heart found calmness and clarity, for he was enveloped by a radiant light, guiding him on his path. "Wife, you are truly wonderful." Hu Li patted his back, replying, "I do not wish to be good, but since you call me wife, I cannot help it. In a past life, she must have saved the galaxy. Only then could she have encountered someone as fascinating as herself. In the hospital room, Wu Yi had been gazing intently at Li Lin in silence, causing her discomfort. "Rest assured, I shall compensate you with the utmost remuneration," she assured him. Wu Yi chuckled, "And how much would that be?" If it were too little, he would refuse. If too much, she would have none. Thus, he relinquished the decision to Wu Yi. "You tell me how much is fair. If it is reasonable, I shall do my utmost to accommodate." The air around them fell into a profound silence until Wu Yi finally broke it, saying, "Marry me, is that too much to ask?" His expression was earnest, and his tone resolute. Li Lin's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "That is rather excessive." 13 years had nearly passed. Even if one chose not to marry and the other abstained, the past could not be reclaimed. As Li Lin prepared to exit the room, Wu Yi called after her, "Li Lin, you coward, after all that transpired at home years ago, you chose to be a coward then, and now you continue to choose the same. Do you intend to be a coward for the rest of your life?" Huang Yu had already confided in Wu Yi about the events of that year. Wu Yi bore no resentment towards Li Lin. He solely lamented his own poverty at the time, which rendered him incapable of being her support. Li Lin inhaled deeply, suppressing her tears, and with an air of composure, she turned and approached Wu Yi, standing tall over him. Her fierce demeanor mirrored Huang Yu's, undeniably a family trait, yet, he recognized this as a mere paper tiger. Looking directly at her, he declared, "You are indeed a coward." Suddenly, Wu Yi's mouth was silenced as he took charge, kissing her passionately. "Auntie!" Hu Li entered the hospital room, taken aback by the scene before her. Huang Yu was equally startled. They had merely stepped out for breakfast. Li Lin forcefully pushed Wu Yi away and turned back with an air of nonchalance. "I'm back." Without an ounce of embarrassment, she accepted the breakfast from a stunned Hu Li, asking, "Have you eaten?" Hu Li nodded absent-mindedly. "We have." "Then please keep him company. I need to use the restroom." Li Lin departed without a hint of abnormality. Hu Li, feeling a mix of admiration and embarrassment, sought an excuse to slip away. Huang Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, asked, "So, what is the nature of your relationship with my aunt?" Wu Yi grinned, "Just the kind you just witnessed." For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Wu Yi proudly glanced at Huang Yu, stating, "This is the love of adults, unlike you children, who clearly harbor deep affections yet hesitate to confess. Learn to express your feelings openly." Huang Yu was left speechless, offering Wu Yi a thumbs up. Wu Yi accepted it with ease, cheerfully announcing, "I am pleased to inform you that I am about to become your uncle-in-law. Therefore, my dear nephew, please find some time in the next few days to secure a wedding venue for me." This progress was faster than a rocket. One would expect a lengthy period of courtship after nearly 13 years of separation. Huang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you certain you are not jesting?" "Enough," Wu Yi waved his hand dismissively, "it's futile to converse with children like you. Allow me to handle it myself." He retrieved his phone from the bedside table to personally arrange the wedding venue. Huang Yu, feeling uneasy, privately asked Li Lin, "Did old Wu propose to you?" "No," Li Lin replied succinctly. "Then how is he booking a wedding venue?" Li Lin appeared unfazed, responding, "Getting married does not necessarily require a proposal, does it? You didn't propose either." Huang Yu found amusement in his aunt's retort. All his previous frustrations dissipated. This manner of interaction was utterly refreshing. He grew increasingly concerned for Li Lin. "You two haven't seen each other in over a decade. Are you not planning to take some time to adjust?" Li Lin paused for a moment before replying, "Do not worry, we are almost 40. The sooner we are together, the sooner we benefit. As for what happens in the future, that is a matter for another day. Tomorrow and unforeseen events are uncertain. Cherish the present." "Ah, you," Li Lin said earnestly, "you must treasure Hu Li. Whatever transpires, you must face it together. Do not repeat my mistakes." Chapter 59. Huang Yu confronts Hu Dai. Li Lin empathized deeply with Huang Yu. However, he had once misjudged his father's fidelity based solely on a few words from his mother. Do not easily trust anyone, especially those you hold dear. Live for yourself, disregard everything else. These parting words from his mother had clouded his judgment, leading him to apologize. "Auntie, I am sorry." "You were very well behaved and remarkable back then," Li Lin interjected. She wished to shield Huang Yu from that painful memory, hoping he would never bring it up again. Understanding her sentiment, Huang Yu refrained from continuing. Before Wu Yi was discharged from the hospital, he and Li Lin went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate, with Huang Yu and Hu Li accompanying them. As they waited outside the bureau, Huang Yu felt a tumult of emotions deep down. He hoped for a rekindling of romance between Li Lin and Wu Yi, but it seemed too hasty. As a younger generation, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Hu Li, aware of Huang Yu's inner turmoil, offered comfort. "If I were auntie, my choice would mirror hers. Every day together is a day gained. The future is inherently a gamble. While you still possess the spirit of adventure, seize the moment and embrace it. In 2 years, auntie will reach a stage of uncertainty, and she may no longer wish to marry. Do not fret, auntie will find happiness, even if her married life is not idyllic, for we will always stand by her." Rather than watch Li Lin grow old in solitude, it was far better to let her take risks. Huang Yu felt enlightened, pulling Hu Li into an embrace. He wondered what fortune he had accrued in past lives to wed such an extraordinary woman without spending a dime. She had even enriched him with her earnings, which he had accepted without hesitation. In the dead of night, Hu Dai awoke to find her partner absent, mistakenly believing Huang Yu had gone to the storage room, prompting her to rise hastily. On the bedside lay a note. "Wife, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Do not worry, I shall return once I am done." Recently, he had been rather busy and had yet to renovate the storage room, leading her to think he had gone there. In a confined space, Hu Dai opened her eyes to the menacing gaze of two fierce dogs attempting to flee. She discovered her feet were shackled by iron chains, rendering escape impossible. She curled into a ball, terrified to even breathe. She was oblivious to her surroundings or how she had arrived there, only recalling being tapped on the shoulder on her way home from work, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in this predicament. She prayed fervently that the formidable dogs would not approach, but alas, they misinterpreted her fear as a call and lunged at her, tearing at her flesh. Hu Dai screamed in desperation, "Help! Help!" In another sealed chamber, Huang Yu watched Hu Dai being attacked on a large screen and addressed Shin Kai. "I thought there were 4 dogs, why did you only unleash 2? Shin Kai, visibly anxious, replied, "Brother Yu, these dogs are savage. If we let 4 in, she would surely perish." Huang Yu's gaze remained cold and unyielding as he fixated on the screen, his voice icy and resolute. Release them. With Li Lin, now Wu Yi's wife, cared for closely by him, Huang Yu felt a sense of relief. It was time for him to settle the score with Hu Dai. For Huang Yu, the absence of evidence mattered little. He had spared Hu Dai previously out of consideration for her not directly endangering Hu Li's life. This time, however, Hu Dai had recklessly driven into him. Did she think he would tolerate such insolence? If he did not send her to hell, he would not be the ruthless Huang Yu he was known to be. Because of her, Hu Li had been left on the brink of death by her adoptive parents. Was it unreasonable to unleash 4 dogs upon her? Even if it was excessive, what of it? She had dared to touch his heart. If she did not perish, who would? Despite Hu Dai's frantic cries for mercy, no one came to her aid. Eventually, she succumbed to hallucinations, seeing several werewolves advancing menacingly towards her, causing her breath to hitch in terror. Dazed, she heard an otherworldly voice inquire, "Did you seek out Yang Xian yourself, or did you send someone else?" Hu Dai, in a stupor, replied, "I did it myself." Upon uttering these words, she saw the werewolves turn and leave, only for the dogs to pounce upon her once more, causing her to faint. When Hu Dai regained consciousness, she found herself collapsed on the street on her way home from work, devoid of both dogs and werewolves. The entire ordeal felt like a vivid dream, though her tattered clothes and the bloodstains. It was no dream. It had to be that wretched Hu Li seeking retribution. Yet she was left perplexed as to how Hu Li could muster such formidable resources to summon a pack of powerful werewolves. It could not possibly be Huang Yu. She dismissed the notion outright. Huang Yu lacked the means to orchestrate such a plot. The owner of Fengxing Group might ruin her career, but to take her life? Absolutely not, nor could it be Qin Yufei. She had no reason to engage in illegal activities for Hu Li's sake. Huang Yu and Qin Yufei were the least likely culprits. If the perpetrator turned out to be a man, it would spell the end of their marriage. In a fit of rage, Hu Dai pounded the ground, vowing that as long as she lived, Hu Li would never know peace. Even if she were to perish one day, she would drag Hu Li down to hell with her. She would not permit her happiness. Huang Yu felt that merely allowing her to die would be too lenient. Before his demise, Yang Xian had mentioned that a man had sought him out. If there truly was a lurking adversary, using Hu Dai as bait to flush them out while methodically destroying her was an enticing prospect. She had inflicted such agony on Hu Li. 1,000 deaths would not suffice. At 4 in the morning, Huang Yu stealthily pushed open the door to his home. As he turned on the light, he was momentarily taken aback. Hu Li sat on the couch, her expression serious. He felt a flutter of anxiety. Should he confess the truth about where he had been or fabricate a benign lie? "Wife, when did you wake up?" "At 1 o'clock. "The matters have been resolved," she replied calmly, betraying no signs of anger or resentment. Huang Yu cautiously responded, "Yes, all is well." "Then sleep," she said, rising to head to the bedroom. Huang Yu quickly took a shower and lay beside her. She lay on her side, and he was uncertain if she were awake or asleep. He called softly, "Wife." She did not reply. He gently wrapped his arms around her. Sensing trouble, he asked anxiously, "Wife, are you upset?" "No, dawn is approaching. Hurry and sleep." "Wife, I did not do anything to betray you. Do not overthink it." Hu Li murmured in acknowledgement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She trusted that Huang Yu would never wrong her and had an inkling of his activities that late at night that he was either engaged in petty theft or violence. There was an 80% chance he had gone to exact vengeance on Hu Dai. She felt a twinge of annoyance that he had not consulted her before taking action, even if it was for her sake. To her, he was of utmost importance. Given his impulsive nature, she worried about what trouble he might stir up. Huang Yu wished to confide in Hu Li, yet the brutality of his methods filled him with dread, fearing it would frighten her. Chapter 60. Hu Li is pampered. Huang Yu closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, when Li Lin's words echoed in his mind. One must cherish Hu Li dearly, no matter what transpires. They should bear it together. Resolute in his decision to confront Hu Dai, he thought of unleashing a pack of ravenous wolves upon her. Indeed, she had guessed correctly. The thought of Hu Dai being torn apart by the ferocious beasts filled Hu Li with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. However, he could not commend him. Such actions were perilous. A slight misstep could cost him not only his own well-being but also that of the entire Fengxing Group, of which he was the president, scrutinized relentlessly by onlookers. Feigning anger, Hu Li turned to him, questioning why he had not consulted her beforehand. Huang Yu was the least adept at soothing a woman, especially one in a state of ire, his brow furrowed in concern over her potential disapproval. He felt quite helpless, even a touch aggrieved. Yet, Hu Li, unable to bear his plight, realized he had not sought her counsel, simply presuming her dissent. As his brow relaxed, she interpreted it as her implicit agreement. "Only this once," she stipulated. "All right," Huang Yu replied, pulling her into a tight embrace. "Thank you, my dear wife." "Wife, dawn is approaching. Let us have breakfast." No longer the naive girl she once was, Hu Li understood instantly, pushing him away. "I am quite tired." It was the weekend, and after breakfast, she could sleep until noon. "I shall handle all the chores and cooking. How does that sound?" The deal was too enticing, and Hu Li, half-heartedly relenting, allowed him to have his way. He seemed to be addicted, tirelessly pursuing her. Regret washed over Hu Li. She no longer wished for such arrangements, preferring to engage in household duties rather than linger in bed. Wu Yi had been discharged from the hospital, and a small celebration was held in his honor, coinciding with Li Lin. Midway through the meal, Li Lin announced, "We shall not be having a wedding." Hu Li halted her eating, incredulity etched across her face as she looked at Wu Yi and Li Lin. Having already chosen to take risks, why not take a few more? Hu Li did not comprehend. Had she been in their position, she would have orchestrated a grand wedding, embracing the thrill of the unknown, even if it meant not growing old together. To have dared to be reckless was to live fully. Huang Yu, however, did not share Hu Li's astonishment. With a calm demeanor, he queried, "The venue for the wedding has already been booked. What prompted this change of heart?" Li Lin smiled and replied, "We wish to travel, we leave tomorrow." Wu Yi leaned closer to Huang Yu, whispering, "It's a honeymoon, are you envious?" The sentiment was more than envy. It was jealousy. Hu Li and he had been married for over 3 months, yet their honeymoon was still unmentioned. Casting a sidelong glance at Wu Yi, who smugly declared, "Respect your elders, I am your aunt's husband." Huang Yu's glance turned from a sidelong glance to a glare. Wu Yi continued to eat, seemingly unfazed by Huang Yu's ire. Were it not for Huang Yu's destined marriage, his character would undoubtedly lead into a solitary existence. He felt compelled to provoke Huang Yu, hoping it would foster a stronger bond between him and Hu Li, bringing joy to Li Lin, thus ensuring his own happiness. "By the time we return, I expect to be a father. Do not be overly envious," he whispered to Huang Yu, all the while placing peeled shrimp into Li Lin's bowl, his tone tender. "Dear, do eat more." Li Lin nodded, encouraging the somewhat dazed Hu Li to partake as well. Wu Yi glanced at Huang Yu, who sat directly across from Hu Li. It was not as if they were separated by vast distances, yet he failed to offer Hu Li any dishes. Wu Yi grew concerned that Huang Yu might not retain Hu Li's affections. "With so many shrimp, Huang Yu, do serve some to Hu Li." Hu Li immediately did. Huang Yu had previously offered food to Hu Li, but upon her insistence that she would serve herself, he ceased, placing her favorite dishes before her. As Huang Yu and Hu Li prepared to depart, Wu Yi called Huang Yu aside, slipping a book into his hands. Huang Yu disdainfully returned it. "I have no need for this." It was a tome on love, and since he had already found it, what need had he for further guidance? Wu Yi, feeling exasperated, replied, "This is not a manual on how to pursue love. It's about how to safeguard it. Are you certain you do not want it?" Huang Yu remained dismissive, asserting that true love requires sincere protection, not mere flattery. "Do you know how I maintained a long-distance relationship with your aunt? It was precisely because of this." Huang Yu snatched the book back, intrigued. "I must see how you deceived my aunt." That, however, was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the book's testament to Li Lin's unwavering devotion to Wu Yi, traveling great distances from the south to the north to see him. Having missed the previous makeup artist competition held in Xinjiang, Hu Li was presented with the opportunity to participate in the national competition, also taking place in Xinjiang. Jin Yufei was even more excited than Hu Li. "Darling, your heart has finally returned to your career." Firstly, Huang Yu had injured his arm. Secondly, she was preparing a birthday gift for him, and thirdly, Wu Yi's hospitalization had diverted her focus from her career. "If you lack ambition, I shall sever ties with you." Hu Li chuckled, "Rest assured, you shall not reach that day." She desired both family and career. Today was the day of the competition, and just before taking the stage, Hu Li received a message from Huang Yu. "Do not be nervous, my beloved Li Li is the best." "I am right here in the audience. If you feel anxious, just look at me." Pampered and filled with sweetness, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Moments ago, she had been anxious, but now she felt none of it. With him by her side, what did she have to fear? It is said that missing the stars leads one to the moon, and indeed, it proved true for her. Having missed the smaller competition, she was now participating in a grander one, destined for fame. What could be better? On the resplendent stage, Hu Li immersed herself wholeheartedly in the competition, knowing Huang Yu was watching her intently from below, which calmed her nerves and quelled any errant thoughts. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among the audience. "I heard this competition was to be held in the capital. Why is it in Xinjiang?" "Indeed, I too heard it was meant for the capital. Look at the girl in number 18, that's the friend Qin Yufei introduced last time. She must be someone of significance. Perhaps this competition was arranged in Xinjiang specifically for her." Chen Kai discreetly glanced at them. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. My brother Yu is here to support my sister-in-law." He then turned to Huang Yu, who watched Hu Li with a smile, his gaze unwavering. Love can blind one, but it can also sharpen one's focus. Should someone with a sidelong glance encounter true love, there would be no need for a doctor. Love was his remedy. At the behest of the sponsors, the competition issued preliminary rounds and directly proceeded to determine the champion in a single round. After a series of grueling contests, the victor finally emerged. The event was broadcast live, and at that moment, Hu Dai lay in a hospital bed, watching intently, praying fervently that Hu Li would not be crowned champion. Upon seeing Hu Li holding the championship trophy, her recently recovering body was overcome with rage, causing internal injuries. None were aware that Hu Li had secured the support of a powerful benefactor, yet she had triumphed in the national makeup artist competition. Why was it that all good fortune seemed to gravitate? Chapter 61. What if I steal your wife? Hu Li stood at the center of the dazzling stage, trophy in hand, clad in a suit paired with a pleated skirt. She exuded an aura of competence intertwined with femininity, embodying the spirit of a formidable career woman while retaining the grace of an esteemed lady. Today, she had adorned herself with makeup, and even without uttering a single word, her presence radiated brilliance. Those unaware of Hu Li's true identity were left speculating which affluent family she hailed from. The trophy in her grasp shimmered, further accentuating her captivating allure. All eyes in the audience were fixated on her, eagerly awaiting her acceptance speech. Hu Li gently gazed in the direction of Huang Yu, her lips parting in a serene smile, expressing her profound gratitude for this honor and acknowledging everyone who accompanied her on this journey, pledging to work even harder to live up to this accolade and the expectations it entails. The applause erupted, thunderous and overwhelming. As the clamor subsided, the host inquired, "Congratulations, Miss Hu, on securing the championship. Who would you most like to express your gratitude to?" Hu Li smiled and turned her gaze toward Qin Yufei in the audience, stating, "First and foremost, I must thank my dear friend for allowing me to work at her company, which enabled me to participate in this makeup artist competition." Qin Yufei enthusiastically sent heart gestures, having outshone Huang Yu. "Did your friend make it to the event today?" The moment the host finished speaking, Qin Yufei sprang to her feet, calling out loudly, "I'm here." The room fell silent. With everyone's attention upon her, Qin Yufei strode confidently to the stage, holding a magnificent bouquet of sunflowers, presenting it to Hu Li, followed by an exuberant embrace. The host handed the microphone to Qin Yufei, who proclaimed flamboyantly, "Darling, I owe my thanks to you for rescuing me from my own ineptitude." Those familiar with Qin Yufei regarded her with scorn, while those unacquainted held her in awe. Such a bold and amusing friend, a dozen more like her would be delightful. On stage, the duo of sisters showcased their remarkable talents and striking presence, one radiating beauty and intellect, the other exuding charisma and wit, evoking envy and admiration alike. The atmosphere below swelled with excitement, prompting the host to press further. "Miss Hu, you mentioned first. Does this imply there is someone else you wish to thank even more?" A wave of reporters, unable to contain their curiosity, yearned to uncover Hu Li's background, yet she remained elusive to their gaze. The incessant clicking of cameras illuminated Hu Li, who remained silent, the tension palpable. Huang Yu, the most anxious of all, could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Would he feature in Hu Li's list of acknowledgements? If so, how would she introduce him? He averted his gaze, fearing he might not be the one she referred to, and even more so, dreading the possibility of not being mentioned at all. Hu Li's melodious voice resonated across the vast stage. "The person I wish to thank the most is my husband, for his unwavering support of my career." Hu Li was well aware of Huang Yu's status as an investor. Initially concerned that his possessive nature might stifle her professional growth, she was pleasantly surprised to find he not only refrained from hindrance but lavished substantial financial backing upon her. Huang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Hu Li, devoid of a wedding ring on her finger, left the audience in astonishment. The ring dangled around her neck, hidden beneath her high-collared attire. She did not intend to conceal it, rather, she was wary of misplacing or damaging the expensive piece, opting instead to wear it on a simple chain. After a moment, the host inquired, "Are you married?" Huang Yu's heart soared, yet many in the crowd were left disheartened. The host pressed on, "I presume your husband is also present today. Could we invite him to greet the audience?" "He is indeed." Had he not been the president of Fengxing Group, Hu Li would have joyfully pulled him on stage to proclaim to the world, "This is my husband." In front of the television, Hu Dai finally smiled. What did it mean to be rather shy? Huang Yu shy? Nonsense. It must be that Hu Li felt he was unworthy of display, having been married for over 3 months. Hu Li's fingers remained devoid of any rings. Huang Yu could not afford even a single ring, making it difficult for Hu Li to flaunt their union. How could someone so proud willingly devote herself to Huang Yu? The scene shifted as Hu Dai caught sight of Huang Yu in the audience, his smile radiant. Not only was he unperturbed, but his happiness radiated. How deeply he must love Hu Li. She had the finest of friendships and the best of romantic ties. Why should it be so? Enraged, Hu Dai's face contorted in fury, and she hurled the remote control at the television screen, shattering it with a resounding crash, drawing the attention of doctors and nurses. The screen lay in ruins, and Hu Dai's demeanor was aggressive, causing the medical staff to hesitate in approaching her. "Rabies, it must be rabies without a doubt," they murmured, fearing Hu Dai's wrath. The doctor ordered 2 security guards to restrain her as she struggled in fury, exclaiming, "Let me go, I didn't mean it, I'll compensate," before collapsing, the doctor administering a tranquilizer mid-sentence. "Oh dear, is rabies truly that terrifying?" a newly minted nurse gasped, her spine chilling with fear. In a lively hotpot restaurant, Hu Li and Qin Yufei raised their glasses in celebration of Hu Li's victory. Qin Yufei draped her arm over Hu Li's shoulder, affectionately calling her darling, a gesture that ignited jealousy within Huang Yu. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have pushed Hu Li toward Qin Yufei. A pang of regret washed over him as he downed another glass of liquor, casting a menacing glare at Qin Yufei, who, emboldened by drink, brazenly declared, "What are you looking at, Huang Yu? I am about to steal your wife." With that, she audaciously planted a kiss on Hu Li's cheek. Huang Yu's barely concealed fury simmered beneath the surface. It's over, Chen Kai thought, feeling a chill of fear, and hurriedly offered Huang Yu a drink. "Brother Yu, this drink is excellent. Do give it a try." Huang Yu's icy, piercing gaze fell upon Chen Kai. The latter, filled with a desperate urge to survive, murmured, "I haven't tea drunk any, it just smells good." Chen Kai was Huang Yu's most trusted ally, save for Hu Li. When he indulged, Chen Kai was strictly forbidden from drinking, as Huang Yu could not entrust himself to anyone else. Huang Yu's expression softened slightly as he accepted the glass and downed its contents in one go. Meanwhile, Chen Yu trembled in fear, perceiving Hu Li's husband as intimidating and formidable, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Chen Kai, sensing her distress, approached her, initiating a conversation. With Qin Yufei monopolizing Hu Li's attention, Chen Kai felt abandoned, leaving Huang Yu isolated. He downed yet another glass, enduring, he would endure. Chapter 62, Call me hubby, and I'll let you off tonight. From the very beginning, Huang Yu never intended to direct her ire towards Qin Yufei. Qin Yufei was a benefactor to Hu Li. During Hu Li's most trying times, it was Qin Yufei who extended her hand to assist her, guiding her into the upper echelons of society. In today's makeup artist competition, Hu Li was held in high esteem, with everyone believing she was a scion of a wealthy family, treating her with great courtesy and warmth. Moreover, Hu Li also provided Huang Yu with ample reassurance today, all thanks to Qin Yufei's influence. Qin Yufei deliberately sought to provoke Huang Yu, irked by his past indifference towards Hu Li. Huli sensed this and discreetly signaled Huang Yu to make amends when they returned home. Receiving the cue, Huang Yu wore a faint smile, his drinking turning from excessive consumption to a more discerning appreciation of the wine. Before the banquet concluded, Huang Yu succumbed to inebriation, while the others remained sober. Qin Yufei was taken aback by Huang Yu's low tolerance for alcohol. She rarely witnessed him drinking. Turning to Huli, she jested, "Darling, what is it that you see in him? His character is lacking, and his drinking prowess is equally unimpressive even if one feels sympathy for him. Do not let that blossom into love." This statement remained unspoken by Qin Yufei. When Huli resolved to spend her life with Huang Yu, Qin Yufei was filled with indignation and confusion. Huli reluctantly revealed Huang Yu's past, yet love is love, and sympathy is sympathy. Qin Yufei hoped Huli could discern the difference, wishing for her to avoid the painful realization that her feelings for Huang Yu were merely pity, not love. With Huang Yu's drinking capacity being questioned, Chen Kai squinted, admitting he had never seen Huang Yu intoxicated before. The amount he had consumed tonight was trivial. He must be feigning it, likely eager to conclude the evening and return home to embrace his wife. Huli glanced at Huang Yu, who was resting his head on the table, and noticed his finger twitch slightly, confirming he was indeed pretending. She decided to utter a few words he would find irksome, for his dishonesty warranted it. "I have no choice. Can I escape from the jaws of the tiger?" Chen Kai had just expressed concern for Qin Yufei, and now he felt a pang of sympathy for Huang Yu. Whenever Huli was involved, Huang Yu abandoned all principles, seeking advice on how to court women during work hours. He even enlisted employees from Flinching Group to fetch stars and fireflies to amuse Huli. Despite Huang Yu being a tiger, he was a gentle and clingy one in Huli's eyes. Qin Yufei patted Huli's shoulder sympathetically, exhaling deeply. "Sister, I will soon become the richest woman in Xinjiang and rescue you from this plight." Huli nodded appreciatively in response. As the phantom glided through the vibrant streets illuminated by neon lights, Chen Kai drove with utmost seriousness, attentively observing the movements in the back seat. Huang Yu continued to feign drunkenness, leaning against Huli's shoulder, playfully requesting, "Wife, hug me." Chen Kai nearly lost his grip on the accelerator. Was this still the decisive Huang Yu from earlier? Stealing a glance at the rearview mirror, he confirmed it was indeed Huang Yu's face, shaking his head in disbelief, pondering if love could truly transform a person beyond recognition. He decided it was best not to get involved, unaware that Huang Yu was merely pretending. Huli complied and embraced him, soothingly assuring, "It's all right, we'll be home soon." Huang Yu obediently murmured in agreement, clinging to Huli. His breath reeked of alcohol. Although he was feigning intoxication, he had indeed consumed a fair amount. Spotting a pharmacy ahead, Huli instructed Chen Kai to pull over, sending him to procure hangover remedies and fever reducers, just in case they were needed at home. The sensation of being cared for by his wife was exhilarating for Huang Yu. He felt as if he could soar to the heavens. In a husky whisper, he lamented, "Wife, my head hurts." Huli cast him a cold glance. With Chen Kai absent from the car, she contemplated exposing his ruse. However, the words lingered at the tip of her tongue before she swallowed them back, gently massaging his temples instead. Huang Yu was filled with joy, grateful he hadn't divorced that day, for this affection would have belonged to someone else. When Chen Kai returned, he found Huang Yu reclining on Huli's lap, who was massaging his temples. The scene was sweet and picturesque. "All right, I take back my earlier remark about love transforming people," he conceded, feeling a tinge of envy at such a tender tableau. "Brother-in-law, I brought the medicine. Should we give it to you now?" Chen Kai inquired. "Eat what? I'm not drunk," Huang Yu retorted, "but if my wife feeds me, I'll definitely take it. Let us hold off for now." "We'll take it home, just in case it worsens," Huli replied. "My wife is truly wonderful. Medicine can be toxic, but my wife wouldn't carelessly administer poison to me." Chen Kai sighed, pondering when his own fortunes might change, allowing him to marry a perfect wife without spending a dime. "Stop dreaming," Huang Yu interjected. The phantom came to a halt at Zijingting. Huli chose not to expose Huang Yu as charade and, together with Chen Kai, assisted him back home. Once in bed, Huli refrained from revealing his ruse, wanting to see how long he could maintain it. However, she felt a tinge of disappointment when, barely moments after Chen Kai left, Huang Yu awoke, feigning surprise. He exclaimed, "Wife, the banquet is over. How did I end up at home?" "Did I get drunk?" Huli regarded him, noting every expression on his face was a deliberate act. Without a hint of mercy, she called him out, "Are you enjoying your little charade?" With a hint of guilt, Huang Yu replied, "Wife, I didn't mean to. Qin Yufei kept clinging to you, and I felt jealous that he was jealous of any attention Huli received from other men, especially if she had suitors. She is a girl and also my close friend. You are forbidden from being jealous of her," Huli admonished. In an impulsive motion, Huang Yu pulled Huli onto the bed, flipping her over to pin her beneath him. "You must make it up to me, and I will agree to your terms. All right, but first, let us take a shower." He triumphantly rose, lifting her from the bed and heading towards the bathroom. The shower was a delightful experience for both. The sounds of water, soft whimpers, and gentle collisions filled the air. Undisturbed for over an hour. Satisfied, he carried her back to bed, again pinning her beneath him. "I've already compensated you," she protested. "Not enough," he insisted. "You've fallen into my clutches. Do you think I will let you go?" "Yuan Yu, stop teasing." Furrowing his brow, she pleaded, "Hubby, let us call it a night." She was the lamb, and he was the tiger, conceding, "Hubby, please stop it." Her voice was soft and melodious, stirring every fiber of his being. As the saying goes in the Book of Love, When a woman claims she does not desire something, it is precisely when she does. He assertively demanded, silencing her attempts to speak with a kiss. I in the car, he had been a gentle pup, but now he was a fierce wolf. She could not push him away, surrendering to the moment. She found it quite delightful. While some reveled in blissful entanglements, others teetered on the brink of despair. When Hudai awoke once more, she found herself confined as if a rabid animal, subjected to medication and rough treatment. Without a phone, she was cut off from the outside world, and no one was willing to hear her explanations. Crying out to the heavens yielded no response. The earth remained unyielding. It was all Hu Li and Huang Yu's fault, and she cursed them to an ill fate. Meanwhile, Su Yan watched the video from today's makeup artist competition. Upon hearing Hu Li declare her marriage, he nearly smashed his phone in fury. "Brother, open the door." Su Hong, seething with rage, kicked the door open, dismissively avoiding eye contact. "That woman who swindled 5 million from me is now married." He pointed at his phone. "You must help me retrieve it." Without even glancing at the phone, Su Hong replied, "Consider yourself fortunate she didn't swindle you for 50 million. With a resounding bang, Su Hong slammed the door shut. 5 million was no small sum, yet he had no intention of reclaiming it. It was merely a lesson for Su Yan. Su Yan was notorious in Xinjiang as a reckless spendthrift, and that woman had quite the audacity. Su Hong contemplated getting acquainted with her, but the thought quickly faded. A woman capable of deceit was unlikely to be worth knowing. Chapter 63 of the Huang family is your support, and so am I. At the break of dawn, Huang Yu opened his eyes to find his beloved nestled in his embrace, peacefully asleep. The last sight before slumber had been her, and the first upon waking was also her. A blissful smile illuminated his handsome visage. When Hu Li awoke, she found her companion had already vanished, leaving only a bouquet of baby's breath on the bedside table. It appeared he had taken to changing flowers. Ever since she had chosen gardenias, he had seemingly sent her a fresh bouquet every day, all of which were gardenias. Hu Li had thought she would receive nothing but his gardenias for the rest of her life. Beside the floral arrangement lay a velvet box, and upon opening it, she discovered a delicate bracelet. Awakening to both flowers and gifts, joy radiated from her countenance. Huang Yu entered the bedroom as if he had perfectly timed her awakening. She greeted him with a cheerful smile, inquiring playfully why he had gifted her a bracelet, especially since her aunts had already bestowed upon her an ample collection of jewelry that she could scarcely wear all at once. Huang Yu had never seen her don any of it, though she did wear the ring he had given her around her neck every day. 365 days, adorned in a different manner each day, still felt insufficient. His tone was both commanding and indulgent. Hu Li's heart fluttered, yet she rationally responded, "I'm not particularly fond of wearing jewelry, perhaps you should buy less in the future." "Wife, fret not, our family is not lacking in wealth. If you do not wish to wear it, I shall still purchase it for you to behold. A mere glance each day would suffice to satisfy me," he replied. Sitting on the bed, Hu Li beckoned him closer with a playful gesture. There was something delicious to eat. His heart leaped with delight as he leaned in. He yearned to kiss her, but she playfully seized his chin, halting his advance, inhaling deeply near his lips and inspecting his mouth. "Wife, I brushed my teeth," Huang Yu remarked, somewhat bewildered. "Yes, I know. I merely wanted to see if you had indulged in sweets this morning. Your lips taste so sweet." Though he hadn't eaten any candy, he had perused the tome on love 3 times. It suggested that the necessity of a gift was one matter, while the act of giving was another, filled with many sweet nothings. Some of them were rather cheesy, and he felt shy to utter them, such as the daily "I love you," which he had never voiced to her. Rather than speak, he preferred to express his affection through actions of preparing her meals, unconditionally supporting her endeavors, and, of course, desiring her physically. "Indeed, I have eaten something sweet, my mouth is filled with sweetness. Would you care for a kiss?" He jested. Hu Li drew near, but just as their lips were about to meet, she deftly turned away. "No, are you playing with me?" Huang Yu thought, refusing to let her off so easily. He had always been gentle with her, but today would be different. Hu Li found herself overwhelmed as he playfully tackled her, her heart racing as she pleaded, "Husband, I was wrong. Only now do you realize your mistake. It is too late." He buried his head in her neck, fervently seeking her affection. The incessant ringing of the phone cut through their moment. Hu Li urged Huang Yu to answer it, and as he stood, she seized the opportunity to slip into the restroom. Huang Yu, exasperated, answered the call. "What is it?" On the other end, Chen Kai's voice trembled with urgency. "Your brother Yu, we've encountered a minor issue with the project in T country, and the person in charge their wishes." Huang Yu exhaled deeply, understanding the gravity of the situation. Upon hanging up, a bitter expression settled on his face. The project in T country was significant, and if his subordinates could not resolve it, he would need to go personally. Yet, he truly did not wish to part from his wife. Their days of being inseparable had not even reached a month, and now they were to be separated. How vexing. When Hu Li emerged from the restroom and noticed Huang Yu's troubled countenance, she inquired about the cause. Upon learning of his impending business trip, she felt a mixture of relief and concern. After being relentlessly exhausted by Huang Yu's demands, her body welcomed the prospect of a brief respite. "A business trip, that is wonderful, wonderful," Huang Yu replied, both frustrated and helpless. "It's only been a few days, and you're already tired of me, dear." Hu Li wrapped her arms around his. "I shall miss you dearly, but knowing you are out earning a living brings me joy." "Now that's more like it." Huang Yu embraced her tightly, wishing he could keep her by his side for 24 hours a day, but that was impossible. "While I'm away on business, stay at the Fengting Villa. When I return, we shall live together again. Hu Li nodded, snuggling closer to him. After a moment of intimacy, she began to help him pack, casually mentioning, "I placed some hangover medicine and fever reducers in your suitcase, just in case. Please don't find it bothersome, you can discard them later." Not hearing a response from Huang Yu, she turned back to see him leaning against the wall, gazing at her intently. "Is something the matter?" she asked, slightly flustered. He smiled, "Nothing at all. It's just that someone is helping me pack, and I find it quite enjoyable. Of course, it's not me who is doing the hard work, so why shouldn't you enjoy it?" Next time, when I go on a business trip, I expect the same treatment. Did you hear what I said earlier? I heard you, he grinned playfully, you mentioned wanting to accompany me on my business trip. Huli shot him a disapproving glare. He stepped closer, firmly grasping her shoulders, and spoke earnestly, while I am away, should you encounter any difficulties, no matter how trivial, remember to contact someone at home immediately. Do not hesitate or feel as if you are imposing. Regardless of the circumstances, the Huang family will always be your family and your support, so will I. Having reconciled with his family, Huang Yu was confident that, in his absence, should Huli call, they would rush to her aid without reservation. Never before had anyone cared for her so deeply. Huli felt a lump in her throat as she inhaled shakily. I understand, she embraced him, having just wished for him to depart swiftly, but now she found it hard to let go. She yearned to relinquish her ambitions and quietly become a devoted woman behind him. Huang Yu's palm gently rested atop Huli's head, caressing her fragrant, silky hair. After work, do not go gallivanting with Qin Yufei. Come home promptly and think of me. If you wish to accompany her, that is fine, but only if she is going on blind dates. Once she is married, she won't be competing with me for your attention. Huli gazed at him incredulously. For Qin Yufei's sake, she pursued you for 3 years, and now she is my best friend. Isn't this a bit heartless? Of course it is, Huang Yu replied without missing a beat. That is precisely why I hope she marries quickly to avoid a lonely old age. Meanwhile, in her car, Qin Yufei was sneezing incessantly. As she prepared to change lanes, a Maybach sped by, nearly scraping her newly purchased Ferrari, a gift from her family for her entrepreneurial endeavors. She accelerated to pursue the car, which was halted at a red light. Thinking it might be someone else, she was taken aback to find it was Su Hong, whose outward gentleness concealed a treacherous nature. Standing in front of his vehicle, she pleaded, "Hey, watch where you're going, you almost scratched my car, get out and apologize." Su Hong lazily lifted his gaze, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. A woman so brazenly arrogant, how had Huang Yu ever chosen to marry her? Chapter 64. Do you miss me? As the red light transformed into green, Su Hong, noticing that Qin Yufei had no intention of yielding, pressed the horn vehemently, attracting the attention of a traffic officer. Upon seeing the officer approach, Qin Yufei shot a fierce glare at Su Hong, warning him to wait. By the time she prepared to drive away, it was already too late. The officer halted her vehicle, simultaneously stopping Su Hong's car. Before Qin Yufei could utter a word, Su Hong interjected, "Officer, as you can see, she is blocking my car and preventing me from leaving. I do not know her." "Officer, he nearly collided with my car, I demand an apology from him," Qin Yufei argued assertively. "Officer, she merely stated it was a near miss, I did not hit her. She is simply seeking trouble. I kindly ask you to uphold justice," Su Hong retorted confidently. Ultimately, Qin Yufei lost the argument. The officer cited her for obstructing traffic, imposing a fine of 200 yuan and requiring her to direct traffic. In the sweltering heat of 40 degrees, lacking any sun protection, the officer furnished her with a small cap and a red vest, refusing to provide even a mask. Qin Yufei, on the verge of tears, cursed Su Hong, lamenting his pettiness and declaring that with such a narrow-minded disposition, he would never find a wife. Su Hong merely smiled nonchalantly as he brushed past her, leaving her with the parting words, "That is of no concern to Miss Qin, perhaps you should ponder more on how to win Huang Yu's affection." With that, he entered his Maybach and drove away, leaving Qin Yufei seething, attempting to pursue him but being called back by the officer. Fuming, Qin Yufei vented her frustrations, cursing Su Hong's ancestors. Meanwhile, Huli was busy packing Huang Yu's belongings and escorting him to the airport, arriving at the office just before 11 a.m. Mere moments after her arrival, she spotted Qin Yufei entering the building, her cheeks and arms flushed. "What happened to you?" "I got sunburned, it will take days to heal." Huli, bewildered, asked, "Why on earth were you sunbathing?" With a sigh, Qin Yufei expressed her frustration, "It's a long story, just look at my face." Upon inspecting her, Huli assured her, "Leave it to me. You'll be back to normal in a week." Grateful for Huli's presence, Qin Yufei recounted the events, prompting Huli to burst into laughter, even eliciting a smile from the typically reserved Chengyu. "Do you have no conscience?" Qin Yufei exclaimed, torn between indignation and resentment. Chengyu, sensing the mood, refrained from laughing further, while Huli continued to jest, advising, "Next time you go out, remember to check the calendar." The more she reflected on the incident, the angrier Qin Yufei became. It was the first time in her life she had been humiliated to such an extent. Su Hong was even more ruthless than Huang Yu. While Huang Yu confronted her head-on, Su Hong's subtlety was far more intimidating. In a fit of rage, Qin Yufei cursed, "I wish nothing but ill for Su Hong and his family." Huli, suddenly sneezing, rubbed her irritated nose and comforted Qin Yufei, "Being angry only punishes yourself for someone else's mistakes." "You're right. I refuse to be angry. If I see him again, I will make him pay." "I support you," Huli replied, steering the conversation toward work. "I believe we should create a unique brand and perhaps even change the company's name. With the upcoming Qixi Festival, we can launch our exclusive brand just in time, ensuring impressive sales." The current name of the company, Kongsen, was the one Qin Yufei had acquired. Qin Yufei pondered for a moment, then said, "I wholeheartedly agree with your idea. As for the name, you can decide. I don't want to rack my brain, I just want to collect money, haha." The prospect of financial gain eased her mood considerably, and she fantasized that one day, when her status surpassed Su Hong's, she could trample on him mercilessly. "That will surely happen," Huli remarked, turning to the still-dazed Chengyu. "Senior, do you have any suggestions?" "Ha?" Chengyu replied, startled like a frightened rabbit. "And no." Having been at the company for half a month, Chengyu either remained silent or spoke timidly, prompting Qin Yufei to tease, "Chengyu, must you be so adorable? Cheng Yu's face turned crimson as she stammered, "Why you all discuss? I'll go busy myself." Hu Li proposed numerous names, ensuring each had spring in it to convey a sense of nature. Names like Fei Fong Spring, Natural Spring, Beauty Spring, and Skin Harmony Spring were among her suggestions. Qin Yufei, not only lacking creativity in naming but also indecisive, turned to Cheng Yu for her opinion. "Which do you prefer?" This time, Cheng Yu regained her composure and quickly responded, "Fei Fong Spring." "Who would have thought you'd be such a flatterer?" Qin Yufei remarked. Cheng Yu shrank back once more. "Fei Fong Spring is rather kitsch, it would be better named Li Spring," Qin Yufei said, her eyes lighting up. "Yes, let's call it Li Spring. Hu Li's name is lovely and elegant, exuding a sense of nobility." "It's settled." As the legal representative was Qin Yufei, it would make the company appear as if it belonged to Hu Li. However, Hu Li hesitated, but no buts. Qin Yufei interjected decisively. "You shall not voice any objections, otherwise, I will have to let you go." Cheng Yu instinctively recoiled, and Qin Yufei smiled at her. "Little rabbit, rest assured, I wouldn't dream of dismissing you. You're far too sweet and endearing. I intend to savor your presence." With a wink, she added a flirtatious touch. Startled, Cheng Yu clutched her pants tightly, while Hu Li reassured her, "Senior, don't be afraid, her preferences are quite normal. She simply enjoys scaring people." Cheng Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. With the name and brand established as Li Spring, Qin Yufei, despite being the legal representative, felt no inclination to exert effort or intellect. She would find it embarrassing to build a brand under her name. As soon as Huang Yu touched down, he called Hu Li, attempting twice before she picked up. His voice came through, laced with a hint of grievance. "Wife, you haven't thought of me at all." Nearly choking on her water, Hu Li thought, "What a theatrical husband I've married." Once she composed herself, she replied, "Of course I was thinking of you. I encountered a rather intriguing handsome man today." The tone on the other end instantly cooled. "Who?" "It's a secret, I cannot disclose it. This person is rather fierce. If I reveal his identity, he might retaliate." "Wife," Huang Yu's voice softened, "I'm not afraid. I will help you deal with him." After exchanging some trivialities, Huang Yu grew earnest. "Do you miss me?" His voice carried a teasing lilt, soft and gentle, like a feather brushing against her heart. A wave of warmth washed over Hu Li, causing her to bite her finger as she paused, finally responding, "Not really, I'm too busy to think about it." After a lengthy silence, Huang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment as he processed her words. Chapter 65. Your only task is to think of me. Work is exceedingly demanding, leaving no time to ponder over him. Well, in that case, take a leave of absence tomorrow, until I return. I shall cover your salary. Your sole responsibility is to think of me. Possessive to an extreme, Huang Yu chuckled softly. My salary is quite substantial. You cannot afford it. Furthermore, as for the salary he cannot afford, he is the wealthiest man in the city, after all. My husband is indeed the wealthiest in the city, with a fortune in the hundreds of billions. How could he possibly be unable to afford it, even across an ocean? Hu Li could perceive his current haughty demeanor. Stop boasting, my husband is merely a driver, with no savings, no car, and no house, Huang Yu interjected, having lived off Hu Li's earnings for over 2 months, right? Referring to the 2 months of salary he had received from Hu Li, she did not hesitate to retort, indeed. The cheerful and hearty laughter from the phone receiver echoed, wife, being a kept man is quite delightful. I've decided that after this business trip, I shall no longer work and will indulge in being a kept man every day. You are too picky, I cannot afford to support you. Besides your selectiveness regarding me, I am not picky about anything else. The car took an unexpected turn. Below, several young lads awaited Hu Li for tutoring. There was no time to continue the conversation. Jun Jie and the others were still waiting for her to explain the problems, so she hung up. No sooner had Hu Li ended the call than Huang Jicheng's phone rang. Displaying Huang Yu's name, he was overjoyed, attempting to contain his excitement as he answered, everything is well, I hope? Fairly well. Huang Yu paused momentarily before calling out, Dad. The voice still bore a hint of awkwardness, which Huang Jicheng chose to overlook. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? The boys at home are all on summer break. Perhaps we should find them a tutor. Hu Li works hard, and upon returning home, she must also assist them with their studies. It's exhausting, knowing how to care for his wife. Huang Jicheng wore a look of satisfaction. It seemed he would soon hold his grandchild. Filled with excitement, the second son was to participate in a singing competition in the capital tomorrow, requiring him to arrive 2 weeks in advance for training. The third son had signed up for a summer camp, departing tomorrow as well. The remaining 2 youngsters are relatively well behaved. You need not worry, you focus on your work. I will ensure the other 2 do not encroach on Hu Li's rest time. Additionally, I will arrange for a bodyguard to accompany the second son to the capital. You need not fret about family matters. Take care of yourself while you are away, and during social engagements, drink less if you can. This marked the first time Huang Jicheng spoke so extensively to Huang Yu. Even when his mother was alive, he had never expressed so much in one go. Huang Yu rubbed his sore nose, having missed him on this trip for the nth time, the first time yearning for someone related by blood. The living room of Fengting Villa was bustling with energy as Huang Junjie declared earnestly, Sister-in-law, I will definitely return with the championship. How wonderful it is to be a fearless and passionate youth, with only dreams occupying his mind. Hu Li felt a twinge of envy, encouraging Huang Junjie with a gesture of support. Yes, sister-in-law believes in you. The third brother flattered, second brother, your first autograph after becoming famous must be for me. I want my classmates to be envious. The fourth and fifth brothers chimed in, I want one too. Huang Junjie replied, I'll sign for you right now, right on your faces. The group of youngsters jumped around eagerly, not wishing to have Huang Junjie draw on their faces. The elders engaged in casual conversation, allowing the children to frolic without interruption. Such a familial atmosphere was increasingly appealing to Huli. Her thoughts wandered far and wide, imagining how happy her future children with Huang Yu would be, free from her misfortunes and his hardships. In tea country, Huang Yu had just finished showering at the hotel when his phone rang. Huli was calling, and he couldn't suppress his smile. As the video call connected, his sculpted abs filled the screen, leaving her momentarily flustered. "Do you want to put on some clothes first?" Huang Yu glanced around his surroundings, noting they were in their bedroom, and teasingly replied, "If you have an issue with it, you can always undress." He had transformed remarkably in just a few short days. Previously, he was a staunch and straightforward man. "Pervert," Huli retorted. He replied earnestly, "Understood, just you wait, when I return, I shall indulge you, and you will be thoroughly satisfied." There was no time to chat further, and Huli considered ending the call, but he insisted, "Stay and talk with me." Seeing him finally put on a shirt, she decided against hanging up. His blatant allure and playful banter made her wonder if she would even be able to sleep that night. After a while of exchanging trivial matters, he asked, "Do you miss me?" If she didn't respond, he would ask at least 800 more times, not to mention, she genuinely missed him. "Yes." That simple word made Huang Yu beam with delight, smugly declaring, "I knew you would miss me. Just earlier, you said you had no time." In such a scene, a normal person would respond with, "I miss you too," but Huli found it hard to keep up with his thought process, rolling her eyes at the phone screen. "Wife, you look adorable when you're angry. At over 20, is it appropriate to describe oneself as adorable?" Huli shot back, "You're the one who was adorable." "Thank you for the compliment, dear wife." That night, Huli slept exceptionally well, undisturbed by any trace of insomnia from their first separation. As a new day dawned, she greeted the upcoming challenges with renewed vigor. A week later, Qin Yufei's face had returned to its former glory. For the past week, she had been living with a mask, and now she could finally unveil her flawless visage. "Darling, tonight I shall take you somewhere splendid." Huli sensed her ulterior motives. As a married woman, she ought to behave modestly. Clubbing was out of the question, yet Qin Yufei insisted on taking Huli to a club, seizing the opportunity while Huang Yu was abroad to let loose. "It's not a bar. It's a banquet, a chance to meet some socialites, which would benefit our business." Aunt Air and Aunt San had long wished to introduce Huli to the upper echelons of society to expand her career, but she declined each time. With her marriage to Huang Yu still unannounced, she preferred to keep her identity concealed. However, she misplaced her trust in Qin Yufei. There were no socialites at the banquet, only a throng of youthful and attractive individuals. Fortunately, Huli had come prepared. Donning the mask she had brought with her, Qin Yufei was taken aback. "What does this mean? I'm a married woman, please understand." On the day of the makeup artist competition, she publicly announced her marriage, and now she was even hiding her face. Qin Yufei was utterly exasperated. "Why not just stay home and let Huang Yu support you? That's not a bad suggestion. When he returns, I'll discuss it with him." Qin Yufei grew anxious. Her beautiful life had only just begun, and if Huli became a kept woman, she would become utterly useless. Women must have their own careers and refuse to be merely love-stricken. Chapter 66. The magnitude of the backstage. Huli adorned in a mask, while Qin Yufei chose to forego one, made their entrance together, prompting others to speculate about the identity of the masked individual. Qin Yufei, nearly friendless in high society, was perceived as excessively arrogant, leading many to disdain her company. In turn, she held similar contempt for them, viewing them as a collection. The reason Qin Yufei attended such an event was to introduce Huli to the upper echelons of society. Believing that this exposure would elevate their careers, she even procured a mask for herself, and the two exchanged their usual attire for more commonplace clothing. Upon entering the banquet hall, they were mistaken for waitstaff. At that moment, Huli sought a spacious storefront, and many present were involved in real estate. She seized a tray and discreetly assessed the character of those around her, looking for opportunities to discuss potential leases. Huli shoved the tray into Qin Yufei's hands, who lamented, "Who would have thought that I, the esteemed daughter of the Qin family, would find myself serving?" "Do not complain, experiencing a different life enriches our existence," Huli replied. "That is true, yet my life is already quite vibrant," Qin Yufei countered, patting Huli's shoulder. "Go on, I shall await your return with tales." Ultimately, Qin Yufei, raised in luxury, did not insist, and Huli ventured forth with the tray. The banquet hall buzzed with a variety of guests, and upon spotting Su Hong, a man approached him with flattering words, "Mr. Su, what an honor it is to see you here today." Su Hong regarded him with a gentle demeanor, "Mr. Li, you are overly modest." Amr.Li gestured towards the waitstaff, and as Huli approached with the tray, he took 2 glasses of cocktail from it, offering one to Su Hong. "A rare encounter, let me toast to you." Yet, Su Hong remained fixated on the masked figure before him, his clear, bright almond-shaped eyes reflecting recognition. "My lady, I feel we have crossed paths before. May I be so bold as to request you remove your mask?" Birds of a feather, Huli scoffed inwardly. She had seen Su Heng's photograph. On the day Qin Yufei had a falling out with him, she had shown Huli the image, revealing that he was the elder cousin of Su Yan. Just as Huli was about to deny any previous acquaintance, a splash of red wine suddenly marred Su Heng's white shirt, staining it instantly. The culprit was none other than Qin Yufei, whose reflexes were as swift as ever. A throng of onlookers gathered, and a cadre of bodyguards quickly encircled them, glaring menacingly and ready to strike. Qin Yufei attempted to remove her eye mask, but Huli restrained her, seizing the moment before Qin Yufei could speak to make their escape. Confronting Su Hong directly would surely end poorly for Qin Yufei, potentially leading to dire consequences for the Qin family. Yuli assessed the formidable bodyguards. While victory seemed plausible, she preferred to avoid conflict altogether to prevent a relentless pursuit that could spiral out of control. Sir, my apologies, my friend was careless. I will compensate for your attire, please name your price. Su Hong remained composed, devoid of any anger. That is agreeable, provided you are willing to remove your mask, and we can consider it settled. Though Huli wore a mask, her figure and demeanor could not be concealed. Qin Yufei inwardly cursed, beast, truly, one cannot nurture two types of individuals in the same den. She grasped Huli's hand, signaling her disapproval. Huli tightened her grip, reassuring her not to worry. Is your word trustworthy? Huli inquired. Of course, Su Hong replied, spreading his arms wide. With so many witnesses present, it cannot be hidden. It was not a matter of shame, and Huli removed her mask, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Qin Yufei's best friend? The makeup artist who just won a national competition? Su Heng's reaction was the most pronounced. He stared at Huli in astonishment. The resemblance in her eyes was strikingly similar to those of his grandmother when she was young. How could there be two pairs of eyes so alike? His grandmother, an orphan, had passed away many years ago. Could this young woman be a relative? My lady, I apologize for my error. It appears we have not met, however. Fate has brought us together. May I have your contact information? Su Hong felt it prudent to get to know this girl further, hoping to discern if she was indeed related to his grandmother. Huli smiled gently. If it is meant to be, we shall meet again. She took Qin Yufei's hand and turned to leave, while the crowd parted to create a clear path for them. From the restroom, Su Yan finally pushed through the throng, leaning close to Su Heng's ear. Brother, the woman who deceived me out of money is that one. He pointed at Huli's back, adding, and she is also Qin Yufei's best friend. Su Heng's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy. Qin Yufei, I never stated you could leave. He had sensed familiarity in the figure who had doused him with wine, and with Su Yan's words, he quickly deduced it was indeed Qin Yufei. The crowd gasped and knew Qin Yufei was the masked woman. Upon a closer look, her figure was indeed reminiscent. Bodyguards promptly blocked Huli and Qin Yufei's exit. Furious, Qin Yufei ripped off her mask and shouted, Su Hong, who do you think you are? Just because you say I cannot leave, does that mean I truly cannot? Today, I shall leave regardless. Qin Yufei's impulsiveness was impossible for Huli to contain, yet she did not intend to intervene. Confronting someone as deceitful as Su Hong required no adherence to decorum, nor did they need to worry about future repercussions. The more one concedes, the bolder he becomes. Let Qin Yufei vent her frustrations for now. They would address the situation later. Clearly, Qin Yufei's outburst would lead to an entertaining spectacle. The impending union between the Huang and Qin families would only escalate tensions, and a confrontation between Su Hong and Qin Yufei would surely ignite a fierce battle between the Huang and Su families. Some even speculated in hushed tones that Su Hong had orchestrated the entire affair. Considering that the Su family had once been the wealthiest in the city, a title held for over a century, how could the Su family swallow such a bitter pill? You all witnessed her dousing wine upon me, and now she intends to walk away unscathed, Su Hong declared. The crowd leaned towards Su Hong, especially with Huang Yu absent, leaving them no obligation to show Qin Yufei any favor. Indeed, an apology is warranted. An apology? Qin Yufei scoffed, glaring at Su Hong and Su Yan, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Su Hong, your family is truly the epitome of shamelessness. Before she could finish her sentence, a bodyguard's hand swung towards her. Huli swiftly seized his wrist, followed by a deft throw that sent the bodyguard crashing to the ground. Chaos erupted in the hall as other bodyguards rushed to assist, but Huli stood unafraid, skillfully countering their advances, holding her ground against 5 assailants while gaining the upper hand. The onlookers were left speechless, and Su Yan's jaw dropped in disbelief. No wonder she had bested him. Huli was far from ordinary. Who exactly was Huli? What was the extent of her connections that she dared to confront Su Hong head-on? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Chapter 67 Jealousy. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was charged with intensity as a woman fought valiantly, single-handedly confronting 10 adversaries, causing them to retreat one after another. Su Heng's bodyguard felt humiliated and prepared to draw his dagger to teach Huli a lesson. However, Su Hong immediately instructed his bodyguard to stand down, addressing Huli in a sardonic tone. Miss, I have no intention of making things difficult for you, but your friend is exceedingly arrogant. I advise you to open your eyes when choosing friends and not merely focus on their background. Huli discerned the underlying implication of his words, which suggested that she was someone who valued wealth above all else. Who doesn't he love money? Huli refrained from retorting. She was acutely aware that Su Heng's bodyguard was armed, not just with a knife but also a firearm. Any further altercation could prove disastrous for her. What's wrong with being arrogant? I am not eating your food, why should you care? Qin Yufei shot back defiantly. Su Hong shot a glare at Qin Yufei but remained silent as he departed with his bodyguard. Huli demonstrated remarkable skill, and Su Hong, uncertain of her origins, did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble over someone as insignificant as Qin Yufei. Regardless of whether Huli was related to his grandmother, he had no desire to investigate her background, especially since she had deceived Su Yan out of 5 million. Even if she were family, Su Hong would disdain associating with a swindler. He would be a fool to acknowledge a con artist as Kin. As Su Hong and his entourage disappeared into the distance, onlookers remained gathered around Huli and Qin Yufei. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen me before? Qin Yufei snapped irritably. Be cautious, the weather is dry, and you might get overheated, Hu Li advised soothingly. Hu Li's calm demeanor and impressive combat skills were undoubtedly formidable, causing even Su Hong to hesitate, especially considering Qin Yufei's connections with the Huang family. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet not one person refrained from cursing Qin Yufei in their hearts, secretly hoping she would not achieve her wish of marrying Huang Yu. Qin Yufei, oblivious to their thoughts, praised Hu Li, "Darling, you were incredible. You fought so handsomely, you were utterly cool." She wrapped her arm around Hu Li's, leaning her shoulder against Hu Li's in a playful manner. "I absolutely adore you." To those in the know, they were mere best friends. To those unaware, they might easily be mistaken for a couple. Hu Li withdrew her arm, saying, "Don't get too close, I can't afford to compensate for any damages." "No need for you to compensate. Darling, why aren't you a man? If you were, I would definitely marry you." Qin Yufei exclaimed. Hu Li shot her a slightly disdainful glance and replied bluntly, "If I were a man, I would keep my distance from you. I couldn't handle it." Qin Yufei did not take offense, instead, she burst into laughter. "With that statement, I will definitely change. In my next life, you must be a man and marry the gentle, kind, and beautiful me." Fine and country tea. Huang Yu, still at work, sneezed twice in quick succession. Chen Kai, concerned, asked, "Brother Yu, are you coming down with a cold?" With a glance filled with disdain, Huang Yu retorted, "Your single dog mentality is showing," and stood up to leave. Meanwhile, Hu Li and Qin Yufei strolled down the street. Hu Li's phone rang. "Hello, are you off work yet?" came Qin Yufei's loud voice from the other end. "Not yet," Hu Li replied. "Darling, shall we go karaoke?" Huang Yu's handsome face soured at the mention of Qin Yufei. "Are you with Qin Yufei?" "Yes, we're out having fun. I'll be home soon." In the country, it was already 10 at night. With Qin Yufei intent on singing, they would not return until much later. Huang Yu refrained from saying much over the phone, merely reminding Hu Li not to stay out too late before hanging up. Upon returning to his desk, Chen Kai noticed Huang Yu's less than happy demeanor and prepared to inquire what was wrong. However, before he could utter a word, Huang Yu startled him with a question. "What do you think of Qin Yufei?" "Ah?" Chen Kai was taken aback. "Brother Yu, you're not thinking of going back to her, are you? Sister-in-law is so wonderful." A stack of documents landed on Chen Kai's head with a thud. "Stop talking nonsense. What I meant was, you should find a girlfriend. I think Qin Yufei would be quite suitable for you." Chen Kai. It took a moment for Chen Kai to regain his composure, and he reached out to check Huang Yu's temperature. "Brother Yu, you're not running a fever, are you?" "You're the one with a fever." Huang Yu shot him a glare. "If you don't like Qin Yufei, then help her find a few suitable marriage candidates and get her married off before the new year. That way, she won't bother you and your sister-in-law day in and day out." After a lengthy conversation, it became clear that Huang Yu was merely feeling jealous of Qin Yufei. However, Huang Yu could not truly be angry with Chen Kai. He knew well what kind of person Qin Yufei was. Though she harbored no malicious intent, her arrogance could be overwhelming for any man. "Brother Yu, I think it would be more reliable for you to speak with Qin Yufei's parents about this matter." Huang Yu, without lifting his gaze from the documents, replied, "Do you think her parents can control her?" Indeed, they could not. That was a task far too daunting for Chen Kai. "Brother Yu, I already have someone I like." "Good for you." Huang Yu shot him a sidelong glance, effectively ending that topic. Since he could not rely on others, Huang Yu resolved that once he returned to the country, he would make time to visit a temple and pray for Buddha to ensure Qin Yufei was married off soon, to spare him from hearing her incessant endearments. On the other end, Qin Yufei was sipping on bubble tea when she suddenly sneezed, a pearl shooting out from her nostril. A passersby cast bewildered glances her way, and at that moment, she wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Just a few onlookers, Qin Yufei suppressed her usual arrogance and quickened her pace alongside Hu Li. As they walked, she ranted about Su Hong. "It must be that bastard Su Hong cursing me." "Cursing me, is he? I curse his entire family to suffer." "Achoo." Hu Li suddenly sneezed, interrupting Qin Yufei. Qin Yufei stared blankly at Hu Li. "Last time I cursed Su Heng's family, you sneezed. This time, I curse him, and you sneeze again. Were you family in your past life?" Hu Li rubbed her sore nose and, though she had not considered it until now, laughed. "Perhaps. People do not have past lives," she mused. Although she believed in Buddhism, she did not subscribe to the notion of reincarnation. Her belief in Buddhism was merely a form of spiritual solace. "Thank goodness it's a past life. If it were this life, we would undoubtedly be enemies," Hu Li replied with a smile. "What are you laughing at? Are you suggesting that we were indeed enemies, perhaps even romantic rivals?" Hu Li firmly denied, "No, absolutely not." Though she protested, the smile on her face betrayed her. Reflecting on their initial encounter, Qin Yufei could not help but chuckle. She never imagined that she would become best friends with her former rival. If romantic rivals could become friends, they would be invincible together. Qin Yufei laughed heartily, and Hu Li joined in. Beneath the streetlight, the two of them laughed so much that their teeth were visible, though their eyes were hidden. In stark contrast, beneath the same streetlight, someone else was seething with rage. Li Haochen, driving, noticed the expression on Hu Dai's face. "Are you feeling unwell?" he inquired with concern. Hu Dai gritted her teeth, swallowing her anger, and forced a How could she not harbor resentment? Chapter 68. Missing Yu Huchuan had just been discharged from the hospital. Yesterday, she had knocked out the food delivery person with a chair and used the unconscious individual's phone to contact Li Haochen, who had only then learned of her confinement. Upon finding her at the hospital, Li Haochen threatened to take his own life by placing a knife against his throat unless she was released, prompting the doctors to comply immediately. We can consider ourselves friends now. In the future, make sure to inform me promptly if anything happens, understand? Li Haochen insisted. Hu Chuan disclosed that she had been bitten by a stray dog but refrained from sharing any further details. Li Haochen, merely a restaurant waiter, inquired how he could assist her, to which she dismissively replied, "All right, thank you." Hu Li's brand, Li Chuan, was on the verge of launching, yet she had yet to secure a spacious storefront. The previous location had been too small, and she had already vacated it. The earlier store belonging to Cheng Yu had also been modest in size. After Cheng Yu joined Qin Yufei's company, she had relinquished her shop. While lying in bed, troubled by her predicament, her phone rang. Assuming it was Qin Yufei, she answered without glancing at the screen, sliding the answer key with practiced ease, her tone lethargic. "Hello? What's wrong? Why is it Huang Yu on the line?" Hu Li sat up instantly, her voice perking up. "Nothing, just a bit tired, but I'm not tired anymore." It was still not yet 9 in the evening in the country, and Huang Yu was skeptical. "You must be up to something. Who told me it was wrong to lie? Now, it seems someone has taken to it." "Fine, Huang Yu has been on a business trip for 10 days, and I don't want to leave him guessing. It's nothing serious, just that I can't find a suitable large storefront." Hu Li heard him chuckle lightly on the other end. "What's so funny? Just laughing at how a bit silly my dear Hu Li can be." Hu Li's lips curled into a smile. "You're the silly one. Your entire family is clever, just you who is a bit dim." She almost remarked that his whole family was foolish, having been influenced by Qin Yufei's incessant comments about Su Heng's family. After all, she and he were family. Huang Yu chuckled once more before turning serious. "Hu Li, it's time for you to understand the various enterprises our family is involved in." She had never taken the time to learn, never pried into the matter, only aware of what was reported in the news, such as Fingxing Group's dealings in electronics and hospitality, knowing little beyond that. At present, her sole focus was on generating her own wealth, without reliance on him. "Not looking to benefit from his wealth, yet I find myself in a position of giving," Huang Yu sighed. "Ah, you really are a foolish girl." Hu Li bristled at that. "Excuse me, who are you calling a girl? I might be older than you. Even if you are older, you're still a girl. How could you possibly become a boy? Do you believe I could transform into a boy and become your brother?" Huang Yu was momentarily. "You're not a girl but a princess." As his smooth words took her by surprise, Hu Li felt a bit unsettled. "I'm going to take a shower now, I'll hang up." "Hang up? Why not chat while you wash? It sounds delightful." "Pervert. Wifey, I smell delightful. Goodbye." Hu Li hung up abruptly. Had she known he was such a smooth talker, she would have contemplated her feelings for a while longer, sensing it was too easy for him. He hadn't pursued her ardently, yet she had willingly melted into his embrace. Upon reflection, it felt a bit unfair, yet she was content with it. Just after finishing her shower, there was a knock at the door. "Second aunt?" Hu Li was taken. She had an inkling that Huang Yu had instructed her to familiarize herself with the family's business. Sure enough, once inside Hu Li's bedroom, her second aunt announced, "Ali, these are all our family's shops. Huang Yu just informed me that you were searching for a storefront. Take a look and see which one you fancy. I'll arrange for it to be vacated by tomorrow." Hu Li was taken aback, briefly glancing through the documents. The most bustling shops in the city center belonged to the Huang family, overseen by her second and third aunts, with not a single vacant space. Hu Li had always thought of her second and third aunts as full-time homemakers. She hadn't realized they were career-driven women. Hu Li was genuinely impressed by how well they managed the household while achieving remarkable success in their careers. She wondered how long it would take her to reach their level of accomplishment. Seeing Hu Li remain silent for an extended period, her second aunt grew impatient. "If you're not interested, I can fetch more, but the other locations are somewhat off the beaten path." "Thank you, second aunt, I'm quite satisfied. The shops are all leased, and it wouldn't be wise to abruptly ask others to vacate. I'll keep looking for any available shops." Her second aunt flipped through the documents. "This one is for transfer. It is in a prime location, spacious, and also a cosmetics counter, but the business isn't thriving, which is why they're looking to transfer it. I'll accompany you tomorrow. If it meets your approval, we'll finalize it. If not, we'll continue searching." Hu Li expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, second aunt. I'll visit it myself tomorrow. If I find it suitable, I'll secure it." Many recognized her second aunt, aware that the Huang family's second lady was named Li Hui. Since Huang Yu and Hu Li had yet to hold their wedding, their public appearances together would surely spark speculation. Her second aunt pondered for a moment before conceding. "All right, I want to accompany you tomorrow. I'll leave these documents with you. You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the family. These shops will eventually be entrusted to you. My third aunt and I have discussed this. They should be handed over to you." However, Huang Yu expressed concern about putting pressure on you, which is why it hasn't been done yet. "Take your time to familiarize yourself. When the time comes for you to take over, it won't feel burdensome. Why work for someone else or start a business when you could directly inherit your husband's family business?" a small voice inside Hu Li's head suggested. Hu Li immediately retorted, "Precisely because the family is substantial, I must strive to work and build my own career, otherwise, I wouldn't be worthy." She yearned for her own enterprise. While she did not expect to match Huang Yu's achievements, she hoped that when others spoke of Huang Yu's wife, she would hear words of praise rather than disdain. Politely declining, she said, "Second aunt, I only have some knowledge of cosmetics. I lack the acumen for business management and would surely struggle with managing shops." Li Hui understood Huli's sentiments and refrained from applying pressure. "It's rather tiring moving these documents around. I have backups elsewhere. I'll leave them with you for now. It's good for you to be aware of which shops belong to our family." With that, her second aunt took her leave, advising Huli to rest early. After bidding farewell to her second aunt, Huli called Huang Yu. When the call connected, she fell silent. Huang Yu, slightly anxious, asked, "Did my second aunt pressure you?" It was he who had prompted her second aunt to seek out Huli. No, Huli remained quiet for a few moments before whispering, "I miss you." Chapter 69. Of course, I will return to bite you. Huli yearned for him immensely, longing for his thoughtfulness, for his grand achievements, and pondering when she might ever be worthy of him, even just a little. 10 days, an entire decade of separation felt like a lifetime. Each day dragged on interminably. The first time she had expressed her desire to see him, he was overjoyed beyond measure. Her voice carried an alluring hint of playfulness. He ached to fly to her side instantly, to embrace her, to kiss her. How much did he wish for that? The laughter on the other end of the phone was filled with triumph. Huli could never quite keep up with his train of thought. Just moments ago, she was consumed by longing, and now she merely wished to cast him aside. "In mock huff," she retorted, "not at all. You must have misheard. I said I want to scold you." "Fine, I shall return shortly. By then, I will have cleaned up and be lying in bed, and you can scold me as you wish." Driving was still a challenge for Huli, and she felt her cheeks flush. "Huang Yu, can you please stop filling your head with nonsense all day?" His thoughts were solely occupied with Huli, and he replied, "My Lily is certainly not nonsense." He had won this round, leaving Huli momentarily speechless. The call remained connected, but Huang Yu had not heard Huli's voice. He grew serious. "Regarding the shop, do not fret. Choose whichever you like. They are all ours. Take your pick. If you find one you prefer that is not ours, I will purchase it for you. In Shengchang, there is no establishment I cannot acquire for you, my dear." Such grandiose claims reflected Huang Yu's current state. Even through the screen, Huli could perceive his commanding presence, and she teased, "My driver husband is so impressive. Are you not aware of that?" Indeed, he was a seasoned driver, and Huli felt she was no match for him. Yet, conceding was not in her nature. With utmost seriousness, she stated, "Huang Yu, I actually think you are not that capable." I hesitated to mention it for fear of hurting your pride. "Not capable? Not that capable?" Any man, no matter how formidable, would feel tumultuous waves within upon hearing such words, especially when uttered by his wife, the one whose opinion mattered most. Her sincerity struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him in silence. Hee, Huli laughed carefree. "Why the sudden silence?" "Damn, I've been played." Huang Yu sighed. "You tricked me?" "Indeed," Huli declared unabashedly, "I'm just playing with you. If you're so capable, come and bite me, goodbye." With that, she hung up the phone. Huang Yu placed his hands on his hips, exhaling in resignation. Upon his return, he would have to bite her thoroughly, leaving no bones behind, and see if she... As he contemplated this, a rush of warmth surged through him, making him feel uncomfortably hot. He could only take a cold shower to cool off. He vowed never to engage in overseas collaborations again if he could avoid it. Who understood the feeling of being separated from something he had just begun to savor? Damn work. The next day, Saturday, Huli was heading to visit a shop. Just as she exited the villa, she was unexpectedly embraced. As she prepared to kick the intruder, a familiar chill enveloped her senses. Was it Huang Yu? She turned her head and indeed saw him. Stunned, she wondered if she was still dreaming or if there was something amiss with her greeting. Even as she settled into the passenger seat of his car, she remained dazed, barely aware of how she had gotten there. It seemed Huang Yu had carried her in like a mummy. Finally, she snapped back to reality and incredulously asked, "How did you come back?" His response was swallowed by a passionate kiss, wild and intense, driven by an insatiable desire that swept away all else. The familiar scent enveloped her. It was him. He had returned without a word. Huli fervently responded to his kiss, feeling the blood rush through him. He abruptly ended the kiss, gazing at her with heated intensity, answering her earlier inquiry, "Of course, I came back to bite you." The emphasis he placed on bite was not merely a reference to kissing her lips. Combined with the unabashed fervor in his eyes, Huli felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Huang Yu fastened their seatbelts and pressed the accelerator, departing from the Fengting villa. He didn't even stop to greet Huang Jiqing, quietly whisking her away. "Where are you taking me?" she inquired, feigning ignorance. "To a place where I can bite you properly," he replied. In broad daylight, the Fengting villa was not conducive to his endeavors. Upon arriving at the Zijingting, Huang Yu wasted no time in carrying her to the bedroom, pinning her beneath him, fervently kissing her. Just as he was about to escalate things, Huli hastily called for a pause, feeling a bit awkward. "My period came." "Your period?" Huang Yu paused, perplexed. "Didn't you sever ties with the Hu family? Where did your period come from?" Huli giggled, patiently explaining, "It's not a person, it's my menstrual cycle." What a strange term, he mused, conceding that the world of women was beyond his comprehension. He rolled over, and Huli quickly got up to attend to her needs. When she returned to the bedroom, he leaned against the headboard and said, "Come lie with me for a while." Huli nestled against him, wrapping her arms around him. "I'm sorry." He had crossed the ocean just for this, and Huli felt guilty, yet she had not anticipated her period arriving today. It was supposed to be a couple of days later. Huang Yu gently caressed her hair, chuckling, "Did you really think of me as a beast? Isn't that the case? You came back and in that moment, Being able to kiss and hold her was enough to satisfy him. She sensed that he bore no trace of unhappiness and wondered what kind of extraordinary luck she had in her past life to deserve Huang Yu's love in this life. During their school days, she had never treated him any differently. Yuli simply could not fathom what Huang Yu found attractive about her, especially since his affection lingered even until today. Back in school, she had mused, "You hardly know me, what do you like about me?" What did he like? It was the sense of safety he felt when she was near. As long as she was by his side, he could sleep soundly even if the sky were to fall. Admitting such a sentiment would make him seem weak, and to say he liked her appearance would be far too mundane. There was no reason, he simply liked her. Yuli felt a delightful shiver run through her. Every prior declaration of love had revolved around her looks, and she had assumed Huang Yu cared for her appearance to some extent. Why was he not showering her with compliments today? Huang Yu gazed intently at Hu Li's face, noting that her beauty transcended mere prettiness. It was exquisite, a kind of elegance that surpassed beauty. With a serious demeanor, he jested, "I'm somewhat face-blind." Then on the day we registered our marriage, who was it that said I had a face that could ruin nations? It was him. At the time, he had still harbored feelings for her, yet his words had been harsh. Pretending to forget, he asked, "Who was it? Tell me, and I shall take care of him." "It was you. Go ahead and take care of him." Huang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. "You must be mistaken." "It certainly wasn't me." Chapter 70. Who bullied you? This fellow's acting skills are truly remarkable, and he is indeed shameless. Yuli pinched his face and remarked, "How can you be so brazen?" She slightly increased the pressure of her grip, causing Huang Yu to yelp in protest, "You're attempting to murder your own husband." If this conversation continued, Hu Li felt it could go on for an entire day. After having endured over 10 hours on a flight, she was concerned he might be hungry. "Are you starving? I shall fetch you something to eat." Having not returned in the past few days, there were no ingredients available at Zijingting. "I'm not hungry, I ate on the plane." Hu Li noticed his luggage was missing. "I cannot completely neglect my work, I shall go tomorrow." Seeing him go back and forth like this caused Hu Li to feel a pang of sympathy for him. "Then you should rest." "I'm not tired. I wish to converse with you." He had to leave again the next day, and how could he bear to sleep? Even celestial beings require slumber, how much more so for you, a mere mortal, Hu Li insisted sternly. "No, you must sleep." "Then stay with me." Hu Li lay beside him, his hand resting gently on her abdomen as he rubbed it. "Does your stomach hurt?" Hu Li was taken aback and teased him, "You're quite perceptive. Confess, did you secretly have a romance in college?" Their biology teacher had discussed it back in the first year. Had he forgotten? In an instant, Hu Li's mind drifted back to that biology class in first year, where she had sat next to a boy during the teacher's lesson about the female menstrual cycle. The awkwardness was indescribable, and fortunately, he had been asleep. "You never listened in class, how do you remember so vividly?" Huang Yu rose from the bed and retrieved a vintage box from under it, extracting an old tape recorder. "I may not have listened, but it did." He raised the recorder in his hand. "It contains your voice answering questions." "No way!" Hu Li exclaimed incredulously. "You recorded the entire class just to capture my voice?" Interpreting him in this way felt better. After all, those dim memories were ones he preferred she not know, lest she feel heartache and sorrow. Indeed, he admitted. In that moment, Hu Li found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Sleep," he urged, placing the tape recorder on the table and asking again, "Does it hurt?" "Not too much, I can endure it." He continued to massage her stomach. "Do not endure. If it hurts, speak up." A simple statement from him brought tears to her eyes. Never had anyone stood behind her, she had always had to bear the pain alone. Now, with him by her side, she felt almost foolish. She jested, "If I say it, will it stop hurting?" "Yes, once you express it, I will understand. Knowing allows me to find a way to alleviate your pain, and then it will cease." His words caused her to weep uncontrollably, burying her head in his embrace. "Go to sleep. I'm tired." Huang Yu held her close as he drifted into a deep slumber. Not long after, Hu Li awoke and went to the bathroom. She noticed the box he had pulled from under the bed was now open on the table, and she intended to tidy it up. Accidentally, she discovered numerous train tickets. They were tickets from the northern ice city to the southern flower city, issued to Huang Yu, dated during his college years. Observing the intervals between the tickets, Hu Li realized he had traveled to Flower City almost every 2 or 3 months. The ice city was where Huang Yu attended university, and the flower city was where Hu Li studied. Huang Yu was not fond of making friends, and it was unlikely he had acquaintances in Flower City. Therefore, these tickets must have been for visiting her. She was certain they were for her. Several times, she had spotted a figure resembling Huang Yu on her university campus, often doubting her own sight. She chuckled to herself, thinking that after sitting next to him for so long, everyone began to resemble him. This thought, Hu Li's heart trembled violently, unable to calm itself. All those tickets were for hard seats. She surmised that since Huang Yu had become estranged from his family, he must have financed his college expenses through his own labor, leaving him unable to afford high-speed train or plane tickets. She hadn't realized he had suffered even more than she. Her heart ached, and tears streamed down her face. Hu Li had not been mistaken. Huang Yu had learned the cause of his mother's death, understanding it stemmed from her betrayal of his father. Consequently, he ceased to spend any money from the Huang family, covering tuition and living expenses entirely through his own efforts. Huang Yu awoke again, the sunset hanging in the sky. Hu Li's eyes were redder than the sunset itself, and he was at a loss. Who bullied you? Your eyes are swollen from crying. Hu Li sniffled, you bullied me. Huang Yu looked bewildered, how did I bully you? I don't have sleepwalking disorder. It was only when he noticed Hu Li holding the train tickets he had kept that he realized the impropriety of invading someone's privacy. I didn't snoop. You left the lid off, and I was merely trying to help tidy up, only to stumble upon them. Why were you going to Flower City? She yearned to hear him say it out loud. He did not hesitate, declaring, to see you. In the early days of university, he had struggled greatly. Upon seeing her, life seemed a little more bearable. Whenever his energy waned, a trip to Flower City would replenish it. Tears streamed down her cheeks. You, a young master, taking hard seats, doesn't your behind hurt? Seeing you makes it all worthwhile. She wiped her tears. How inconsiderate of you. Upon arriving in Flower City, you didn't even contact me for a meal or anything. After all, we sat together for 6 years. Were you afraid I would make you pay? His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet his lips curled into a smile. It seems you might have a crush on me? Hu Li slightly turned her head, avoiding his probing gaze. Not really. While she couldn't say it was an infatuation, his presence held a special significance for her. Whenever she heard news about him, she would unconsciously perk up her ears to listen, and she would also unconsciously remember it in her heart. She pondered that if he had been a bit bolder and she had been a tad more observant, perhaps if she had chased after him upon seeing his silhouette, he wouldn't have had to bear such burdens. Yet, perhaps it would have been even worse. Her adoptive parents would have surely disapproved of their relationship, and given her circumstances at the time, she would likely have sided with her adoptive parents, feeling indebted for their upbringing. Lost in her thoughts, Hu Li's stomach growled. She wished to return to the Fengting Villa, but Huang Yu led her to the Fengxing Grand Hotel instead. This was Huang Yu's family hotel and the highest-rated establishment in Xincheng, a place Hu Li was visiting for the first time. Aside from the hotel staff, no one recognized Huang Yu as they entered, appearing like ordinary passers-by. Unfortunately, they ran into Hu Dai in the hotel lobby, marking the first encounter since their fallout. Huang Yu pretended not to see Hu Dai and walked past her, holding Hu Li close. Hu Li also feigned ignorance, affectionately calling out to Huang Yu, honey, what shall we eat? Of course the most expensive. How could I bear to let you go without? Chapter 71 Recklessly Seeking Death. Honey, let's indulge in the most extravagant meal, although our finances may not allow it. Fear not, my employer is exceedingly pleased with my recent performance. Not only has he granted me a raise, but he has also encouraged me to spend freely at the hotel, with him covering the expenses. My dear, you are becoming increasingly impressive. I adore you. Hu Li exclaimed loudly, planting a kiss on Huang Yu's cheek. Huang Yu tightened his embrace, reciprocating her volume. That is all due to your fortuitous influence. Ever since you married me, my career has flourished. My boss has mentioned promoting me to his special assistant next month, and should I excel, my annual salary may reach 5 million. At that point, I shall purchase a grand villa for you. Oh, my love, I truly adore you. And I love you too. The couple, enveloped in affection, entered the elevator, while Hu Dai seethed with rage, her face flushed. She believed Huang Yu's words. He was astute, and if he chose to walk the righteous path, not only would a 5 million annual salary be attainable, but even 10 million seemed plausible. Yet, it was not she who would bask in such fortune, but that wretched woman. Previously, she had thought Hu Li was merely clinging to a wealthy patron, having someone unleash a ferocious dog upon her, but it turned out that Huang Yu was the one who had secured a rich benefactor. Li Haochen, standing beside Hu Dai, sympathized. Are you alright, Dai? He had witnessed Huang Yu's cold-heartedness towards Hu Dai, yet he displayed a tender demeanor toward another woman, inciting his ire. I'm fine, Hu Li replied with a forced smile. Thank you for the meal. I must purchase a few items, so you need not accompany me. I will contact you once I return home. Li Haochen cautioned her to remain safe before parting ways. Through the thick elevator doors, Hu Li could easily envision Hu Dai's furious visage, chuckling, little Yuzu, your cooperation is commendable. It was the first time she had professed her love for him, and likewise, it was his inaugural declaration of love for her. She had not anticipated it unfolding under such circumstances. Huang Yu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but her happiness was paramount. Thank you, my dear wife, for your kind words. Hu Dai did not leave the hotel. Instead, she lay in wait in the restroom until she finally encountered Hu Li. I thought you had soared to greatness, she scoffed. But alas, it is your shameless husband who has become the phoenix. 5 million a year, what a fanciful dream. It is merely his employer who fancies his looks. He sleeps with his male boss and then comes to you. Do you not find that repugnant? But then again, a vile person deserves another vile companion, so how could you possibly feel disgust? Hu Dai harbored a deep-seated hatred for Huang Yu, to the point of refusing to utter his name. Seeking death recklessly, Hu Li shall send you on your way. On what grounds do you slander the president of Windwalk Group? Hu Li surprisingly refrained from striking her, indicating a lack of intensity. She escalated her verbal assault. Slander. The president of Windwalk Group has never dared to appear in front of the media. Does that not imply he harbors some hidden affliction? Your fervent defense of him suggests he swings both ways, and you and your husband have both shared his bed. With 2 resounding slaps, Hu Li silenced her. Hu Dai did not retaliate but fled the restroom, shouting, help, someone is attacking me. Hu Li remained unperturbed, calmly dialing a number. No sooner had she hung up than several security personnel approached her, and she followed them to the lobby with composure. Huang Yu had also arrived, and upon seeing his anxious expression, she winked at him, mouthing the words, enjoy the show. Upon seeing Hu Dai, Huang Yu surmised that the spectacle revolved around him and Hu Li, nodding in acknowledgement. It is she, Hu Dai, disheveled and distressed, pointed at Hu Li, addressing the hotel lobby manager. She has assaulted me. She is the wife of your president's driver. I merely greeted her, and she struck me and pulled my hair. Oh, woe is me. The disarray of her own hair only served to amplify her victimhood. Weeping profusely, Hu Dai elicited immediate scorn from the onlookers. How brazen for the president's driver's wife to behave so arrogantly, who would dare to patronize Windwalk Group in the future? Such a person must be dismissed. Indeed, call your president here. If he does not provide this young lady with an explanation today, we shall take this matter online, exposing Windwalk Group's bullying. Yes, yes. Hurry and summon your president. The lobby was in disarray. Hu Dai's heart swelled with delight, believing Huang Yu's position would surely be jeopardized. The prospect of a 5 million salary and a grand villa seemed like a distant fantasy. The lobby manager, a mere subordinate, had never encountered their president and did not even know his name. As he prepared to notify higher-ups, a recording played back. I thought you had soared to greatness. The president of Windwalk Group has never dared to appear in front of the media. Does that not imply he harbors some hidden affliction? Your fervent defense of him suggests he swings both ways, and you and your husband have both shared his bed. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai's heart sank. That wretched Hu Li had recorded her. That recording is fabricated, she exclaimed. I have already alerted the police. They shall arrive shortly, and the truth shall be revealed. Hu Li smiled. Slandering the president of Windwalk Group is no trivial offense. You should brace yourself for the consequences. Panic washed over Hu Dai as she attempted to flee, only to be obstructed by security. The crowd began to shift their ire towards Hu Dai, hurling insults. How could a once-genteel lady possess such a venomous heart? She must face severe punishment. The lobby manager received a phone call and quickly dispersed the crowd, instructing security to escort Hu Dai to a conference room while awaiting the police's arrival. Hu Li and Huang Yu entered the conference room, where he graciously poured water for Hu Li, speaking softly. You must be thirsty, have some water. Thank you, darling. Hu Dai, witnessing this tender exchange, was consumed by jealousy. Casting a glance around, she noticed the cameras, and venomously spat. How revolting, a wretched man paired with a wretched woman. Huang Yu, holding the cup, was tempted to hurl it at her. Hu Li grasped his hand. Darling, please wait outside. I wish to have a few words with her alone. If Huang Yu were to leave, Hu Dai's plan would unravel. Having offended the president of Windwalk Group would surely land her in jail. Yet, she sought to ensnare Huang Yu in her web of affection, eager to flaunt their bond before Hu Li. Let him be enraged, let him harm me, the more severe, the better. A sentence of 3 to 5 years, and by the time he emerges, I shall be with another. Then he can exact revenge on the unfaithful couple and spend his life behind bars. Let him perish, that is the fate he deserves. With malice, Hu Dai declared, Wretched woman, I have nothing to discuss with you. Today, you have wronged me, and one day, you shall meet a grim fate. Huang Yu's grip on the cup tightened, his veins bulging. He had already severed the surveillance feed. Had Hu Li not been restraining him, he would have shattered Hu Dai's mouth. Chapter 72, Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Do not waste your efforts. My husband would never fall for your tricks. Striking you would only soil his hands. My dear, leave this sort of scum to me. You wait outside. Hu Li stated, Very well, I have already reported to the president. This surveillance is rendered void. Do not strike with your hands, lest you injure them. You may use the tables, chairs, and cups here as tools. It matters not if they are damaged. The president holds me in high regard and will certainly not blame you, Huang Yu said, his face radiating indulgence. He is the president, who would dare to trouble him? Hu Li said deliberately, Darling, you are extraordinary. Next year, we shall surely be able to purchase a magnificent villa. Absolutely. With the surveillance nullified, Hu Dai dared not act recklessly any longer, gritting her teeth in submission. After Huang Yu exited, Hu Li remarked, Hu Dai, I must confess I feel a measure of sympathy for you. The one you adore wishes for your demise. While he cradles me in his palm, you believe his reckless rescue of you stems from affection, yet the truth is that he cherishes me and seeks to shield me from sorrow. For my sake, he has cultivated ambition. For my sake, he has tempered his rough temperament. Truly, I owe you a debt of gratitude. It was you who propelled me towards him, allowing me to realize that there exists a soul in this world who has loved me deeply and silently for over a decade. Had it not been for your treachery, I would have missed out on him. Thank you, my dear sister. A sharp pain gripped Hu Dai's heart, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hu Li exhibited not an ounce of sympathy, a smile curling at her lips as she exited with grace. She savored the taste of vengeance. In a single word, delightful. Every word Hu Li spoke was sincere, a genuine expression of gratitude. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious to Huang Yu's enduring love for her, a love that was profound. To the police and Huang Yu's lawyer entered the hotel almost simultaneously. Huang Yu had previously instructed that, upon seeing him, they should not greet him. The lawyer nodded from a distance before following the police. As Hu Dai was led away by the authorities, she cast a venomous glare at Hu Li and Huang Yu, intending to ruin Huang Yu's career, only to find that she had lifted a stone to strike her own foot, having underestimated Hu Li, the wretched woman. Yet Hu Li returned her gaze with a victorious smile, learning from past missteps. She would never allow herself to stumble twice in the same place. Each encounter with Hu Dai would prompt her to remain vigilant. With the matter concluded, Hu Li and Huang Yu resumed their meal, with Huang Yu peeling shrimp for Hu Li, praising her, "My dear Li, you are magnificent, I shall reward you by letting you indulge." Hu Li beamed with pride. Of course, perhaps Hu Dai would not remain in prison for long, but a few days in jail would leave her with a record and crush her spirit. That was sufficient. As long as she behaved herself in the future, Hu Li would not seek further trouble with her. She wished to live a blissful life with Huang Yu, devoid of concern for detestable people and trivial matters. As they departed the hotel, a man approached them enthusiastically. "Mr. Huang, I never expected to encounter you here. What a pleasure." Just as Hu Li began to recall where she had seen this man, he greeted her. "Oh, Miss Hu, I did not anticipate running into you. Your performance at the banquet was truly astonishing." This man was none other than Amr.Li, who had sought to ingratiate himself with Su Hong at the previous banquet. Huang Yu's brow furrowed. What was so astonishing? Amr.Li, thinking that Qin Yufei might also be involved, spoke without hesitation. "At the banquet a few days ago, Miss Qin and President Su had a disagreement. President Su's bodyguard attempted to strike Miss Qin, but Miss Hu intervened, taking on 10 foes single-handedly. Quite impressive." Mr. Li divulged everything that should and should not have been said. Hu Li had no choice but to acknowledge it. She had no intention of bringing up that little incident. "What did I say to you before my business trip?" Huang Yu asked sternly, his expression grave. The Su and Huang families had always been adversaries, and Hu Li felt she had burdened Huang Yu. She whispered, "Do not wander about carelessly. I apologize, it was not my intention to engage in a scuffle with Su Heng's bodyguard. Had I not intervened, Yufei would have been harmed." Was he upset about this? Was he angry that she faced difficulties without reaching out to her family, bearing the burden alone? Su Heng's bodyguards were armed. What if something went awry? Though he was angry, he did not unleash his fury upon her. Gently, he tucked a strand of hair blown askew by the wind behind her ear. "I am not referring to that. Wherever you wish to go, I shall never impede you, but you must contact your family at the first sign of danger. Do you remember Yang Xian? He died. On the very night we registered our marriage, he was shot dead. To this day, I have yet to uncover the identity of the shooter." "What?" Hu Li exclaimed, appalled. "He is dead." Hu Li had severed all ties with her former school and was unaware of Yang Xian's demise, let alone that he had been murdered. Huang Yu nodded. "On the night we registered our marriage, I sought him out to ask why he had framed you. He claimed it was for a sum of 100,000 yuan, arranged by a man, while Hu Dai asserted that she sought him out herself. Perhaps Yang Xian believed Hu Dai was in cahoots with that man, thus naming him, only to be silenced in the end. You remain in the light, while the enemy lurks in the shadows, undoubtedly observing your every move. I fear for your safety, should anything happen." He choked on his words, then continued, "From now on, regardless of the challenges you face, you must inform your family promptly. Henceforth, I will assign a Long and a Hu to protect you. You are not permitted to refuse, even if it is for my sake. Understood?" Previously, Huang Yu had suggested bodyguards for Hu Li, but she had declined. This time, she did not refuse. "All right." Hu Li finally understood why there were bloodstains on Huang Yu's clothing that night. It was Yang Xian's blood, such a promising youth, extinguished for a mere 100,000 yuan. Hu Li felt a pang of sorrow for Yang Xian. She was not naive, but had he not strayed from the righteous path, his future would have been bright. Upon returning to the Fengting villa, Huang Yu pondered deeply and ultimately decided to inform Huang Jiqing about Hu Li's situation. "Child, why did you not mention this sooner? It is perilous for her to come and go alone," Huang Jiqing reproached. Huang Yu remained silent, aware of the danger she faced alone, yet fearing that revealing this would lead Huang Jiqing to perceive Hu Li as a burden, thus distancing himself from her. Understanding Huang Yu's concerns, Huang Jiqing sighed, realizing that their father-son bond required further nurturing. "Once Hu Li joins our Huang family, she becomes one of us. Her matters are our matters. I will not view her as a nuisance but will seek to resolve any troubles." A weight lifted from Huang Yu's heart as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, father, you are my biological son." "There is no need for thanks. The immediate priority is to locate Hu Li's biological parents. Once we find them, we may uncover the identity of those behind this. Though over 20 years have passed, with determination, we will surely discover the truth." With someone to share the burden, Huang Yu felt a significant sense of relief. Chapter 73, All Exceptional. Huang Yu booked a flight ticket and noticed Hu Li browsing the same airline website. With a smile, he remarked, "Can't seem to be away from me. Are you planning to accompany me on this business trip?" Hu Li shot him a glance, dismissing his comment as she continued her search for tickets. "You're overthinking it. In 3 days, it's Junjie's finals, and I intend to cheer for him." Huang Junjie aspired to be a singer, and his uncle and aunt had adopted a neutral stance, neither supporting nor opposing him. If he had the talent, they would let him pursue it. If not, they would be more than willing to see him fail. Huang Yu wished Hu Li would refrain from attending. Since his uncle and aunt were not going, neither should she, lest they develop a bias against her. Hu Li shifted her gaze from her phone screen to focus intently on Huang Yu. Imagine how disheartened Junjie would be if he saw other contestants with their families cheering them on, while he stood alone. She continued, "Even if his uncle and aunt harbor prejudices against me, I bear no grievances. I believe they will eventually come to understand Junjie and me." Huang Yu, at a loss for words, could only change his travel plans from Tea Country to the capital. Jinkai was still in Tea Country. He could manage for a couple more days until Huang Junjie's competition concluded. Their storefront had been finalized, and Hu Li was set to head to the capital tomorrow, ready to launch their consignment sales upon her return. In the office, Hu Li was discussing the details of their consignment with Qin Yufei and Chang Yu when the receptionist knocked and entered. "President Hu, your mother and grandmother are here to see you. IVE arranged for them in the reception room." The Hu family had arrived, presumably to confront her. The verdict had been rendered in the case against Hu Dai for defaming the president of the Fengxing Group. She was to serve a year in prison. They had arrived much sooner than Hu Li anticipated, but the sooner, the better. It was inevitable. Alright, I understand, she replied. Jin Yufei stood up and said, darling, you don't need to face them. Leave it to me, I assure you, I will handle them with ease. Sit down, let's continue, Hu Li commanded. Let us keep them waiting. The more eager they appear, the more they inflate their own importance. That makes sense, Jin Yufei acknowledged, giving Hu Li a thumbs up as they resumed their work. Meanwhile, Bai Li and Ji Xiaofang were growing increasingly anxious while Zhang Ailin meticulously observed their surroundings. If the company exuded an air of grandeur, Hu Li must be making quite a fortune. Ji Xiaofang, the most anxious among them, was Hu Dai's biological mother. With Hu Dai imprisoned and unable to extract any resources, it would adversely affect her son's future. She inquired of the receptionist serving them tea, have you notified Hu Li? The receptionist replied respectfully, President Hu is in a meeting. She should be with you shortly. President Hu? President Hu? Zhang Ailin's eyes lit up at the mention. My dear, is your President Hu's position significant? It was telling that a mother was unaware of her daughter's status. The receptionist hesitated but answered truthfully, in this company, President Hu's position is equivalent to that of the owner. Zhang Ailin could not conceal her delight, while Bai Li shot her a glare, prompting her to quickly retract, Mother, I meant no offense. I merely wanted to ascertain how manageable Hu Li is. She better be, for if you align with the wrong side, you will see no portion of my inheritance, Bai Li warned. How could that be? Hu Dai is the one with blood ties to Dawei. I have always regarded Hu Dai as my own daughter, Ji Xiaofang retorted, rolling her eyes at Zhang Ailin. However, at this critical juncture, she did not wish to stir trouble with Zhang Ailin. She would deal with her after Hu Dai's release. The group waited impatiently, with Ji Xiaofang nearly ready to create a scene demanding Hu Li's presence, only to be restrained by Bai Li, who knew that causing a disturbance would guarantee they would not see Hu Li. They waited for a full morning before Hu Li finally came to meet them. Upon her arrival, all were momentarily taken aback. Dressed in professional attire and high heels, her hair elegantly styled, Hu Li exuded a commanding presence. The sharpness of her gaze and the expensive quality of her suit were palpable. 3 months ago, she had appeared as a rustic country girl, transforming into a metropolitan white-collar worker in an instant. It was no wonder Hu Dai felt envious and resorted to insults. Hu Li, Bai Li began, I trust you are aware of the reason for our visit. Let me be direct, Hu Dai should not have spoken of you that way, nor should she have defamed the president of the Fengxing Group. She recognizes her mistake. She is uneducated and does not grasp the weight of her words. Could you perhaps persuade Huang Yu to intercede with his boss on behalf of Hu Dai? After all, she is your sister? Uneducated, yet rather clever, Hu Li replied dismissively. Bai Li had never regarded Hu Li as a granddaughter, referring to her as a money loser. Now, however, she sought to acknowledge her as family. Hu Li shrugged disdainfully, I am an orphan, where does this sisterhood come from? Hu Dai chose to slander the president of the Fengxing Group of her own accord. This is not my concern. You have come to the wrong person. You should be seeking the president of Fengxing. Will you leave on your own, or shall I summon security to escort you out? With a resolute demeanor, Hu Li made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Bai Li, infuriated, shouted, Hu Li, how can you be so heartless? Hu Dai is your sister. She merely had a few words with you, yet you resort to violence and imprisonment. We are truly cursed as a family. Had I known it would come to this, I should never have taken you in from the roadside. In a fit of rage, Bai Li attempted to strike Hu Li, but as she dodged, she noticed Zhang Ailin stepping in to shield her from the blow. Just moments ago, Zhang Ailin had insisted she would not choose the wrong side, and now she was protecting Hu Li. Bai Li, summoning all her strength, delivered a resounding slap. Zhang Ailin's cheeks were left red from the blow, yet disregarding her pain, she concernedly asked Hu Li, daughter, are you alright? A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year is never sincere, Hu Li thought. She had not intended to engage with Zhang Ailin, but perhaps this could work to her advantage, allowing Zhang Ailin to resolve this predicament since they were both exceptional in their own right. I'm fine, Hu Li replied. Zhang Ailin was overjoyed. Hu Li's newfound success made Bai Li's meager inheritance seem trivial. By aligning herself with Hu Li, she envisioned a life of luxury in a grand villa. Mother, you cannot blame Al Li. Hu Dai's words were reckless. She has only herself to blame. Zhang Ailin defended. Ji Xiaofang immediately countered. Who do you say is to blame? If you had never taken her in, there would have been no issue. Bai Li had always favored Ji Xiaofang. With Hu Dai in prison, Zhang Ailin could hardly contain her glee. When I took in Hu Li, we had long since separated. I did not raise her on your family's resources, so this is none of your business. Jin Yufei entered, broom in hand. If you wish to argue, do so outside. Do not disrupt my company, it hinders my fortune. President Hu? Bai Li immediately donned a conciliatory demeanor. My dear, I apologize. We came to see Hu Li and had no intention of causing a ruckus, but she has been unreasonably harsh. Her sister merely exchanged a few words with her, yet she has sent her sister to prison. Chapter 74. In your name, the Hu family is truly a collection of exceptional individuals, Jin Yufei retorted. You speak so lightly of it, merely a few exchanged words, but do you know of the benevolent deeds Hu Dai has done for Hu Li? She is envious of Hu Li, tarnishing her reputation, sabotaging her career, and nearly causing her demise, all while mocking Hu Li for lacking evidence. It was only through her baseless slander against the CEO of Fengxing that Hu Li was sentenced to a mere year in prison. You believe Hu Li is heartless. Once I gather the evidence of her defamation against Hu Li, I shall ensure she receives a sentence of 10 or more years. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Xiaofang interjected. Am I speaking nonsense? Go and inquire with Hu Dai. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I shall take matters into my own hands. Young lady, Zhang Ailin said apologetically, we will leave at once. She turned to Hu Li, speaking gently, daughter, focus on your work, I will visit you again another day. With that, Zhang Ailan forcefully seized Ji Xiaofang by her hair, dragging her away. Ji Xiaofang attempted to retaliate by grabbing Zhang Ailan's hair but found it impossible, as Zhang Ailan had cut her hair short. Even if she managed to grab hold, it would only be a mere tuft. Bai Li paid no heed to the two fools, continuing to scold Hu Li, you unfilial daughter. Suddenly, a bucket of water was splashed onto Bai Li, drenching her thoroughly and leaving her seething with anger. She pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Yufei, you wretched girl, how dare you douse me, I shall take this to the authorities and ruin you. An elderly woman, more audacious than she, Qin Yufei would not indulge her. She instructed the front desk, summon everyone in the company to fetch water. The conference room is filthy and requires thorough cleaning to avoid adverse effects on our fortunes. Truly, President Qin is remarkable. The receptionist replied, yes, President Qin. Hu Li feigned benevolence, you should leave quickly, my boss is known for keeping her word. I shan't leave, I am eager to see what you can do to me. Hu Li ceased her attempts to persuade her. It was only when Bai Li spotted a group of individuals approaching with buckets in hand that she fled in a flurry. The spectacle orchestrated by Qin Yufei left Hu Li momentarily astounded. I told you not to come to my aid, why did you return? You will need to find a future husband, and this commotion has only marred your reputation further. Hu Li and Qin Yufei spoke candidly, both unreserved in their expressions. Qin Yufei chuckled, my reputation was already poor, what does it matter if it worsens? If someone truly cares for me, they would not mind such trivialities, just like Huang Yu, who continues to adore you despite your sullied name. Rest assured, I believe I will encounter someone who genuinely loves me. After all, I am rather exceptional. At this, Qin Yufei blushed and laughed. Speaking of excellence before Hu Li, apart from sheer audacity, there was little else. In Huxian, the Hu family bickered incessantly, with Zhang Ailan's family and Ji Xiaofang's family hurling insults at one another, while Bai Li joined in the fray. Just as the quarrel reached a fever pitch, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt before them, prompting the crowd to cease their squabbling. Huang Yu, impeccably dressed in a suit, alighted from the driver's seat, adjusted his clothing, and proceeded to open the passenger door, where Hu Li descended like a regal princess. Following her was a mature and dignified man. Was this not Huang Yu's employer? He was indeed Huang Yu's lawyer. Zhang Ailan, assuming the man to be Huang Yu's boss, immediately donned a welcoming smile. Daughter, you and Huang Yu are back, why did you not inform me in advance? I would have come to greet you. Huang Yu's employer, these two children are quite thoughtless, please forgive them. Lawyer Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow, you are mistaken, I am not Huang Yu's employer. Huang Yu is the one who oversees him. When uttering Huang Yu's name, Zhang lawyer felt his heart race, yet he had no choice but to clarify, I am the lawyer for Huang Yu's boss, the CEO of Fengxing. My employer has tasked me with handling a matter. I assume all of you from the Hu family are present. Indeed, we are all here. Zhang Ailan replied. We can discuss this in our home. Lawyer Zhang glanced at Huang Yu, who shook his head, and replied, it is best to address this here. My employer has decided to grant Hu Dai a 1-year sentence only because of Hu Li and Huang Yu's standing. If you continue to cause disturbances at Hu Li's company as you did today, my employer will ensure Hu Dai spends 10 years or more in prison. Lifetime imprisonment is not out of the question. Did you all hear me? We heard you, we heard you. Zhang Ailan was the only one to respond. As Hu Li prepared to enter the car, Zhang Ailan turned and hurriedly retrieved a box from inside, thrusting it into Hu Li's hands. Daughter, this is a birthday gift I purchased for you a few days ago. I had intended to present it to you at your company today, but the opportunity did not arise. Happy birthday, Zhang Ailan spoke hastily, seeing Hu Li thriving and learning of Hu Dai's betrayal. She wished to mend their estranged mother-daughter relationship. Today happened to mark the anniversary of her reuniting with Hu Li, and she had hurriedly bought a gift. Hu Li did not open the box, returning it unopened to Zhang Ailan. I do not need it. Turning, she entered the car, but Zhang Ailan pressed it into Huang Yu's hands. Huang Yu, this is a small token from your aunt, please ensure Hu Li receives it. I am sorry, but my mother passed away long ago, Huang Yu replied coldly. Hu Li is now a member of the Huang family. Should any of you from the Hu family dare to trouble her again, it would be tantamount to declaring war against me. My employer values me greatly, sending you all to prison is merely a matter of my word. Please, act wisely. Huang Yu would not pursue them, but should they bully his wife again, he would not hesitate to uproot the Hu family's ancestral graves. Huang Yu stepped into the car, starting the engine as he drove away. The Hu family erupted into another quarrel, their voices growing ever louder. None of this concerned Hu Li. She gazed out the window in a daze. Having celebrated 25 birthdays with the Hu family, they had never once given her a birthday gift. Now that she was no longer a part of their household, they suddenly remembered to buy her a present. How utterly ridiculous. Snapping back to reality, Hu Li noticed the Phantom had come to a halt at the entrance of Huxian Middle School. She paused, bewildered. What brings us here? Lawyer Zhang had driven his own vehicle, only getting into Huang Yu's car as they neared the Hu residence. I merely stopped to see if you would like to go in for a walk. Since we are here, a stroll would not be amiss, but we cannot enter. We are no longer students and lack student identification. The gatekeeper will surely deny us entry. Just tell me if you wish to go. I will handle the rest. Hu Li pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Huang Yu exited the car to make a phone call. A few minutes later, Hu Li was astonished to see the school principal approaching them. Is Huang Yu about to donate a building? Are you really going to donate a building? Hu Li whispered. Yes. Hu Li attempted to pull Huang Yu away, but the principal drew nearer, already waving at them. It was not that she was unwilling, it was merely that she was financially constrained. Why the sudden desire to donate a building? Huang Yu looked at her, grateful that we encountered one another here, and stated, in your name, we shall donate. Today is Hu Li's birthday. Huang Yu discerned that she did not wish to celebrate it, so he aimed to do something meaningful for her. Chapter 75 of this time, full marks in the name of Hu Li's donation. Hu Li gazed in astonishment at Huang Yu. Just as she was about to speak, the principal interrupted. Huang Yu, Hu Li, congratulations on your recent marriage. No, it should be Mr. Huang and Mr.Hu, please come in. Over the phone, the principal had already learned of their wedding news. After many years, he could still recognize them at a glance. Both Hu Li and Huang Yu were delighted, though the titles felt overly formal. Huang Yu politely shook the principal's hand and smiled. Principal, I prefer it when you call me that scoundrel. During his school days, Huang Yu had never revealed his identity, leaving the principal with mixed feelings, admiration for his genius and frustration over his frequent fights. This was indeed a headache for the principal. However, given Huang Yu's academic achievements, he could never bring himself to expel him. Ha, the principal laughed. I never imagined this scoundrel would hold our alma mater in such high regard. Over the phone, Huang Yu explained his intention to make a donation to the school. Of course, my wife is here. How could I not remember? The principal responded. Hello, principal, Hu Li greeted politely. Oh my, Hu Li, you are becoming more and more beautiful, he said, turning to Huang Yu. But, scoundrel, how did you manage to win over our school flower? Huang Yu, with bravado, replied, I am the school hunk, after all. Ha, the principal chuckled, your audacity remains unchanged. The principal invited them to his office and personally brewed them tea. Huang Yu, do you recall how many times you visited my office from middle school through high school? Huxian Middle School encompassed both junior and senior high, and Huang Yu had engaged in a battle of wits with the principal for 6 years. Due to various infractions, sleeping in class, disregarding rules, and fighting, he was often summoned to the principal's office. Huang Yu pondered for a moment before scratching his head. I can't remember. Hu Li took a sip of tea and nonchalantly stated, 99 times, and with this, it's 100. Both Huang Yu and the principal stared at her in astonishment, the principal giving her a thumbs up. Correct. Huang Yu, feeling a mix of surprise and embarrassment, replied, it can't be that many. Every time you were called in, I recorded it. Wait a moment, I'll fetch the record book from the shelf. The principal rose to retrieve it, and Huang Yu leaned close to Hu Li, whispering, you remembered every single time I was called to the principal's office. So, you really had a crush on me but were too shy to admit it, yet, given my exceptional qualities, it's only natural for you to have admired me. Exceptional? Hu Li thought, aside from his extraordinary intelligence and looks, she truly could not see what made him so remarkable. If his arrogance counted as a virtue, she had no words to argue. From the first to the last year, I was the class monitor, it was only natural for me to keep track of your visits to the principal's office. Besides, I possess an incredible memory. An incredible memory? Huang Yu replied sheepishly, then why didn't you always score first in exams? This topic irked Hu Li. Whenever she failed to achieve first place, Zhang Yalin and Hu Daowei would berate her mercilessly, sometimes even resorting to physical punishment, claiming it was for her own good, brainwashing her into believing her biological parents would regret their decisions. At that time, she did not understand that they merely sought to sell her for a good price. Enduring their scorn and beatings, she felt no resentment, but rather gratitude. Throughout 6 years of elementary school, Hu Li could effortlessly secure first place until she encountered Huang Yu, after which she had to exert immense effort just to achieve the same rank. Even when she poured her heart and soul into her studies, she sometimes only managed to come in second. If you truly liked her, you should have let her win. Hu Li glared at Huang Yu while pinching his waist. Huang Yu gritted his teeth, laughing despite the pain. Who told you to speak so carelessly? After a while, the principal found the record book, and Huang Yu indeed saw the record of 99 visits, feeling shame wash over him. There were really that many? Of course, that's why I remember you so well, the principal remarked. This time, it's full marks. Indeed, it was a perfect score. His life was a full score, filled with her presence. Huang Yu gazed at Hu Li, his eyes brimming with tenderness. The principal observed this transformation in him, once an arrogant individual, now softened by affection. The three continued to reminisce about the past, after which Huang Yu broached the main topic, a donation in Hu Li's name for a new experimental building, amounting to over 10 million. The principal was momentarily stunned. That's far too generous, you work hard for your money, a token gesture would suffice. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to donate. Even if you don't, I would still come to welcome you today. Ultimately, when the principal learned of Huang Yu's true identity, he was left in disbelief but showed no significant reaction, unlike Hu Li, who nearly fainted. After all, he was a man of the world. The principal invited Huang Yu and Hu Li to dine at a restaurant, but they politely declined. Wishing to linger on campus a little longer, the principal readily agreed, lamenting that it was summer vacation rather than the school term. Otherwise, he would have publicly praised Huang Yu and Hu Li before the entire faculty and student body of the classroom of yesteryear remained unchanged, save for the new desks. This was the classroom from their first year, and Huang Yu was lost in nostalgia when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his waist. He looked at Hu Li with a pained expression. Wife, I didn't say anything or do anything. Hu Li shot him a fierce glare. Didn't he do anything? Let me recount. Throughout our first year, you never once cleaned up. Whenever it was our turn, I was always the only one tidying up. At that time, Hu Li was very afraid of him. She dared not report him to the homeroom teacher or mention it at home, knowing that the teacher held Huang Yu in high regard due to his academic prowess. If Hu Li were to complain at home, Zhang Yalin would certainly scold her for causing trouble. Being forced to do the work of two people, she would return home late and face scolding. However, many boys courted her attention, which she rejected. Also, because of you, our class never won the moving red flag. The homeroom teacher thought I, as the class monitor, was not putting in enough effort. The homeroom teacher found Huang Yu troublesome too, unable to manage him and too intimidated to impose pressure. He could only lean on Hu Li. At that time, Huli felt utterly helpless. Enduring in silence, she recounted many of Huang Yu's misdeeds, like how she dared not make a sound while flipping through books during his naps, fearing he might strike her. Furthermore, she refrained from encroaching on her desk space, but when he occupied most of it, she remained silent, terrified that his displeasure might lead to a fist to her face. The sole advantage of being his desk partner was that the boys in class dared not openly swarm around her desk, granting her a moment of peace. She had kept her silence, but now, as she spoke, Huang Yu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. However, he protested that he was wronged regarding cleaning duties. "You never asked me to clean. I thought the teacher had granted me special permission." Huli chuckled softly, rolling her eyes at him. "You used to throw tantrums at the drop of a hat. How could I dare ask you to clean?" Huang Yu's reputation from their first year left a lasting impression on Huli, and feeling guilty, he suggested, "Let us switch classrooms and take a look." Chapter 76. "Husband, I love you." In the classroom of the second year of junior high school, on the very first day of the semester, Huang Yu inquired of Huli, "Will I need to clean this semester?" Huli paused for a moment before responding, "If you wish to clean, then do so. If not, I shall not compel you." Consequently, Huli observed Huang Yu spending money to hire someone for cleaning, yet she attended to her own share of the chores. On one occasion, when her pen suddenly broke during an examination, he came to her aid, only to later demand an exorbitant sum from her. He initially asked for 200 yuan, aside from her meager monthly allowance. Huli had scarcely 100 yuan to spare. His expression was menacing, causing her to nearly weep, but he suddenly laughed, claiming it was merely a jest. His smile was radiant and pure, a sight Huli had never witnessed before. However, that night she was plagued by a nightmare, dreaming that she had no money to give Huang Yu, who then struck her mercilessly. Huli pinched Huang Yu's waist, exclaiming irritably, "You frightened me into sleeplessness for several nights. I detest you." Huang Yu, feeling most wronged, defended himself. "I had known you for nearly 2 years, and you have always maintained the image of a well-behaved girl, too timid to speak loudly, never angry, and uninterested in meddling in others' affairs. When I asked you for money, I merely wished to see if you would get upset. I did not anticipate that you would nearly cry." Thus, his gleaming smile had been at her expense, and she pondered how she might punish him for it. Reflecting on subsequent events, she resolved that if his antics continued to escalate, she would undoubtedly take drastic measures. In the classroom of the third year of junior high, Huli remained the class monitor. On the first day of school, she was the first to clean, and to her astonishment, the once arrogant Huang Yu was actively participating in the cleaning efforts himself. That day, he displayed an unusual enthusiasm, taking out the trash, fetching water, wiping the blackboard, and cleaning the windows. He willingly took on all the dirty and laborious tasks. Huli was taken aback, suspecting he had simply taken the wrong medicine that day, yet, she was mistaken. In his third year, Huang Yu seemed to have taken the wrong medicine every day, no longer sleeping through classes. He began to pay attention, take notes, and occasionally tease the teacher, such as when he pointed out an error on the blackboard. After the teacher recalculated and confirmed it was correct, he was rewarded with a piece of chalk. He skillfully dodged the teacher's reprimand with a quip, suggesting the teacher's technique needed improvement, which drew laughter from the class. His cold gaze swept across the room, sharply declaring, "Is this amusing?" The classroom fell silent instantly, and even the teacher contemplated yielding the podium to him. Aside from speaking when necessary in class, Huli and Huang Yu hardly exchanged words. They passed each other on the playground and in the corridors without so much as a greeting. Huli envied his carefree existence, and as graduation approached in their third year, she found herself glancing back at his silhouette in the stairwell. Just as she caught sight of him, he unexpectedly turned around, glaring at her menacingly, causing Huli to hurriedly avert her gaze and stumble, scraping her knee in the process. Recalling this incident, Huli pinched Huang Yu again, saying, "I merely turned to glance at you in the stairwell. Why did you glare at me so fiercely?" Huang Yu hastily clarified, "It was a misunderstanding. You wore a dress that day, looking beautiful. I turned to look at you and didn't expect you were also watching me, so I feared you might think I had ulterior motives, hence my fierce expression." "What did you think of me at that moment?" Huli inquired. Huang Yu replied candidly, "I had no thoughts at all." Yet, a month later, he nearly lost his life while trying to rescue who died because of her. Thus, his feelings were indeed genuine. In the first year of high school, still in the same class, Huli was somewhat surprised when Huang Yu chose to sit beside her again. She did not mind. Aside from his peculiar personality, he was tolerable, quiet and unobtrusive. Especially when other boys approached her desk under the pretense of asking questions, none dared to come near as long as Huang Yu was present, for tales of his reputation were widespread at Huxian High School. During the second week of their first year, Huli fell ill with a severe cold and missed several classes. Upon seeing Huang Yu taking notes, she mustered the courage to ask to borrow them. Speaking softly, "Huang, may I borrow your class notes?" Huang Yu coldly replied, "No." Yet the next moment, he tossed the notes onto her desk. Huli was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly, but he paid her no mind. When the time came to choose between the arts and sciences, she suddenly heard him ask, "Will you choose arts or sciences?" His tone was unusually warm, as if they were close friends. Huli was taken aback for a moment before softly responding, "I haven't decided yet." "Choose sciences," he advised earnestly. "I will also choose sciences." They were not familiar at all, yet Huli was left astonished, pondering if he had indeed taken the wrong medicine again. A few seconds later, she heard his haughty tone, "Your intelligence is already lacking. If you choose arts, you will grow increasingly foolish." Indeed, he was still the same guy in the second year of high school, perhaps influenced by Huang Yu's words. Huli, fearing she might become less intelligent, opted for the sciences. Once again, they were placed in the same class, and Huang Yu gravitated toward her desk, asserting, "Your intelligence is not low, but compared to mine, there is a considerable gap." Hu Li wished to protest, but she found no grounds to refute him. Even if she did not dare, for her image did not permit it. Zhang Ailin insisted that her outward demeanor must be flawless. In her second year, Hu Li continued to serve as the class monitor and was increasingly popular among the boys, which, in turn, incited jealousy among the girls. During a school-wide choir performance, the homeroom teacher appointed Hu Li as the lead singer. The girls deliberately refused to cooperate with her, leaving Hu Li feeling quite disheartened. Just as she braced herself to accept the teacher's reprimand, Huang Yu suddenly stood up, declaring, "Teacher, I also wish to be the lead singer and show off." Huang Yu was a multifaceted genius, excelling in all areas, which delighted the teacher, who promptly agreed. During rehearsals, Huang Yu boldly stated, "This is my first time in a position of authority. If anyone fails to cooperate, I will have them expelled from school." No one dared to disobey, and Hu Li genuinely believed he was merely seeking to impress. Now she realized he was truly assisting her. During physical education class, Hu Li accidentally twisted her ankle, and Huang Yu placed an unopened bottle of medicated oil on her desk, leftovers from previous purchases. His expression was akin to discarding trash, and Hu Li thought nothing of it, now recognizing that he had bought it specifically for her. In the third year of high school, Hu Li was engulfed in an overwhelming tide of busywork, surrounded by a mountain of examination papers that left her dizzy. Suddenly, a water cup appeared before her, accompanied by Huang Yu's voice, "You've taken the wrong cup, here is some water." At that moment, her mind was consumed by the papers, and she did not analyze how Huang Yu's eyesight could have deteriorated so drastically. His cup was black while hers was red, a stark contrast that he managed to confuse. On another occasion, when she was stumped by a difficult problem, she heard a voice beside her guiding her. When she finally grasped the concept and looked at Huang Yu with gratitude, he arrogantly stated, "Life without competition is dreadfully dull, so I've decided to nurture your abilities." Hu Li was left speechless and had never uttered a word of thanks. He sought a rival, and her grades improved significantly. At that time, she naively thought he was merely bored. Now she understood he had been striving to help her excel. Just moments ago, she had considered punishing him. Now, she only wished to cherish him. Despite his obvious affection, Hu Li had been too dense to recognize it, missing the signs of his feelings. Hu Li truly cherished the birthday gift she received today, tears shimmering in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Huang Yu. I love you, my husband." Chapter 77. At the answer, Huang Yu gazed affectionately into Hu Li's eyes, secretly hoping he would reciprocate with a heartfelt declaration, "Wife, I love you too." However, what escaped his lips was, "You just said you dislike me." With the atmosphere having reached such a point, why did he have to spoil it? She felt an overwhelming desire to pry open his mind and understand the workings of his thoughts. Hu Li pouted and remarked, "Do you know why I never had a crush on you? Because you have never been normal." Yet, despite her words, a delightful smile graced her lips. She adored his eccentricity. If he were normal, all the girls in school would be flocking around him, leaving her with nothing. Huang Yu chuckled in response, "So am I normal now?" He did not wish to utter the words "I love you," as he felt they lacked substance. He preferred to express his feelings through actions, embedding that phrase within the fabric of everyday life. Preparing her favorite meals, taking her to places she longed to visit, and unconditionally supporting her career, all of these gestures conveyed his love more profoundly than a mere fleeting declaration. It had reached a point of no return, yet she was unwilling to rescue him from his peculiarities. Normalcy would strip their lives of much joy, and she certainly did not want that. With a radiant smile, she proclaimed, "Little Pomelo, I'm hungry." They ventured to the food street, where Hu Li indulged in everything. She laid eyes on grilled skewers in her right hand, cola in her left, while Huang Yu held a box of stinky tofu. She devoured other delicacies without his protest, but when it came to the stinky tofu, he firmly intervened, unable to tolerate its odor. "This is far too foul, you cannot eat it." His tone was serious, while she was merely playful. With a sudden spark of inspiration, she exclaimed, "Wow, a shooting star, how beautiful." She performed her act with utmost seriousness, yet he did not even glance her way, deeming her understanding too shallow. "There's a saying. A woman who can lie is fortunate. Darling, I really want to eat it. Could you let me have just one bite, please?" Her large, watery eyes gazed at him with a tenderness that softened his heart. He found himself feeding her, while she munched away, flattering him with, "You're the best, darling." Her words were mumbled, prompting Huang Yu to worry she might bite her own tongue. "Hu Li, mind your tone and choice of words." As the stinky tofu reached her lips, Hu Li grew bold. When she called him darling in a flirtatious manner, and Huang Yu when upset, while calling him little Pomelo when joyous, he felt delighted. This was the Hu Li he loved to see, full of emotion. "Wife, I was wrong." "Wrong, you say? Then eat this stinky tofu. If you do, I will forgive you." Before she could finish her sentence, she watched as Huang Yu decisively took a bite of the stinky tofu without even wrinkling his brow. Hu Li wore a comical expression, having merely intended to joke. "I was just joking," she said, feeling both touched and guilty. He took another piece of stinky tofu, his expression earnest. "It's actually quite good." Today marked Hu Li's visit to the Hu family, and Huang Yu wished for her to forget all past grievances. She brightened, responding, "Indeed, this stinky tofu may smell foul, yet it tastes delightful. Much like you. It may appear unpleasant but is undeniably delectable." His heart raced, though he maintained a serious facade. "In public, we should display some restraint." "Restraint? I am merely making a comparison. How is that not restrained?" With a mischievous glint in her eye, Hu Li kissed him on the cheek in plain sight, flashing a devilish smile. Now, this is what I call unrestrained. She had shed all semblance of a demure girl, embodying a playful rogue, and he was thoroughly pleased. A sudden bang resonated overhead, causing Huli to look up as fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the night. The vibrant display unfolded continuously, a kaleidoscope of colors weaving together like a beautiful tapestry. Although this was not her first encounter with fireworks, it was her first since leaving the Hu family, and she felt as giddy as a child. Grabbing Huang Yu's arm, she urged, "Quick, make a wish." Regardless of whether Huang Yu wished or not, she made her wish first. He gazed at her, his eyes blazing with warmth akin to the fireworks, hoping that his Lily could completely bid farewell to her past, and in the years to come, be showered with endless affection. Once a source of oppression and despair for Huli, the town of Hushan now filled her with joy and beauty, as she had spent 6 wonderful years here with him. She noticed his gradual transformation, realizing he was slowly placing her within his heart. She believed she would cherish those memories fondly in the future. He eagerly inquired, "What did you wish for?" With a playful smile, she replied, "I want to tell you." That night, they strolled through the streets of Hushan for quite some time. When she grew weary, she climbed onto his back. Huang Yu hoisted her up, frowning slightly. "It has been over 3 months. I've been providing you with ample food and drink. Why aren't you gaining any weight? One might think I'm starving you." Huli, who had always been slender, immediately countered, "For over 2 months, I was using my salary to treat you, alright? Who wants to gain weight? I quite like things as they are. If you dare make me gain weight, I'll be furious with you, do you hear me?" The moonlight elongated their shadows, while fireflies danced joyfully, creating a serene tableau. However, Huli abruptly shattered the tranquility. "Back in college, did you ever hesitate about traveling from Ice City to Flower City? Did you ever consider giving up?" "Never hesitated, nor did I ever think of giving up," Huang Yu replied without a moment's pause, his words imbued with sincerity. Even when his pockets were empty, he would still heed the call, for to him, she was a belief, one that gave his life meaning. Huli fell into contemplation. At the time, he did not believe in love. Knowing their relationship was impossible, why did he persist in secretly watching her? Did it not cause him pain? She longed to ask why but ultimately refrained, not wanting to evoke painful memories. In the capital, a 17-year-old boy stood awkwardly at the center of a splendid stage, unable to meet the audience's gaze for fear of disappointment should no one cheer for him. Bowing his head slightly, he introduced himself, "Hello everyone, I am Huang Junjie, and today I will sing a very old love song. I hope you enjoy it." Nervously inhaling, he lowered his head further. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, "Huang Junjie, you can do it." It was the voice of his sister-in-law. Thinking it was a figment of his imagination, he looked toward the sound and was taken aback to see Huli waving at him, along with Huang Yu, who was smiling encouragingly. At that moment, he felt as if he had won a championship, believing no family member would be there to support him. Tears welled in his eyes, and he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. As the accompaniment began, his magnetic voice resonated through the microphone, astonishing both judges and audience alike. The 17-year-old sang with the depth of a 27-year-old, his voice encapsulating the myriad emotions of love, the sweetness, bitterness, and everything in between. "I love you. How clear and unwavering is this belief, I love you, how warm and courageous is this strength, I care not how much my heart aches, nor how frantic my love becomes, nor how others may perceive me. Love is a belief that brings me to your side." When Huli heard the words, "Love is a belief that brings me to your side," tears streamed down her face. The question she had been unable to voice the night before found its answer in that moment. Chapter 78 Why It Can't Be You. The song by Huang Junjie resonated deeply within Huang Yu, whose gaze remained fixated on the stage. It was only when he turned his head that he suddenly noticed Huli, her face awash with tears. In that moment, Huang Yu felt a pang of confusion. The surrounding crowd was also in tears. Was Huli simply swept up in their emotions? He pulled out a handkerchief to offer her, but she gently refused, urging him to listen quietly to the music. His heart, however, was wholly consumed by thoughts of Huli, rendering him incapable of appreciating the performance. While he could comprehend the tears of others as reflections of their own stories, Huli had no such narrative. She had never experienced love before him, nor did she possess any regrets. Where, then, did her tears spring from? Could it be that she harbored a secret crush? Huang Yu's thoughts spiraled into uncertainty. As the song concluded, many in the audience were left in tears, Huli among them. When the stage shifted to another performer, Huang Yu took Huli's hand and led her away from the crowd. She continued to weep, prompting him to wipe her tears away, offering comfort. "It's all right. Even though that fellow performed admirably, there is no need for such heartfelt tears." He hoped her sadness was indeed rooted in that reason. Huli sniffled, revealing that her emotions were not solely due to Junjie's performance. A wave of panic surged through Huang Yu, but he refrained from probing further, unwilling to invite discomfort upon himself. "Let me take you to wash your face, you'll feel better," he suggested, guiding her away. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around him from behind, leaving Huang Yu feeling somewhat bewildered and conflicted. Was she perhaps mistaking him for someone else? He lowered his voice and inquired, "What is wrong?" "I just wanted to hold you," she replied. As he began to turn, she insisted, "Don't move, I want to hold you like this." The suspicion that she might have a secret affection for someone else loomed large in Huang Yu's mind, and he fought to quell the feeling. Huli was already his. Reminiscing about a past crush was something he could reluctantly accept. After all, he had not been brave enough at the time. Huli held him tightly for a while before finally speaking. "Huang Yu, I don't want you to hide behind me anymore. It is too bittersweet. Listen carefully. From now on, I will always be behind you. Whenever you turn around, you'll see me." So, her earlier tears had been shed for him. He felt a surge of emotion, turning to face her directly. "Hiding behind you isn't bittersweet at all. On the contrary, it brings me joy whenever I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I'll stand quietly behind you, drawing strength from you, making me realize that life isn't so bleak after all. Even if I were in hell, I would still glimpse a ray of light, one that comes from you. Tears that had only just dried began to flow again, cascading down like pearls that had come undone. Why was she deserving of being his light? To this day, Huli remained unaware of what Huang Yu found appealing about her. Many outshone her in beauty and came from better backgrounds. Why would that light be me? She countered. Why wouldn't it be you? He replied. But I have nothing. Who says you have nothing? You possess emotional stability and the ability to tolerate my bad temper. We've been deskmates for 6 years. Even when I deliberately made things difficult for you, you never lost your temper with me. In truth, he had wanted to express more but lacked the courage at the time. Amidst her tears, Huli began to laugh, a beautiful blend of joy and sorrow. Huang Yu embraced her, soothing her for a long while until she finally calmed down and the competition was not yet over, and Huang Yu and Huli chose not to return to their seats but instead waited backstage for Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie rushed towards them, exuberantly raising the trophy in his hand. Sister-in-law, he exclaimed, excitement rendering him nearly speechless as he handed the trophy to Huli. Sister-in-law, this is for you. When Huli looked closely, she realized he had indeed won the championship. Overwhelmed by the honor, she hesitated, saying, Sister-in-law is very happy, I appreciate the sentiment, but you should keep the trophy. This must be yours, without your support, I wouldn't be here today. I believe I will stand on an even bigger stage and win another championship, he insisted. The trophy, a symbol of his first victory, held significant meaning. Huli prepared to refuse once more, but Huang Yu's voice cut in sharply, take it. Don't spoil him, otherwise, he'll never appreciate you. Brother is right, sister-in-law, you should accept it, Huang Junjie added, unable to refuse their earnestness. Huli accepted the trophy, feeling even more elated than when she had won the makeup artist competition. This was a testament to Huang Junjie's affection and recognition of her as his sister. Law. At the hotel, while Huli was in the shower, Huang Junjie pulled Huang Yu aside for a conversation. Brother, sister-in-law's eyes are quite puffy. Please treat her better, I promise I will be very obedient. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Even if you ask me to give up on my debut, I would willingly comply, as long as you don't scold sister-in-law again. From a distance, Huang Junjie had not witnessed the audience weeping, nor had he seen Huli in tears, mistakenly believing it was Huang Yu's harshness that had upset her. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Harsh with her, really? He rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was all Junjie's fault for singing songs that stirred emotions. At such a young age, why sing? He shot a glare at Huang Junjie. Next time you perform, let me know in advance what you'll be singing. Now, go back to your room. If it were another sorrowful love song, he would certainly forbid Huli from attending, lest she shed tears once more. Huang Junjie was taken aback. This had nothing to do with him. Huang Yu's demeanor was icy, and Huang Junjie dared not speak further, retreating to his room in defeat. At the very least, he would treat sister-in-law better. Huang Junjie regarded Huli as an older sister, for she had saved his life. He hoped for her happiness and that she and Huang Yu would grow old together in love. Yet, Huang Yu's temperament filled him with concern. The next day, as Huli and the others prepared to return to Xinjiang, a group of fellow competitors approached Huang Junjie. Having spent half a month together, they had formed a strong bond and had agreed to celebrate the champion's victory with a day trip around the capital. Huang Junjie apologized, I'm sorry, but I have to return to Xinjiang with my brother and sister-in-law. They have busy work schedules. You're welcome to visit me in Xinjiang. Let us not rush it, since we made plans, let us go, Huang Yu interjected. Both Huli and Huang Junjie turned in astonishment at Huang Yu's unexpected suggestion. Brother and sister, please accompany us on our outing, one boy exclaimed. I'm a local. I can take you to all the fun spots. Alright, Huang Yu replied with a bright smile. Huang Junjie and Huli were taken aback. Huang Yu was not one to enjoy making friends or attending gatherings, finding crowds too noisy. Chapter 79. Do not fear, I am here. As Huli and Huang Junjie stood in astonishment, Huang Yu had already learned the name of the boy from the capital, He. He also knew the itinerary for the day, a morning filled with excitement at the amusement park, followed by an evening barbecue by the sea. He, along with 3 older boys, needed to change their clothes and departed first. Huang Yu turned his head. Huli and Huang Junjie were still in a daze. He shoved a piece of clothing into their hands and said, you two keep daydreaming, I'm off to change. With that, Huang Yu disregarded the 2 stunned figures and headed toward the bedroom. The clothes were the team uniform that He had just given Huang Yu. He had prepared extras and told Huang Yu that wearing it was optional, depending on personal preference. Huli and Huang Junjie exchanged bewildered glances. Once they came to their senses, they hurriedly examined the style of the clothing. To their surprise, they found a white t-shirt emblazoned with vibrant lettering across the chest. Braving the storms, the future awaits. The back displayed a large rainbow, perfectly resonating with the fervor of a youth chasing dreams. However, for Huang Yu, it was undoubtedly too flamboyant. His wardrobe consisted solely of pure black or white, and he would certainly not wear such attire. Both Huang Junjie and Huli shared this sentiment, yet they were taken aback when Huang Yu emerged in the outfit, leaving them utterly astonished. Was this a dream? Huang Yu waved his hand in front of Huli's face for a while before she finally reacted, momentarily at a loss for words. The figure before her was not a 26-year-old man, but rather a 16-year-old boy. No longer Huang Yu, merely someone who bore his face. Huang Yu was typically either cold as ice or unruly. This exuberant demeanor was entirely out of character for him, yet the outfit suited him remarkably well, transforming him into a vibrant youth. You too, hurry up, Huang Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. This left Hu Li and Huang Junjie feeling as if they were caught in a dream once more. Even if Huang Yu wished to have fun, surely he would seek out peers of his own age. After all, the oldest in the group was merely 19 years old, making it difficult to connect. Huang Junjie glanced at Hu Li, questioning whether his elder brother was still half asleep. Hu Li expressed her uncertainty, prompting Huang Junjie to daringly inquire, "Brother, are you still waking up?" Huang Yu shot Huang Junjie a sidelong glance. "You're the one who is not awake. You're just lying like a corpse in the hotel," he retorted, taking Hu Li's hand to forget him. "Let us get dressed and go have fun." As Hu Li finished changing and left with Huang Yu, Huang Junjie called from behind, "Sister-in-law, wait for me. I haven't changed my shoes yet." She planned to take a taxi to their destination, but Huang Yu opted to rent a business vehicle from the hotel. Only Huang Yu and Hu Li possessed driver's licenses. The others were still unlicensed. Not wanting to hire a driver, Huang Yu took the wheel himself, confident that with the navigation and a GPS guidance, they would not get lost. Hu Li sat quietly in the passenger seat, while the boys in the back engaged in lively conversation, laughter filling the vehicle. Huang Junjie, however, remained somewhat subdued, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared that Huang Yu might suddenly eject Chi and the others from the vehicle. Huang Yu found it exceedingly irksome when there was noise in the car while he was driving. Huang Junjie vividly recalled an occasion when Huang Yu had driven him and their younger brother to school. When they were fooling around in the car, Huang Yu had unceremoniously tossed them out onto the road. While it was one thing to be discarded himself and his brother, it was another to cast out others. Huang Junjie worried about how he would face Chi and the others if that happened, and he felt too embarrassed to tell them to tone down their enthusiasm. Huang Yu's behavior today was exceedingly unusual, and the more out of character he became, the more anxious Huang Junjie felt. Huang Yu was like a volatile bomb, and within an hour, he had already detonated 3 times. Hu Li shared this concern, stealing glances at Huang Yu's face, hoping to detect any signs of instability so she could intervene in time. One day during their first year of junior high, Huang Yu had been sleeping at his desk while someone played basketball in the classroom. Since they were on the first floor, it did not disturb those below, but when Huang Yu abruptly awoke with a furious expression, he dragged the ball player out of the classroom along with the ball. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew increasingly lively, causing Huang Junjie and Hu Li's hearts to race in tandem. Chi told a joke, prompting a chorus of laughter from the group, and Hu Li felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. Yet, she noticed Huang Yu smiling, a joyful smile, one that radiated from the depths of his being. In that instant, the weight in Hu Li's heart lifted, and a cheerful grin spread across her face. His usual irritable demeanor seemed to vanish. Huang Junjie, still apprehensive, wore his anxiety visibly on his face. Chi, noticing, inquired, "Junjie, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Junjie's heart raced, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, as they waited at a red light, Huang Yu turned around, his face beaming with a radiant smile as he replied to Chi, "He is fine, he is just a bit carsick." Was this truly his elder brother? Huang Junjie felt blindsided once more. He had now been caught off guard 4 times within an hour. I happened to have some motion sickness pills prepared. "You should take one," Chi offered. Huang Junjie quickly waved his hands, insisting, No, I'm feeling much better." The medicine had already been taken. Huang Yu was the remedy, uncertain of when he might be caught off guard again. Huang Junjie thought that rather than living in constant fear, he might as well embrace the madness before his time ran out. If he were to go, he would do so without regrets. With this thought, he felt invigorated, though he dared not be too reckless. A tiger that refrains from showing its claws is still a tiger. Since it was summer vacation, the amusement park was particularly crowded. They had arrived early, and at that moment, the lines were manageable. The first attraction they headed for was the most popular and thrilling roller coaster. With fewer people now, there was no need to queue. Later, they might have to wait 2 hours, and even then, they might not get on. The 5 youths strode confidently ahead, Huang Yu's enthusiasm palpable. However, Hu Li felt perspiration forming in her palms. She had never been on a roller coaster before and feared a sudden cardiac arrest, or that she might end up vomiting uncontrollably like characters in a television drama. If that were to happen, it would certainly ruin the experience. Yet, if she chose not to ride, it would dampen Huang Yu's excitement. Noticing her alternating expressions of worry and relief, Huang Yu surmised her thoughts. Was she afraid? Hu Li tried to appear calm, responding, "No, I'm just a bit nervous since I've never been on one." Not merely a bit nervous, but extremely anxious. She had no idea which way the amusement park entrance opened during her first visit, and she was about to embark on the most thrilling ride. Her heart raced. Huang Yu understood her predicament. Hu Li's family had not treated her well, and they surely could not justify spending money to take her to the amusement park. Thus, they would start with simpler rides. "Let us go play something else," he suggested. Huang Junjie and the others had already fastened their safety belts, and Chi waved to them, urging them to take their seats. Hu Li bit her lip, feigning nonchalance, and declared, "It's fine, everyone has a first time, let us go." She jogged away, and Huang Yu quickly followed, thoughtfully fastening her safety belt and holding her hand firmly. "Do not fear, I am here." Those words brought her immense comfort, and just as Hu Li was basking in sweetness, Huang Yu unexpectedly added, "I'm quite experienced, I've ridden it at least 100 times. As a child, he had adored roller coasters, but after his mother passed away, he had never returned to an amusement park. Each time he had gone, his mother had been by his side. Isn't that showing off?" Hu Li shot him a glance and withdrew her hand, feeling less anxious. Why should she feel nervous when he had 100 rides under his belt? Chapter 80. The true essence of Huang Yu. Huang Yu smiled silently, reaching for her hand but failing to grasp it. She declared proudly, "I am not afraid." "Are you certain?" The playful Hu Li responded, "I am indeed certain. It is merely a roller coaster, easily conquered." Huang Yu leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "The woman of Huang Yu is undeniably extraordinary." At that moment, one might wonder if it was appropriate to utter sweet nothings. Certainly, it was not. The earlier bravado of Huli had vanished, leaving her cheeks flushed. Just then, the roller coaster jolted to life, prompting Huli to instinctively clutch Huang Yu's hand tightly. Huang Yu reciprocated, tightly holding her hand, saying, "Feel free to scream or scold me, you may even bite me if you wish." At last, the atmosphere turned serious, allowing Huli to gradually relax as the coaster climbed a steep incline. As it plunged downward, Huli heard the shrieks of Huang Junjie and others, and suddenly, a new scream joined their chorus. In disbelief, Huli turned her head, startled to find that the Huang Yu before her bore no resemblance to the stoic figure she knew. The person who would not utter a sound even if his bones shattered was now screaming on the roller coaster. It was as if they were worlds apart, or perhaps this was the true essence of Huang Yu. Aunt Zhang, their servant, had once told her that Huang Yu's original disposition was sunny and vibrant. As Huli's thoughts meandered, the roller coaster descended sharply, amplifying Huang Yu's screams, which compelled Huli to join in, though she felt no fear in her heart. For she witnessed his joy upon disembarking from the ride. Huang Yu first inquired about Huli's well-being. She assured him she was fine. He then checked on Huang Junjie and Achi, confirming that everyone was unscathed. Achi and the others envied Huang Junjie immensely. Huang Yu had reserved all the tickets for the amusement park and showed such concern for them. What a brother they adored. Huang Junjie, having been blown away once more, could hardly recall how many times he had been overwhelmed on the roller coaster, but he distinctly remembered Huang Yu's screams. Huli maintained her composure. This was the genuine Huang Yu, and perhaps he could excel even further. After enjoying the roller coaster, Huli and Huang Yu drifted apart from Huang Junjie and the others, as Achi and the others understood the necessity of not intruding on the couple's time together. Huli found herself on a carousel, pondering how, at 26 years of age, it was her first experience riding one, a sentiment few could comprehend, yet someone did. Huang Yu stood before the carousel, capturing every moment of Huli's joy with his camera. Beside Huli sat a little girl of 5 or 6, while the girl's father stood nearby, also documenting the scene. At that moment, Huli longed to post on Weibo, "What is it like to have a husband accompany you through childhood?" She had yet to fully savor the experience. She could always share it later. Huang Yu, reminiscent of a doting father, guided Huli through bumper cars, go-karts, shooting games, and even bought her cotton candy. Just as she grasped the cotton candy, preparing to indulge, she heard a sweet, childlike voice exclaim, "Daddy, Daddy, I want cotton candy." Instantly, Huli lost her desire to eat it. At 26, she felt embarrassed in the presence of the little girl, wanting to hand the cotton candy to Huang Yu, only to discover he held one himself. "Who is it for?" she asked, puzzled. "For myself," Huang Yu replied, devouring it with unreserved delight, like a child. This moment was undeniably worth capturing. Huli took out her phone to photograph him. Huang Yu, looking at the camera, made a playful gesture, while Huli squinted, attempting to stifle her laughter, fearing she might miss the shutter button. With one hand holding the cotton candy and the other making various silly poses, he continued until Huli's vision blurred from laughter, prompting him to cease taking photos. They found a step to sit upon, unabashedly enjoying their cotton candy while envious gazes were cast upon them. Youth was indeed a blessing. As evening descended, the group made their way to the seaside. Huang Yu stood at the grill, skillfully tending to the fire, a broad smile gracing his face, devoid of any hint of impatience. Huli offered to assist him, but he insisted she take a break. Once again, Huang Junjie found himself overwhelmed. By the time Huang Yu presented the freshly grilled food before them, Huang Junjie had been utterly flustered. Achi and the others could only envy, inquiring whether Huang Yu was in need of a younger brother. Huang Junjie replied, "I am in dire need of one." Laughter erupted among the group. Unaware of the source of their amusement, Huang Yu and Huli joined in the laughter. Huang Yu forbade Huli from helping, leaving her to idly examine her outfit for the day, noticing that apart from the size difference, their attire was identical. "We are wearing matching outfits today," she remarked. Huang Yu gazed deeply at her, replying, "Not just today." Huli, puzzled, rummaged through her memories but could not recall any previous instances of them wearing matching attire. It was only today, after all. He paused his actions to meet her gaze, saying, "The school uniform." His thought process was always beyond her grasp, leaving Huli with the impression that they had once been in a youthful romance. Meanwhile, Huang Junjie strummed his guitar, prompting Huli to rush over to listen. Huang Junjie sang, "The gardenia blooms, so beautiful, so white." This song transported Huli back to Huang Yu's earlier remarks, evoking memories of their school days that were starkly different from those in Hu County. She was entirely immersed in the present. Huang Yu, optimistic, cheerful, and considerate. As the song concluded, Huang Yu called Huang Junjie over, rewarding him with a large chicken leg. Huang Junjie, apprehensive, asked, "Brother, did you put chili in it?" He was not fond of spicy food. Huang Yu smiled, assuring him, "No, it's a reward for your commendable performance." "My brother actually praised me?" Huang Junjie thought in disbelief. He hesitated to eat the chicken leg, recalling the adage that unusual circumstances often presage trouble. "If you refuse to eat it, you will need to cover the wages for today's labor with your sister-in-law, as well as all expenses incurred today." All expenses were to be accounted to Huang Yu. Although Huang Junjie was the second young master of the Huang family, he was somewhat of a miser, receiving only slightly more pocket money than the average person. With no means to pay, he reluctantly bit into the chicken leg. To his surprise, he found no chili. "Thank you, brother," he exclaimed joyfully. In truth, Huang Yu was the one who should express gratitude, as he had once again embraced his youth, and a renewed sense of youthfulness at that. Perhaps it was their blood relation that allowed Huang Junjie to sing songs that resonated deeply with him. Huli had mentioned to him that the language of gardenias symbolizes eternal love because they are pure. A gentle reminder of youthful innocence, a pure love can only endure through genuine affection. Chapter 81. Embracing the ordinary life. The group, nourished by the culinary delights of Huang Yu, sang his praises endlessly. His gentle demeanor, thoughtful nature, and exceptional culinary skills made him a brother of unparalleled worth. It seemed as if one would need to traverse several galaxies to be blessed with such a remarkable sibling. Aki and the others wished fervently for a soul-swapping with Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie remarked, "Do not envy too much, perhaps my elder brother will revert to his former self by tomorrow." Listening to their admiration for Huang Yu, Huli felt a sweetness in her heart, increasingly looking forward to the days ahead with him. She gave Huang Yu a thumbs up, offering her most sincere commendation. Huang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He had once anticipated a notorious solitude in his twilight years, yet here he was, basking in the present moment. Aki and the others regarded Huang Yu with the adoration one typically reserves for idols, their eyes filled with reverence. He felt unworthy of such admiration. Had they known of his youthful exploits, they might have shunned him instead. The innocence reflected in their youthful gazes left Huang Yu feeling a tinge of shame, compelling him to bow his head. However, as he spotted the words "through thorns to reach the stars" on his clothing, he lifted his gaze. He still had a future ahead of him, a future with her. Why should he feel ashamed? He had bravely chosen to stand by her side. Their future was bright, and there was no need to dwell on the past. They ought to look forward, ready to embrace the unknown challenges and joys that awaited them. Beneath the resplendent starlight, with the sea breeze gently caressing, Aki and the others indulged in barbecues, sipping cola and discussing their dreams. Huang Yu joined them, stating, I simply wish to lead an ordinary life, to earn a substantial fortune, and then to enjoy a warm family life. Of course, he refrained from voicing the latter part aloud, for the young man before him was yet to reach the age of marriage, and he would not encourage them to engage in premature romances. Laughter erupted around him, including from Huli and Huang Junjie. I too wish to embrace an ordinary life. Aki chimed in. So do I, came the chorus of agreement from the group. They all expressed a desire to live as affluent ordinary people, believing that once one achieved wealth, fame and fortune would inevitably follow. Who wouldn't yearn for such a life? Aki and the others internally shouted, a brother with no generational gap, we wish for a dozen of him. Suddenly, Huang Yu's phone rang, displaying a call from Chen Kai, certainly a work-related matter. He excused himself to take the call. Upon his return, he found Huli engaged in a game of dodiju with Aki and the others, her face adorned with slips of paper. Huang Yu stood frozen, astonished at how she had managed to lose so spectacularly in his brief absence. It was quite disheartening. Upon closer inspection, he saw that her hand was indeed poor, yet even poor hands had their own strategies. He sat beside her, offering guidance, but Huli was skeptical of his advice to play the larger cards first, believing it would only lead to a more dismal defeat. Not wanting to lose face, she thrust her cards into Huang Yu's hands, who surprisingly played the largest card first. The opponents, mistakenly believing he had even greater cards, hesitated to challenge him, allowing him to pass. Huang Yu maintained a gentle demeanor, utterly unthreatening, leaving Huli bewildered. He then played the smallest card, leading the opponents to suspect a trap, thus letting him pass again. This pattern continued until Huang Yu triumphantly played his smallest straight flush, securing an unexpected victory without the opponents having played a single card. What is this? It appeared that those with superior intellect truly excelled. After a day spent in his company, Huang Yu proved to be easygoing, akin to a peer or a caring older brother, and Aki and the others felt no trepidation around him, clamoring for another round. However, Huang Yu declined. Aki increased the stakes, proposing 2 slips of paper for each loss, yet Huang Yu still shook his head. Aki then boldly escalated to 10 slips per loss, prompting Huang Yu to reluctantly acquiesce. Huli mused, I can't shake the feeling that he has somewhat cunning, perhaps playing hard to get. She scrutinized Huang Yu's face, where a barely perceptible smirk lay hidden between his brows and eyes, discernible only to her. Even though Huang Yu had seemingly transformed, pride and cunning still lingered beneath the surface. In an effort to spare Aki and the others from a humiliating defeat, Huli attempted to intervene, but they insisted she need not worry, assuring her they would show mercy. Did she genuinely care for their well-being? The group was exuberant, and Huli realized it was not the time to dampen their spirits. They should be allowed to experience the outcome themselves. To her astonishment, Huang Yu lost the first game. Huli was perplexed. His hand had been more than capable of winning. It was as if he had willingly accepted defeat. As Aki and the others plastered paper slips on his handsome visage, he exhibited no sign of disdain. Rather, he appeared to revel in the honor it bestowed. Someone hand Huli a tofu. She was at a loss. Huang Junjie seized the opportunity to capture the moment, securing potential leverage for future mischief or when Huli found herself aggrieved. He imagined the ridicule that would ensue should the elite become aware of the once cold-blooded, ruthless Huang Yu now reduced to this state. The very thought thrilled Huang Junjie. Huang Yu, displaying the slips adorning his face, winked at Huli. Am I not quite impressive? Huli noted that she had lost 10 times to accumulate such a collection, while he had achieved it in a single defeat. She nodded. Super impressive. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. While he had witnessed others lose their tempers, he had never encountered someone who willingly lost yet appeared pleased. It was a curious anomaly. Our Huang Yu was no anomaly. He simply did not wish for his Lili to bear the burden of so many slips alone. In the ensuing rounds, Huang Yu dominated, leaving Aki and the others covered in slips. It soon dawned on Aki and the others that this brother was quite cunning, yet their affection for him only deepened. What shall we do? Aki proposed a game, a newly released title from the previous year, certain that Huang Yu had never played it and that they would undoubtedly prevail. However, Huang Yu confidently accepted the challenge. Huli felt a twinge of concern. She was familiar with the game, having witnessed mischievous classmates secretly playing on their phones during lessons. Curious about the game's allure, Huli decided to try it herself. The highest level was level 10, yet no matter how she played, she remained stuck at level 5. Even with her background in computer science, she could not surpass that level. Worrying that Huang Yu might falter, she reminded herself that while the Fengxing group was founded on computing, it was his father who had established it, not Huang Yu himself. Furthermore, during their middle and high school years, she had observed Huang Yu's disinterest in games, never once inquiring when others discussed them with fervor. Yuli suggested they play something else, but Huang Yu insisted, "I will definitely win." Resigned, she joined him, thinking it better to have company in failure. Huang Yu and Huli teamed up against Huang Junjie, Aki, and the others, a mismatch of 2 against 5. Oh no, this was a hasty decision. It would surely result in a disastrous defeat, as she too had her pride to uphold. The game commenced, and there was no turning back. Huli gripped her phone, steeling herself to persevere. The opposing team swiftly reached level 3 while she and Huang Yu struggled at level 1. Huli rolled her eyes at Huang Yu, thinking, without the right tools, how can one perform delicate tasks? Just as she contemplated escaping to let Huang Yu shoulder the consequences alone for his arrogance, she noticed the phone screen had advanced to level 4. Thinking her eyes deceived her, she rubbed them and looked again, confirming she was indeed at level 4. Huli's mood shifted from despair to elation as she focused intently on the screen, hoping he could surpass level 5. If he succeeded, she would stick by him, if not, they would part ways. Huang Yu, multitasking, played the game while observing the myriad of emotions flitting across her face. When she rejoiced, he feigned defeat. When she grew irate, he pressed forward with determination. His victories and losses kept Huli oscillating between feelings of joy and frustration. Chapter 82. The innocent romance across time and space. In the brief span of merely 10 minutes, Huang Yu observed a myriad of expressions on her face, surpassing all that he had witnessed in the over 10 years of their acquaintance. Overjoyed, he surged directly from the 5th level to the 7th. Achi, Huang Junjie, and others remained at the 5th level, while Huli beamed with delight, wishing she could plant a kiss on his cheek. Huang Junjie and his companions were positioned opposite them, and Huli refrained from acting recklessly, aware that leading this group of young men astray would be an unforgivable offense. Thus, she whispered in Huang Yu's ear, "If you can reach the maximum level, I will grant you a supersized reward." Tonight, it seemed, would be a feast of meat. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he resolved to conclude the matter swiftly. In under 10 minutes, he achieved the highest level, while Huang Junjie and the others remained stuck at the 5th level, casting envious and astonished glances at him. What remarkable intelligence he possessed. Huli, too, wore an expression of envy and admiration, exclaiming, "How did you manage that?" Huang Yu, caught up in his own pride, whispered to Huli, "Quite unfortunately, I am the very one who designed this game." His words were intended solely for her ears. "How could you play me like that?" Huli's heart sank at once, realizing that while she had been anxiously fretting, he had merely been observing the spectacle. "Huang Yu, you are finished." Huli greeted everyone and suggested a stroll by the seaside. As she stepped forward, Huang Yu followed closely behind, attempting to grasp her hand. Huli deftly evaded his reach, unwilling to let him take hold. He promptly pulled her into his embrace, and she pushed him away with force, inquiring, "Is this amusing to you?" "Indeed," he replied earnestly, "your various expressions are utterly charming." There was no limit to her frustration. Huli genuinely considered resorting to violence but restrained herself, thinking, this cannot continue. Just as she contemplated biting his arm, he spoke in a tone of feigned grievance, "Wife, you do not care enough for me, nor have you sought to truly understand me, never showing interest in my endeavors." As the heir to a wealthy family, how could she possibly come to know him? "How could I gain insight into your life?" she retorted. "Do you not think I have feelings too?" "Yes," he answered emphatically, his singular word causing Huli's cheeks to flush crimson. In this moment, the atmosphere was decidedly inappropriate for flirtation. While his words and tone were unproblematic, the intensity of his gaze was unapologetically suggestive, leading one to think astray. With a blush, Huli's anger dissipated somewhat. "Be serious." "I am being serious." "It is you who is not," he countered playfully, "your face is flushed." He deftly deflected the blame onto her. "Is it possible to return this husband? I am in urgent need, waiting online." Huli, uninterested in his banter, cut straight to the crux of the matter. "How did you come to design a game?" "I chose to take computer science as an elective, and following in your footsteps, I did the same. During moments of boredom, I designed games to pass the time." Huli felt a mixture of admiration and exasperation. "I took up makeup, why did you not pursue that?" "I shall learn it immediately." Huli watched as Huang Yu drew her into his embrace, and a kiss soon followed. She quickly pushed him away, exclaiming, "Stop it, we might get caught." They were not far from their original location, and Huli was wary of being seen. Huang Yu's deep-set eyes sparkled with mirth, an inexplicable charm that stirred her heart, though Huli could not comprehend the meaning behind his smile. "What are you laughing at?" The pure white moonlight bathed Huli, her already fair complexion appearing even more luminous. Clad in her attire, she stood before Huang Yu as a youthful maiden of 16 or 17. He mused that if they were to experience a budding romance, it would undoubtedly resemble this very scene, perhaps even leading to a close call. Upon this thought, he took Huli's hand, and together they began to run along the shoreline. "What is wrong with you? Why are you pulling me to run?" Huli questioned, perplexed, yet her feet moved in tandem with his. Huang Yu, while pulling her along, beamed with a radiant and contented smile, a grin so infectious that Huli found herself smiling back. As they exchanged glances, their pace inexplicably quickened, as if their laughter served as a driving force, propelling them forward without destination, simply knowing they must continue onward. Running and running, Huli came to a realization they were chasing the fleeting youth of their return, reclaiming all the experiences they had missed during their verdant years. Had she and Huang Yu embarked on an early romance, it would undoubtedly be a blend of sweetness and trepidation. It was unclear how far they had run, but upon reaching a deserted area, they finally halted. Huang Yu gently tended to her wind-tossed hair, the dark strands cascading gracefully. In contrast to others who advanced, they had retreated, an act contrary to nature, yet Huli found it utterly delightful, responding brightly, not at all. Her smile radiated purity akin to a young girl, quickening Huang Yu's heartbeat as he leaned closer to her. As he drew nearer, Huli sensed her breath becoming erratic and instinctively closed her eyes, awaiting his kiss. His lips tenderly brushed against the corner of her mouth, lingering for mere seconds before parting, devoid of the usual fervor he typically exhibited. Had they transcended time, or was this merely a dream? Huli gazed at him, bewildered. A slender, fair hand swept before her eyes, resting atop her head, accompanied by a clear voice that teased, "Did you not just share a kiss? Have you lost your wits?" Huli's cheeks flushed inexplicably, for they had rolled in bed countless times. Her reaction today was entirely unwarranted. No, those moments must have occurred in a dream, or perhaps in some future. At this moment, she was a maiden, and he was a youth. They were experiencing an innocent romance, a romance that traversed time and space. Their fingers intertwined, they sat upon the sand, enveloped in silence as the sea breeze caressed them, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars above. "Huang Yu," Huli called softly. He turned to her, yet she remained transfixed by the night sky. "I'm here," he replied. After a few moments, Huli called out again, "Huang Yu." Still gazing at the stars, he responded, "I'm here. Huang Yu. I'm here." Huli repeated his name numerous times, and he, unfailingly patient, continued to respond, "I'm here." In the 6 years they shared a desk, Huli seldom called him by his name, often referring to him as classmate Huang, or simply addressing him with a casual hey before diving into conversation. Initially, she had been apprehensive of him, hesitant to utter his name, but as time passed, it became habitual, and she rarely addressed him directly. Tonight, however, the number of times she called his name likely surpassed all those 6 years combined. She longed for time to slow down, to linger just a moment longer. After tonight, once they donned their suits, they would no longer be the carefree youth they once were. Chapter 83. A baby. Save me. Behind them stood a group of youths. Huang Yu and Huli did not linger by the seaside for long. Huang Yu ensured that each of the young men was safely delivered to their homes or hotels before he finally felt at ease. "Hand me your phone," Huang Yu instructed Huang Junjie with a grave demeanor, entirely devoid of the warmth he had displayed earlier that day. It was evident that he had caught Huang Junjie taking pictures and was now asking him to delete them. How foolish it was not to have backed them up first. Now it was too late. "Don't worry, I'll delete them myself," Huang Junjie stammered. Huang Yu remained silent, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze on Huang Junjie, who dared not utter another word but handed over his phone. When Huang Junjie retrieved his phone, he found that all the photos had been completely erased. A sense of frustration bubbled within him. He had captured many moments that day, intending to share them on social media to alleviate his mood. Just as he opened his social media app, a pinned post sent a jolt of terror through him, causing his phone to clatter to the ground. Hearing the commotion from Huang Junjie's room, Huli hurriedly knocked on the door, inquiring, "Junjie, are you alright?" As he gathered his wits, Huang Junjie anxiously picked up the phone to answer the door, where Huang Yu awaited him. Suddenly breathless, he stammered, "And nothing's wrong, I just dropped my phone." Relieved to see he was unharmed, Huli reminded him to get some rest before retreating to her own room. Huang Yu regarded Huang Junjie's cracked phone with a warm smile. "Do you require compensation for your device?" It took a moment for Huang Junjie to process this, finally replying, "And no, that's unnecessary." With a lingering smile, Huang Yu departed, leaving Huang Junjie's mind buzzing. Who exactly was his elder brother? In other words, what kind of person was he? Truly, as Huang Yu took a shower, Huli busied herself packing, when suddenly her phone chimed with a message from Qin Yufei. "Baby, what did you all do today?" Responding with a playful, "I had an early romance with a youth," would surely make Qin Yufei think she had lost her mind. Instead, Huli replied, "Nothing much, just spent the day in the capital." Sounds wonderful. Huli sensed an undertone in her words. What's up, she wondered. You should check Huang Yu's social media. Huang Yu posts on social media? Huli had never witnessed him doing so. Eagerly, she clicked on the app, and upon seeing Huang Yu's posts, she nearly dropped her phone. It was no wonder Huang Junjie's device had fallen. Had Huli not known Huang Yu well enough, her phone would have surely met the same fate. Huang Yu's face, plastered with sticky notes, filled the 9-grid layout of his social media, paired with an utterly bewildering caption, "They are so impressive, they scared the baby to death." Huli was both amused and incredulous. He actually chose to go public with this. If Qin Yufei could see it, then surely the upper echelons of society would too. While Huang Yu had undergone a transformation today, he would never ordinarily post such a thing. He was a man of pride, and Huli could not comprehend this behavior. Had he forgotten the visibility settings, or was he unaware of them? It was inconceivable. He was a master of games, and the mere function of social media was trivial for him. Suddenly, she recalled Qin Yufei mentioning that Huang Yu had a nickname among the elite: Weasel. Fierce as a wolf when provoked, yet timid as a mouse when subdued. Indeed, Huli chuckled, though her smile was tinged with bitterness. She realized just how little she understood Huang Yu, his professional demeanor, and the persona he embodied within high society. She had not shown him the care he deserved, nor had she delved deeply into his life. Meanwhile, Huang Junjie remained oblivious to the fact that the photos on Huang Yu's social media were his own. Thus, Huang Yu had not only deleted the images but had also shared them. This was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that it was Huang Yue's first public post. Huang Junjie noticed several mutual friends had liked it, shattering the carefully crafted image of his brother. This could not possibly be the elder brother he knew, yet, it was indeed him. Just a side of him that remained unknown to Huang Junjie. At an auction in Shin City, the enthusiastic host introduced the items up for bid, while Su Hong was fixated on Huang Yue's social media. Though the two families were rivals both overtly and covertly, they had exchanged WeChat contacts on the day of their introduction, with Su Hong claiming it was for mutual understanding. Huang Yu had responded in kind. After adding each other as friends, they had not communicated since. As two items had already been sold at the auction, Su Hong continued to scrutinize Huang Yue's social media, particularly the caption, "They are so impressive, they scared the baby to death." What did Huang Yu mean by this? Just days prior, he had snatched a project from Su Hong, and now he seemed poised to oust the Su family from Shin City, all for a Qin Yufei. What poor judgment, Su Hong thought disdainfully. The last time his bodyguard had confronted Qin Yufei, it had been thwarted by that woman named Hu Li. However, a confrontation had nonetheless occurred. Su Hong was unperturbed. Let the storm rage on. In the end, who would be leaving Shin City remained uncertain. The Su family had a legacy spanning over a century, while the Huang family had yet to reach 30 years. How long could they last? Su Hong pondered how best to incite the storm, hoping to resolve matters swiftly. Meanwhile, the auctioneer was presenting a string of exquisite sandalwood prayer beads. Below, Qin Yufei remained transfixed, envisioning how much Qin Fen would appreciate them. With aspirations to expand her company but lacking the necessary funds, she believed securing her father's approval would solve her financial woes. Bids began to roll in, quickly escalating to 1.9 million. As the auctioneer called for further offers, silence ensued until a voice rang out, 3 million. Qin Yufei turned swiftly, only to find the scheming Su Hong raising his paddle. Her mind reeled with expletives, wondering why she kept encountering this insufferable man. The prayer beads had an opening bid of 100,000, rising in increments of 50,000 and 100,000. But if he truly desired them, why had he not bid earlier? This was clearly an attempt to thwart her. If that was the case, she would not back down easily. She would show him that she was no pushover. With a glare directed at Su Hong, she declared, 4 million. Su Hong responded with a nonchalant smile, raising his bid to 5 million. His audacity left Qin Yufei seething with rage, and she shot back, 6 million. Su Hong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he countered with 7 million. Unyielding, Qin Yufei declared, 8 million. In the capital, Huang Yu emerged from the shower to a sight that momentarily stunned him. Fully clad in his shirt, her long, fair legs resembling artfully sculpted jade. Having gone days without indulging in meat, Huang Yu found himself captivated, his throat dry, and he swallowed hard. "Why are you wearing my clothes?" he rasped. Hu Li blinked her sparkling eyes and replied, "I promised to give you a super big reward. What do you think? Is it substantial enough?" Before she could finish, Huang Yu sealed her lips with a kiss. This kiss was not like the fleeting one by the seaside, but rather a tempestuous wave as he claimed her passionately. She melted into his embrace as he gently guided her towards the bed. Just as her back met the mattress, her phone rang, interrupting the moment. Ignoring the incessant ringing, they became lost in their fervent kiss. However, the phone rang repeatedly, forcing Hu Li to push Huang Yu away. Upon answering, a frantic voice filled the receiver, "Baby, save me." Chapter 84. Do I need a reason to hit you? Hu Li instantly felt a surge of anxiety. What was happening? Qin Yufei and Su Hong had escalated the bidding for a string of prayer beads to 20 million. When Qin Yufei called out 20 million, the determined Su Hong suddenly fell silent, mocking her instead. "Since Miss Qin is so fixated, I shall graciously withdraw. I believe Huang Yu will certainly appreciate this string of beads valued at 2 million. I wish you both a swift union." The beads, initially valued at 2 million, had skyrocketed to 20 million. For the first time in her 26 years of life, Qin Yufei felt utterly humiliated. How could she swallow this insult? She seized Su Hong's arm and bit down fiercely, and now, she found herself detained at the police station, too afraid to contact her family, and could only reach out to Hu Li. Hu Li, along with Huang Yu and Huang Junjie, promptly returned to Xinchang. At the police station, Su Hong glared at the deep bite mark on his arm, blood oozing from the wound. With a cold expression, he scowled at Qin Yufei. "Are you a dog?" "Yes, I am indeed a dog. What of it? If you have the guts, come and bite me," Qin Yufei retorted, her teeth clenched in anger, wishing she could have taken a chunk out of him. It was a rare occasion that Su Hong was out without his bodyguards, and she regretted missing such a prime opportunity. "You deranged woman, if Huang Yu were to marry you, it would only be if it rained red in the heavens. Even if he did marry you, he would surely divorce you within a month." Su Hong, usually composed, found his poise evaporating in the face of such an unreasonable woman. Qin Yufei, gritting her teeth, shot back, "I want to marry you, so what business is it of yours?" "Bah!" The officer, tapping impatiently on the table with his pen, commanded, "Quiet." Su Hong and Qin Yufei exchanged fierce glares before turning away from each other, both disdainful of the other's presence. In truth, Su Hong had no need to endure this interrogation. A single phone call could secure his release. However, that would expose the fact that the president of the century-old Su group had been bitten by a madwoman. Did he not care for his reputation? He was not Huang Yu. He could not afford to disregard his dignity. Hu Li and Huang Yu arrived at the police station simultaneously, hand in hand, leaving Su Hong in shock. Upon seeing Hu Li, Qin Yufei rushed into her embrace, sobbing, "Darling, you finally came." Was Qin Yufei blind? Did she not notice that Hu Li and Huang Yu entered together so intimately? Surely, she would not suspect anything. Was she brainless? Moreover, at this moment, shouldn't she have been seeking solace in Huang Yu's arms instead? What a chaotic mess. Had Qin Yufei truly lost her mind? Su Heng's thoughts spiraled. Huli patted Qin Yufei's back, offering comfort. It's alright, it's alright. Crying in Huli's arms, Qin Yufei lamented, I thought I would have to spend the night here at the police station. Thankfully, you came. I knew you were the best for me. This scene left Su Hong utterly bewildered. He turned his gaze to Huang Yu, sarcastically remarking, aren't you going to offer a few words of comfort to Miss Qin? After all, she landed in this predicament while trying to acquire those prayer beads for you. Huang Yu, with a detached expression, replied with a faint smile, my wife is currently providing her comfort. Wife? Huang Yu's wife, Huli? The usually unflappable Su Hong felt his world shatter. Qin Yufei, triumphant, faced Su Hong and declared, didn't he expect it, did you? My best friend Huli is Huang Yu's wife. Indeed, Su Hong had not anticipated this. What was even more shocking was that Qin Yufei had fallen in love with a woman unable to handle Huang Yu. She resorted to wooing his wife. How absurd, yet, perhaps it was not so unlikely. What if this Huli was exceptionally skilled and had both Huang Yu and Qin Yufei dancing to her tune? If that were true, it would be magnificent. Qin Yufei, noticing Su Heng's bleeding arm, gleefully remarked, I never intended to gift that string of prayer beads to Huang Yu. How delightful it must be to suffer such a blow to your pride. She had assumed Su Hong was tormenting her out of spite for Huang Yu, but it had backfired spectacularly. What a wretched madwoman. Huli and Qin Yufei followed the officer to sign paperwork. Su Hong turned to Huang Yu, sardonic once more. When did you get married, Huang? You didn't even send me an invitation. Is this how little you think of me? Su Hong would only attend Huang Yu's wedding if he were utterly exhausted with life. Huang Yu scoffed, I genuinely look down upon those who covet another's wife, and I hold your entire Su family in contempt. As Su Yan plotted against his wife, so too did Su Hong plot against his. A family like the Su's was unworthy of being his rival. Huang Yu spoke each word with conviction, igniting a furious fire within Su Hong. Thus, Huang Yu's appropriation of his project was not for Qin Yufei, but rather for Huli. At the entrance of the police station, Su Heng's twin brother Su Nan hurriedly descended from a vehicle, rushing into the police station. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes wide, staring intently at Huli as she exited. Truly, they were of the same ilk. Huang Yu glared at Su Nan with disdain, knowing that one day he would expel the entire Su family from Xincheng. Qin Yufei shouted, her voice echoing, not one of you is worth anything. Su Nan was oblivious to whom Qin Yufei was directing her ire at, and he could not even discern what she was saying. It was only after Huli passed by him and walked away that he regained his composure. He contemplated pursuing Huli but remembered Su Hong was still inside, so he hurried back into the police station. Upon seeing Su Hong, Su Nan gasped for breath, brother, I just saw someone at the entrance who looks remarkably like our grandmother when she was young. Could it be someone connected to her? Su Hong dismissed him, and so what? She is Huang Yu's woman. Su Nan's doubts and speculations were largely alleviated, yet he still countered, what if she is a relative of our grandmother? We cannot abandon her family just because we are at odds with Huang Yu. If she is indeed a relative, what face will we have to meet our grandmother again? Su Hong sneered again, she is nothing but a fraud, clinging to Huang Yu. How splendid, the next tyrant was about to emerge, and soon, the Su family would reclaim its status as the overlords of Xincheng, but at this moment, he was far from pleased. At the Su residence, Su Hong struck Su Yan squarely in the face. Su Yan, bewildered, protested, brother, I haven't done anything wrong, I've been on my best behavior lately. Su Hong delivered another punch, do I need a reason to hit you? Because of this fool, he had been humiliated by Huang Yu today, and because of this fool, Huang Yu had stolen his project. Chapter 85. Su Hong has a sister. The illustrious legacy of the Su family had been tarnished by the ignorance of Su Yan, provoking Su Heng's ire to such an extent that he wished to strike him down. However, he was stopped by Su Nan, who said, brother, you need to tend to your wound. Only then did Su Hong cease his aggression, commanding sternly, go kneel in the ancestral hall. Su Hong had never been this furious before, yet Su Yan remained perplexed about his transgressions. Having been exceptionally well-behaved lately, spending his days at the company and evenings at home, he could not fathom why he was being punished. Elder brother, he began, but was interrupted by Su Nan, who shot him a glance urging silence. Typically the most fair-minded, Su Nan recognized the gravity of the situation, leading Su Yan to sulk away towards the ancestral hall. In the living room, as Su Nan treated Su Heng's injury, he teased, I'll arrange a blind date for you tomorrow. Order must be maintained, as the elder brother, you should be the one to go on a blind date first, Su Nan replied cheerfully. After all, he was merely 2 minutes older than Su Nan. A sharp pain surged through his arm, prompting him to kick Su Nan lightly. Be gentle. Unperturbed by the kick, Su Nan chuckled, I merely wish to make this memorable for you. The thought of the madwoman Qin Yufei filled Su Hong with dread. She must have evolved into a rabid dog, or else her teeth would not be so sharp. Brother, Su Nan said earnestly, are you truly not going to investigate whether that person named Huli is connected to our grandmother? There's no need, Su Hong replied without a hint of hesitation. Not only is she a fraud, but she is also Huang Yu's woman. I have no interest in entangling myself with someone like Huli. I warn you, do not investigate recklessly. If there is a connection, it may be manageable, but if not, the entire Su family could be eradicated by Huang Yu, and you will have no one to blame but yourself. This was Su Heng's greatest concern. If Huang Yu discovered their private inquiries into Huli, they would likely be expelled from Xincheng before they could even ascertain the truth. After a moment's contemplation, Su Nan nodded in agreement. Su Hong, examining his wound, said, "If you leave a scar on me, I will shut down your hospital." It was not that Su Hong was overly concerned with appearances, he feared that seeing the scar would inevitably remind him of that madwoman, causing him distress. Having encountered countless individuals, Su Hong had never before met a woman as deranged as Qin Yufei. Not only was she mad, but she was also utterly foolish. Having married Hu Li, she did not cause a ruckus but instead treated Hu Li like a treasure. Truly, she was the epitome of foolishness, unmatched by any other. At Fingxing Hotel, while gnawing on a pig's trotter, Qin Yufei suddenly sneezed, inadvertently biting her tongue, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Hu Li quickly offered her a tissue and poured her some water, gently advising, "Take your time, this entire table is for you." In her eagerness to buy a gift for Qin Fen, Qin Yufei had barely had time to eat dinner, which likely led to her being dragged to the police station by Su Hang. It was clear he was scolding her, and in her anger, she bit into the pig's trotter as if it were Su Hong himself, chewing angrily until the meat was reduced to a pulp before swallowing it. The Su family is worthless. They will certainly come to a bad end. Hu Li, taken by surprise, sneezed again. Huang Yu, concerned, asked, "What is wrong, are you catching a cold?" "No," Hu Li replied, shaking her head after sneezing twice more. "Just a bit of an itch in my nose." Qin Yufei set down her pig's trotter, fixing her gaze on Hu Li. "Darling, why is it that every time I curse the Su family, you sneeze? Were you perhaps related to Su Hong in a past life? This is the third time." Rubbing her nose, Hu Li replied, "Even if that were the case, it belongs to a past life." Just eat more, once you're full, you can go home and sleep. Don't overthink it. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow but remained silent. In the depths of night, at the Fengting villa, Huang Jiqing, clad in a robe and stifling a yawn, went to answer the door for Huang Yu, who had yet to retire. "Dad, I have something I'd like to ask you." Huang Yu had grown increasingly comfortable calling him Dad, which instantly banished Huang Jiqing's drowsiness, and he replied, "Come in and speak." Once inside the bedroom, Huang Yu cut straight to the chase. "Dad, what do you know about Su Heng's father and grandfather? For instance, were they loyal in matters of the heart?" Huang Jiqing looked puzzled by the question. "What's the matter, have you discovered that the Su family has an illegitimate child?" Huang Yu recounted what Qin Yufei had said, and after pondering for some time, Huang Jiqing responded, "Su Hong has a sister who died on the day she was born due to a congenital heart defect. She passed away shortly after being brought out from the delivery room. However, this matter is known to very few. During Su Heng's mother's pregnancy, she kept to herself, and no one was aware of her condition, nor did they know that her daughter had died on the day of her birth. Oh, and by the way, Su Heng's sister was born on the same day as you, and in the same hospital. At that time, our families were not yet bitter rivals and had no dealings with each other. It was merely a coincidence that your mother and Su Heng's mother were in adjacent rooms. I only learned of this because of that, otherwise I would be none the wiser, as the Su family has kept this matter under wraps. I dreamt that we were born on the same day." Hu Li's words suddenly resurfaced in Huang Yu's mind. His thoughts became a tumultuous whirlpool. He had never heard of Su Hong having a sister who died on her birthday. Could that sister possibly be his Lili? If so, why had she ended up in the world outside, when the Su family was so powerful that no one would dare to harm them? The more he pondered, the more confused he became. Huang Jiqing discerned Huang Yu's train of thought. At that time, the Ji family was the second most prominent family in Xinjiang, while the Song family was third. He wondered if they had meddled in the matter. Currently, the hierarchy in Xinjiang was as follows: of the Huang family at the top, followed by the Su family, the Song family, and lastly the Ji family. It was also possible that Su Heng's sister truly had died, and that Hu Li was not connected to the Su family. Huang Jiqing clapped Huang Yu on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not feel too pressured. I have already begun my investigation, and I believe we will have results soon." Not only was Huang Jiqing investigating, but Huang Yu was also conducting his own inquiries, although results were not forthcoming just yet. As dawn broke, Hu Li opened her eyes to find Huang Yu already awake. Today, he had to depart for Tea Country on business, and Hu Li wished to fulfill what had been left unfinished the previous night in the capital. Gazing at him seductively, her hands roamed over his body, but he caught her to prevent her mischief, placing a kiss on her forehead, his eyes betraying a tenderness. "You just finished your period. It wouldn't be good for your body. I had no intention of taking you last night in the capital." Hu Li was momentarily touched, but to her surprise, he added nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I will make it up to you later." Having flown a great distance to see her, he had been delayed by her monthly visitor for a few days. Fearing he would be disappointed, she had taken the bold step, only to be misunderstood by him. With a frown, Hu Li kicked him and turned away, pulling the blanket entirely over herself. This fiery wife was a bit too spicy, yet he liked it. He gathered both her and the blanket into his embrace, but Hu Li, though she allowed him to hold her, ignored him entirely and did not. Huang Yu tried various approaches to get Hu Li to pay him some attention. "Dear, what shirt should I pair with the blue cufflinks you gave me?" Without turning her head, Hu Li replied, "Any shirt would look good." "I am leaving now. Aren't you going to see me off?" Still not looking back, Hu Li replied, "You're not a child, you don't need to be sent off." Huang Yu, she was not easy to appease. "Wife, I'm about to go on a business trip." I know," Hu Li replied, still not turning her head. Their exchanges were filled with words yet devoid of genuine connection. Chapter 86, Came here just for you today marks the grand opening of Huli's boutique, devoid of any promotional fanfare or ceremonial preparations. She simply arranged the merchandise on the shelves and displayed a poster at the entrance, adorned with the words, "All customers entering the store may enjoy a complimentary makeup session, welcome." Upon hearing the staff's voices, Huli turned her head and was greeted by the sight of her second and third aunts, along with Huang Junjie, each carrying a bouquet of flowers. With a smile, Huli approached them. Auntie, what brings you here?" Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Yu entered, cradling a large bouquet of money flowers. Wasn't he supposed to be on a business trip? Why was he here? Perhaps she was imagining things. Huli blinked, and Huang Yu strode towards her, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your opening, may fortune flow abundantly." "You didn't go on your trip?" she inquired. "I decided against it, allowing Chen Kai an opportunity to prove himself. If he fails, I shall dismiss him upon his return." Meanwhile, far across the Pacific, Chen Kai inexplicably felt a chill coursing through him and touched his forehead. He wasn't feverish, yet he felt strangely cold in the sweltering summer heat. Had he not heard Qin Yufei's words last night and sought out Huang Jiqing, perhaps Huang Yu would have indeed gone on that trip. Reflecting on Huang Jiqing's analysis from the previous night, Huang Yu dared not stray too far from Huli until her true lineage was uncovered. Qin Yufei also approached to greet Li Hui and Jiang Yue, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Ruoshi arrived, carrying her own bouquet. The elders engaged in lively conversation, and as more customers entered the store, Huli and Qin Yufei busied themselves. Huang Yu showed no intention of leaving, and Huli, absorbed in her work, paid him no mind, fully focused on applying makeup for a customer. Huli was oblivious to her assistant's departure until startled, she turned to find it was Huang Yu. "Why haven't you gone to work yet?" "I'm at work," Huang Yu teased. "Is Boss Hu planning to withhold my salary?" The customers, perceiving Huang Yu's deep-set eyes, quickly deduced his identity. Huli had announced her marriage on the day of the competition, so it was evident that this was her husband. "How gentle and handsome, boss, you are so fortunate," one customer praised Huli. She graciously thanked them while continuing to apply their makeup. Indeed, Huli felt a profound sense of happiness when she and Huang Yu registered their marriage. It was primarily to vex Hu Dai, yet she had unwittingly committed her future to him. Initially, she had anticipated a life of misery, but unexpectedly, she found love and was cherished like a princess by her. In laws. In stark contrast, Qin Yufei transformed into a completely different persona when dealing with customers, exuding a sweet smile and soft-spoken demeanor. Li Hui and Jiang Yan showered her with compliments, causing Yang Ruoshi to beam with joy. It was truly unexpected to witness such a significant transformation in Qin Yufei, a testament to Huli's influence. Had Qin Yufei not crossed paths with Huli, who could say what fate awaited her? As Huang Yu lingered, Huli was compelled to shoo him away, and only then did he reluctantly depart. Just as Qin Yufei was engrossed in her tasks, she received a phone call and hurriedly left without a moment to bid Huli farewell. The Qin group, Qin Yufei dashed into the conference room, pointing an accusing finger at Su Hong, her voice laced with fury. "Su Hong, are you out of your mind? If you have the guts, confront me directly. What kind of man hides behind a corporate acquisition of my company?" With Qin Fun in the capital and Qin Xiang absent from Shin City, the company manager had no choice but to contact Qin Yufei. Su Heng's motive was clear. He claimed that Qin Yufei had bitten his arm, and he sought to acquire the Qin group as compensation for medical expenses. With a shrug, Su Hong retorted, "I came here just for you." Qin Yufei felt a surge of anger, especially with 10 of Su Heng's bodyguards glaring at her menacingly. If her father and brother learned of this, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In a moment of inspiration, she turned, rummaging through her pocket for a lipstick, hastily applying it to her face, tousling her hair, and pulling out her phone. "Family, I'm going live. Su Hong, the president of Su Group, just assaulted me." Realizing what was happening, Su Hong lunged to snatch the phone from her grasp. In the ensuing struggle, Qin Yufei summoned all her strength to push Su Hong onto the table, his back colliding with the surface. As Qin Yufei lost her balance, she fell towards Su Hong, and in that fateful instant, neither the bodyguards could intervene nor Su Hong evade her. Coincidentally, her lips landed on his. Stunned, Su Hong, the bodyguards, and Qin Yufei herself were all taken aback. Su Hong was the first to regain his composure, forcefully pushing Qin Yufei away and straightening his disheveled shirt with an icy demeanor. "How dare you?" Qin Yufei spat, wiping her mouth in disgust. She had given her first kiss to a madwoman, and now she was repulsed. "Very well," Su Hong declared, grabbing Qin Yufei by the neck and pulling her closer, kissing her once more. Qin Yufei was rendered speechless, while the bodyguards held their breaths, questioning whether their president was experimenting with a new method of intimidation. As Qin Yufei began to process the situation, Su Hong released her, prompting her to swing her hand in retaliation, which he deftly caught. "You reek even more." With her phone now in Su Heng's possession, he discovered it was not live streaming. With a resounding thud, he tossed Qin Yufei's phone onto the table and departed with his entourage of bodyguards. Upon witnessing Su Heng's exit, the company manager rushed into the conference room, alarmed by the sight of Qin Yufei's disheveled hair and the red marks on her face. He panicked, exclaiming, "Miss Qin, I must call the police." After holding her breath for what felt like an eternity, Qin Yufei finally exhaled, feebly protesting, "I'm fine, no need to call the police." "Should we call the police to discuss whose mouth stinks more?" "Sorry, that is not happening." Qin Yufei could sacrifice her dignity in many matters, but in this instance, she was determined to uphold her pride. Chapter 87. I am going to be a father. Before the words had left her lips, Qin Yufei sank into her chair like a deflated balloon. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Huli. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yufei answered the phone and informed Huli about Su Heng's intention to acquire the Qin group, omitting the detail of their kiss. She valued her pride too much to disclose such an embarrassing incident to anyone, not even under duress. Thankfully, the conference room lacked surveillance cameras, otherwise, Qin Yufei felt she would not survive the humiliation. It was supposed to be an auspicious day, and she had even consulted the almanac before stepping out. How could she have lost her first kiss to such a petty man? Clenching her fists in anger, she fantasized about delivering a fatal blow to Su Heng. Indeed, she vowed she would do just that, provided her status surpassed his. Upon returning to the store, Qin Yufei had transformed herself with exquisite makeup, acting as though nothing had transpired. She boasted to Huli that she had successfully chased Su Heng away. Observing her unscathed return, Huli lavished praise upon Qin Yufei, only to chide her moments later, questioning why she hadn't informed her before leaving. Huli had been genuinely worried upon hearing Qin Yufei mention Su Heng's plans to acquire the Qin group, fearing that her friend might become overly agitated and put herself in harm's way. Fortunately, it had all been a false alarm. Regretful that she had left in haste, Qin Yufei thought about how embarrassing it would have been if Huli had accompanied her and discovered the full extent of what had transpired. After all, what did she have to fear from such a small-minded man? Noticing Huli's troubled expression, Qin Yufei patted her shoulder, urging her to focus on earning money to elevate her to the status of the wealthiest woman in the city. She envisioned the day when she could triumphantly pin Su Heng down. On the opening day of the boutique, the sales figures soared without any advertising or promotion. Only Huli's single poster had drawn a crowd. Of course, Huli couldn't apply makeup for every customer in a day, but she offered complimentary membership cards for future appointments. This strategy effectively bound the customers to her. As long as her products were of high quality, her skills were exceptional, and the prices reasonable, she was confident that her clientele would continue to grow. While Huli busied herself in the store, Huang Yu arrived. Upon seeing him, Huli glanced at the clock. It was barely past 5. Did he not have work? Preoccupied with a client, she merely winked at him. Once she finished, she inquired, "Why are you off so early? My wife is so capable. I simply don't wish to exert myself." Huang Yu replied with a grin that he had no need to strive when the wealth he possessed could last a lifetime. Yet, Huli rolled her eyes at him. "You'd better watch out. I might just leave you." His handsome features radiated joy as he teased, "With my exceptional qualities and good looks, how could you possibly let me go?" While she acknowledged his merits, his arrogance irked her, prompting her to respond earnestly, "What is there to miss? Isn't an 18-year-old fresh face far more appealing?" Huang Yu fell silent, adopting a serious demeanor. "We re-celebrating your opening at home today. My aunt and old Wu have returned specifically to commemorate it. I was instructed to fetch you early. It was merely the opening of a small boutique, yet it had attracted the attention of her aunt, who was on her honeymoon, and old Wu." Huli felt a pang of guilt. Originally planning to stay longer, she briefed the store manager and instructed Qin Yufei to leave early before heading home with Huang Yu. Upon arriving at home, Huli spotted Li Lin and Wu Yi waiting for them in the yard. After more than half a month apart, Li Lin appeared rejuvenated, showing no sign of her 38 years. She looked a decade younger. Indeed, a nourishing love can do wonders for one's spirit. Huli hurried over, expressing her gratitude. "Auntie, uncle, you are truly wonderful for returning just to celebrate with me." Li Lin and Wu Yi exchanged smiles, with Li Lin adding, "We had planned to return anyway. We simply advanced our schedule upon hearing about your opening. Your aunt should not be overexerting herself." Wu Yi interjected. Hu Li and Huang Yu exchanged alarmed glances, with Huang Yu quick. "What happened?" Huli also wore a worried expression. Wu Yi, observing the two bewildered young adults, couldn't he help but chuckle, proudly announcing, "I'm going to be a father." Both Huang Yu and Huli lit up with delight. Huli quickly assisted Li Lin into the house, fully aware that pregnant women required ample rest. Wu Yi and Huang Yu followed, with Wu Yi boasting to Huang Yu, "Aren't you envious?" Indeed, it was hard not to feel envy. Huli had yet to reveal her marriage plans, while Wu Yi was already set to become a father. Watching Wu Yi's triumphant demeanor, Huang Yu felt a surge of irritation. "Not envious at all. I'm still young." Wu Yi, slightly taken aback, reassured himself not to engage with a child. The family shared a warm meal together, and Huang Jicheng felt a sense of fulfillment as he observed Li Lin establishing her own household and expecting a child. The guilt that had plagued him diminished significantly. Yet he felt he could face Huang Yu's mother with a clear conscience when his time came. Throughout the meal, Huli was enveloped in happiness, the older and younger generations centering their attention on her. She nearly shed tears from the overwhelming emotion. Most touching was the fact that, at 26, while Li Lin was pregnant, she had not heard a single word urging her to have children. Such a family was truly a blessing. After dinner, Huang Yu discreetly handed Wu Yi a notebook. "I've recorded all the precautions regarding my aunt's pregnancy. I want to see your loyalty to her." Wu Yi shot him a glance. "If you wish to prepare for the future, just say so. Don't use your aunt as an excuse." Returning the notebook, Wu Yi remarked, "Even so, you should keep records. Without me and my wife, how would you have met my aunt, you brat?" Wu Yi clapped Huang Yu on the shoulder. "When I was with your aunt, you ain't even met your wife yet." Huang Yu was momentarily stumped. "However, if you call me uncle, I might share some wisdom with you." Since their marriage, Wu Yi had yet to hear Huang Yu refer to him as uncle, which made him feel that Huang Yu's reluctance signified a lack of acceptance. In college, Huang Yu rarely addressed him as professor, opting instead for old Wu out of habit. Now, the prospect of calling him uncle felt awkward, as if it would create a distance between them due to the difference in their statuses. Ultimately, Huang Yu refrained from doing so, responding haughtily, "I'll just ask my aunt directly in the future." It's so difficult for a nephew to call me uncle, Wu Yi pressed. "Indeed, it is," Huang Yu replied unapologetically. Wu Yi chuckled, "It's getting late. I must go read a story to my child." "Read a story? Now, what nonsense is this?" Huang Yu queried, his eyes wide with curiosity, but Wu Yi ignored him. After going online, Huang Yu discovered that it was called prenatal education and couldn't he help but mock Wu Yi inwardly. Lack of education is truly frightening. Is prenatal education conducted this early? Chapter 88 Seek a husband. Early the following day, as Huli was preparing to head to work, Huang Junjie and his second aunt arrived. After exchanging greetings, the second aunt directly stated her purpose. Huli, this boy is idling away at home. Have him help you at the store. You needn't pay him, just put him to work and ensure he stays busy. Huli glanced at Huang Junjie, noting how much he resembled his aunt. Despite being her own flesh and blood, she treated him as if he were an adopted child. She felt a pang of sympathy for him but acquiesced to her aunt's request. She had heard from Huang Yu that during the summer vacation, he wanted Huang Junjie to work at Fingxing Group, and she knew that Huang Yu would be far more demanding than she was. At the tender age of 17, she couldn't bear to see him being exploited. Dressed in Li Quan's work uniform, Huang Junjie stood at the entrance as a greeter. As passers-by strolled by, many entered the store. These were all fans of Huang Junjie who, instead of asking for photos, quietly purchased merchandise. His romantic ballads had touched the hearts of many, and being classic love songs, he garnered a considerable following of older women and sisters. Having just won a championship and now working, it seemed his family must be struggling. Huli felt both admiration for his bright future and concern for his well-being, hoping to buy as much as possible to ensure he received a larger commission. Qin Yufei observed Huang Junjie ushering in a steady stream of customers, her smile stretching from ear to ear. She leaned close to Huli's ear and whispered, "Your little brother's rescue was not in vain." At the time of saving him, Huli had not thought much of it, nor had she anticipated such a heartfelt return. Worrying about him becoming exhausted, she assigned him the lightest of tasks, simply welcoming guests at the entrance, not realizing he would become a veritable cash cow. Over the past week, thanks to Huang Junjie's role as the store's good luck charm and Huli's exceptional skills, their merchandise had sold out. Huli did not exploit her employees by demanding overtime. Instead, she rewarded them all. Of the entire staff, along with company personnel, participated in the first large-scale gathering of the company. With every toast to Boss Hu and each drink shared, Huli had consumed quite a bit. In a haze, she spotted Huang Yu, who hurriedly approached. Huli stumbled to her feet and sternly commanded, "Huang Yu, stand still." Huang Yu had a dinner engagement that day and had not intended to attend. Huli, swaying unsteadily, wondered how much she had drunk. Huang Yu's expression was filled with discontent as he strode towards her, reaching out to steady her. Huli forcefully brushed his hand away. "Huang Yu," she hiccuped, glaring at him. "Keep standing. Do you understand what a punishment is? When we sat together, you bullied me all day long. Did you think I would marry you, Huang Yu was at a loss, unable to fathom when he had bullied her daily. It was merely on occasion. Since she claimed it to be true, he did not argue and simply shrugged. Huli hiccuped again, glaring at Huang Yu, commanding, "Don't move, you're not allowed to move." Huli's authority was unyielding, and it was surprising to see the once arrogant Huang Yu in such a position. Qin Yufei and Huang Junjie were almost in stitches. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu trembled nearby, tugging at Huli's clothing, trying to rouse her awareness, for the entire company was watching. Everyone knew that Huang Yu was. Surely, their past school days must have been quite entertaining. All eyes turned to Huang Yu, who showed no signs of embarrassment, a smile gracing his face. Perhaps this was what Huli had longed to do during their student days but had never dared. He complied and stood tall, yet Huli remained unsatisfied. "Who told you to smile? No smiling. Stand for an extra hour. No, stand all night." The onlookers sweated nervously for Huli. Was she truly unafraid that her husband might be angered enough to leave? Or even worse, to become abusive when they returned home? However, their worries were misplaced. The tenderness in Huang Yu's eyes betrayed his affection as he indulgently replied, "All right, we'll stand at home." Huang Yu lifted Huli into his arms, his expression devoid of annoyance, radiating genuine fondness for her. Indeed, seeking a husband early was the way to go. Qin Yufei briefly instructed her secretary before following Huang Yu, as did Cheng Yu and Huang Junjie. Ahead, Huli's voice rang out in protest, "Huang Yu, let me go. I am your homeroom teacher." Qin Yufei chuckled as she trailed behind, bemused by Huang Yu's slightly exasperated expression. Just moments ago, Huli had acknowledged her marriage to Huang Yu, yet now she was claiming the role of his teacher. The last time she had been intoxicated, Qin Yufei had escorted her home without any nonsensical ramblings. This perplexed Qin Yufei. Last time, Huli had been as quiet as a cat while drunk. Huang Yu placed Huli in the backseat of the car, but she clung tightly to the doorframe, refusing to let go. At that moment, she no longer recognized Huang Yu. "Who are you to dare kidnap me? I'll tell you, you're finished. My husband is incredibly formidable. I want to go shopping now. If you make me happy, I might let my husband spare you." What amount had she imbibed to reach such a state? Huang Yu could only shake his head in resignation. Qin Yufei was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. Having endured frustrations with Su Hong, Huli had provided him with a delightful remedy. "Darling, you are too adorable." Huli blinked and looked at Qin Yufei, Cheng Yu, and Huang Junjie. "Yufei, senior sister, Junjie, come save me," she exclaimed, pointing at Huang Yu. "He is trying to kidnap me." It seemed she no longer recognized him, which left Huang Yu feeling somewhat traumatized. He felt an impulse to stuff Huli back into the car, but instead, he helped her out, accompanying her on their shopping adventure. Huli staggered unsteadily, refusing Huang Yu's assistance. She insisted on walking uphill, seeking danger wherever she went, behaving like a rebellious child. When Huang Yu suggested heading east, Huli stubbornly veered west. Perched precariously at a higher elevation, Huli felt compelled to break into song. Huang Yu was thoroughly exasperated, while Qin Yufei and Huang Junjie laughed uncontrollably. The tables had turned. Huang Yu, once the arrogant one, was now being dealt with by Huli. No matter how much Huli pestered him, Huang Yu showed no sign of annoyance. Qin Yufei was filled with envy but felt no jealousy. Eventually, Huang Yu managed to coax Huli back home. Wandering aimlessly, Qin Yufei felt lost and dejected on the streets. When would she encounter her destined partner and experience a love like Huli's? A Maybach brushed past her, and Su Hong inadvertently caught sight of Qin Yufei in the rearview mirror. She appeared just like someone who had suffered heartbreak. This crazy woman must have finally come to her senses, yet her demeanor suggested she might be contemplating self-harm. Why should it concern him if she wanted to end her life? Why did she feel the need to lash out at him while showing weakness towards others? Shouldn't she be seeking out Hu Li and Huang Yu instead? Why was she left alone on the streets, looking so despondent? Frustrated by these thoughts, Su Hong pressed the accelerator and sped away. As Qin Yufei continued walking, a car suddenly halted beside her. Instinctively, she looked up to find Su Hong staring back at her.